The Saga of Fistilian Lamond, Book 2, Man of Many Waters, by Richard T. Schrader. Copyright 2013, all rights reserved. Chapter 1, The Council of Elders. After Fistilian had finalized his formal business transaction with Twisted Feathers to acquire his daughter in marriage, the three of them merrily returned to the Micmac's roundhouse with the remainder of the boat's baggage. They entered to find Silvertree busily cooking over the central fire. The room was stifling hot because she had left the draperies closed over the four windows and also the door. Barely enough air seeped around the hide barriers to let the smoke properly ventilate out the hole in the roof. Twisted Feathers restrained his dislike for the woman while he opened the drapes to cool off the room and freshen the air. Once he had them open, he said, "My home is far enough out of the way that she won't see anything outside of any importance." He didn't speak to her directly, even though he meant his words for her ears. There's no reason for her to keep the windows covered. Fistilian unpacked while Raining Sunshine helped her friend prepare the evening meal. The meeting of the council elders would begin at moonrise. He wasn't sure if he wanted to dress in his usual fashion or start adopting habits more in line with Micmac customs. Since he didn't own one of the toga-like robes they preferred to wear during ceremonies, he settled on old habits. The iron manacles on Silvertree's ankles jingled noticeably with her every step. She didn't complain about them, and they didn't prevent her from getting about or being a superb cook. Fistilian had brought 2 skins of wine with him, and he drank some with his dinner. He was resolute about maintaining his habit, and so thought it best to get it out in the open immediately. Silvertree also enjoyed strong drink and gratefully accepted some when he offered it to her. Twisted Feathers dressed for the meeting in his finest garb with his full headdress. When the time came, he led Fistilian to the council fire of the village elders. Neither of them carried any weapons aside from their utilitarian knives. The Micmac elders held their meetings at the center of the north village. A large bonfire burned in the middle of an enormous circular assembly area. The builders had recessed the open-aired chamber into the ground like a roundhouse's foundation. They had lined it in white flagstone and placed 2 rings of seats made from log sections. The village's 20 councilmen occupied the inner ring, while the outer ring was for about 5 dozen of their most respected warriors. Each of the men in the outer ring had at least a dozen large feathers in their headdresses as proof of their accomplishments. The elders didn't allow women to attend their meetings, and only men of distinction had seats around the council fire. A special summons from a councilman was required for any lesser-ranked man to sit in. Fistilian sat on the outermost foundation wall with the grass at his back, while Twisted Feathers took his seat of honor in the warriors' ring. The councilmen with their facial tattoos began their meeting with discussions about the preparations they were making for war with the Beothuk. "We should spare no effort in acquiring more weapons," a stripe-faced councilman said without standing. "With the White Father's wrought iron arrowheads, our shafts can pierce through shields as easily as bone. With his hearth steel spear points and tomahawk blades, our warriors will have a great advantage over our stone-wielding enemies." The other councilmen nodded serenely to cast their votes of approval for the man's motion. Once they had made their agreement unanimous, the councilman fell silent so that another councilman might bring an issue to everyone's attention. "The surest way to purchase these weapons is by having the men mine more iron ore and then delivering it to Vinland," the other councilman advised. "It is a resource that waits abundant in the earth. I suggest we double the number of workers, even triple it if we can commit that many laborers." "Let's not do that at the expense of stockpiling our food supplies," a raccoon-eyed councilman warned. "Hard times may be ahead. We cannot protect our fields as securely as we do our women. This winter may prove to be a hungry one indeed, especially if the Beothuk manage to burn this season's maize while it is still ripening in the fields." The councilman that advised more mining nodded emphatically to agree with his counterpart. "You speak wisdom, damning beaver. There are Vinlander mouths to feed as well. We should send emissaries to advise them to ration their supplies and stock extra hay for their livestock. Some of them are skilled hunters. They need to jerk as many caribou as they can harvest." The councilman that Fistilian had first met when he landed his sailboat brought up an issue relevant to him. "The son of the White Father has made a servant of a Beothuk slave girl he captured at the Battle of Table Rock. He shackled her legs in manacles of iron and keeps her blindfolded when out of doors during the daylight hours. I have agreed to this so that he can be given a chance to plead her case before the council." "We should cloud her eyes permanently," one of the councilmen suggested, "so that she will be unable to run away to tell anyone about us. The loyalty of a woman is too fickle to be trustworthy, especially a woman who was once a slave to the Beothuk. We are at war, and at such times leniency is suicidal." "It would be prudent to cripple her at the very least," another of them recommended. "The very nature of shackles is that she could remove them." I watched him hammer the pins in place, the first said in defense of his original agreement with Fistilian. Considering that Twisted Feathers is keeping her in his home and the service the boy has done for us, I ask that my fellow elders allow for this special concession. The council was hesitant to agree, but they eventually relented, then dropped the matter entirely. Fistilian realized that he had wagered his credibility on Silvertree remaining loyal to him. She had fooled him once before. He set a silent commitment to himself to keep a close eye on her. Having concluded their other business, the council called on Twisted Feathers to give an accounting of his encounter with the Beothuk. The veteran warrior stood to address the council. After the White Father's son and I finished skinning Red Grin, and then we stretched a hide on a frame for tanning, we sailed in his boat back to Leifbuter along with my daughter. Upon our arrival, we learned that 3 of their fishermen had not returned home from a trip to the north coast of the island. Men who had gone to investigate returned a short while later. They had found the men's boat and the bloody signs that they had met with violence. They also discovered a blood-caked spear of Micmac design. It was for that reason that their council of chieftains assumed that we had somehow been behind the killings. The council took his information with grim expressions. Since cunning assaults meant to shatter alliances was nothing new to them, they took it as proof that the Beothuk were not only skilled warriors but also devious strategists. A wrinkled old councilman with a complex arrangement of spiral tattoos on his face asked, "What did you do to dissuade them?" Twisted Feathers replied, "After I explained that we were obviously not part of their problem, I insinuated myself as a solution. I volunteered the White Father's son and myself to go investigate the matter. We then returned here to leave my daughter in a place of safety and also enlist the services of Spotted Crow and 10 Badgers." He went on to describe how they had searched the ruins of Hope Village and then discovered the site where the Beothuk had strung up Old Leg to blood eagle him by pulling his lungs out through holes they had cut into his back. The council learned about how his team had found the piece of Beothuk arrow that Harold had shrewdly concealed in the broken bough of a tree. So armed with that clue, Twisted Feathers had then deduced that the Beothuk had been the actual culprits. It was only a guess that they were headed for Table Rock Shrine, Twisted Feathers explained. It was the closest site I could think of they would find holy enough for making a blood sacrifice. The council invited Spotted Crow and 10 Badgers to participate in the recounting. Together with Twisted Feathers, they told the council elders how Fistilian took position on the cliff over the shrine while they secured posts at the other 3 compass points down in the woods. "We delayed our attack because a second war party joined the first," Spotted Crow informed the gathering. "It was Fistilian who opened the hostilities by cutting one of them down with an arrow. After that, we called down the thunder and blood sprayed everywhere as our arrows took them out one after another. Both the shamans went after Fistilian," 10 Badgers said. "We were so busy fighting in the woods that we lost track of them for a while." Twisted Feathers continued the tale. "We had set trip lines in the gaps between the trees. As we retreated deeper into the forest, we lured them into the traps, then dispatched them as they stumbled. I wish to hear of these shamans, these war captains," one of the councilmen specified. He straightened up, then craned his neck to find Fistilian. "Come here, boy. Tell us what you saw and did. Only you know what happened atop the cliff." Fistilian hopped down from the dais to the flagstone floor of the sunken council chamber. He stood behind Twisted Feathers to speak. They were not normal men. Both the shaman with the deer antler headdress and the buffalo horn shaman had eyes that glowed red. Their voices had the timbre of forest predators. Antlerman climbed a cliff as if he were a squirrel. "It was only by luck that I broke the pendant from around his neck. After I did, his power fled and then he was mortal. I threw him to the edge of the cliff and then kicked him over as he tried to hang on. The fall took the rest of the fight out of him." The elder asked, "And what of the bison shaman?" Fistilian continued, "I wounded him with arrows, but they did not slow him down. He circled about to the narrow escarpment that gave access to the cliff. He would have trapped me there if Twisted Feathers had not come along then challenged him." The councilman asked for clarification. "Was it not you that killed him?" "I did," Fistilian confessed, "but only because my 3 companions provided me with the opportunity by battling him. With my sword Bull Tamer, I cut the sinew that held the pendant around his neck. After that, the shaman succumbed to his many lethal wounds and collapsed." "So," the oldest of the councilmen observed, "the son of the White Father has the spirit gift, and they guide him. How else could one unshorn boy manage to slay 2 of the Wendigo's black shamans?" Many of the council agreed, but they said nothing of their actual thoughts. The 3 Micmac warriors told the rest of their details about the fighting at the shrine. Unlike Norsemen, the Micmac warriors were true to the actual events and avoided any embellishment. They did not seek to aggrandize anyone or slander foes. Their goal was to make sure the council got the purest unmodified information on which they could wisely base future decisions. Fistilian finished the story by telling the council how he found Silvertree in the cave after the battle. He honestly explained how she had worn red Beothuk body paint and had tied herself to pretend that she had been their prisoner. He told them all that Harold had informed him of as well, so that the council learned about how the Beothuk war party attacked the 3 Norsemen in the first place. Silvertree did threaten to cut my throat that first night, Fistilian admitted in his most difficult disclosure. I now realize that her actual intention was to kill herself. It was the wise counseling of my father that turned her to the Christian God. She is no longer a danger to anyone, herself included. Just when Fistilian thought his interrogation was over, the oldest councilman asked him a final question. Did you destroy the pendants the war shamans wore? Did you ever try one of them on? Did anyone else? Fistilian choked down his shock and did his best to answer confidently. He was not sure what force had motivated him to keep them such a secret. Now that the council was bringing them into the light, it seemed obvious to him how imprudent it had been for him to keep them. No, I still have them, he confessed. They seemed like worthy souvenirs, so I kept them. The man asked with untypical emotion, Where are they now? We must see them. I left them at Twisted Feather's roundhouse, he answered. They're in a pouch on my arrow quiver. Do you want me to go and get them? The old man shook his head no. Not yet. You said that you believed that the pendants imparted powerful magic to their wearers. Do you still think that's true? I know it to be true, Fistilian readily admitted. I can't say that they would do the same for anyone else. I must admit that I'm ignorant of such things. That is why I have never touched them since the moment I first put them away. You were both wise and foolish, said another of the councilmen. Some totems can allow the shaman who made them to see and hear those things that are happening in the vicinity of their creations. It could be that you have provided them a window through which to examine not only your home village, but now ours as well. A different councilman concurred. We know of other totems that can contain the spirit of a deceased shaman and allow him to possess the body of any who are foolish enough to put on their device. Had you been stupid enough to test the magic of the pendants, you might have become the unwitting vessel for a Beothuk shaman of great power. We shall send someone home with you to collect the pendants, said a different councilman. Whatever harm has been done will not be worsened by a modest delay. While my colleagues are quick to point out the potential evils that the pendants might be capable of, it is also feasible that they are of some beneficial use to us, but that has yet to be determined. Yet another councilman spoke to Fistilian. This council wishes to recognize you for your accomplishments as a man. For your killing of 3 Beothuk warriors, you have earned the right to wear a headdress adorned with 3 wing feathers from an eagle. More so, for killing the 2 Beothuk war shamans, you earned the right to add 2 tail feathers from a golden eagle. Those are our highest awards for the slaying of a foe. Though you are not officially a member of our tribe or our nation, your unprecedented accomplishment for a warrior so young has earned you a place among us if you petition for it. I do ask to become a member of the tribe, Fistilian declared unreservedly. The outer circle of warriors stamped their feet in recognition and applause. The familiar councilman silenced them. Unfortunately, we cannot give you the rewards you have earned as a man and a warrior because you are still a long-haired boy in the eyes of this council. The old man called out to everyone present. Does anyone here say that this boy is worthy to accept the trials to become a man? Twisted Feathers stood up and shouted clearly. I, Twisted Feathers, say that he is ready and deserving. I fought beside him in the battle and he saved my life. As do I, 10 Badgers called out in support while standing up from his seat. And I, added Spotted Crow, doing the same. Then prepare him, the councilman declared. He shall be given his opportunity. The familiar councilman spoke to Twisted Feathers. Take him to collect the pendants from your home. Be sure to keep them covered while you carry them. Since you have been raising him and know all that is required, it falls upon you to prepare him. Before sending Fistilian away with his mentor, the councilman addressed him a final time. Is there anything you wish to say to this council while you have our attentions? Fistilian felt intimidated by the penetrating gazes of so many great men. He gathered up his confidence so his voice wouldn't show his unease. Earlier this evening, I paid the bride price for Raining Sunshine to take her as my wife. I asked for the blessing of the Council of Elders for us to build a home and raise a family in your community. No Longhair has the right to marry a woman, the oldest councilman decreed. If you should pass the challenges of becoming a man, we shall authorize your marriage ceremony and bless the union by our participation. The wedding of a descendant of Black Winter Ferret is a great occasion worthy of special celebration. Twisted Feathers got up, then led Fistilian back to his home. They went in to find the 2 women busily cutting and stitching doeskin for Raining Sunshine's wedding tunic. The council approves of your marriage, Twisted Feathers told his daughter. Do not waste your effort. Our village's finest seamstresses shall craft your wedding tunic. They have promised a celebration that will be a spectacle worth remembering for years to come. Fistilian found a buckskin bag, then deftly transferred the 2 pendants into it from his quiver pouch. Here, he gave the bag to Twisted Feathers. They're inside. I'll be back soon, his father-in-law replied. When I return, we'll begin the first ritual for your manhood ceremony. From this moment until it is over, you must refrain from partaking of any food, women, or your wine. Take a bath and dress in a clean loincloth. He headed out with the bag. The women abandoned their tunic-making project, then instead busied themselves with preparing Fistilian for his ritual. Before he headed down to the river to bathe, Fistilion got a long leather thong, then tied one end of it to a link at the center of Silvertree's manacle chain. With it, she could use the strength of her arms to lift the chain, which would make it easier for her to walk. Raining Sunshine blindfolded Silvertree, and then the three of them walked through the village down to the riverbank. The moonlight was strong enough to allow them to see. Cultivated groves of berry bushes surrounded one of the village's washing areas and obscured all sight of the community. Fistilion took off Silvertree's blindfold and stayed close to her while they bathed so that there was no chance the weight of her manacles would drown her. The women worked together to wash him before they cared for themselves. Silvertree found it difficult to restrain her amorous hands, while Raining Sunshine's shy inexperience still inhibited her so that she could make only a tentative inspection of her future husband. Fistilion regretted the stipulation that he was to restrain himself from enjoying his newly purchased fiancée. Her stupefying beauty and bashful assessments were more than enough to raise an unmistakable display of his desire. At first she felt appalled and shrank away from his flagrant manifestation of affability. Gentle coercion from Silvertree helped her to get in touch with the root of her apprehension and embrace the potential of their upcoming post-nuptials. A smattering of whispered instructions from Silvertree led the tittering Raining Sunshine into toying with the notion of soothing his vigor, but they abandoned the game before defying the edicts about Fistilion's preparations for his ritual. Once they were back at the roundhouse, Raining Sunshine dressed Fistilion in a loincloth and then artfully painted him with black stripes of grease paint. Fistilion stood passively but felt excitement while his wife worked on him. The marriage ceremony didn't hold great appeal for him, since it was primarily for the display and aggrandizement of his beautiful wife. As she completed his final preparations for beginning his manhood ceremony, he had an inkling of the excitement she would be feeling. It was as though his old life was ending and a new one was beginning, which in many ways was the truth. The lessons of childhood coursed through his mind as his life experiences boiled up within him. Twisted Feathers had taught him the ways of the hunter and woodsman. His stepfather had given him many unique gifts, such as a literate education, taught him to sail, to work iron, and to restrain his actions with morality. Silvertree had taught him that bliss could come from unfettering one's true desires and bringing them to fruition. With Raining Sunshine, he felt the joy of being part of a unity that was much greater than their individual selves were alone. It was a union that would produce children and make them part of the eternal chain of life. Fistilion became distracted from his thoughts by Silvertree's happy expression as she watched her mistress decorate him. He had confined her indoors and dressed her in heavy chains. A hostile people surrounded her on all sides, and Fistilion even denied her physical companionship, but still, she offered him nothing but affection. Raining Sunshine noticed him watching her servant. "She's willing to return to the Beathuk just to protect you," she told him in Norse. "Part of me wants to believe that it's just a trick to make us let her go home, but somehow I know better. The elders would never allow it anyway, but I know what you mean." He gave his fiancée an amused smile. "I'll be gone for a while. Can I trust the two of you sleeping together without me?" When she pursed up in a fluster of embarrassment, he couldn't help but laugh. "You know I'm just kidding." "You're talking about me," Silvertree interrupted, "aren't you?" "It's nothing bad," Fistilion reassured her. "I was just telling her to be careful not to scuff her ankles on your manacles when you sleep tonight." "You're not kidding," Silvertree complained, reaching down to adjust a rabbit pelt in her right cuff. "These things are killers." As for them sleeping together, Silvertree just naturally assumed it, since she wouldn't willingly be anywhere else. Twisted Feathers returned, then summoned Fistilion to come outside with him. Fistilion felt nervous, not knowing what would happen next. He embraced his fiancée and then Silvertree before he headed out with his father-in-law. They walked through the village without conversation on the way down to the river. In a secluded grove near the water's edge stood a miniature birch-bark wigwam. A thin tail of smoke streamed from the hole at the top of the support poles. A talented artist had painted the structure with intricate images of forest animals, birds, and river creatures. "You must go inside," Twisted Feathers told him. Fistilion didn't understand the purpose. "What's in there?" "Only what you take with you," he answered cryptically. Fistilion asked, "How long am I supposed to stay in there?" His mentor instructed, "You must purify yourself for 3 days. You must not come out until I tell you that it is time. If you do, you will have failed to complete the first ritual, and a boy you shall remain. At certain times, someone will place more wood for your fire beneath the door flap. When they do, you must burn the wood. If you fail to burn the wood, if you speak to your attendant, or if you call out for help, the ritual will be over and you will have failed. At other times, your attendant will put in bowls of ceremonial drink that you must consume entirely. When you must relieve yourself, you may use the empty vessels for doing so, placing them out under the flap as necessary." The instructions were simple enough that Fistilion had no more questions. He thought it sounded rather simple and unchallenging. Twisted Feathers held open the entrance for him to go in, and as the flap shifted aside, heat and smoke wafted out from the cramped interior. Fistilion realized that he was going to have to smoke himself like meat they prepared for long-term storage. He was wise enough to realize that the ceremony had already begun. If he complained or hesitated, it would only cause him to appear cowardly. After he had gone in and Twisted Feathers had closed the flap, Fistilion had nothing to do but sit down, since he didn't even have room to stand. The heat and the smoke were stifling, but not so severe that he was going to suffocate. It wasn't long before he started to perspire. In time, the sweat began to pour from his body. The first interruption to his sweltering boredom came in the form of a bowl of drink that someone placed inside under the flap. He didn't hesitate to guzzle it all down. The beverage was mostly water, but also seemed to contain the juice of berries, grapes, or other fruit. More waiting preceded another bowl of drink, and then another before he received more wood for his dwindling fire. It must have been late in the night by the time he started feeling tired enough to want to sleep. Fistilion found that the heat, the smoke, and the hard ground were not conducive to him resting. Fistilion received bowls of drink with frequent regularity. He imbibed a tremendous volume of fluids, but sweated so profusely that he rarely even needed to relieve himself. Morning came, and he still hadn't been able to sleep. A strange waking drowsiness clouded his thoughts and made it difficult for him to monitor the passage of time. The sun increased the temperature inside the wigwam, but it was already so hot that it made little difference. Each delivery of drink or wood made him hope that his ordeal was finally over, only it never was. By the night after Fistilion's first day, he managed to sleep briefly, only to have his attendant disturb him by delivering another bowl of his beverage. A kind of delirium eroded his mind so that his waking and sleeping states crept closer together until they merged into something in between. Just drinking his bowls of ceremonial juice and putting wood on the fire became a test of his concentration. Chapter 2, Journeys of the Spirit. During some indefinable time at night, while Fistilion laid on his side on the floor of the wigwam, a confounding realization disturbed him. He opened his eyes to discover that his fire no longer provided heat or illumination as it did before. During his lapse of attention, the wigwam had grown so much in size that the only way he had of knowing that it still existed was the distant smoke hole overhead that was like a single gleaming star. The tallest of the forest trees would not have reached even halfway to the distant light. The illumination of his fire allowed him to see himself, the floor around him, and his latest drinking bowl, but nothing else. Fistilion stood up and saw his breath as the cold air around him turned it into mist. He didn't feel any need to grapple with the reality of his experience. Whether he was awake or dreaming didn't even occur to him. As Fistilion turned about to examine the awesome new dimensions of the wigwam, he noticed that the light of his fire illuminated a thin fog that rose from the ground to gather around him. The mist was nearly stable in the windless calm. Its placid undulations were ominous and gave the room an underworldly aspect. The small fire suddenly changed its hue from the radiant shades of sunset to luminous greens, blues, and turquoise. A distant sound of drums started to drift up from the fire as though it was a doorway to some great chamber beneath the floor where a ceremony took place. The sound of the drums intensified, and then the light that streamed in from the overhead smoke hole flickered before it shattered as though it passed through a prism. Broad, flat sheets of colored light arced down from the hole to strike the ground in the form of a wide road of rainbow-colored light. Fistilion knew from his Norse upbringing that he could only be seeing the emergence of Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge. It was a magical roadway under the control of Odin, the supreme all-father of the Norse gods in Asgard. With it, the god traveled to anywhere in the 9 worlds, and if need be, he could take with him all the other gods and all his legions from Valhalla, his Einherjar warriors. No sooner had the bridge touched down than came a new drumming sound, but it was loud like the hammering blows of thunder. Many times Fistilion had heard the clopping sound of hooves from various breeds of great deer, but they were as nothing compared to the approach of the golden stallion that descended down the Bifrost Bridge 3-strand roadway. There were no horses west of Greenland, and Fistilion had never even seen a drawing of one, but he knew that he saw one then. The deiform charger stood with shoulders high as 3 times Fistilion's height, and upon its back rode a figure of equally impressive scale. The rider was a towering warrior that was so tall that if Fistilion stood beside him he would only have come as high as the being's knee. The rider was beardless and had long silver braids streaming down from beneath his steel helmet. His face was inhumanly handsome, but still stern and unyielding. He wore garb that was entirely in the Norse style and of the finest manufacture. His chainmail was of minute interlinked rings that were the color of tarnished silver. In one hand he held his reins along with a spiraling ivory war horn that sported gold banding and numerous gemstones. His other hand held a naked gleaming broadsword that was longer than half again Fistilion's height. Fistilion felt certain that he gazed upon the Norse god Heimdall, of whom he had heard many tales. He was the tireless guardian of the Bifrost Bridge who was destined to sound a call from his horn Gajalar to signal the gods on the day of Ragnarok when the Frost Giants would assault them in a final war that would end the world. Though Fistolian recognized the god, he had never even heard it suggested that Heimdall was one of the Vanir, the godly race of elves from Vanaheim, like the god Freyr and the goddess Freyja, which he clearly was at a glance. Heimdall surveyed his destination, but made no more recognition of Fistolian than he did of the dirt beneath the hooves of his horse. His gaze lastly settled on the small fire at Fistolian's feet, then a contemptuous sneer curled up on his thin elfin lips. The fire seemed to retort his scorn by increasing the sound of its drums and then flaring briefly before dying down with a vast outpouring of smoke. The smoke didn't continue to rise, but instead began to gather and coalesce into an ever-widening disk directly above the emerald flames. As Fistolian gazed into the swirling shield of smoke, it continued to thicken and grow until it became 10 paces in diameter. Once its rapid growth abated, the smoke transformed into quicksilver, upon which Fistolian saw his cast reflection. The smoke mirror rippled like a pool of water before a giant black panther sprang from within its depths. The predatory cat was of equal size to Heimdall's steed, and the horse neighed from the fear and discomfort that it felt at being so close to the fearsome beast. In Norse, with his antiquated accent, Heimdall asked the panther, "Were you skulking in that fire, waiting for me, Jaguar Lord?" His elven voice was both imposing and yet beautiful for a mortal to hear. Though the predatory beast disturbed his mount, Heimdall did not feel in the least intimidated. "Too bad I'm here on business," he mused with a flourish of his broadsword. "Or I could teach you a new way to skin a cat. Like you, I but humbly prepare the way for my master." The colossal predator explained his presence in Algonquin. He spoke with a fearsome masculine voice that contained a deep bass with a panther's growls and gurgles. "It's not your fate to die by my fangs. That shall be Loki's pleasure. I could find it within myself to send you walking home." To prove his boast, the panther roared at the horse he wanted to kill, and it made the mount rear up in a neighing of fear and a flashing of iron-shod hooves. Heimdall reined in his horse and then sheathed his sword. "I'm a true god of men, lowly beast lord. I'll not dirty my sword Hafud with the blood of a sovereign of mere animals." He brought his horn Gajalar to his lips, then blew a single beautiful note that spread afar from the giant wigwam. "I have others at my disposal that will gladly clear this shrine of your loathsome presence." The clamor of many booted feet came down from on high as a host of fighting men charged down the Bifrost Bridge. Within moments 100 howling warriors descended to gather about its base as a furious pack of savages. All of the men were Caucasians with heroic builds and fierce natures. Most of them wore chainmail armor with iron-bound round shields. They carried various wrought iron and hearth-steel weapons typical of veteran Norse warriors. Others dressed in ragged furs and carried more primitive arms that incorporated killing edges that they had crafted from stone or copper. All of them were fearsome men of legendary proportions and surly dispositions. Fistolian had no doubt that they were a small sampling of Odin's Einherjar horde. The Jaguar Lord bristled in anger, and his hackle fur rose up in warning. "You foolishly attribute too little to me, paltry herald. In the East, my influence has dwindled to a few worshippers and those things feline. But you're about to learn that in this land, I am the revered patron of many great warrior shamans." The giant panther roared so loud and long that Fistolian fell to his knees and covered his ears. The sound caused the smoke mirror to ripple again, and from its depths emerged a host of Marklanders. First to step forth was a magnificently dressed man of muscle and maturity. His splendid loincloth and cloak bore geometric patterns and colors of vibrant green and turquoise. A huge headdress of feathers adorned his head, with additional feathers that formed cuffs around his wrists and ankles. Around his neck hung a thick chain of gold that supported a huge flat skull that was also of purest gold. More gold hung as rings from his ears and the septum of his nose. He wore a small shield strapped to his left forearm. Its surface sported a red-painted background with the ogling face of a tusked demon. In his hands he held a bizarre copper-bladed axe that was better suited for a thrusting attack than chopping. His face smiled and he seemed eager to wage war. The confident grin revealed that stones of sparkling jade bejeweled each of his teeth. The man cried out in his strange native tongue, and the words echoed so that they came back to Fistolian's ears in the Algonquin language he understood. "The Cat Lord calls. Behold, smoking jaguar answers." The second man to leap out from the smoke mirror festooned himself equally well in a cloak and loincloth of light blue that bore many red seashells and a crimson fringe. His weapon was an intricate battle club that had two ridged lines of black volcanic glass that ran down its length so that it had the form of a double-edged sword. The obsidian shards that made up the cutting edges of his artistic weapon were razor-sharp and undoubtedly deadly. Unlike the man before him, the second warrior's battle grin had teeth stained all in black. "Lightning Frog also hearkens to the call," the man shouted proudly, "and with me comes a host of Jaguar Knights, each of note and legend." As proof of his words, 100 hulking Markland warriors sprang from the smoke mirror in a flood of shouting and waving weapons. They carried spears and axes with blades of copper, flint, or obsidian. Some of them held clubbed swords like lightning frogs, and others had simple battle clubs adorned with intricate carvings. What distinguished them as a band of brothers with similar spirit were the skins of panthers that they all wore. Some of the pelts were black-spotted coats of yellow and orange, while others were pure black or the tawny hue of the northern breed of panthers that Fistilion knew and had seen. Not all the warriors wore their pelts in the same way, and they all adorned themselves with different styles of jewelry. Clearly they were not of one people, but they all knew the Beast Lord who had summoned them and welcomed the chance to fight in his name. The Einherjar roared in a battle cry that the Jaguar Knights answered with howls of their own. Heimdall and the Jaguar Lord remained impassive as their respective armies flung themselves at one another bent on slaughtering their opposition. Fistilion discovered with great relief that he was invisible and intangible to both groups of warriors. Einherjar plunged right through him as they rushed forward to slay their Jaguar Knight foes. As he watched the battle unfold, his first impression was that the taller and stronger Einherjar clearly overmatched the Jaguar Knights. The Marklanders' comparatively primitive weapons were poorly suited for piercing armor formed from wrought iron. The hearth steel blades of the Einherjar, however, should have easily been able to pierce the Jaguar Knight's armor, which the Marklanders had crafted from animal hides or various woven materials including flax, feathers, and indigenous cotton. The Einherjar were each indisputable masters of single combat, but they knew next to nothing about concerted effort or unified military tactics. Worse than not being able to cooperate, their large weapons and flamboyant fighting styles forced them to give one another excessive personal space. The Jaguar Knights were men who prized agility and could fight easily in their light, flexible armor. Unlike the Einherjar, they were skilled in fighting as a corps and even compartmentalized their efforts. Their lead warriors would draw on attacks from the Einherjar's superior weapons, then negate them with shields or parries. Other Jaguar Knights dedicated themselves to attacking distracted Einherjar. Instead of trying to kill their heavily armored and burly opponents, they would attack their joints and vital areas with specialized techniques intended to subdue enemies for live capture. The Jaguar Knights carried lengths of cord for tying their victims' hands and even bags for covering their heads. The Einherjar were capable of inflicting the most savage of wounds, but they quickly found that in even numbers the Jaguar Knights were a match for them. Smoking Jaguar and Lightning Frog stayed in the rear of their forces to shout commands, as would the generals of genius that they were. The Einherjar had no commanders and no need for instruction. Even when fighting for a cause, their first motivation was to accumulate personal glory. 3/4 of the Einherjar ended up captured or dead, with half the Jaguar Knights still assaulting them when resounding footsteps sounded from mighty boots as they descended the Bifrost Bridge. The surviving Einherjar were their best and brightest. They adopted new methods and enjoyed a renaissance of success. They would likely slaughter the remaining Jaguar Knights before those enemies brought them down. The Jaguar Lord gazed up the bridge to see who approached and then called to his 2 Jaguar generals. "Enough," he commanded them. "Their master comes, for he knows his minions cannot secure a victory." Heimdall winded another note on his horn. At the sound, the remaining Einherjar withdrew from action. Smoking Jaguar and Lightning Frog ordered the surviving Jaguar Knights also to withdraw. The surviving Jaguar Knights drug off their captured Einherjar as they did so. They had nearly 20 wounded captives as proof of their skill and valor. The Vanir Bridge Guardian sidestepped his mount to clear the Bifrost Bridge and make way for the one who was coming down. Odin the Allfather, supreme god of the Aesir, walked down the bridge with his spear Gungnir in hand. He was even taller than Heimdall and also wore magnificent fighter's mail. But in addition, he had a breastplate of polished watered steel. On his head, he wore a golden helmet, and from his shoulders streamed a cloak that was red as freshly spilt blood. No patch covered the shriveled socket with his missing eye. The god took the form of a mature Nordic man with a full beard and powerful muscles. Heimdall smiled with disparagement, as if to dare the panther to renew the hostile action of his Jaguar Knights. "Behold," he spoke with pride, "my father Odin doth come." As Fistilion watched in amazement, he realized from his own life's experiences that Heimdall was an adopted son. It seemed obvious that he had still been an elf child when taken by the Aesir in their exchange of hostages with the Vanir. Odin had raised Heimdall as his stepson to be a unique amalgam of two contradictory natures. It was clear to which side Heimdall's loyalty lay. Perhaps his concession to his former people was being guardian of Bifrost Bridge and thus ensuring that war would never recur between the two factions. Odin gave his stepson an angry grimace. "I didn't send you here to play war games." His voice was that of the sternest of fathers. "Worst of all, you're not even winning. I arrived to find this beast lord plotting interference." Heimdall pointed at the Jaguar Lord with his horn. "I didn't think you would have me complicate matters by slaying the beast, so I sought to drive him off." His hand dropped to the hilt of his broadsword. "Would you have me slay him now? You were always one for thinking too much," Odin told his stepson in disgusted disappointment. "The time for acting decisively is long past. I'm here now, and unlike you, I'm not one to leave my business to underlings." Odin turned his attention to the Jaguar Lord. "I know that you're here just as a guide. Summon your master so this can be settled." "My master does not know the meaning of a summons," the Jaguar Lord growled. "All of creation defers to his majesty, especially vagabond gods such as you." The insult enraged Heimdall, and he half drew his sword. "Speak with respect," he warned. "My father, the king of the Aesir, stands before you. Compared to my master," the panther told Heimdall, still speaking Algonquin, "your father is a flea on the back of a bison." The smoke mirror shimmered unexpectedly, which caused the Jaguar Lord briefly to cast his gaze toward it. "Behold a true majesty," the Beast Lord declared. "Immaculate flying snake approaches, king god of the west." Festilian watched the smoke mirror as yet another gigantic god entered the room. The being was in the form of an enormous, beardless Marklander of mature years and somber expression. On his head he wore a beautiful golden helmet in the form of a serpentine dragon's head. The helmet incorporated a multicolored headdress of brilliantly hued feathers that merged into an even more magnificent cloak of bird's plumes. Yet more interwoven feathers made up his kingly tunic, and gold adorned him in many forms of splendid jewelry. A golden plug poked through a hole that pierced the god's lower lip. Golden fobs holding even more feathers fit through holes in the god's ears. As noble and wealthy the two Jaguar Knight generals appeared, Immaculate Flying Snake was 1,000 times superior. The two Markland Jaguar generals and their knights fell to their knees, then pressed their foreheads to the ground to show their respect for their god. The Jaguar Lord also performed a ceremonial bow. The Einherjar offered no respect to Immaculate Flying Snake, but they had to shrink back and avert their eyes, as they were unable to bear witness to his awesome majesty. Even Heimdall had to fully sheath his sword and lower his eyes before a god who was immeasurably more powerful than he. Odin made a growl in his deep voice. "The bringer of death does not owe respect to the bringer of corn," he commented defiantly without showing any sign of obeisance. "Why do you come here? What business have you with a Norseman's child and future warlord among my Einherjar?" The panther was about to speak again, but his master silenced him with a stroke to the scruff of his thickly muscled neck. The great cat responded by lying down at the bare feet of Immaculate Flying Snake as though he were no more than a favored house pet. "I am best known in this age as the Master of Winds and Lord of the Everlasting Sky," the Supreme Markland God told Odin matter-of-factly. "But since you speak of maize, you should go forth and count the kernels that have sprouted this season in my land. By that number you would know the size of the host that seeks my appeasement. I won't bother to scoff at the quantity of faithful you command within my territory, because soon enough the entire world will have forgotten the rituals of you and yours. My men sacrifice more to me on my least day of the calendar than your entire pantheon receives all year. As for the boy, you should consider the sacred blood of his mother's people. I think you have forgotten it in all your scheming about the father. The Allfather didn't go to the trouble of denying the truth, but neither did the revelation of his waning dominion diminish him. I forget nothing," Odin said with a smile, knowing that it was his godly destiny to see all things from his high seat of Hlidskjalf. "The bloodline of your chosen people is all roasting in the fire of extinction. They sent the boy to have my people raise him because they lacked the strength to protect him. I have already seen those things fate demands for his future from my high seat. After he proves himself in this merry little killing dance of war, he shall live among my faithful yet again. It was I who sent him on that first journey," Immaculate Flying Snake informed his rival, "to keep him safe from enemies who would never have allowed him the chance to grow up and contest them. It was only ironic good fortune that a priest from the very faith that is busily extinguishing your already meager influences in the East adopted the boy. Though it is true that he must yet wander through the dregs of your past glory, in the end he shall return home to fight for the liberation of those he was born unto. We all have our priests, Odin replied in a cruel tone. While the Christian holy men and my faithful followers have their irreconcilable differences, the cross-bearers can still be of great use to me. As for the particular priest you speak of, he has always vexed me. I have a presentation planned that shall teach him what happens when those who forgive their enemies meet up with men who butcher them. Immaculate Flying Snake made the thinnest hint of a smile of his own. Your supposed demonstration shall only prove that even in your own sphere of influence you have already been usurped. The statement seared Odin like the jab of a hot iron poker. We shall see, he answered with growing rage. For my eternal providence is to be the guarantor of profiteering killers. I need neither shrines nor name recognition so long as I can rely on human nature. Even now, my Christian enemies adorn the helmets of their knights with my sacred symbols of the eagle and the boar. They fuse my methods into their own intolerance, and soon enough we will be on the same crusade. So know this, arrogant king god of the West. The day shall come when just a few ships full of my happy helpers will arrive on your shores in Christian guise to annihilate your uncountable colonels. They will gather your golden sweat as plunder while filling lakes with your followers' blood. Though that day is yet far away, you and I are nothing if not patient. The most powerful of Markland's gods only acquiesced with slow resolve, and that the prophecies of Odin were invariably true. All of creation inexorably grows cold, he commented. Today is for you, tomorrow for me. Still, I'm here now, and not all things in this world are decided. It is the boon of men to resist the course of fate and struggle to shape their own destinies. Enough of your banter, Odin dismissed Immaculate Flying Snake with a condescending wave. Unlike you, I was invited here by solemn prayers. His father's bloodline is an unbroken chain of Einherjar stemming back to the days when his ancestors called me Wodan and wielded stone-tipped spears against Roman legionnaires. Even now there is an empty place for his grandfather at the feasting hall of his ancestors in Valhalla. Odin took on an evil expression of pride. Surely you don't think you can interrupt such a legacy as all that? I already have, the Markland god answered in his pragmatic aloofness. The fathers you mention have a paltry lineage compared to that of his mother. Her people were the very progenitors of science and civilization for all mankind. They were farming and building mighty monuments in stone when your followers were still learning to scrape animal skins. Odin laughed heartily. Science and civilization? The Romans had both when my skin-draped hordes obliterated them. The soft arts of the mind are impotent against courage, ambition, and muscle. Then that shall be our contest, Immaculate Flying Snake declared. From me he shall receive his mother's arts of the mind, and you shall learn that not all of them are as soft as you say. When my shamans thrust him into the spirit world, I will send my servant Raven to show him the truth of his mother and the sacred people that beget him. That is fine with me, Odin accepted the challenge. I too know Raven. To me he is one of the three great spirits who consume the carrion of gods, elves, and giants who have fallen in battle. My pet ravens, Hugin and Munin, are from among his progeny, so I can trust him to reveal both sides of the boy's lineage. Through Raven I shall leave my mark upon your gift as well, so that he will not forget the strength of his father's blood in favor of his mother's people. Most significantly, because I am Odin, from me he shall acquire the armor that comes from suffering. Through the use of misfortune I shall purify him and hone his instincts, while at the same time stifling the weakness that comes from self-indulgence. I am the god who is both friend and enemy. Through me he shall have a face to hate, and thus I shall give meaning to his life. Just as I eulogize a man's murderous rage, so too do I glorify the revengeful wrath that kills him in turn. To me, hate is love, and so I always win. When the two mighty gods settled into a satisfied silence, Heimdall made an introspective sound under his breath. It was not a human intimation, but one born of his elegant elven ancestry. Odin gruffly asked his stepson, "What?" Heimdall responded thoughtfully, "In the guise of Rig, I have walked among every race and period of men. I have long endeavored to teach them those arts we Vanir love. Of all Midgard's creatures, none is more adaptive than man. To them your competition is the same as cooperation. Together you may create something unexpected that serves neither of your interests. Nonsense, Odin rejected the warning. In the end, one of my Valkyries shall wing him to Valhalla to join my Einherjar. Purity, instinct, and physical strength will always win out over the strategic contemplation of the weaker races. The Frost Giants know that even better than I do. I believe there is a third path, Heimdall lectured. I have been among men in this age who style themselves as warrior poets. They worship high culture, are unafraid of death, and study killing as an academic science. Odin shrugged. What of it? All social elegance eventually leads to decadent indulgence. The way fosters an inherent weakness that brings about the inevitable result of collapse into death. Thinkers contemplate out of the desperate hope that it might shield them from the wrath of the strong. It has always been that way, and they always fail. Yes, Heimdall agreed, but even so, I have lived among his mother's people. The unique powers of their thoughts are cultivated through self-deprivation and harnessed by concentrated introspection. Your methods can only serve to intensify Immaculate Flying Snake's investments. It was the Vanir who toppled the first walls of Asgard, and no other race of men on Midgard are so much like us. I believe that the Frost Giants will conquer Asgard not because they are the way they are, but because of the way that they someday shall be. We will persevere for only so long as we deny the urges that will evolve our enemies. I no longer become Rig for this reason. You brag about teaching him by being his worst enemy. I fear that you have the power to succeed in making him our worst enemy. Odin sobered as he drank some truth from his stepson's warning. We are beings doomed by fate and cursed to know our destinies without being able to do anything to change them. Knowing that, how can you ask me to do anything other than that which I do? Yes, Heimdall nodded in agreement, having found his own greater understanding. I am cursed to know my fate, to even speak of it openly, but that changes nothing. He stared directly at Fistilion and studied him closely as though seeing something new in the nine worlds and wanting to appreciate it. So it begins. Odin was ready to depart, but he paused to settle the matter of his Einherjar. Order your dog soldiers to cut out their hearts if that amuses you, he told Immaculate Flying Snake, but do get on with it. They're already dead and sworn to rise again at my command. It matters not what you do. You confuse me with others, Immaculate Flying Snake responded. I have no need for such things. They shall be set free. I know you're going to need them all, and even then it won't be enough. The Jaguar Lord rose up, then snarled a command at his two kings turned generals in the afterlife. Release the prisoners. Your valor is witnessed, and those of you with captives can take credit for their sacrifice. The knights released their captured Einherjar. Many of them had broken legs or dislocated knees and had great difficulty moving about unaided. A gesture from Odin signaled his stepson to blow a marshalling note from Gjallar. As the sound passed over the Einherjar, they began a rapid process of healing. Spilled entrails slithered back into butchered bodies, and severed limbs flew back to their owners to reattach themselves. Both the wounded and the slain rose up whole and unharmed. The warriors bore no lingering rage from the battle. They laughed and joked with one another, and even seemed to feel an amused fellowship with the Jaguar Knights who had battled them. Immaculate Flying Snake reached into his tunic, then drew forth a handful of maize kernels. He cast them about as though he seeded the ground. As each of the kernels fell upon one of the Jaguar Knights, a golden radiance briefly illuminated the warrior. The dead returned to life, the wounded healed, and the already whole rejoiced in their renewed vitality. With his business concluded, the king god of the west ruffled the neck of his panther's servant as he instructed, "Watch him and keep me informed." Immaculate Flying Snake turned about, stepped back through the smoke mirror, and then was gone. Odin stalked back up his rainbow bridge, then his stepson rode up after him with the Einherjar in pursuit. Once they had all ascended, the Bifrost Bridge retracted behind them, then together they were gone. The Jaguar Lord departed through the smoke mirror, and then the Jaguar Knights filed in after him. Before long, Fistilion remained alone with the two Jaguar generals, and they surprised him by approaching to examine him closely. "I don't envy the decisions you have to make," Lightning Frog told Fistilion conversationally. "Regardless of how well you endure the misfortunes that fate has allotted for you, in the end, you must still turn against one side of your own ancestry." Festilian didn't understand what he meant. I know nothing about my parents, your people, or your weird god of many feathers. What makes all of you so certain that I won't just follow in the footsteps of my stepfather then become a faithful Christian instead? He is the only family I know or care for. That's exactly the choice that Odin wants to drive you to, Smoking Jaguar explained. Those who preach peace in the East are entering into an age of violence, and Odin plans to be there and show them the way of that. He wants you to be a Christian priest, his bishop who converts with a blade and makes human sacrifices by fire. That's ridiculous, Festilian responded in disbelief. No Christian would burn men alive or sanction acts of plunder and slaughter. That's not their way, never has been and never will be. You couldn't be more mistaken, Lightning Frog told Festilian as he grabbed his shoulder to show that he was a friendly advisor. They've already done as much before, and worse things are yet to come. A season for setting new ways is upon the Christians. The priests in the East are not so gentle as you have been led to believe by your stepfather's example. Festilian asked him, what does the East matter to me anyway? I'm not there and have no desire to make the treacherous journey to get there, so it hardly matters. Just as you're a being of both flesh and spirit, Lightning Frog continued, so too is your future a thing of both fate and decision. Some journeys must come to pass while other destinations are yours for the choosing. A measure of freedom is a power you possess that even the gods are denied. I don't believe in fate, Festilian defied the notion. My choices are my own. You didn't choose to be born, Smoking Jaguar challenged him. You aren't alive now in this ancient land of warriors by any choice of yours, and similarly, you haven't chosen to be mortal then one day die. By these things you can see that fate is very much a part of you. I can give you this secret. You make your misfortunes worse by resisting destiny and not embracing it. Like paddling a canoe in the rapids of a river, you are securest when putting your effort into the direction you must already go. My choice is to serve neither Odin nor Immaculate Flying Snake, Festilian decided. Tell me how to avoid them. They've been investing in your future since before your conception, said Lightning Frog. It's no accident that you are here now, or that they're speaking with you. If you wish to escape their influences, you have only one chance I know of. Lightning Frog stepped away from Festilian in preparation of entering the smoke mirror. You must embrace the currents of their meddling and use them to make you strong. You may become powerful enough that when the time is right, you can win your freedom and go your own way. Festilian felt discouraged. All I want is a simple life, to marry and raise a family with Raining Sunshine. That simple life you seek is not meant to be. Smoking Jaguar sympathized as he too approached the smoke mirror. It was destiny that an impure woman from among your enemies would try and lead you astray with her charms. In time, those same enemies will drive you from your home. It was a horrible revelation that Festilian didn't want to accept. What about Raining Sunshine or the children in our future? Will we be driven out together to live in Leysbuter as Norsemen, or am I to be cast out alone while they remain behind? Lightning Frog paused at the brink of the smoke mirror. I won't tell you the details, but I can at least explain to you why. I have seen many men die in battle and many more executed by priests during blood rituals. I know from my long experience that the greatest difference between a coward and a courageous man is foreknowledge. Uncertainty allows a man to face any danger since he believes that he can always avert his death. When a man knows for certain about the time, place, and manner of his death, he loses the shield of denial and then must agonize in an undignifying, fearful demoralization. To suffer at length with the certain knowledge of death is far worse than the brief moment of actual death itself. That is the reason why we cannot detail the pains of life you are destined to endure, lest it gnaw eternally at your thoughts and rob you of your equanimity. You will need all your strengths for the trials ahead. Festilian complained. Then why did you tell me that the Beathuk were going to ruin my entire life? You speak of death too much for me not to think that is what's coming. Since there is to be war with the Beathuk, you might be saying that they'll win and destroy everything. You're still too young to see that what you call everything is but a bit part of something much greater, Lightning Frog counseled him. All life is to be savored for what it is. Embrace what you have while you have it. Make the most of it, and when it's gone, mourn it properly, then press on. He could relate to Lightning Frog's warning about foreknowledge, but Festilian still felt discouraged. Just the hints he had received made him search his imagination for all the ways that Beathuk could wound him. Is there nothing good you can tell me? What if I just never get married at all and leave the Micmac of my own accord? Where will your inevitable destiny be then? Try and understand, Smoking Jaguar instructed. You're speaking of fighting the current I warned you about. You cannot make your life better by rejecting your goals or your responsibilities. If you try and run, you will only deny yourself your success, making the tragedy far worse. To prove to you that life is not all pain, I'll tell you this. One day your wife shall give you a child that will bring you such happiness that you will know then that all your past misfortunes and sacrifices were worth enduring 100 times over. You must fight, persist, and survive for that child, if not for you alone. If what you say is true, Fistolian reasoned, then it works both ways. If I cannot escape fate through cowardice or fleeing danger, then neither can I escape it through recklessness or plunging in headlong as a berserker would. Since the Beathuk are to ruin me, then I shall make them pay dearly for the privilege. Lightning Frog grinned ruthlessly as a man accustomed to battle. That is my gift to you. I give a piece of wisdom from a great warlord of the past to a fellow great warlord of the future. Take your revenge upon the befouled shamans of the Beathuk. Kill as many as you can. The time will come when they are beyond your reach. Punish them now so that unfulfilled hatred does not consume you later. Fistolian took great reassurance in his knowledge that his marriage with Raining Sunshine would last for some years, and that they would have the destiny to produce at least one wonderful child. Even so, he knew that some calamity loomed upon the horizon, and one day their happiness would founder. It made him want to be with her, to start making the most of what they could share. While Fistolian pondered what he had seen and learned, the two Jaguar generals pounded their chests, then extended their arms in a warrior salute. Both of them entered the smoke mirror, which promptly dispersed into loose fumes after they were gone. Fistolian spent a long time just contemplatively staring into the cold, misty darkness that surrounded him. Chapter 3. Bloodlines. Fistolian didn't remember lying down to rest, but he awoke on the floor of the wigwam to discover that he had slept. The interior had returned to its previous cramped dimensions with its oppressive heat. No sign remained as proof of his unearthly experience. It was dark outside, and the opening of the door flap had awakened him by allowing in a breeze of cool air. He was weak, but able to sit up and see who disturbed him. "Come out," an unfamiliar voice told him. "You have passed the first ritual. Now it is time for you to begin the second and enter the spirit world." "I've already been there," Fistolian answered as he crawled out, "and I don't want to go back. Take me to Raining Sunshine instead." Once he was outside, he glanced up to find that three strange figures confronted him. The closest one offered him another bowl of the ritual drink for him to consume. As Fistolian took the bowl to quench his parched throat, he saw that the man dressed in an elaborate ceremonial costume. The figure covered his head with a painted wooden mask that gave him the appearance of a wolf. A large gray wolf's pelt covered his body like a cloak. As Fistolian examined the man closely, he thought the costume had a suspicious degree of reality. While the mask and pelt were just what they appeared to be, he noticed that the man had extremely hairy legs with bizarrely animalistic clawed feet. Another of the men dressed as an eagle with his own carved wooden mask and a cape of eagle's feathers. Fistolian noticed that the second figure didn't have human feet either. Instead, he stood on massive talon-equipped raptor's toes that attached to thin, scaly legs. The third figure dressed similarly only as a crow, and he too had inhuman characteristics beneath his unearthly costume. As soon as Fistolian finished his beverage, the two birdmen grabbed him beneath his arms and lifted him up. It took Fistolian a few moments to regain the use of his sleeping legs. Once he could stand on his own, they half dragged him away at a stumbling step. The strange men took him down to the river, where they put him into a canoe before they climbed in too, then paddled away. Fistolian felt deeply relaxed in the cool change of climate. He settled down into the bottom of the canoe to stretch out and rest. The canoe eventually returned to the bank somewhere along the river. Then the three figures lifted Fistolian out. They urged him to walk with them up into the woods. Then after only a short distance, they entered a clearing with a bonfire that burned at its center. Wolfman made Fistolian sit beside the fire. Eagleman brought forward a long, slender pipe like the Iroquois used to smoke their tobacco. Crowman had a small pouch from which he took a large pinch of powder that he placed into the bowl of the pipe. Wolfman asked Fistolian, "Are you ready to enter the spirit world?" "I thought you were taking me to see Raining Sunshine," Fistolian said. He felt so tired and disoriented that he found it hard to concentrate. "I have to let her know that she can rely on me to care and provide for her." Wolfman's voice was unyielding but sympathetic. "You can provide for her best by completing your manhood ceremony, then making her your wife. I promise you that I will see to it that she hears that your only thoughts are for her happiness and comfort." Aside from speaking with his fiancée, Fistolian would have liked to get something to eat and then sleep for a while before he continued. Since the ceremony was his means of showing his commitment toward her, he decided to persevere. "I'm ready," he told them. "Even though I've already seen enough of the future, I can only hope that the past suits me better." "Speak no more," Eagleman said as he put the narrow end of the pipe into Fistolian's right nostril. "What you learned is to be kept secret from all but the shaman who will be your dream guide." While Fistilion remained distracted, Crowman sent air through the pipe by placing his wooden beak over the rim of the bowl and then blowing into it. The pressure forced a blast of snuff into Fistilion's nose. Eagleman shifted the pipe, and then they repeated the process in Fistilion's other nostril before they let him go. Fistilion knew that some men sniffed powdered tobacco or mushrooms, but he had never done either before. The snuff burned the sensitive lining in his sinus, made his eyes water and his nose run. He knelt before the fire, teetering on the verge of collapse as a powerful intoxication flowed through him. The three shamans walked off into the forest to leave him alone. It was only moments before Fistilion lost his sensations of hunger and weariness. The snuff left him in a state of tranquil peace. He remained aware of his surroundings and spent some time admiring how his hands seemed to grow in size, alternately growing larger or smaller independently. An indeterminate time passed before he found himself seated serenely while gazing into the fire. A pair of eyes began staring back at him from deep within the flames, and they caught his elusive attention. The fire condensed around the eyes, taking on the form of a bird. Once the image was complete, a shining black crow flew out of the bonfire. Fistilion had heard a immaculate flying snake say that the Micmac god called Raven would visit him. The Micmac told stories about Raven, and they described him as a wise but mischievous power. Fistilion thought the tales he had heard about the cunning Raven had made him sound remarkably similar to the Norse trickster god Loki. The crow asked Fistilion, "Do you know who I am?" Its beak didn't chatter. The words just formed in Fistilion's mind. Even though he didn't hear the words in an auditory sense, they were still in the Algonquin tongue. "You're the god known as Raven," Fistilion answered sluggishly, still weak from his ceremony. "So you must be my spirit guide." Even though he spoke to a god, he did not feel properly awestruck, since the bird's innocuous nature failed at adequately conveying the grandeur of a being with such great personal power. "I'm called Raven by some," the bird aloofly acknowledged with a bobbing of his head. "An old crow by others, such as the Micmac. I have many names among the many peoples in all the lands where black carrion birds fly." His tone became less indifferent and more callous. "Know that I am not some paltry spirit guide or meager beast lord like the jaguar lord you have seen earlier. I am a greater god in my own right, and so not accustomed to being the nursemaid of young unproven mortal fools such as you." "I apologize," Fistilion offered genuinely. "This is all new to me." "Be that as it may," the old crow continued, "in time you will need a proper spirit guide. That misfortunate responsibility is the burden of another, and you're a long way from needing him again. My mission is to show you the past and then help you to master the art of seeing the future." The bird flapped his wings several times before he became calm again. "The king god of the great nations, he who has many names, Kukulkan, Viracocha, and Quetzalcoatl, has assigned me this task, and it is a first for me. You know him as Immaculate Flying Snake in the Algonquin tongue of the north, and he bids that I escort you to Hlidskjalf, the high seat of Odin the Allfather, who I also know well. They are in agreement that you see and know that which has happened in the past and far away. Rejoice in this honor, human, for few mortals are ever to know such privilege." A blur overtook Fistilion's vision that caused him to lose his equilibrium, then fall backwards to the ground. He gazed up toward the sky as the stars blended and then smeared until all went dim. His vision returned to him, and he found himself seated on a surface that was both hard and cold like stone. The same material pressed vertically against his back so that he felt as though he sat in a throne of some sort, but he couldn't see anything of the invisible chair. Fistilion didn't bother pondering the amazing high seat of Odin because another infinitely grander spectacle assailed him. The view from Hlidskjalf overwhelmed his human capacity to perceive. Just his effort to grasp the nature of the power that the old crow exposed him to absorbed his whole mind. Spread out beneath Fistilion was the entire world. He perceived that it was a mighty sphere, mostly blue in color, with great land masses and even greater oceans. Swirling clouds shrouded the sky in a broken patchwork. Never had Fistilion ever even dreamed that the clouds could be below a man and not above him. Time itself was a tangible dimension when viewed from Odin's lofty observation point. He did not see the world at one time, but at all times. Every detail of every place at any moment were his to observe, if he could only muster the godlike force of will required to command any one time place to come into full focus. The old crow flew in, then perched on Fistilion's shoulder. He was a black-winged Prometheus, the god who provided fire to Markland's men and taught them the rewards that came from cunning and bold venture. "I will help you," the god told him. "Free your mind and behold your own beginnings." Fistilian tried to relax while he watched his point of view plunge down from heaven to streak through the clouds toward the eastern edge of a mighty landmass. Alvido had taught him sailor's geography, such that Fistilian knew the relationship between Europe, Africa, and the Near East. He knew of the Isles of Britain and the North Sea road that led west from Ireland. His own will allowed him to glimpse Iceland and Greenland before he watched his descent take him toward Vinland. Fistilian felt amazed to see that Markland was a vast continent with an equally expansive sister continent to the south. A narrow land bridge connected the two together. His all-encompassing view showed him Leifsbuter and the village's palisade, which was in excellent condition. Alvido's longhouse and church were intact, but his foundry existed as no more than the barest beginnings of its construction. Other subtle clues informed Fistilian that he did not see the village in the present, but in its past, before the time he had been born. It confused him because he knew he hadn't been born in Leifsbuter, so he couldn't understand how he could learn anything there about his beginnings. Fistilian asked the old crow, "What are you trying to show me? I was already walking by the time I first arrived in this village. I am not the one burdened by ignorance." The old crow scorned him impatiently. "What I have brought you to see is right there." He directed Fistilian's attention by focusing their view to settle upon Valborgsson Hall as dozens of men poured out from its doors. Among those Norsemen is the man who is to be your father. Fistilian felt disappointed to learn that he descended from the Valborgssons, but then he quickly remembered his lessons in local history. In the time he witnessed, the hall belonged to Rolf Bjornsson and his people before the Valborgssons defeated them in an interclan war. It didn't make sense to him that a clan so large and powerful as Rolf's could have fallen to the Valborgssons. Scores of the Bjornsson men left the hall to gather down at the river where they had many huge longboats stocked and waiting to sail. Because time was fluid as Fistilian watched, it raced forward just as soon as he made recognition of what he saw. The men boarded their longboats, then promptly set off to sea. One of the Bjornsson men who remained behind on the beach captured Fistilian's attention. He was tall, and he had a full beard of an elder's distinguished gray. Though he was aging, he was still imposing, lean and muscular, as though akin to Odin. Fistilian realized that the man had to be Rolf Bjornsson himself, the clan chieftain. Legend stated that Rolf had survived the massacre of his clan. By clues and instinct, Fistilian understood that Rolf was his grandfather and therefore still alive in the present. As the Bjornsson Norsemen struck their oars and raised their sails, the old crow pulled back the view so that more of what happened came into sight. Time accelerated to show most of the longboats. The wide-bellied cargo carriers sped off to the northeast on their way to Greenland as a trading fleet. A smaller group of 4 sleeker fighting vessels headed south along the Markland coast. The vast majority of the men of Clan Bjornsson had set off at once to challenge the sea. While he pointed to the southern group, Fistilian asked the old crow, "Where are they going? I have never been told of any such exploration." "Your true grandfather heard tales of people in the south with cities that dripped with gold like fruit-laden trees," the old crow explained. "He sent your father, his eldest son, to seek them out and slay the people to return with their treasures." As the view drew back up above the clouds, it swung north to watch the trade fleet make progress toward Greenland. While Fistilian watched, the storm clouds gathered into a rapidly advancing front that would sweep over the longboats like a wave. It took time for Fistilian to comprehend the scale of the foul weather he saw from high above and a long way off. He, too, was a sailor and knew the dread that came with storms while at sea. All he could do was watch with horrified fascination as a great squall overtook the fleet, overturned the ships, and sent them with their crews to graves at the bottom of the sea. The view raced back toward the south to let him watch the second fleet round the Markland continent's extreme southeastern peninsula. Fistilian ignored the longboats to watch something terrible that he could not immediately recognize. What at first appeared to be another front of storm clouds coalesced and spun, closing itself together while drawing in more clouds to form a great whirlpool of weather that raged over the ocean. As the monstrous cataclysm raced westward from the deep Atlantic, it swung in a line that would take it straight over the southern fleet. "A hurricane," Fistilian gasped. Several of the ultimate storms had passed over Vinland over the years. Everyone, Micmac and Norseman alike, feared and respected their displays of destruction. Anyone caught by one while out at sea was surely doomed. As the hurricane closed on the longboats, the view did also. Fistilian fell through the thickening clouds to find himself surrounded by grim darkness, strong winds, and lashing rain. His advance delivered him to the deck of the lead vessel. In a flash of lightning, he saw that the longboat plummeted down the face of a mountainous wave like a Micmac toboggan on a snowy slope. Standing firm at the steering oar, confronting the worst sort of storm a Norseman could ever encounter, was a man. He was tall, massively muscled, with long blonde braids and a young man's beard. Fistolian saw by the fearless expression and steel will that he was no common sailor, but an unhurried Triton in the making. Though the sea was a seething cauldron of destruction, the captain always fixed his cold blue eyes straight ahead and kept the bow of his longboat pointed down the colossal waves. "There is your father, Bjorn," the old crow told Fistolian from his shoulder, "the son of Rolf and grandson of Bjorn the Elder. Watch and see why Odin does you favors. It's not because of any paltry deeds you have done." As the longboat fought to stay afloat, huge waves crashed over the bulwarks and ripped at the score of valiant Norse sailors who remained aboard. Some of them worked desperately at the Romanesque bronze water pump as they tried to keep the boat from filling in and sinking. Others just clung on while they screamed and watched the horrendous power of the storm that would end their lives. Fistolian was unable to interact with what he saw or feel the fury of the storm. He could only watch as waves tore one man after another from the longboat to die screaming in the sea. A rogue wave finally snapped the mast from the vessel. The enormous pole of polished timber crushed two men and damaged the longboat's starboard bulwark before another wave swept it away like a twig. Bjorn continued to command his longboat until a mountain of water smashed down to shatter the keel and split the vessel in two. Only Bjorn and two other sailors managed to avoid drowning because they had lashed themselves to the hull and continued to cling to the floating wreckage which bobbed precariously upon the turbulent sea. Time flowed quickly and the hurricane eventually subsided. The shattered skeleton of the longboat drifted south over the gulf that separated the northern continent from the southern one. For day after day, the men desperately clung to life as they rode the wreckage under a burning sun. They had one remaining skin of fresh water from the many they had kept lashed to the longboat's ribs. It sustained them from readily dying of thirst. After nearly a fortnight, favorable winds and tidal currents washed the wreckage aground upon a tropical beach along the northwards jutting peninsula. None of the three occupants still had sufficient life left in them to crawl away from the noonday sun to reach the shade of the nearby jungle. With the old crow on his shoulder, Fistolian watched the beach as a group of 15 South Markland women came out of the jungle to investigate the wreckage. Each of the women was in her youthful prime, exceptionally tall and exquisitely muscled. Their physical aptness was so extreme that perhaps only one Norse woman in many thousands could have a physique worthy of joining their company, and only if she exercised extensively. As a race, they had the dark hair and eyes typical of all Marklanders. Their skin was slightly browner, but not more than would be accounted for by the intense sunshine of their tropical homeland. The women wore fine cords around their shapely hips to support skimpy loincloths that consisted of only a front panel. For weapons, they carried short fighting spears with broad tips they had crafted from flint or obsidian. They were conspicuously devoid of any jewelry, tattoos, or other obviously superficial adornments. Women that showed such sparseness of vanity were unknown to Fistolian, and it made him wonder if they found sufficient pride in their physical magnificence. The women scattered scavenging seabirds that gathered to pick the flesh from the three helpless Norsemen as though they were already corpses. Fistolian examined the women closely in the hope that he might recognize some family resemblance in one of them so that he might identify her as his mother. None of them seemed that readily familiar. While a few of the women cautiously watched the jungle as guards, the rest carried Bjorn and his two remaining crewmen from the wreckage, then laid them out on the beach. The women spoke to one another in a strange language that was wholly unfamiliar to Fistolian. By some magic inherent in Odin's high seat, he found that he was able to understand them. It was immediately obvious that they had never seen a Norseman before or anyone else with non-Marklandish features. One of the women examined Bjorn's throat for any signs of injury before she checked his pulse. They looked like Moshe, who have had all their strength and color drained out of them by an Atsaman. She described them introspectively. I don't see any feeding marks. Even a forest demoness knows to avoid Moshe, another one countered. Maybe they're a kind of seafaring Moshe we've never seen before. Yes, they must be Moshe who are sick from being lost at sea, a third woman speculated. We should kill them while we have the chance. If they get back home, they'll get healed. Whatever they are, they're not Moshe, a fourth huntress concluded. We should take them back to the village and let Hanats decide what we should do with them. It would be best if we got going so that we're not out of the village after dark. We can always kill them later. A short debate settled them on the latter option. The women spent a brief time searching the longboat's remains where they found Bjorn's broadsword in its scabbard. They also confiscated the men's 3 knives. After they lashed the men onto carrying poles using vines, they picked them up, then conveyed them off through the jungle. Fistolian observed the women trekking through the lush tropical rainforest with their 3 helpless captives. The men were too weak to even speak, much less complain about their hostess's uncompassionate treatment. Despite the burden of the men, the women maintained a quick jogging pace. Their trail was narrow and the humid heat was oppressive, yet nothing seemed an inconvenience to them. Their eyes always searched about warily as though enemies might be upon them at any moment. The women's village was half a day's walk inland, but they made the journey in a third that time. The first sign of their home territory arose when they entered a verdant valley flanked by high mountains. Their trail took them between two towering pillars of cut and polished stone. Jungle plants with gigantic leaves and thick vines concealed most of the stonework, but what remained was impressive. Fistolian could see that what had once been a monumental building had spent many centuries falling into ruin. Other pillars, broken staircases, and mighty lintels appeared sporadically through the dense plant growth. Another imposing legacy of a fallen civilization was a toppled stone head from a statue. The scale of the man's face was so great that the eyes were as far apart as Fistolian's extended reach. He had heard stories from Alvido about the spectacular architectural achievements of the Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans. The structures he saw in the jungle resembled those works in both scale and ancient origins. The women pressed on through the vast fallen metropolis. Huge trees grew through buckled roadways of paved stone as proof that more than a millennia had passed since the lost city's inhabitants had abandoned it to nature. As the group neared the far end of the valley, one woman signaled for the others to stop. The beautiful huntress sniffed at the air to emphasize that she had detected something out of the ordinary. None of the others considered their senses of smell to be powerful enough to justify their participation. "I smell Moshe," the sniffing woman whispered. "They're close." The lead huntress asked, "Are you sure? How old is the scent?" "It's so strong that I'm worried about one of them reaching out to touch me." "That's how close," the woman retorted harshly. "You should know by now to trust in the perceptions of a Blood Panther huntress." The warrioresses dropped the discussion as they formed up in a circle with their backs together in a defensive ring that had their captives at the center. After a long moment of silence, they continued on their way at a slow and especially vigilant tread. They stalked with their spears held at the ready and their eyes always shifting in all directions, even upward into the high forest canopy. Fistolian asked the old crow where the Moshe they're watching out for. He could see nothing, even from the high seat of Odin. The Blood Panther woman must be wrong. "Behold!" The avian god spread his wings that passed feathers over Fistolian's eyes. "She's wiser than you think." Fistolian observed more carefully, and what he saw startled him with disbelief. The women advanced through the shattered walls of a roofless structure, and despite their alertness, they were unable to see the danger that was all about them. Among the dozens of huge stones that littered the area were blocks that were not what they appeared to be. With the help of the old crow to enhance Fistolian's vision, he saw that some of the toppled stones were not truly solid objects as the women saw them to be. With his empowered eyes, Fistolian could see that a hand's count of the boulders were entirely false images, like perfect mirages. The disguises had become translucent to him so that he could see that within the illusionary shells were actually crouched men who watched the women pass along the trail. Just as the women were supremely tall and athletic, the men were undoubtedly the most powerfully built warriors Fistolian had ever seen. They wore only loincloths and carried elaborately carved clubs as weapons. The mass and definition of their muscles put even Bjorn to shame. As the women continued on, they were properly worried, but unable to see beyond the illusions that cloaked their adversaries. The 5 men just watched passively as the women continued on by. The old crow adjusted the view of the high seat to follow after the women, but Fistolian was still curious about the Moshe. "How do they hide themselves like that?" he asked the avian god. "Is that some sort of magic?" The bird maintained the high seat's vigil on the 5 Moshe warriors. "What you think of as magic is the unfastened energy of creation that can be harnessed by beings with the appropriate knowledge. The power you see wielded here is outside the realm of magic. It is the ultimate manifestation of will and determination. The power comes from life itself, but is not easily harnessed." As soon as the women had gone, the Moshe discarded their disguises of toppled stone. The previous stony overlays faded, then reformed into new cloaks of thick, leafy jungle foliage that covered them on all sides. Wearing their new perfect camouflage, they set off down the trail in pursuit of the women. The old crow withdrew their point of perspective so that he and Fistolian could observe both groups simultaneously. Once the women had traveled far enough that the Blood Panther hunters could no longer smell the Moshe, their group started jogging again to hasten their travel. The Moshe also accelerated their pace to stay just behind their quarry. Instead of keeping to the trail to ease their movement and diminish the sound of their pursuit, the Moshe trekked off the path through the virgin rainforest. The strange men traveled with supernatural ease through the thick jungle undergrowth. Despite the great size of their hulking bodies, they didn't need to tear through the hanging vines or break down the enormous leaves. Instead, they seemed to slip by without hitch, snag, or sound. As both groups swiftly advanced through the rainforest, they passed more ruins of buildings and fallen statues. Once they neared the head of the valley, the women came upon a narrow river that was a rushing torrent. Huge blocks of fitted stone formed both banks of the flow, like its course was once an ancient aqueduct that supplied a city with tens of thousands of inhabitants. The channel needed all its capacity to direct the heavy volume of rainy season water that flowed down its course. The women ran along the stone causeway at the edge of the river until they came to where the water fell down from high cliffs as a thundering waterfall. The crashing flow and its wafting spray gathered in a large basin before it escaped down the aqueduct channel to head down the valley. Two towering statues stood at the front corners of the basin to either side of the aqueduct's intake aperture. One figure was of a massive Moshe-like man with the head of a long-jawed reptile with a rounded snout. The other statue was a similar man with the head of a mighty serpent. A steep, winding trail snaked its way up the face of the cliff to give access to the plateau high above, which was the women's final destination. The huntresses paused momentarily to decide how they would climb the difficult trail while they also carried the extra burden of their 3 heavy captives. The Moshe used the women's delay to move up and then surround them. The men took positions in the heavy foliage close enough to their quarry to listen in on what they said to each other. I smelled them again. The Blood Panther huntress whispered sharply, "We must go, now." The lead woman considered the warning, then swiftly decided their course of action. "Cut them free from the poles and we'll carry them up." She took a flint-bladed knife from a flaxen sheath tied to her calf and then used it to slice the vines holding Bjorn. As soon as the 3 Norsemen were loose, the commanding huntress turned to the woman with the lightest build. "Chatsa, you take this one." Fistilian was too engrossed in their drama to laugh at the ludicrous notion that the woman asked could carry Bjorn. The huntress in question had a light build for one of her kind. Even though among any other race of man, she still would have stood out as aberrant for her man-like muscularity. Bjorn was at least half again her weight, and likely more than double. Chatsa took a deep breath while she stood in a firm ceremonial stance, then she slapped the palms of her hands together. After she let out a long exhale of concentration, she grabbed Bjorn around his waist, casually hoisted him up over her shoulder, and then set off up the trail at a brisk pace. Another huntress repeated the same ritual before she picked up the next largest Norseman. "Make way for the Mountain Heart women," she demanded haughtily as she started to climb one-handed after the first huntress. She advised without looking back, "There's only 2 of us to do the hard work and we're short on time. The rest of you better think of something quick." Even the largest of the remaining women felt daunted by the notion of having to carry the lightest of the 3 Norsemen up the trail. Their leader turned to the help of another woman. "Ulatsu, do what you can to help us. I know that he is more than you can lift, but at least you can reduce the burden." The woman conceded, but only with obvious reservations, as she warned, "Expressing so much of our devotions may call attention to us. The eaters of children sense such things, especially the residents of my bird dance clan. I won't leave this one here after coming so far already," the leader defended her decision. "This is foolish," another woman complained. "Even if we do keep them at the village, the Moshe are only going to kill them off anyway. They'd never allow them to stay with us, even if they weren't warriors." The leader questioned her subordinate. "How can you be sure they're warriors?" The woman took Bjorn's sword from her back where she carried it. "Do you forget that I'm one of the Forgotten Dreamers? The man Chatsa carries has killed with this weapon many times, both his own kind and also the wild men of the north. He has a fighter's fury within him. I can still taste it without even trying." "Tiatzina," Ulatso addressed her leader. "Zianda is climbing flowers. She can let me draw upon the strength of the others. Perhaps with help I'll be able to lift a man and not become exhausted too readily." "Try it," Tiatzina commanded imperatively. "We've got to get out of here." The woman named Zianda approached 7 of the huntresses, then placed her palm upon their chest, over their hearts one by one. Her expression of burdensome concentration increased with each participant until she approached Ulatsu last of all. Zianda placed her hand upon Ulatsu's forehead, then after she concentrated for an additional moment, she had completed her ritual. "That is all I can do," the woman stated as a sweat of mental exertion already beaded on her forehead. "I lack the strength to include anyone else." Ulatsu stretched, popped the kinks from her neck, and then focused her attention on the remaining Norseman. The man's hair began to float about him as though water suspended him. A moment later, he slowly levitated weightlessly off the ground. "I have him," Ulatsu declared proudly. "By myself I couldn't keep this up, and even with their strength to drain it won't last long." Tiatzina grabbed the levitated Norseman by his wrist and pulled him after her as though he weighed no more than a piece of drifting dander. She started up the trail, followed by Ulatsu, Zianda, and then the 7 participants in her linking ritual. As the last 3 huntresses prepared to follow as a rear guard, they fell victim to a sudden attack. The old crow still empowered Fistillion's eyes so that he could see all that happened, visible, concealed, and invisible. Neither the warrioresses nor the hidden Moshe could perceive the ghostly arcs of lightning that began to arc off of the nearby trees and rocks. Dozens of surging electric tendrils converged inaudibly to generate a sphere that was luminous to Fistillion alone. The energy effects were nearly instantaneous, and once they were gone, an inhuman being stood at the center of the departed spectacle. The creature was like a naked, sexless human with wrinkled gray skin. It had thin, emaciated limbs, extremely elongated fingers, and a huge head reminiscent of a lamprey. The eyes were great black hemispheres that protruded from the sides of the monster's head. Serrated teeth ringed its jawless, circular mouth, and each of them could flex on an articulated joint to control their angle of attack when it bit. In the center of the feeding orifice was a black beak similar to those on seed-eating birds or aquatic octopi, except that the creature's beak telescoped in and out of its mouth on a muscular, tentacle-like appendage. The inexplicably freakish thing advanced toward the 3 women while still invisible and undetected. As the first of the 3 huntresses began to climb the trail, the hideous humanoid became visible, as was obvious by the surprised and horrified expressions on the women's faces. A distortion surrounded the creature's head as it generated a wavering haze that was like summer heat rising from the ground. The effect projected forward in a flash along a path that engulfed the 3 women. The power surrounded them for only a moment, but it was long enough to paralyze the 3 huntresses with seizures. The strongest of the women fell to her knees, retching in fighting delirium. Her 2 companions toppled helplessly to the forest floor. The mysterious beam struck them completely dumb. Their eyes were still open and their lips trembled, but they could do nothing more than drool. The moans and gagging of the conscious huntress was sufficient to draw the attentions of those women already climbing. Most of them couldn't see down through the jungle growth, which the waterfall spray and the ample sunshine around the basin allowed to grow especially heavy. A few at the bottom saw what happened, then screamed to the others in alarm. One of the huntresses shouted to her Amazonian companions, "An eater of children! It has struck 3 of our sisters down there." The shouting woman was already nearest the bottom, and she didn't hesitate to go back down to fight. Those women just above her were ready to descend as well. The strange creature sprightly stepped up to his fallen prey. It moved as though it were half weightless and had extremely powerful limbs that might make it accidentally bound away as would a leaping insect if it weren't careful. It reached down and wrapped its long fingers around the head of the semi-conscious huntress to aim her face toward its twitching mouth. The ring of teeth flexed and fluttered as the sharp beak sprang in preparation of shearing into her skull. A masculine bellowing from one of the Moshe interrupted the monster's horrific act of trying to feed itself on the woman's brains. The Moshe uttered such a mighty war cry that it reverberated down the valley despite the absorbent qualities of the thick jungle and water spray. The eater of children dropped the huntress and cautiously raised its head so that its widely set eyes could watch in all directions at once. Like the huntresses, it couldn't see the Moshe through their perfect disguises and could only wait for some telling movement to give their positions away. The sudden appearance of the gray monstrosity was an outrageous intrusion that enraged the 5 Moshe, who couldn't resist attacking it. The warrior who howled was the first to advance from cover. He accompanied his cry of outrage with a flexing of his Herculean musculature that was so fierce that Fistillion wondered if the man's veins might burst from the pressure. The Moshe facade of jungle foliage dissolved in his anger to reform into a thick covering of enraged bees that not only obscured every portion of his body but also swarmed in flight around him as an angrily buzzing cloud. The eater of children reacted to his visible adversary's charge by blasting another cone of its hazy energy directly into the advancing Moshe. The bee-skinned warrior leaped right through the deadly discharge, completely unaffected, to swing his war club at the offending creature's inhuman head. A second, more focused beam shot from the monster's forehead immediately after the first, and it struck the descending club, which promptly exploded into needle-sized flinders. The thousands of sharp splinters would have embedded in the flesh of any lesser being, but the Moshe's bee-covered skin was like the eaters of children's hide in that it proved to be impenetrable to such meager missiles. The 3 helpless women were proof of the dangerousness of the flying splinters as they suffered numerous minor injuries from the tiny darts of sharp wood. The 4 other Moshe rushed up to join in the frenzied attack. One of them appeared fully cloaked in a crackling covering of seething flames, like he had doused himself with pitch and then set it alight. Another angry Moshe that sprang forth from the undergrowth had an appearance that was nearly as horrific as the eater of children's. Most of the Moshe's skull lay exposed where the flesh was missing, as if some wild beast had ripped it away with claws. Additional flesh was missing from exposed ribs on one side of his chest and also from parts of his muscular limbs. The fourth Moshe disguised his appearance as an ambulatory pile of obsidian shards like he was a razor-edged piece of androgynous statuary. The last warrior concealed his form beneath a writhing pile of snakes like some Medusian nightmare. The Eater of Children sprang back to escape from the hive-draped warrior's wrath. Even without a club, the Moshe pursued his nemesis. He expertly delivered punches and kicks that landed upon the monster with bone-shattering power. The brain-eating creature realized that the Moshe had it overmatched, so it abandoned the opportunity to feed, then just attempted to escape with its life. When it wheeled about, then dashed for safety, it discovered that two of the Moshe were already behind it to cut it off from that avenue of intended retreat. The obsidian shard warrior caught up with his companion of the stinging mantle, then landed a stroke from his club across the creature's defenseless back. The blow drove the gray beast to the ground. The flaming warrior dashed in headlong with the skull-faced Moshe beside him, then together they administered their own savage blows as well. Before the three angry Moshe could club the murderous monstrosity to death, the Eater of Children summoned up its tendrils of ethereal lightning. The arcs fashioned another energy globe around its body, which promptly snuffed out to take the creature away with it. The five Moshe gathered around the site of its departure, then smashed at the vacant ground to make sure the beast was actually gone and not just faded into invisibility. While the Moshe busily tried to kill the absent Eater of Children, the three women from the Huntress's rear guard climbed down the trail to rescue their trio of fallen companions. The Moshe needed only moments to determine that their gruesome competitor had managed to escape them, and then they abandoned the cause to turn their attentions back to the six Huntresses who were easily within their reach. The three brave Huntresses who returned were unable to revive the helpless women with hasty efforts and so rescue them. The Eater of Children's strange attack inflicted harm that wasn't something they could easily dissipate. As the Moshe moved in to surround them, Tiatsana came leaping down the cliff's trail with the surety of a panther. "Get back up the trail," the Huntress leader ordered the women of the rear guard. "Leave them where they lay." The five Moshe crept closer, but were not intent on attacking with the same unbound savagery they had shown against the Eater of Children. They were more introspective and curious about how the women might react to abandoning the fallen members of their sisterhood. One of the women complained vehemently, "We don't leave anyone." She fended off the nearest approaching Moshe with her spear. "It's better to fall fighting." "Don't think," Tiatsana screamed at them with the surety of a seasoned commander. "Just do what you're told." The three Huntresses abandoned their helpless companions and scrambled up the trail to escape. Tiatsana reached the ground and then brought up the rear of the retreat. The Moshe didn't leap after them to drag them down, but instead occupied their attention with the women who were already helpless. Snakepile Warrior was the first to grab one of the unconscious women. A dozen of his serpents entwined around her leg, and then he hoisted her up to examine her like a slain forest monkey. Tiatsana taunted them from the safety of an elevated position. "That's right, you cowards. When you get back to your own, be sure to tell them where you got three great fighters from our village by stealing scraps from a brain-picker's larder." The bee-covered Moshe punched his snake-covered companion in the back. "Put her down, Venom Hedge. We claim only what we hunt, and we hunt only the strong. Cowards harvest the helpless, and we are not so weak. If we just leave them here," the snake warrior complained bitterly, "they'll just be eaten by some filthy Atziman. What's the use in that? It would be better for us to at least enjoy them while they're still good for something. It's not like they're in season anyway." The ambulatory statue of obsidian stepped up and dropped the snake warrior by delivering a vicious punch to the area of his head. He asked the bee warrior in disgust, "Do I have to hunt beside this pathetic wretch? Any Moshe who would have a woman that wasn't struggling makes me sick." "He's young," the bee warrior excused. "In time he'll learn the meaning of pride." The surviving Huntresses continued to climb up and away from the Moshe. Tiatsana had to continue shouting at the women to keep moving lest they turn back to fight for their fallen friends. At a moment when Tiatsana was in an open spot and could see the ground below, the flaming Moshe pointed up at her then shouted, "Come down here and fight me, woman. If you refuse, I'll crush the skulls of these three here." "You lie," she answered at a bellow. "I'm a watchful one and have already seen the outcome of all this." Tiatsana shook her head in an emphatic no. "All of us shall survive this day, that I can promise you." "She's right," the bee-covered Moshe told his threatening companion. "While I'm in charge, we won't waste any prime stock. We would miss them at the Festival of Torches. We'll carry them up the cliff ourselves if need be." "Perhaps not," the flaming warrior conceded, "but their beauty is not nearly so essential." He called up to Tiatsana again. "Come down and fight me, or we'll give them back to you with their faces slashed. When you see them each day, you'll be reminded of your clan's cowardice." Tiatsana hesitated before she answered, "What assurance do I have that I'll be set free after I kill you?" Her compliance surprised the bee-covered Moshe. I guarantee that the honor of the challenge will be respected, he shouted to her. You have my promise that your warrioresses can take back to your village. Let them know that Stingbeard is a Moshe of his word and a benevolent herdsman. I will fight him, Tiatsana decreed for her audience. She headed confidently back down the trail. My spear will stand tonight before the Watchful One Manor covered in Moshe blood. If you kill me, the flaming Moshe responded, you can tell the tale with pride, for you're about to test your worth against Bone Rays. Tiatsana descended the trail only to pause on a narrow ledge just above the reach of her enemies. She stood passively leaning on her spear like a crutch and acted as though she had nothing to worry about. Take the time to make peace with your ancestors, Bone Licker. This is going to be over just a moment after it begins. Bone Rays laughed at her. Don't waste your time or your taunts, woman. I'm no fool. He crouched ready to fight in a stance that refused to lower his guard. You're waiting to sense my moment of weakness so that you can kill me with some cheap ploy. As you can see, I have no weaknesses. She gave her adversary a complacent smile. You're right about me using my clan's devotion to know when you're most vulnerable to my attack. The Moshe asked apprehensively, then what's so funny? You can see that I'm ready for you. You're going to have to come down here and fight me. I'm not about to fall into some foolish trap. As she unexpectedly burst into action, Tiatsana shouted, You already have. She spun the shaft of her spear to use the obsidian blade to hack through a thick vine that stretched nearby. I finished my preparations for this battle yesterday. The vine she cut lashed through the air as some distant weight pulled it away. An instant later, a dozen massive log sections began falling from high up in the nearby trees, and they pulled more vines as they came crashing down. The onslaught of noise and motion assailed the Moshe from all sides so that they became confused with no idea in which direction they should retreat to for safety. The four Moshe not involved in the fight chose to stay still and do no more than glance directly upward to make sure that a log wasn't about to crash down onto their heads. Bone Rays was also concerned about having a deadfall strike him, and he felt certain that such an assault was Tiatsana's plan for defeating him. To avoid her unseen trap, he sprang toward the water channel where there were no trees overhead to support the machinations of her devious foresight. Instead of avoiding her designs, he plunged headlong into the midst of them. The heavy wooden counterweights drew up numerous vines that all connected to a woven net that Tiatsana had hidden beneath a covering of forest litter. Bone Rays gave a shout of surprise as the net snatched him up into a bundle, then swung him off through the air. The flames he wore as his battle guise had no power to burn him free. Neither could his club sever vines so that he could cut his way out of the net. His fabulous strength couldn't find sufficient leverage to burst his confinement. The vines in the net were still green and especially fibrous in their elasticity. At the height of Moshe uncertainty, Tiatsana leaped down from her high perch to drive her spear into Bone Rays' chest as he swung by. The flaming Moshe was effectively helpless, and she possessed more than ample skill to assure that she wouldn't miss slaying her quarry. A moment before Tiatsana could make her kill, an explosion blew the net open from the inside and set loose a shower of vine fragments and assorted forest litter. The remains of the net sagged closed as its contents evaporated amidst an intensity of the reaction. Tiatsana paid no mind to what she saw or heard. She maintained her focus to drive her spear on target for the center of the net. Her bladed obsidian point struck solidly into muscular flesh. Blood sprayed and splashed down to the ground as Bone Ray screamed in pain and then reappeared as he hung limply inside the confines of the intact net. His mind illusions had failed to make her believe he had escaped. As his illusionary discipline faltered entirely, he revealed his true form to be that of a handsome Marklander of majestic physical prowess with Tiatsana's spear buried in his chest. The huntress dropped down to the ground like a panther as she left her foe swinging overhead with her spear still trapped in his body. The victory is mine, she cried with valiant emotion. Now be gone from our lands and leave my huntresses unharmed. In a moment, Stingbeard replied. He felt pleased by her success and not at all angered by the mortal wounding of his companion. The Moshe stared up at Bone Rays, who was still partially conscious and gushing blood from his spear wound. Remove this spear and control your bleeding, he told him. Do it quickly and you may yet survive the unpleasant consequences of your incompetence. I defeated him in fair contest, Tiatsana complained angrily. She feared some sort of betrayal. His life is already mine. You defeated him, Stingbeard agreed, but it was hardly within the implied terms of a single combat. You can keep your victory and your followers, but he is coming with me. The Moshe watched Bone Rays with calm interest, assuming he can pull himself together. Bone Rays stopped bleeding for no apparent reason, and after a few long moments he mustered the strength to pull out the spear that afflicted him. The weapon fell to the ground where Tiatsana retrieved it. The wounded Moshe briefly struggled against the vines that confined him, but quickly became too exhausted to continue his futile efforts at securing his freedom. Stingbeard extended an empty hand, then focused his attention upward. As moments passed, the vines holding Bone Rays quickly turned brown, dried out, and then crumbled. The net lost all of its original resilience as it progressed through the natural process of decomposition with unnatural rapidity. The vines aged months and only moments until they became so brittle that Bone Rays tore through the bottom of the net and fell free. The Moshe crashed crudely to the forest floor where he moaned in agony. No more blood gushed from his body, even though he still had a gaping wound just beneath his sternum. The four healthy Moshe changed their external appearances to their jungle camouflage, picked up their wounded companion, and then carried him off into the rainforest where they summarily disappeared. Tiatsena's party of huntresses returned from the top of the cliff to aid their leader after they had delivered the three Norsemen to safety. The women were fearful that more Moshe or another eater of children might find them, so they quickly lifted up the three incapacitated huntresses, then set off up the trail toward the security of their village. Fistilian and the Old Crow flew skyward to watch as the women reached the top of the cliff. The Old Crow took them high above the valley so that Fistilian could take in the majestic view laid out below them. The high ground at the head of the valley was an area of about 100 acres square that was completely free of jungle growth. The treeless ground was not barren, but instead filled with an expansive display of ancient architecture that was lush with cultivated life all of its own. The huntress's elaborate village had once been some ancient ruler's personal palace back in the days when the valley was fully populated. The archaic citadel was of impeccable beauty and sprawled in lavish dimensions. The river that formed the waterfall that poured down over the verdant cliff first flowed through the center of their palatial community to cut it in half as it followed a defined channel of perfectly set massive stone blocks that were identical to the aqueduct in the jungle below. Smaller canals split off from the main course so that the directed water surrounded the entire community and also divided it into four quarters. Straddling the main waterway at the front of the two rearmost districts of the community was the largest solitary structure that Fistilian had ever seen. It was a mighty ziggurat that stood the height of a bow shot. The aqueduct passed through the center of the step pyramid's foundation so that the flow continued on its straight course uninterrupted. The ziggurat had a pair of wide stairways that climbed the sides perpendicular to the river's primary course. Elaborate balustrades with serpentine accents flanked both staircases. Each stairway had 8 score steps, and every ledge sported ornate engravings of pictographic language. The top level of the pyramid ceased being square and took on a circular form instead. 5 stacked concentric platforms formed the final steps to the summit. A circular pool of water was the monument's crowning adornment. A continuous stream of water filled the pool from an ornamental fountain that was in the form of a golden disc 2 paces in diameter. It was a hand's breadth thick and covered in intricate pictograms with numeric references like an astrological chart. The water spewed from a decorative facial relief at its center. 8 bridges had once crossed the outer perimeter of canals. The current inhabitants had long since dismantled 7 of them down to their solid stone piers. Only one bridge remained, and it was on the cliff side of the community. That span of heavy wooden beams was wide enough for 6 of the huntresses to walk abreast. 4 of the other intact bridges crossed the canals on the inside of the perimeter to connect the 4 quarters of the palace together. 3 immense multi-storied buildings occupied each of the village's 4 interior sections. The opulent mansions each had numerous windows, covered balconies, and facades that brilliant artisans had decorated with carved banisters and lintels. The mansion's flat white roofs of cement and crushed lime were radiant in the tropical sunshine. Cozy garden terraces were common ground to the interconnected structures. Faded frescoes covered their walls and the remnants of vibrant pigments. The doors and windows had unique arches that were stepped triangles of obvious similarity to the great ziggurat that set the tone for the whole community. The opulent courtyards that filled the open spaces between the spacious residences contained flourishing gardens. Refined wisdom encouraged the gardeners to combine many plants. Tall, plump-eared maize grew amidst manioc, beans, squash, herbs, assorted vegetables, and vibrant flowers to form seemingly haphazard cultivations that were highly productive and complementary. Graceful vine-shrouded sculptures rested on pedestals as decorations, as did other assorted statuary left over from the glory days of some ancient civilization of the highest order. The palace's sophisticated architect had created other utilitarian features of great beauty, like many tranquil ponds. Each pool had its own beautiful flowers and flourishing gardens surrounding it. Ducks, swans, and egrets swam on the surface of the pools where they snacked on small fish and the plentiful tropical insects. Hundreds of people lived in the Huntress's community, and Fistilian felt shocked when he saw the first of their men. All of them were short in stature and light in build, such that not one of them was as sizable as the smallest man in Leifsbuter. Bjorn and his two companions were giants compared to the indigenous males, whom they nearly dwarfed. The small men were still handsome and athletic despite their diminutive statures. It was immediately clear by their appearances and activities that they didn't enjoy any assertive status in their own community. Their women carried the weapons and dominated daily activities, while the men confined themselves to the traditionally female roles. Fistilian found that the most telling indication of their prevailing relationships was the way the men decorated themselves with colorful stripes of paint and wore splendid jewelry they had crafted. To adorn themselves, they used everything of beauty from silver, gold, and copper to seashells, jade, and the brilliantly colorful feathers from jungle birds. The plumage they harvested from the local tropical birds were incomparably more beautiful than any birds native to the north. Tiatsina led her group of huntresses as they carried the 3 Norsemen and their 3 injured companions to the only bridge that led into their village. 10 warrioresses guarded the span, and they were cautious of the approaching party. Fistilian had seen the illusions generated by the Moshe and understood the women's need for vigilance. One of the guardians was a blood panther, and she advanced alone to meticulously examine each member of the returning group. The woman touched their faces as would a blind woman, and then smelled her hands to take in their scent. Only after she had cleared everyone, including the Norsemen, did the guardians then allow the hunters to cross the bridge. The guardians were as intrigued by the 3 strange foreigners as the huntresses had been when they found them. They questioned the returning group about what happened to the disabled huntresses and where they had found the unusual men. The answers were brief and concise, as the returning group was in a hurry to be elsewhere. As the hunting party crossed over the bridge, they had to step over an open gap in the planking. The bridge was deliberately missing a section the width of a short stride that was completely open to the canal water that flowed below it. When the party walked through the first village quarter, they left the 3 women the eater of children had injured in one of the gardens where other women were ready to care for them. Then they continued on through the quarter, over a second bridge, and then onto the base of one of the ziggurats' broad stairways. By the time the group reached the foot of the monument, a crowd of interested villagers had gathered to see the strange men and learn about what had happened. Before long, nearly all the women of the village had gathered to see the spectacle of the strange men and hear the debate on what should become of them. As much as the men intrigued them, they also showed considerable interest in their wrought iron weapons, which were clearly a novelty in the primitive culture. As Fistilian watched the assembly, he found it strange that while he saw a fair number of handsome, healthy children moving throughout the community, he didn't see a single elder of either sex beyond the age of perhaps 35 summers. By observing their debate, Fistilian discovered that not all the women held equal rank. He identified 12 of the women as clan chieftesses, who were each the proprietor of one of the village's dozen mansions. Those ardent beauties distinguished themselves with golden lip plugs similar to those that Fistilian had seen worn by men in his previous vision. Entourages of huntresses closely escorted their individual chieftesses, and everyone in the community deferred to the 12 heroines as a governing body. A 13th head woman was the village's supreme leader, and she distinguished herself by wearing the lip plug of authority in addition to a beautifully colored blue-green feathered headdress. She was one of the oldest people Fistilian could see in the village, but even so, she was an incredible specimen of female beauty, stature, and athleticism. Tiatsina wasn't a chiefess, only a respected hunt coordinator from the Watchful One clan. As the village's supreme leader approached to examine the prisoners, Tiatsina bowed to her before speaking. "Greetings, High Priestess Hanats," she said reverentially. "We found these men amidst the wreckage of a strange wooden boat. It was washed ashore near White Crab Cave. I thought it best to bring the men back here." She held out her spear to show the blood on it. "An eater of children attacked us and injured 3 with its silent scream before a party of Moshe that were trailing us chased it off. I had to fight one of them to bring everyone back safely." The 12 chieftesses gathered around to hear the High Priestess's opinion about the unusual discovery. Tiatsina's chiefess clapped her capable hunt leader on the shoulder. "Our clan foresaw all the dangers during our meditations yesterday morning. The proper preparations were then made to ensure that it would be resolved successfully. We have to get rid of them," the priestess declared nonchalantly about the men after she gave them only a momentary inspection. "I don't know where they're from, but they're obviously freaks and quite likely ill from disease. We can't risk ourselves with the introduction of some foreign contagion." "They're suffering from exposure, thirst, and hunger," one of the lip-plugged chieftesses refuted. "Aside from that, they seem healthy to me. They seem especially large and well-built for men from the outworld. Maybe they're Moshe of some kind." Another chiefess asked rhetorically, "How often do golden-haired strangers arrive in a boat from the sea? It could be that they're emissaries from Kukulkan. If we kill them and they're his envoys, it would bring his wrath down upon us." Most of the superstitious women agreed with the latter observation, and it prompted another of the chiefesses to voice her opinion. "No one has ever seen such men as these before, or even heard stories of them. I for one cannot believe that there isn't some higher connection. The gods must have sent them for some purpose." "Very well," the beautiful headdress-wearing high priestess conceded. "We shall not kill them, but if they were sent by Kukulkan, they surely don't require any special help from us to complete their duties to him. We shall give them shelter, food, and water, but nothing more. If they recover, we'll reconvene to decide what to do with them. If not, then there is no problem. By the looks of them, I doubt they'll endure for much longer than a few days at most." "The hunt leader of the expedition that found them was from my clan," the Watchful One chiefess stated. "She was a striking beauty who was tall even for her astonishingly well-formed people. It's only right that the men should stay in our care until this is resolved." "As you wish," the high priestess agreed before she raised her voice to address everyone. "Kitsan claims the visitors. They'll stay with her clan until I state otherwise." Before disbanding the meeting, she addressed Kitsan a final time. "Keep me abreast of their conditions. When they're well enough to talk, I wish to be there when they're interrogated." She walked off through the crowd toward the front quarter where the wounded had been left. "Now I must see to the injured and ascertain the severity of their enfeeblement." Kitsan ordered her Watchful One huntresses to take Bjorn and his two companions to the clan's residence, which was located in the front quarter near the entry bridge. The women carried the Norsemen to a small room on the mansion's lower floor where they unceremoniously abandoned them on woven mats they cast upon the floor. Further orders from Kitsan sent several of her clan's effeminate men into the chamber to provide care for her prisoner guests. The small men supplied only minimal assistance by washing them, supplying fresh water, and regular feedings. The food was always the same, a grilled maize patty bread with a pasty manioc mush, spicy hot venison jerky, and the roasted shredded flesh of some sort of bird. The small men brought all the meals on large tray-like leaves without any utensils. Even the drinking bowls they provided were made of soft wood so that the Norsemen had nothing that they could improvise into a useful weapon. Chapter 4. The Strength That Endures. Fistilion remained unobserved as he watched what transpired in accelerated time. The three Norsemen were each strong in body and determination. They soon recovered enough strength to feed themselves and implement their hearty appetites. Once the men were out of immediate danger, the only person they came into contact with was a single Watchful One man who routinely came in to check on their welfare. He provided their sustenance and emptied their chamber pots. The Norsemen slowly recovered their full health and then their natural strength as towering men of the north. A week passed in only moments as Fistilion watched them finally recover sufficiently to get up and freely move about the room on their own. Bjorn and his two cousins were incapable of learning the indecipherable language of the small man who acted as the agent of their hostesses. The diminutive attendant was not nearly so linguistically incompetent as those he cared for, even though his local language did not possess all the same syllables as the Norse tongue. He listened intently to the three Norsemen when they held their conversations, then rapidly assimilated his patient's ramblings to accumulate a rudimentary understanding of their communications. The man identified himself with the name Zabu, and then made it clear that they were to remain in their room to rest and recover until such time as Zabu's mistress Kitsan summoned them forth to have a meeting with Hanats, the village's high priestess. The Norsemen healed much faster than they chose to let on. When Zabu came in the room, they would feign greater illness than was the actual truth. They had a window in their room through which they could observe the daily activities of the Watchful One clan and their portion of the village. The Norsemen spent most of their time studying their captors during the long, dreary period of their confinement. Their observations revealed that the clan's hard-working men were never armed and always remained docile to the point of lowering their eyes from those of their female overlords. They labored together in peaceful cooperation as the communal property of their affectionate but domineering women. The men prepared all the food with a great deal of maize grinding. They tended the numerous gardens, fed the fish, and also the ducks. They cared for the children, performed numerous artistic crafts that supported a daily living, and generally maintained the comfort of their village. Even those women with infants had their men bring them their baby when the child required breastfeeding, and then their man would take the child away again afterward. On occasion, the specific intimate relationships between the men and women revealed themselves to the watchful Norsemen. Each of the huntresses had a man of her preference, and the partnerships were generally stable and long-term. The women allowed their dutiful mates to directly meet their gazes when they spoke in public. Other loving gestures were few but unmistakable in the otherwise unaffectionate atmosphere. The one obvious exception to the clan's interpersonal stability was when the women would occasionally engage in non-lethal fights to determine which of them possessed the rights to a desirable man. The women were militant and aggressive by nature with no equivalent to marriage. When they fought over a man, the loser in the combative challenge also lost dominion over their former or prospective mate. Since the huntresses were continuously fighting, wrestling, and training, it was difficult for the Norsemen to even know just when their combats were supposed to mean something. During one of the regular afternoon weapon practices, the Norsemen watched from their window as a small group of Blood Panther huntresses entered the Watchful One's living area. The interloping women strode arrogantly over the interior bridge. The warrioress leading them carried a colorful target shield and a padded war club. On her face was a harsh expression that promised impending conflict. The armed woman headed straight over to confront Kit San, who was busy leading her warrioresses in their militant exercises. A curt discussion ensued that involved the challenging woman making several assertive gestures toward Zabu and evidently clearing a formal challenge for ownership of the small man. Kit San accepted, then armed herself with her own small shield and a wooden club that were similar to her opponent's war equipment. Sufficient padding covered their ornate bludgeons so that they were adequately safe for a ceremonial combat. Their fight was to take place in an informal fashion in the terrace garden just outside the window of the Norseman's room. The other women gathered around the terrace's perimeter to watch in respectful silence. The Blood Panther warrioress had a ferocity that was commensurate to her namesake. She made high-pitched howls and toothsome snarls as she leaped after Kit San with a flurry of slashes from her club. Kit San answered with a prolonged defensive display where she deflected attacks with her shield and club until her opponent began to slow from exhaustion. When she did finally lash out in return, Kit San's swing was inaccurate and unorthodox. The Blood Panther woman bent low at the waist to evade the clumsy attack, only to have Kit San's knee unexpectedly and explosively catch her under the jaw to lay her low. The victorious Watchful One chiefess already stood over her fallen foe, ready to strike with her club by the time the Blood Panther warrioress regained her senses. The defeated woman promptly surrendered and conceded defeat rather than have Kit San club her into unconsciousness to prove the situation beyond any possible debate. The three Norsemen were speechless with amazement after they watched how fiercely the women settled their personal issues. The duel not only demonstrated that the women were expertly deadly combatants, it also proved that only the women had permanent clan affiliations. The men could not only change mistresses within a household, they could even change clans if a lost challenge dictated it should be so. Bjorn and his two cousins often deliberated at length on their circumstances. The Norsemen remembered having their longboat shattered in the hurricane and their days of drifting helplessly on the open sea. It didn't surprise them that they had washed aground on some distant shore. They needed to find their way home again, but had no means of determining in what direction they should go beyond the obvious bearing of north. The tropical land of dense jungle where they found themselves was completely unfamiliar to them. The village's towering central ziggurat was clearly visible from their window, and it seemed to them to be the perfect place to go and be able to see all the surrounding territory from a lofty vantage. Several weeks passed before the time came when they could no longer disguise their improved states of health. It was then that the three Norsemen decided that it was time for them to take some sort of assertive action. Bjorn volunteered to be the one who would leave the security of their chamber, then make his way to the top of the ziggurat so that he could search about in an effort to determine just where they were. It was their hope that he might see some distant harbor where they could steal a boat and then sail home. At the very least, they wanted to know in what direction they could find the ocean. Bjorn had no trouble leaving their room, since only a curtain sealed their doorway and no guards waited outside to restrict his movements. The only guards he worried about were the ones they had observed for days from the room's window. The Watchful One clan maintained a team of 12 huntresses who continuously guarded their score of young children. The faithful guardians changed daily, but they always included one woman from each of the village's 12 clan houses. The unrelated huntresses cooperated faithfully and were totally dedicated to their job, and that they avoided any distractions. Each of the selected warrioresses who guarded children wore a headdress of brilliant red and yellow tail feathers that made them stand out from all others. The only other regular guards were those that watched the bridge that led out of the village. There were also numerous dogs that didn't bother anyone from the community. Bjorn hoped that they would not make a fuss over his departure. He had seen enough of the men as they undertook their daily affairs to have some sense of how to imitate them. Bjorn felt that so long as he kept his eyes lowered and minded his own business, that he could walk around the village unmolested. He realized that he was physically unlike them in nearly every way, but he figured that the women might assume that Kit San had finally given him permission to go out. He also assumed that the worst the women would do to him if they did catch him was to take him back to his chamber after a harmless chastisement. The ventilating breeze that moved through the passageways of the clan house led Bjorn outside of the bewildering, expansive manor. The sophistication of the architecture impressed him as he prowled down broad corridors. Bjorn found the structure especially impressive considering the comparatively primitive society that inhabited it. He chose a time when most of the Watchful One warrioresses were either away hunting or seated at a large pavilion where they ate their midday meal. Once he was outside, Bjorn had no trouble moving about as he pleased. Some of the clan's men saw him, but none of them made any effort to interfere with his exploration. Bjorn made his way out of the Watchful One's district, walked over one of the interior bridges, and then moved into an adjacent clan's living space. The sector he entered was of no particular interest to Bjorn, as he was only interested in crossing through it on his way to the ziggurat in the center of the village. His necessary direction of travel took him toward a group of the occupant clan's women. They all carried either a padded club or a blunt spear as they practiced military techniques together in a spacious yard. One of the women saw Bjorn wandering in her direction, and she promptly became agitated by his uninvited presence. The other women noticed the distraction, and soon they all abandoned their practicing to see what Bjorn was trying to do. Bjorn kept his head down and tried to make his way around, but the training instructor moved to intercept him. She made him stop by using a harsh shout, and then she gestured unmistakably for him to turn around and go back the way he came. Bjorn ignored her clear warning, gestured toward the ziggurat as his intended destination, and then made an effort to go around her. All the other women fell into a stunned silence except for the one who already confronted him. She was one of the chiefesses who wore the lip plug of authority. Speaking again with even more fervor, she told him to turn around and go away. He ignored her growing hostility and tried to passively step on past. The woman immediately stopped him by reaching out to slap him with a stinging blow across the face. Bjorn would have killed any man for the offense. His rage was not as inflamed by the affront coming from a woman. The huntress was almost as tall as Bjorn, though not nearly as powerfully framed. Bjorn compromised by slapping her back and doing it hard enough to make it clear that he wasn't accustomed to taking orders from mere women. He was still not at full strength after his long ordeal at sea, which still couldn't account for the way that the woman hardly flinched from the slap. The hostile chiefess responded to his unexpected attack by slamming the butt of her spear into his stomach. She doubled him over with the force of her blow, then before Bjorn could recover, she drove her knee into his jaw to lay him out on the ground on his back. As Bjorn struggled to shake the fog from his head, the pugnacious woman started kicking him amidst a storm of unintelligible curses. Fortunately for Bjorn, Zabu had witnessed his departure from Watchful One Manor, then immediately went off to inform his mistress about what happened. It was only the sudden appearance of Kitzan that prevented the enraged chiefess from killing Bjorn with her sustained pummeling. Kitzan knocked the woman to the ground by ramming her with a running blow from her shoulder. An argument then ensued that quickly escalated until a host of women from both clans were prepared to brawl over the matter. The chiefess who first attacked Bjorn brought the issue to an end by sending Kitzan off with nothing more than a warning. "Keep your pets under control," she complained. "Next time he comes here, I'll crack his skull open." Kitzan had her warrioresses pick up Bjorn, then carry him back to his room. The Watchful One chiefess complained to Bjorn at length, demanding that he stay in his room and away from the women of the other clans. Zabu translated her words for Bjorn, who wasn't in any condition to make a meaningful reply. The women eventually dumped Bjorn back in his room, then departed to return to their own affairs. Zabu remained behind, and he was sympathetic over Bjorn's new injuries, such that he did his best to tend them. Several days passed before Bjorn felt strong enough to move about again. His lumps and bruises were still prevalent, but such injuries were insufficient to restrain his desire for freedom. Despite Zabu's daily vehement insistence that the three men stay inside their room, the Norsemen refused the advice and fabricated strategies with other intentions. Late one night when they were alone, the three men conspired a plan. "They're fattening us up for sacrificing," one of the Norsemen whispered to his two fellow clansmen. "If we don't get out of here while we can, they'll be cutting our hearts out on top of that monstrous mountain they've built out there. I heard that's what they do down here in the south." The second cousin asked, "What of their gold? We can't just leave here empty-handed." "Don't be fools," Bjorn scolded them in a harsh whisper. "It will be enough if we can find some weapons and enough food to sustain us, not to mention a boat of some sort. They may only be women, but they're big, well-armed, and mean as rattlesnakes. It will be enough for us to escape this place with our lives. Even after we get out safely, we must still figure out some way of getting back home. How much gold would you carry on your back if all they had was laying piled in this very room?" The men were in agreement that they should leave while they had the chance and be satisfied even to survive. Bjorn peered out into the hallway beyond the curtain to be certain no one was about, and then the three of them slunk away from their chamber. They found no guards patrolling within the manor, and all the residents were in their sleeping chambers along with their men. Some of their weapons were in racks that lined the walls in places. After the Norsemen had collected several obsidian-tipped spears and some flint knives, they exited by the same route Bjorn had used on his first excursion. Only a small sliver of the moon was dark. The lunar light combined with that of the stars was enough to provide suitable illumination for them to move about otherwise unaided. Watchful One Manor was within ready sight of the bridge out of the village. Though the community was quiet, a multi-clan team of 12 armed women guarded the bridge with great vigilance. The eldest of Bjorn's two cousins had a plan that would allow them to get over the bridge. "Let's start a fire," he advised. "Just a small one. The guardians will flee from their post to fight the flames, and while they're distracted, we'll make our escape." The younger cousin took up a small lantern that rested on a pedestal near the railing of a nearby portico. Using the flame, he set fire to a pile of dry woven baskets beside a wall. The fire spread quickly until its smoke and illumination alerted the guardians at the bridge of the rapidly growing threat to their community. The village's buildings consisted principally of stone without thatch to cover their roofs. A wind could still potentially spread the embers and do much damage. As the Norsemen had planned, all the women save one abandoned their post at the bridge to rush off and extinguish the growing fire. The Norsemen had kept hidden until the female warriors passed by, and then they slipped from cover to run straight for the bridge. As they approached the single remaining guardian, she shouted at them, "You mustn't leave the village." She screamed and waved her spear at them with dangerous hostility for them to go back. "We're in the middle of an emergency. Return to your room immediately before I have you whipped for your flagrant disobedience." The huntress wasted her words, since the men understood none of them and just kept advancing. A medium-sized dog of yellowish-orange hue accompanied the guardian. The animal barked savagely at the approaching Norsemen, and the sound of it served as an alarm to others in the village. Zabu rushed out from Kithzan's clan manor, then ran after the fleeing Norsemen. "Don't be fools," Zabu cried to them in Norse. "If you cross the bridge, you won't live 100 paces." Bjorn led the way onto the bridge. After he struck the dog aside with the haft of his spear, he attacked the lone guardian huntress. She was a skilled Blood Panther fighter, but no match for the fierce Norseman who thought he fought for his life. The huntress deliberately tried to avoid inflicting a lethal wound on him by striking at Bjorn's head with the blunt end of her spear. Bjorn returned the favor by knocking her weapon aside with a skillful parry and then hammering her in the jaw with his fist. His telling blow dropped her groggily onto her back for long enough to allow the three men to dash past to apparent safety. They leaped the open gap in the bridge and then sprinted off into the darkness. Zabu bravely chased after his fleeing charges. He also leaped the gap as he ran away from the safety of his home community. "If you trust no one," he cried, "trust me. You must come back. It's not safe to go out after dark. For the three of you, it isn't even safe in the daytime." "Go home, little man," Bjorn called back to him. "We're done with your prison, however lovely the jailers may be." The Norsemen ran straight for the cliff without knowing where they were going. They followed the river as common sense decreed to be a good direction. Soon enough, the high precipice confronted them with its imposing waterfall. As the three men gazed about in search of a trail leading down, Zabu caught up with them. "Please," the little man pleaded, "come back with me while we still live. The jungle is a place of great danger, even for the strongest of women." A nearby coppice of thick jungle growth exploded as a monstrous semblance of a man sprang forth and rushed their group. The huge, hideous figure had the appearance of a living corpse with putrid flesh that rot had blackened and swollen. Swarms of squirming maggots crawled over the rancid meat of his body, with many more worms making the flesh quiver as they crawled about beneath the rancorous skin. A fetid stench wafted from the creature, and it was so foul as to make the men near to retching. "Now you see," Zabu wailed in terror. "It's maggot feast. We're doomed." The Norsemen brought up their spears to fight. Never before had they seen such a supernatural creature, and no explanation they could conceive of made any sense to them except that the thing was some sort of god or demon. They had no clue or reason to suspect that what they saw before them wasn't real to its appearance. When they had previously been in the presence of the Moshe, they were too delirious to take account of what had happened around them. For all they knew, they were actually facing some sort of undead monstrosity born of a dark underworld. Even when confronted by such a malevolent force, they were still prepared to fight. The three Norsemen formed up into a front so that they could array their spears in a tight formation. The Moshe didn't care about their bold intentions to defend themselves. He dashed straight at them while roaring with a rage that exceeded even that of when the Moshe had battled the vile eater of children. The battle-guised warrior frothed maggots in his fury and showed none of the honorable composure his kind had revealed when fighting with the valiant huntresses. Maggot Feast wielded an ornate club with a grace honed by 100 lethal battles. His first swing shattered the obsidian head on Bjorn's spear. The Norsemen were used to fighting with iron weapons and had no conception of the fragility of more primitive weaponry. Both cousins thrust their spears at the Moshe, but the putrefied warrior defied them by acrobatically springing into the air, then somersaulting over the three men's heads to land back on his feet behind them. Zabu stood within easy reach of the Moshe, but the rotted warrior paid him no mind. Bjorn spun about, then clubbed the creature with the remains of his spear. The Moshe broke the pole against his extended forearm, then kicked Bjorn in the chest to send him flying. The two other Norsemen stabbed with their spears and seemingly buried the points into the monster's torso. They swiftly pulled the weapons back out, and on that instant the undead Moshe completely decomposed. The flesh and guts fell into a pile on the ground, followed immediately by a tumble of loose bones, and finally the skull topped the heap off. Bjorn got back to his feet, then searched about for a new weapon. At a glance he saw that a pack of the warrioresses approached from their village. "Come on," he told his triumphant companions. "Let's get the hell out of here." "No," Zabu squealed in desperation. "It's only a mind trick. Run." Bjorn's elder cousin gave the small man a smirking expression. What's his problem? The Norseman just finished his question before his head exploded in a shower of gore and venting blood. The undead Moshe had reformed in the time of a blink and then kept attacking after he made his first kill with his war club. "I'll take one of you alive," the Moshe snarled in words no Viking could understand. "We want to know where you come from." Bjorn dove to grab the functional weapon that fell from his slain cousin's hand. The remaining cousin attacked the Moshe with his spear to cover Bjorn during his moment of vulnerability. The Moshe swatted the Norseman's thrust aside with his club, stepped in close, and then grabbed the spear, which he easily snapped in half with the strength of one arm. Before his victim could escape, the Moshe reversed the front half of the spear he held and then jammed the obsidian blade into his enemy's bowels. By the time Bjorn was up and ready with his new weapon, he faced the putrefied Moshe on his own. One of his cousins was already dead and the other writhed on the ground mortally injured. Zabu was unharmed, but the small man had no intention of either arming himself or attacking the Moshe, even if he did have the means. The wounded cousin was unable to get up, but he was still willing to fight. "Lure him near me," he called to Bjorn while he retched blood. "I'll try and grab him for you." Bjorn made a hasty lunge at the Moshe with his spear before he dodged aside to put his wounded cousin between himself and the decomposed warrior. Maggot Feast chased after Bjorn, then, just as planned, the wounded Norseman seized onto one of the Moshe's festering legs. A quick and decisive slash from the Moshe's club shattered the wounded man's skull. It was long enough of an opening for Bjorn to put all of his strength and weight behind the spear and then ram it into the Moshe's torso. Though the creature had rotten flesh, it seemed as hard as oak when Bjorn tried to pierce it. Despite the Moshe's resilience, the spear dug in deep to set the undead warrior into an agonized howl. As the Moshe tried to pull the spear out of his body, another spear sailed in to strike him solidly in the back. The advancing group of warrioresses who charged forth from their village threw other well-aimed spears at Maggot Feast. The Moshe dodged aside, knowing that the host overmatched him with their numbers. As the spear struck into the ground around him, he loped over toward the cliff's edge to escape. "No men exist anywhere that can stand against us," the Moshe shouted defiantly at the women. "No threat to our authority has the strength to survive." As more spears came at him, the Moshe turned away, then leaped from the cliff toward the waterfall. He quickly disappeared amidst the watery spray and the darkness. If he hit the large pool at the base of the cliff, it went unheard. Zabu fell to his knees in genuflection to placate the pack of outraged women. They seethed with battle lust, and he didn't want to provoke them into being violent. "They didn't understand the danger," Zabu pleaded. "They thought you were planning to enslave them. They just wanted to go home." One of the 20 women was the Blood Panther huntress that Bjorn had struck in the mouth and put down. She headed straight for Bjorn, then challenged his spear with her own. The woman intended to have a duel with him using the weapons. "Put down the spear," Zabu told him in Norse. "If you resist, they're going to kill you." He saw that Bjorn was hesitant to submit, so he said more to be convincing. "Your two friends are already dead. Isn't that enough for you?" Bjorn gazed over the remains of his cousins, then realized that they had all been foolish to leave the security of the women's village. The women had treated them well enough, especially when he considered that their escape hadn't even taken them out of sight of the community. He knew that his situation was hopeless and that he had to make a choice about his future. Either he would submit to their control or get on with dying by fighting them. Zabu saw that Bjorn was about to kill himself with an act of rebelliousness. "I have seen for myself how womanly you are." He meant his words as a genuine compliment because in his world women were the great warriors. "Surely you are strong enough to take some punishment. It's better to live so that maybe the day will come when you can avenge your friends. I promise you that Maggot still lives and will return. A Moshe cannot die so easily and his wounds will soon heal." Bjorn realized from Zabu's tone that he used the term womanly to mean brave and warlike, as were all the women he knew from his village. "Take it then, bitch." Bjorn tossed his spear down at the aggressive woman's feet. His blue eyes burned into her nearly black ones with a hard stare. "We both know that I dropped you once already." He spoke tauntingly. "Consider yourself lucky that I didn't have time to bend you over and teach you a real lesson." Zabu gasped with shock when he heard Bjorn's outrageous comments. He didn't have the nerve or desire to translate the words for the women. The Blood Panther huntress understood well enough from Bjorn's tone, Zabu's reaction, and the intent reflection in Bjorn's eyes. She couldn't withstand his staring, and the longer he maintained his insolence, the more outraged she became. He made it obvious that she didn't intimidate him. Bjorn wasn't even remotely reverential and actually offered a sly smile when he saw how much his attitude galled her. The huntress flung her spear down onto his in a fit of rage before she charged at Bjorn to teach him some better manners. Bjorn just stood impassively as she kicked him in the groin. The pain nearly toppled him over, but she wasn't nearly satisfied with that affliction alone. The huntress continued to kick him while she ranted at him with curses. The other women were unsympathetic to the abuse and even gathered around to watch. When Bjorn went to the ground, he still refused to make a sound. He had no choice other than to cover his head with his arms to lessen the damage. An amused feminine voice came from the darkness nearby to interrupt the scene. "You should know better than to spill so much crimson honey," she said aristocratically in the language of the huntresses. "You know that I have such a sweet tooth." The huntresses forgot Bjorn in abusing him to make an anxious defense against that unexpected caller. They readied their spears as they formed up into a tight circle with Bjorn at their center, and the ample moon and starlight that streamed down from the midnight sky illuminated the speaker with austere clarity. 20 paces away was a comely Markland woman of normal proportions. She wore a slight emerald-hued tunic made from a textile of woven cotton and downy feathers. The garment left one shoulder, one breast, and half her abdomen exposed. The skirt barely concealed the tops of her thighs. Golden bracelets adorned the woman's wrists and ankles. More precious jewelry hung around her neck and from her ears. The arrangement of her long hair was a tastefully high formation with golden cords and jade pins that held it in place. A yellow powder decorated her pale Markland skin. The woman possessed no armor, weapons, or impressive size, yet her smirking, self-confident smile alone was enough to intimidate the whole force of huntresses. One of the women shouted threateningly, "Begone, Talat Zola, you whore queen of all Atseman harlots. We're not afraid of the likes of you." The blood-drinking demoness laughed musically. "Hear how your voice trembles," she chided whimsically. "To me that is reverence enough. Leave me the foreign man, and you may flee back to your island unharmed." She waved a warning finger at them with regal panache. "Refuse me, and I shall take this opportunity to teach you better manners concerning what is proper tribute." The huntresses weighed each other's demeanor to ascertain their courage and willingness to fight. Half of them had expressions that conveyed that they were willing to abandon Bjorn to save themselves, while the rest were willing to fight it out. "Take the two who are already dead," one of them offered munificently. "That should be compromise enough." "I don't feed on the dead," Talat Zola declined with an exaggerated shake of her head. "Since you knew that already, I can only assume that you're trying to be insulting. Give the man to me, or I'll be forced to take him." The Mountain Heart huntress who was first to speak stepped forward to prove her bravado. "Do your worst," she hissed. "Come tomorrow, we'll be scattering your blackened bones." The forest demoness lost her smile, then sneered, "You shall be my first example. I'm no mere Moshe, as you shall soon remember." As the demoniac woman took a step forward, the confrontational huntress hurled her spear with all her enhanced Mountain Heart strength. The weapon streaked toward the kill with the speed of an arrow shot from a longbow. Just as the deadly missile was about to strike the Atsuman in her breast, the extraordinary woman caught the razor-edged spear casually in her fist to stop it cold. No blood flowed from her bare hand, and she didn't even recoil to absorb the inertia of the impact. "Is that the best you can do?" The forest demoness scoffed as she expertly flipped the spear around into a grip that was proper for throwing it back. "Perhaps you need a lesson in how to use this." The Mountain Heart woman stood ready. "I shall not flee like you before the dawn," she replied courageously. "Kill me if you can." Talazzola took the refined pose of an expert with the javelin as she sighted along the shaft of the spear. Before she could throw, yet another unexpected appearance interrupted the scene. Kitzan charged up from the village, and in her company were 4 other chieftesses. The 5 champions took positions between the Atsuman and the other huntresses. "It's good to see you again, Talazzola." Kitzan saluted her enemy with a wave of her serrated battle club. "You're too close to our village. Leave before I get angry." The demoness retorted. "Angry?" She felt the insult. What care I for the pathetic anger of Kitzan? No matter what transpires here, you lack the power to destroy me. At worst, I'll be sent home to my palace, only to return next evening to exact my revenge. She lowered the spear, then absently tapped its butt against the ground. "I may have to start dropping corpses upriver from your haven to freshen up the water supply." "Take the men and return to the village," Kitzan ordered the other group of lesser-ranked huntresses. "We will deal with this Atsuman alone." With a supernatural malice that charged her voice to an inhuman tone, Talazzola raged. "No! Never once in 1,000 years have I smelled so unique a blood as his. That man shall be mine." She raised her spear, then hurled it at the group of huntresses who protected Bjorn. Her movement was too swift for anyone to have a chance for physical intervention. The bird dance chieftess reached out with her hand to focus her special power onto the flying spear. Her invisible influence forced the missile from its intended course so that instead of striking one of the huntresses that Talazzola had aimed at, the spear sailed up too high, then passed over their heads to disappear into the distance. Kitzan rushed toward Talazzola with her war club held high for a powerful strike. The Blood Panther chieftess followed her closely, holding a long spear at the ready. The two had once dueled over Zabu, but in a real battle they were steadfast sisters. The Mountain Heart chieftess held her position to throw one of the many feathered javelins she kept in a sheath across her back. The superhuman strength she used to propel the massive darts was as great as that shown by the forest demoness herself. Talazzola attempted to twist and sidestep the incoming Mountain Heart javelin, but the actions of another of the chieftesses impeded her escape. An authoritative fighting chieftess cried, "A spirit caller hunts you now, Atseman. It's too late for you to flee our wrath." The invisible powers that she controlled with her focused mind summoned up a writhing mass of roots that burst from the ground to entwine about Talazzola's ankles and secure her to where she stood. During that moment of impediment, the javelin pierced Talazzola through the naked side of her torso. The transfixing lance would have been a mortal stroke to any living foe. It didn't cause the forest demoness any noticeable pain or even hamper her vitality. Talazzola kicked in frustration at the vines that secured her ankles, causing them to completely shred away. Using both hands, she grabbed the javelin that afflicted her, snapped it in half, and then pulled the pieces from her body to fling them away. A second javelin hurled by the Mountain Heart chieftess nearly repeated the circumstance, but Talazzola avoided harm by catching the missile from the air, and so managed to protect her flesh and rearm herself with a single motion. A moment later, Kitzan was close enough to strike with her serrated club. The Watchful One chieftess laid a savage blow to the forest demoness's head. The obsidian edges of her elegantly primitive weapon ripped into the Atsuman's face to mutilate one side of Talazzola's fierce loveliness. Not even the terrible damage was able to disturb Talazzola's composure. She ignored the injury, just as she had made no effort to avoid the attack that caused it. Her response was to turn the javelin she had caught, then thrust its keen point at Kitzan. The agile huntress tried to evade harm, only she could do little in the way of defense during her moment of being committed to strike. Talazzola impaled Kitzan's right thigh with the javelin, which made the proud huntress cry out in agony. The demoness's face was hideous as she smiled, with half of it still in tatters. "The dead cannot die," she boasted, "but you certainly can." With an easy motion, she hoisted on the shaft of the hardwood javelin and then used it to fling Kitzan away as if she was meat on a poker. The lance tore free from the wounded huntress as she soared through the air to crash 5 paces away. "The dead can die," the Blood Panther huntress cried as she attacked with her spear. She stabbed the broad obsidian point into Taladzola's neck and then pulled it out to thrust it again into the Forest Demoness's belly. She boasted, "I shall be the end of you." The Atsiman tried to evade the thrust. The Blood Panther huntress's aggressive skills were too refined to allow any escape. No blood spurted from Taladzola's amassed wounds, and she showed no sign of caring what else her enemies did to her. She even laughed as though the battle was no more than an amusing diversion. The demoness snubbed her Blood Panther adversary. "You're a weakling, Bukitsa. No tribeswoman could ever kill me." A slashing swing from the captured javelin left a long slice in the Blood Panther chiefess's flesh from one of her shoulders to the opposing lower rib. The woman was brave and strong. The brief instant that the chiefess flinched was long enough for Taladzota to backhand her in the face. The mighty blow knocked the huntress back through the air in a flip to land badly several paces away on her neck and shoulders. A third javelin whistled in from the hand of the Mountain Heart chiefess. Taladzola deflected it from the air with a snap from her own javelin. Not hesitating, she next sprang into the air as though capable of flight, then descended like a stooping hawk to kill the fallen Blood Panther huntress. The bird dance chiefess reached out with her signature power once again and managed to catch the Atsiman in mid-flight, then hold her in place. The lower-ranking huntresses had paused in amazement to watch the battle progress. They finally grabbed Bjorn along with the two dead Norsemen, then fled with all speed for their village. A few of them held back as they considered fighting Taladzola with their chiefesses. They continued on after Kitsan struggled back onto her feet, then waved for them to hurry away. While Taladzola momentarily hung trapped in the air, battling to regain control of her flight, the spear-caller chiefess removed a thick hide belt from around her abdomen, held it by one of its weighted ends, spun it overhead to give it momentum, and then threw it at the Forest Demoness to ensnare her. The spear-caller's gift allowed her to animate the supple weapon so that it moved like a constricting serpent. When the belt struck Taladzola, it wrapped about her knees and securely fixed her legs together. Kitsan bled heavily from her wounded leg. She still had the strength to stand and even run a short distance. When she arrived, Kitsan smashed her toothed club across the demoness's abdomen to bury the sharp obsidian blades into Taladzola's comely flesh. Once it was in place, she ripped the weapon in a lateral sawing motion that opened the Atsiman's belly to spill her intestines. Bukitsa regained her footing even though her jaw had shattered, her chest had a severe laceration, and she shed a great deal of blood. She rushed back into the fray, then rammed her spear into Taladzola's chest, just as another javelin thrown by the Mountain Heart chiefess embedded in the demoniac woman's left breast. Taladzola convulsed from the wooden shaft that pierced her heart, and as she did so, blood burst from her many wounds like water through the holes of a broken vessel. The bird dance chiefess slammed the helpless Forest Demoness into the ground, using the complete control she had gained over her adversary's levitation. Kitsan wasted no time in severing the fallen Atsiman's head with several ruthless blows from her sword-like weapon. Both the Blood Panther chiefess and Kitsan were in serious danger of collapse from loss of blood. The Mountain Heart chiefess sheathed her ready javelin and helped her two injured comrades to return to the bridge entering the village. So great was the woman's strength, she easily supported them both and nearly carried them. As the bird dance and spirit-caller chiefesses prepared to take charge of Taladzola's inert body with the intentions of seeing it permanently destroyed, a new menace appeared to thwart them. Tens of thousands of jungle bats came flapping toward them in a great dark mass like a cloud of giant locusts. The noise of their combined wings was a nightmarish sound like no other in nature. In only moments they covered Taladzola with a thick blanket of their own writhing bodies. Many more battered the two chiefesses by ramming them, landing on them, and attacking them in as best of means as their small claws and teeth would allow. The two women had no choice but to flee without their prize rather than become overwhelmed by the countless small predators. The bats did not pursue the women as they hurried away. Most continued to fly in a cyclonic pattern over the dispatched Atsiman as though they defended her remains. The chiefesses stopped once they were at a safe distance and turned to watch what transpired from the security of the bridge's interior section. They gasped in grim displeasure as a great winged form glided down from the dark sky to alight beside Taladzola's hidden corpse. The creature was another forest demon, only different from the first in that it was of male gender and only remotely human in appearance. The hairy, black body was naked and muscular with long arms and even longer fingers that supported vast membranous bat wings. The bats scattered as their immortal demigod gathered up the remains of his mate. The demon gave the women in their village a long stare to show his antipathy. A great nose with twin vertical slits and enormous ears dominated the creature's horrific head. The eyes were black and glistened in the moonlight. "Do not return to our village, Kamats," Kitsan shouted at the ominous manifestation of evil, "or my clan shall dedicate their days to finding your lair and opening it to the sun." One of the other huntresses was already binding her wounded leg to staunch the heavy bleeding. "Now take your foul mate and be content that she will endure beside you. Take her and go." Kamats answered her in his high, screeching voice. "I go anywhere the night rules the sky. We have ruled these jungles since the fall of your ancient ancestors and haunted them from long before that. Be satisfied with your small victory, but do not tempt my wrath. Their sad fate may become yours." Kamats wrapped his enormous wings about his mate, surrounded himself with a spiraling column of his obedient bats, and then lifted off into the sky to disappear. Bjorn turned to Zabu for an explanation of the unbelievable things he had seen. "What is wrong with this place?" he asked. "What are those things out there?" Before the small man could answer his inquiry, the Mountain Heart Chiefess stepped up to Bjorn, grabbed him by the throat, and then lifted him into the air with the strength of one arm. It was doubly amazing that the woman wasn't even one of the village's most excessively muscled occupants. "Tell him that he must never disobey again," the woman ordered Zabu. "Tell him that he nearly cost us the lives of indispensable fighters. If he ever causes another moment of trouble, I will break his back, and he will have to drag himself along the ground like a crippled snake to get where he is going." Zabu hurriedly translated as she instructed him. He wanted to keep her from hurting Bjorn any more than was necessary for her to get her point across. Bjorn indicated that he understood with the desperate motion of his bulging eyes. The superhumanly powerful woman dropped him rudely to the ground once she was satisfied that Bjorn had clearly received her message. The village's high priestess arrived with a substantial escort of warrioresses. They promptly collected the wounded women, lifted them up, and then accompanied them away. Several of the watchful women led Bjorn to his sleeping chamber, where they abandoned him unceremoniously. One warrioress remained in the corridor outside his chamber to act as a guard. Bjorn made no further effort to escape, nor did he make plans for doing so in the future. What he had seen of the Moshe and the forest demons convinced him that any such attempt would be suicidal. The deaths of his two cousins compounded his feelings of isolation and depression, such that he did nothing more than collapse on his sleeping pallet and remained there laying impassively. Chapter 5. When the Mountain Bows. Zabu sought out Bjorn the next morning. He brought food, fresh water, and one of the elaborately patterned loincloths the local men wore. Bjorn didn't even acknowledge his keeper's entry. Zabu wasn't offended. "Our revered High Priestess Hanats wants to see you today," the small man explained pleasantly in his excellent grasp of atrociously accented Norse. "After what happened last night, she knows that you're well enough for questioning." Bjorn was apologetic. "How is your woman? It's my fault that she got hurt. I never wanted anything like that to happen." Zabu actually smiled over the topic of his mistress's injury. "Kitsan is fine, just fine," he declared happily. "The High Priestess tended to her injuries last night along with the others who were hurt." He rubbed his naturally hairless chin thoughtfully. "I like the sound of how you say my woman. I don't think she would like hearing it put that way. You'll be seeing her soon enough, but let's not ask her." Zabu showed Bjorn the new garment he brought him. "I made this for you in your size. Kitsan wants you looking and acting properly for the meeting. It's important that you make a good impression if you're going to be able to stay here with us." The revelation surprised Bjorn. "She wants me to stay here? You make it sound like I'm not being taken up under your oversized standing stone to be skinned." The ghastly notion horrified Zabu. "Skinned? We're not Moshe. We don't skin people here. The Temple of the Sky Pool is our most sacred place and always has been. No one but the High Priestess may go up its stairs except during special ceremonies. We would never desecrate the temple by using it for anything so foul as a murder or an execution." Bjorn asked, "Why does your Kitsan want me here after all the trouble I have caused her?" "My mistress is a chiefess of a clan who can see into the future," Zabu explained proudly. "I imagine that she has seen something about your future that intrigued her. Beyond that, I don't know her intentions." Bjorn ate his food, washed himself, and then dressed in his new garment. He was not anxious to confront the village's high priestess, but he was resolute to meet his fate boldly. Kitsan eventually came into the room along with two of her principal lieutenants. Bjorn was surprised to discover that Kitsan had neither a bandage nor any injury to her leg. As Kitsan spoke, Zabu translated. "It's time for you to speak for yourself," Kitsan said as she admired Bjorn in his new garb appreciatively. "I warn you to speak truthfully and not to be evasive in any way. Hanaats will know when you're being deceitful, and things will not go well for you if you try some sort of trickery. The three women escorted Bjorn and Zabu out of the manor to an informal meeting at the foot of the Ziggurats' nearest staircase. The high priestess already waited there in her ornate blue-green headdress made from the tail feathers of the Quetzal bird. Also in attendance were the other 11 chiefesses, and each had a pair of assistants as their escorts. Hanaat stood on the tier of the first step while everyone else gathered around in a semicircle just below her. Zabu was the only man present besides Bjorn, and he promptly went to his knees and bowed to the high priestess so completely that his head momentarily pressed to the ground. Bjorn understood from their expressions that they expected him to do the same. He flatly refused and even stared the high priestess in her face to show his lack of reverence for her office. The high priestess remained unperturbed by Bjorn's insolent and independent nature. She glanced casually over toward one of the chiefesses. "Zikawa," she addressed her subordinate, "help our guest to demonstrate a man's proper consideration for my position in our community. I am first among the Holy Whisper clan," the chosen chiefess said to Bjorn, then paused to let Zabu translate. "You will bow to our high priestess in the manner to which she is entitled. Do so willingly and immediately, or else I shall force you to." Bjorn had no intention of complying with their wishes. "I am the son of a chieftain," he replied without waiting for the translation. "One day I shall be a chieftain myself. I bow to no woman, not now, not ever." Once Zikawa heard this answer from Zabu, she extended a bare muscular arm as she pointed at the ground with her index finger. "Very well," she agreed with Bjorn calmly. "Have it your way." The tone of her voice changed to carry some unnatural reverberation as she uttered the next command in a soft but insisting tone. "You will kneel." Bjorn's feelings remained unchanged, but the lovely warrioress provided all the necessary compulsion needed for him to submit. The Holy Whisper chiefess focused her penetrative will upon him. As she did so, her mind took control over the muscles of his body. Her influence was not so complete that Bjorn was unable to struggle against it. His resistance made his movements clumsy and jerky. She forced him to kneel just the same. As she compelled him down into a kneeling bow so that his head pressed against the flagstones, Bjorn exclaimed in distress, "By Odin's balls!" No foe or charge into battle had ever distressed him so thoroughly as did the assertion of her will over his own. After she held him in the submissive pose for a long moment, the woman released her unnatural influence and Bjorn was able to get back to his feet. Zabu translated as Hanaat spoke. "The High Priestess asked where you come from and where you are going. She also wants to know if you have been sent by Kukulkan and if he has given you some message to deliver to her." Bjorn had seen the strange women do enough inexplicable things that he didn't doubt that the High Priestess had some power that would allow her to see through any lie he might fabricate. Even under such conditions, he was prepared to describe himself in the most preferable terms. "I know nothing of any man or woman named Kukulkan, nor did such a person provide me with a message to deliver. I come from far to the north where snow falls in winter. My home is Vinland. It is an island off the coast where it is still warm enough in summer for maize to grow tall and plump-eared. I sailed south in longboats with my people in the hope of acquiring gold," he equivocated. "In the north we trade with those Skraelings who are peaceful enough to entreat such civilized behavior. It had been our hope to find such a people here in the south that had sufficient amounts of gold to make it worth our while." Zabu translated as best he could. He needed some clarification before he finally understood that Skraeling was the name Norsemen used when they referred to the Micmac and other native tribes indigenous to Markland. Hanaat listened carefully, then forwarded more questions through Zabu. "She asks if all your men train as warriors, and also what did you bring to trade for the gold you were seeking?" "The men of my people are all expected to be warriors when circumstances demand it," Bjorn answered truthfully and with pride. "We also have had some women fighters when situations were bad enough to necessitate it. We call such warrioresses shield maidens. As to our trade goods, I am all that remains from the 4 ships of our flotilla. Everything we carried was lost to the sea. When we trade, it is mostly in furs and ivory, but anything of value is of interest to my people." Since the storm had destroyed the longboats, it was easy for him to avoid the fact that they had been carrying only a few of those items that they could have traded for gold. In truth, they had been intent on taking gold by force of arms and aggression alone. It took Bjorn some time to understand just how the women felt about his answers. When he revealed that he had no knowledge of their god Kukulkan, it didn't endear him in the eyes of his warlike hostesses. Once he had made it abundantly clear that he was nothing more than an uninvited, violence-prone, opportunistic outsider, their attitudes became even less cordial. Bjorn couldn't follow their discussion, but their expressions were sufficiently readable. Festilian observed everything from his spectral state, and he was able to understand the discussion in detail. The majority of the huntresses quickly settled on the consensus that Bjorn was going to have to die, and the only questionable issue was the manner of his demise. The High Priestess was on the verge of passing a sentence for his banishment into the murderous jungle when Zabu boldly intervened. "Isn't Kukulkan the guardian of merchants, however wayward they might seem?" The man interjected with uncharacteristic forwardness. "Perhaps this man isn't even aware of why Kukulkan spared him with deliverance onto our shore. It could be that he is testing our hospitality." Many of the chiefesses were about to outburst in anger over his unasked-for interruption and interpretation of obligatory religious customs, but the High Priestess restrained them after finding wisdom in his words and offering a disarming chuckle. To slay a merchant or scholar who comes peacefully seeking trade or offering knowledge of the world, Hanats commented for her counsel, is one of the proverbial ways to call down the misery of war and bring ruin to a people. We cannot properly honor Kukulkan by doing harm to this traveling trader who is so wise in foreign ways. It is my decree that we shall do our best to help him get home. She paused to consider the potential outcome of her pronouncement. Perhaps one day he can return to our village bringing us weapons like the hard silver blades they brought with them. Their metal is not as sharp as our flint, but it's far more durable than even obsidian. We could use such things against our enemies. She gave her female underlings a shrewd glance to emphasize various enemies she desired to kill. Kitsan put her hand on Zabu's shoulder, then squeezed gently to show him how pleased she was with his unexpected advice, which had impressed their High Priestess. "I want Bjorn to continue staying in the house of my clan," she stated to the assembly. "He belongs in our company until he can depart on his way home in the north. I want to examine the remains of his watercraft. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. We are only assuming that he will be able to build himself a new boat and then pilot it away on his own. Regardless, that chore is going to take a long time to complete." "He must be gone before the Festival of Torches," the High Priestess decreed with grim seriousness. "If not by his own means, then he will go in a boat of reeds. The Moshe already know he is here, and they aren't going to tolerate him living among us." She eyed Bjorn suspiciously. His thoughts are in his own native gibberish. I can still read more from his mind than he chooses to admit. Hanats indicated some scars on his naked upper body with a callous gesture. Those wounds didn't come from gardening. It's obvious that he is at least in part an experienced warrior, and that only makes his presence here even worse. The Moshe have no tolerance for any man who might take up arms against them. The chiefess who had beaten Bjorn when he first tried to reach the ziggurat spoke up. "He's an incompetent fighter, but his attitude is purely insurrectional. He'll be a bad influence on the other men." She gestured towards Zabu. "He's a testament to that already." The High Priestess convened the end of the discussion. "Kitsan will keep him. If he behaves inappropriately, then it falls on her to correct him. He will live according to our traditions, or we shall drive him off into the jungle to die on his own. That is my final position." "Thank you, Hanats," Kitsan said appreciatively. "You won't regret your decision." Hanats commented coldly to Kitsan, "You're undisputedly the first among the warrioresses of the faithful. Do not forget that I am High Priestess for good reason. I was a chiefess for many years before taking this sacred post. Your own thoughts are not as hidden from me as you seem to imagine. You have other designs on this man aside from those you choose to reveal here and now. What have you learned about his future that you feel the need to conceal from your own sisters? I need to remind you that your clan failed to predict that our guests were going to run off into the jungle. Maybe you're slipping." The harsh criticism stole Kitsan's face of composure and thus revealed that the High Priestess's assessment was a painfully accurate one. "None of my people ever thought our guests would be stupid enough to try something so suicidal," she explained. "We didn't check to see if they would want to drown themselves in the river either. Once I had made certain that they didn't want to harm anyone or threaten the children, I just left it at that." She paused to consider her next admission. "As far as my own explorations concerning Bjorn's future, I have yet to fully clarify my suspicions. I do know that something wondrous may come of all this. It could be that a prophecy of old is taking life right here before us. This may indeed be a gift from great Kukulkan." "It is obvious that this man is not accustomed to seeing women in authority," Hanats pointed out. "Perhaps he thinks that we are unaware of the ways that are so prevalent in the rest of the world. The noble men of our ancestors faithfully served the imperial line until the Moshe struck down the last emperor in a battle that took place within this very sanctuary. I would gladly relinquish my authority if such a noble figure of old would come forth to lead us. We could finally abandon this summer palace that has long been the last haven of our besieged people." She gave Kitsan a long, skeptical expression. "Do you really think that this Bjorn could be just such a man as that?" The abusive chiefess who had beaten Bjorn on the prior occasion laughed in a loud act of scoffing. "Him?" she guffawed. "That fool is not the Sleeping King. The Sleeping King is supposed to lead us in the final destruction of the Moshe and then deliver us to the Golden Citadel, the long-lost capital of the old empire, where we will begin the empire anew. The only thing this parasite has to do with the city of gold is the one he wants to build for himself out of perverse greed. Let's feed him to the Moshe and be done with him. The idiot would more than likely blunder into their grasp again anyway, just like he did last night." Hanatz found nothing in the subject to be amusing. "This matter is already settled." She directed her attention towards Kitsan. "If you learn anything more, you are to tell me immediately. I don't want any surprises." Her expression was hard and serious. "You know how much I hate surprises. Keep him out of trouble, or it will be you who is punished." Kitsan bowed respectfully to the high priestess and departed with Zabu, Bjorn, and her 2 huntress escorts. The 5 of them returned to the Watchful One's section of the village. On the way there, Kitsan spoke through Zabu, explaining to Bjorn that he would stay with her people. They would provide him with whatever materials he required to build himself a new vessel that could get him back home. Kitsan would no longer confine him to his room. Her only mandatory stipulation was that he would have to respect their traditional ways and behave in a manner that would not upset the harmony of the community. Bjorn had no choice except to agree to her terms. He walked behind Kitsan with his head down in their humble masculine fashion, all the while his eyes played over her long legs and shapely hips that her frontal loincloth left open to his inspection. He decided that outwardly he would conform to their expectations, inwardly he would further his own designs. Time raced ahead while Festilian watched and learned of his ancestry as it unfolded. In the days that followed Bjorn's formal admittance into their community, he took his place as a compliant Watchful One man. He began to dress as the other men, and he participated in their daily duties. Because of his great size and strength, Bjorn was perfect for carrying the wood for the cooking fires and pottery kilns. He hauled drinking water in the largest stoneware urns and moved the massive stone troughs that the men used for grinding the maize kernels and cacao seeds. While the men worked inside the village, the women spent most of their days away from the community. They hunted in the jungle in parties strong enough to fend off any Moshe they might encounter. They harvested birds with their long blowpipes to collect meat and feathers. The women also used their spears to harvest meat and furs from a plentiful menagerie of jungle animals. They were skilled in their trade and kept the men's large copper cooking pots filled with the flesh of peccary, deer, and rabbit. In the afternoons, the warrioresses practiced their weapon techniques and rehearsed various military strategies. At the same time, the men busied themselves making the evening meal, which was always a colorful and elaborate affair. Several of the clan's men were the expert cooks and led the procedure, while the others contributed as assistants where needed. The women collected all the firewood for the village because they did not allow their men to risk themselves by taking trips out into the jungle. Mountain Heart women brought in numerous lengthy mahogany logs so that Bjorn could have material to begin constructing his new sailboat. They expected him to create a one-man craft that would be small enough that they could transport it down to the sea when the time came for his departure. Other women brought Bjorn tools in the form of several obsidian axes, a basket of splitting wedges, and a flint auger. Shipbuilding was not a skill to which Bjorn had any great expertise. He had some knowledge of the trade from the aspect of making emergency repairs. Starting from raw materials was beyond his capabilities. His efforts began by first trying to split one of the logs into long planks. After 2 false starts, he got some much-needed assistance from one of the men of the clan who was an expert woodworker. The boat Bjorn had initially designed in his mind was to be a traditional Norse longboat like one of those that had carried him from Vinland, only on a smaller scale. They soon abandoned the initial concept in preference of a more practical form. Instead of a sleek Norse-style hull, they began constructing a small, broad-bottomed canoe that would support twin outriggers and a central mast. More days passed as Bjorn continued to work on his sailboat, do heavy chores, and learn the language. He tried to fit in with the community as best he could manage. What he found most difficult to avoid was the affront of staring the women directly in their eyes, which they always took as a hostile challenge to their authority. He also routinely failed to meet their expectations when he would gawk at their amazingly beautiful, scantily clad bodies. His snickering at their militant exercises also frequently raised their hackles against him. The first two problems were an inevitable consequence of his upbringing and personal nature. His amusement over their training was due to the maladroit way that they rehearsed their combat lessons. The women had obviously been handing down a system of fighting arts over many generations. Bjorn saw that their deliberate adherence to the inelegant postures that generically conveyed the ritualized attack seriously blunted the intended fluidity of the techniques themselves. At first, the watchful women remained somewhat tolerant of Bjorn's insubordinate behaviors. When the other men began to adopt some of his irreverent attitudes, their forbearance came to an abrupt end. One afternoon, while the women rehearsed their combat drills with clubs and spears, Bjorn pantomimed them as they performed an ungainly leaping twirl that ended in a downward attack to their rears. To Bjorn, the women appeared as though they tried to kill some small animal that snuck up behind them to nip at their heels. His comical representation made the other men think so as well. The other men laughed uproariously at Bjorn's antics. The grossly offensive interruption immediately brought the women's practice to an end and drew their angry stares. All the men besides Bjorn understood the seriousness of their error, and so they wisely fell silent and assumed bashful, submissive postures with lowered eyes. Bjorn didn't mean to interrupt the women. He didn't portray any sign of being apologetic either. His second mistake was not being properly repentant for his effrontery. The watchful huntresses expected Kitsan to defend their dignity. She bent to their cumulative demand for action. Kitsan headed over to confront Bjorn and put him in his place. "Sorry about that." Bjorn used some of the few indigenous words he knew. "I thought it was funny. I didn't mean to interrupt your practice." "You agreed to respect our ways," she said slowly so that he might be able to follow her language. "Everyone watches to see what I shall do with you. The women and men of my clan must see that I am truly in charge. What must I do with you to put an end to this rebelliousness?" Zabu clarified a few words for Bjorn until he understood. The Norseman shrugged at Kitsan as if to say there was nothing he could do about it. "I do my best to act intimidated, but it isn't easy. The women here fight for the rights to a man. You should understand that in my world it would be you that I ordered into my bed, and I would give you a good spanking if you refused." Zabu faithfully ensured that Bjorn's words reached Kitsan's ears. Bjorn's comment did not sit well with her. "The error that stands between us," she retorted, "is that you foolishly assume it is only circumstances that prevent the reversal of our roles. Since you believe that you are unjustly being restrained, I intend to give you an opportunity to prove your superiority." She backed away, then gestured for him to follow her out into the exercise yard. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you much." Kitsan went to the side where she picked up two long poles that bore caps of sturdy hide and stuffing. The practice spears were not lethal, but could still inflict painful blows. She threw one of the spears to Bjorn and then expertly twirled her own in a demonstration of her combative excellence. Bjorn questioned her with some contempt. "You can't be serious. I make it a rule never to hurt a woman except out of necessity or during love-making with the hard-to-get. Perhaps you can save face by having me laid down while you kick me a few times." His comments stung her all the more. "This is between you and me now," she snapped with flaring aggression that raised the tone in her voice. "This is no game. You're about to learn why I deserve your respect and obedience." The other watchful huntresses were not so much amused as they were intrigued. Fistilion could hear some of them whisper. They wondered if Bjorn might actually win, and if he did, if it would mean that he might actually be their sleeping king of legend. Fistilion wondered if Kitsan hoped to lose for that very same reason. Bjorn tested the weight of his spear and then slowly advanced towards Kitsan. "I'll try not to mess up your face," he commented offhandedly. "I like Zabu and would hate to ruin the looks of his woman. He would never forgive me." The men all smiled over Bjorn's words. It was clear to all that he was fast becoming the champion of their oppressed gender. All the women realized it too, as did Kitsan, who had mixed emotions on the matter. She was anxious to test Bjorn, either to put him in his place or to draw out any hidden prophetic greatness to the surface. She met Bjorn in the center of the yard, and once she realized that he was intent on holding back, she made some tentative jabs at his face with her practice spear. Bjorn batted the attacks aside with his own weapon until his disinterest in attacking seemed to have her lulled. Then he deceptively swept the pole at her legs to trip her. Kitsan sprang over his low sweep with an easy hop, then spun her pole about to wallop Bjorn upside his head with the padded end. The blow was not hard enough to knock him over. It did send him back a step to regain an effective position. "I'm done playing games," Bjorn told her angrily as he took a moment to rub his jaw and check his lip for blood. "If you need a beating to teach you the difference between a man and a woman, that's fine with me." He adjusted his grip so that he could use his pole more as a two-handed sword than as a spear. Using his great strength, he began to hack and slash at Kitsan to overwhelm her defenses. Kitsan expertly fended off the assault, but found no opportunity to retaliate. Despite her effective defense, she had no choice other than to continuously backstep in order to keep Bjorn from getting an advantage with his superior size and strength. Bjorn steadily forced her back towards a wall where he would have her trapped. When she had no more room to retreat, Kitsan fell back against the wall. Bjorn swung at her head, only to have his pole strike the wall, which blocked its course. The mistake gave Kitsan the time she needed to slip aside, then get back out onto open ground. Bjorn quickly followed up on her, then delivered a heavy overhand smash. The chiefess had her weapon up to block the attack. She lacked sufficient strength to hold it away. The padded end of Bjorn's practice spear clipped her temple after having driven her own pole down under her head as well. The watchful one chiefess put a hand to her eye as she cried out in pain. It was all she could do not to drop her weapon or collapse to the ground. Bjorn felt totally distraught since he feared that she might actually be seriously hurt. Dreading the thought that he had partially blinded her, he asked hurriedly, "Is it your eye? Do we need to fetch your high priestess?" Kitsan timed the situation to perfection. Just as Bjorn's defenses were down, she smashed him in the head with her pole, reversed her weapon, then clubbed him again from the other side. The second blow knocked him into a daze for long enough for her to make a third strike that broke her pole over his head. Bjorn crashed to the flagstones like a felled tree. "After you manage to get off the ground," she told him while standing with one foot on his back, "I'm sure you will want to try this again." Her eye was just as uninjured as the rest of her. "I should feel embarrassed about tricking you, but you were incredibly stupid to think I would ever be so weak during a battle, especially in a non-lethal one such as ours." He came around quickly, then struggled to get back to his feet. After having seen how she reacted to having Talat Zola thrust a javelin through her leg, Bjorn should have known better. "You needed to resort to such games," he told her groggily, "because you could not defeat me otherwise." "You're wrong," she replied with resolute certainty. "You have only faced my strength and wit. I didn't even use my most powerful talent." "Nonsense." He rubbed his head to loosen the pain and ease the throbbing. Bjorn growled, "Prove it." "You cannot harm me, even if you have every advantage." She signaled for one of her huntresses to get a nearby hunting spear, then toss it to her. "This is the last time I will deal with you in a gentle fashion," she told Bjorn. "Should this situation arise again, you will be whipped, have your head shaved, and you will spend a week confined to your room. Have no doubt that the penalties can be worsened until you finally learn the meaning of proper manners." Kitsan offered the spear to Bjorn, then pointed to his feet. "You will stand here." She indicated the wall. "I will stand over there. I will wait there with my eyes toward the wall and let you throw that spear at me. Before you complain, know that you have no chance of striking me since I have the power to guarantee that you fail. Will that be sufficient proof? If not, we should trade places and you will agree to let me throw it at you." Bjorn examined the obsidian tip of the spear to be sure that it was both real and keen. Once satisfied, he shook his head no. "Concern for your health has already cost me once this day," he admitted sourly. "If you proceed with this, I will kill you. I am a master harpooner and could never miss at so short a range as the one you are offering. I could easily strike you directly in the heart should you stand there willing to let me." "Then do so if you can." She waved off his trepidations as nothing of her concern. "I need not fear. Since you fear the reprisal of my warrioresses, I shall alleviate that concern too." She addressed the other women. "If this man should harm me, he is not to be punished in any way. Is that understood?" The women agreed, even though some of them seemed worried. Perhaps they feared that the sleeping king would have the power to foil Kitsan's plans and actually slay her. Kitsan moved to the wall, then stood with her back toward Bjorn. "I'm ready," she told him indifferently. He tested the balance of the spear, adjusted his grip, and then posed for throwing it. Bjorn hesitated because he felt certain he could strike Kitsan in the center of her back. He considered that act of killing her to be a tragically useless gesture on his part. He made an offer in the hope she might withdraw her challenge. "Perhaps you would like to reconsider." "If you don't think you can hit me from there," she chided, "feel free to move even closer." Her insulting tone was enough to make him reconsider. Bjorn would throw on the assumption that she would use some hidden talent to dodge at the last moment. To help facilitate her evasion, he gave her proper warning. "Here it comes." As he was about to throw, Kitsan suddenly blurted out, "Wait." She spun around and waved him to desist. "I almost forgot." She explained, "That is a nice spear, and it will be ruined when it hits into this stone wall." She signaled some of her huntresses. "Hang up some shields." Many of the warrioresses snickered with some secret amusement as they hung shields on the wall. They made it seem as though Kitsan had some other motive for delaying her demonstration besides protecting the fragile head of the weapon. Numerous pegs were already on the wall for the hanging of baskets and other commonplace articles, so the chore of positioning the shields was soon finished. Once all was ready again and Kitsan was in position, Bjorn prepared to make another throw. Get ready to jump, because here it comes. Kitsan made a small nod that revealed that she was prepared. Bjorn drew back, took aim, and then threw with a single forward step to add power. The spear was straight and balanced, but not familiar to him. He had no way of knowing how quickly it would drop or how true it would fly, since he had never had any opportunity to practice with it. Bjorn made a deliberate exhalation of exertion as he threw the spear so that Kitsan would know that her doom was at hand and thereby have the opportunity to evade. The spear cut a nearly horizontal course on its way to Kitsan. She held perfectly still as the deadly missile slammed into his shield, missing her ribcage by a hair's breadth. Bjorn had imparted such force into the spear that it pierced through the shield to strike into the wall behind it. The obsidian head shattered into shards as it hit the rock wall. The pieces fell to the ground, as did the shield and spear shaft, which stuck together as one. Bjorn stood speechless for a moment as he pondered the meaning of what had just occurred. From his perception, he had missed because of his own miscalculations in throwing an unfamiliar weapon. The type of whale-hunting harpoon he was accustomed to hurling was much heavier and altogether dissimilar to the delicate spears of the warrioresses. The way that Kitsan had not flinched or attempted to dodge aside in any way really impressed him. Courage alone could not have allowed her to accept the risk. That she did not even cringe at the moment of truth was a supreme act of self-discipline that he knew he was not capable of duplicating. Kitsan checked her side where the spear had passed her to find that the sharp obsidian blade had grazed her slightly and left a thin scratch that loosed small drops of blood. "What do you have to say now?" she asked Bjorn with satisfaction. "Do you still doubt that I am justly called the champion of this village?" "You got lucky," Bjorn blurted out his thought on the matter. Zabu was on hand to translate for Kitsan, as was his usual. Kitsan couldn't believe his failure to submit. "Luck had nothing to do with it," she assured him. "I knew you would miss. Your weakness got the better of you, and I saw it coming as plain as I am seeing you right now." Her words struck a chord in Bjorn's recollections. He remembered having heard it said that the Watchful One huntresses could glimpse into the future to predict events that would come to pass. Bjorn gave her a knowing stare, and that he understood why she had paused to add the shields to the wall. At that time he would not have missed it all. He had been a moment away from killing her, so she had delayed him for another opportunity. "The spear is broken," he said as a test of her reaction to his theory. That was the reasoning she had offered for hanging the shields in the first place. Kitsan shrugged without concern. "We have many spears," she commented dismissively. "My regret is that you have learned nothing." "Not so," Bjorn conceded as he went down to one knee, then bowed his head to her. "I do not understand. I do know that you are like no woman I have ever known. If Bjorn Rolfson is to submit to a woman, surely none is more worthy of that distinction than are you." His sudden conversion of attitude surprised Kitsan. "So you agree that you could never defeat me?" He did not insult her by meeting her gaze. His voice was still as independent as ever. "You have your gifts. I would not make the same mistakes a second time. Let us say that you would prove a formidable challenge to hold down in bed." Zabu refused to translate accurately. He changed the ending of Bjorn's reply to say that she would prove a formidable challenge to defeat in personal combat. The small man did not possess any possessive feelings towards Kitsan, so he took no insult from Bjorn's statement. Zabu saw himself as someone that admirers pursued, coveted, and fought over, not the reverse. Even so, he was not going to insult his mistress with the actual words when he genuinely wanted a peaceful resolution to the conflict between them. With the matter settled, Bjorn and Zabu went back to the adjacent area where the other men relaxed while the women returned to their weapons practice. Bjorn had lost no face in the eyes of the Watchful One men. The way he had confronted Kitsan impressed them, and his failure to get the better of her did not diminish their admiration in the slightest. The way Bjorn had made her resort to the trickery of feigning weakness and then making a concessionary demonstration of her powers was proof enough for the men that Bjorn was no ordinary male. Fistilian watched as time sped by, and Bjorn continued to live and work as a member of the Watchful One clan. Bjorn performed his chores, worked on building his sailboat, and did his genuine best to fit in. Within a few weeks, he had constructed the skeleton of his vessel and accumulated a rudimentary grasp of the local language. He even learned how to make himself an innocuous member of his host community. The Watchful One men hung on Bjorn's stories and learned Norse far faster than he acquired their tongue in return. With each passing day, Bjorn became more at home and felt less estranged from his distant Vinland. Whenever he could, Bjorn took the opportunity to carry heavy burdens and otherwise exercise his muscles so as to get back into peak strength. He would haul water in the most enormous jars, move the largest bundles of firewood that he could, and lift the heavy timbers the women provided for building the sailboat. More than once he caught Kitsan taking notice of his bulging physique, which was strikingly superior to all the other men in the village. Bjorn purposefully avoided making eye contact with her, but compromised his avoidance by discreetly providing her opportunities to appreciate him. Late one evening, after the warrioresses had dispersed from their finished supper and Bjorn helped the men clean up, he spied Kitsan as she practiced out in the exercise yard with his broadsword. She understood how to use her serrated war club. Kitsan tried to apply the same techniques toward fighting with his blade. Bjorn noticed that she had no appreciation for thrusting with the sword's point or for cutting with its forward edge. She wielded it more like an axe than the way she should fight with a sword, which was a much more elegant weapon. Bjorn left his work to approach Kitsan. Her senses were not unnaturally astute beyond the norm, as were those of the Blood Panther huntresses. Her forceful exhalations and power-focusing shouts prevented her from hearing Bjorn as he approached behind her in his bare feet. During a moment when she posed with the sword, trying to surmise its proper use, Bjorn pressed himself against her back, reached around her, and then put his hands over her own. "Don't fight your natural feelings," he told her in her own tongue as she tried to shake him off but failed. Her effort would have worked on one of the smaller native men. Bjorn withstood it easily. "I can see how you desire to master the power of the North. Let me help you." "I'm not fighting my desire for you," she retorted in a snide tone as though insulted. In typical fashion for her gender, she sought to hide her true thoughts by openly phrasing them in the form of denial. "I know how to handle any man, even one as large and willful as yourself. You're a bigger fool than you seem if you think I'm lightheaded for you. I think you're an oversized, lumbering monkey." Bjorn used his hands to make her adjust her grip on the hilt of the broadsword into a proper spacing. "I was talking about wielding the iron blade," he explained with undisguised amusement. "I assure you I am no giant monkey. That was no tail you saw me with." To prove his point, he pressed himself more tightly against her back, then pushed his hips into hers. Kitsan tensed as though she planned to try a hip toss on Bjorn or use some other combative technique, but then she relaxed and just allowed his hands to move her own into a correct sword fighter's grip. "I knew that," she excused in a weak lie to try distancing herself from her revealing comments. "I was just joking. Show me the secrets of this weapon if you truly know anything about it." He helped her to adjust her footing, then he moved her arms through a series of various swings and jabs with the sword. "It's not a club," Bjorn explained as he operated her limbs with subtle pressure. "Each strike must emphasize recovering the weight of the blade as much as delivering it." He freed her hands so she could slowly practice the moves on her own. About halfway through the exercise, Bjorn slipped one hand down to caress her abdomen. His suggestive touch stopped Kitsan from practicing. She didn't become hostile in the way that a feminine woman might have reacted to an unwanted touch. Her sense of sexual superiority kept her rebuff gentle. She grabbed the wrist of his offending hand, then pulled it away from her body before Bjorn could slide it up high enough to cup one of her naked breasts as he had intended. "I will study what you have showed me," she told him pleasantly, as though slightly flattered by his attempted seduction. "Return to your chores now while I practice. The other men should not be expected to shoulder the burden of your share of the duties." Bjorn felt content that he had made some progress toward attracting the attention of the austere chiefess. He even had enough grasp of his adopted culture to toss his hair provocatively as he stretched to display his physique before he walked away to the other men, then resumed his duties. The men had secretively watched the whole time without it ever interrupting their labors. Tiats and his man Bakanu followed Bjorn as the big Norseman carried a huge stoneware crock of dirty ceramic pottery down toward the canal for washing it in the fresh river water. "She has been watching you," Bakanu told him conversationally. "My mistress says that Kitsan thinks you may be the sleeping king. Tiatsana also told me that Kitsan would take you up to the pool on the ziggurat if she thought she could get away with it. There is no way that the high priestess would ever allow it, though." Bjorn had no way of knowing that the top of the ziggurat had such an unexpected feature. "What pool are you talking about? Do I need to take a special bath or something to be pretty?" Bakanu lowered his voice to become conspiratorial. "The water in the sacred pool atop the ziggurat has the most wondrous powers. Those who drink from the fountainhead undergo a physical purification and receive the blessing of the ancient spirits. That is how we acquire the powerful gifts of the old ones." Bjorn questioned in confusion. "The ancient spirits? Don't you mean your gods?" "Not the gods," Bakanu reaffirmed. "Since the first days of our people, almost 200 generations ago, Our elders have preserved their spirits within the flowing waters of our hallowed monuments so that they can continue to advise and assist us. Bjorn paused to peer up from his washing to admire the great ziggurat, which was still visible by the grand starlight. He remained skeptical of its reputed age, owing to the lack of weathering he considered unavoidable in a land of heavy tropical rains. It has weathered remarkably well for something so old. Bakanu told him this whole village was once nothing more than the Emperor's summer hunting lodge. The ziggurat was his personal place of worship, used only by him and his attending priesthood. The various emperors had this whole site rebuilt and improved upon many times over the centuries. With each renovation, the ziggurat has grown bigger as they added a new layer of construction over the old. The last time such work was done was about 30 generations ago. The builders inscribed all the details of the endeavor onto some of the steps so that their efforts would always be there for anyone interested in reading about it. Things were much different back then. It was before the war, betrayal, and the death of the last emperor. He stared admiringly at the monument. The latest manifestation is truly magnificent. Bjorn felt inspired to do something he knew the villagers forbid. So what would happen if I just snuck up there on my own and then drank from the magic fountain? Bakanu shook his head no with sallow seriousness. Even if you could get up there without our mistresses knowing you were going to try a day in advance, the waters are extremely dangerous. Without the high priestess to channel the powers, the fountain might drain your spirit, then add it to the others in the reserve. That is what it does to those elders who are ready to leave this world and support the village from beyond the veil. The thoughts and strengths of our ancestors are always ready to protect us. The closer our people are in proximity to the fountain, the stronger is our link with its power. While the warrioresses are within the confines of the village, even the eaters of children fear to come here and face them in combat. Even so, the children must be guarded closely lest one of our enemies swoop in like a hawk, then snatch a child away like a helpless rabbit. They finished their work, then afterward returned to the company of the other men. With all the chores complete, the men went off to bathe from broad stoneware bowls and then began beautifying themselves for spending the evening with their respective women. Instead of their daily wear loincloths, they donned long ankle-length cotton gowns of subdued colors that were common garb for the men on cooler evenings or during times of special ceremony when they wanted to look their best. The senior men had garments with complex decorative borders and vibrant colors as proof of their preferred status. Since Bjorn had no romantic encounter planned, he sat aside drinking bache, the village's maize beer that they traditionally spice with honey and a flavorful variety of ground-up bark. They also imbibed a concoction of cacao, chili, and cinnamon that had a frothy head when properly prepared. Many of the villagers preferred the latter drink. Bjorn favored drinking something alcoholic. He spent his time pondering just how he might make his way to the top of the ziggurat. It was not power that motivated him, or any aspiration to be a sleeping king. It was an opportunity to tempt fate and use Kitsan's superstitions to get her into his bed. Kitsan unexpectedly came around to find Bjorn just about the time most of the men had already gone off with their mistresses. She drank from a tall cup of foamy cacao. In addition, she held a smoldering cigar of pungent local tobacco that had a cotton string securely tying it into its tubular shape. Smoking was not a common practice except among the chieftesses and the hunting party headwomen. Even they only did it when they felt in a ceremonial mood. The way she strutted around while the few remaining men primped themselves made her role as village champion and watchful one chieftess all the more fitting. "I'm proud of how well you have conducted yourself these last few days." She complimented him with something nearing affection. "I knew that in time you could come to see the necessity and appropriateness behind our ways." He kept his eyes averted to maintain the atmosphere of respect. Inside he had other ideas. "I want you to take me to the fountain and let me drink. If I can be more of a man, I must know, and so must you." His sudden demand to pursue something that village law so strictly forbid unnerved her. She demanded, "Who filled your head with such ideas?" "Not one of my warrioresses would be so bold. It must have been one of the men. They're always gossiping while they should be working." "It is not important who told me," Bjorn pressed the matter. "If anyone is to blame, it is you. It's your unspoken thoughts that have reached my ears." The effrontery of his comments frustrated her and tempted her anger. "I have never once suggested any such thing to anyone." She eyed him seriously and then grabbed his chin so he would return her unwavering gaze. "It is absolutely forbidden for me to take you up to the fountain. Even if it were my intention to have such a thing happen, which it is not, were I to do so, we would both be seriously punished for such a dire transgression." Bjorn appreciated her position and lowered his head to show it. "I understand." Her expression changed minutely to convey some deeper hidden meaning to her warning. "If you were to disobey my express orders to stay away from there, and you went anyway and were caught, would be severely harangued by Hanats for not adequately teaching you the rules of our village. There would be no use in me lying to her about anything, since she would know if I had encouraged you in some way. At the very least, you could expect Hanats to put you on final warning of banishment to die in the jungle. It may not even come to that. If the spirits of the water decide to take your life when you first drink from the fountainhead, Kukulkan has already saved you once. If you risk drinking from the waters of life, you would need his help again. The waters can take away life just as easily as they can release your hidden strengths. Bjorn pondered what he heard and felt that she suggested he should go to the pool if he had the courage to dare. Her concern was that she could not afford to have the High Priestess hold her accountable for his actions. She had openly stated her clear opposition to him going. If Bjorn were to go, he would have to go on his own. The guards would stop me before I ever got close, Bjorn commented sheepishly in the hope she understood his actual intentions. Not even the Sleeping King could sneak past a Blood Panther huntress. Zabu had finished primping himself, so he stood at a distance where Kitsan could see he was ready and how enticing he looked. She stepped back from Bjorn in preparation of going to collect her man. No one guards the ziggurat at night. We guard the main bridge and our clan houses where we keep the children safe. The dogs warn of any Moshe who might come into the village, and the Atsaman demons cannot cross over moving water. The eaters of children care only for devouring flesh. She gave Bjorn a cross expression. We have no reason to guard the pool for any of them, and I know you would never disobey me by going there. Kitsan took Zabu's hand, then the two of them went off to her chambers. Bjorn lingered on the garden terrace, getting drunk and contemplating his plans for the future. Days passed as Bjorn adhered to his routine. He steadily made progress building his sailboat and also learning the local language. On the occasional afternoon, he was able to help teach Kitsan the use of the sword. Bjorn marveled at how quickly she acquired new fighting skills. Exercising with her motivated Bjorn to revitalize his own swordsmanship by practicing at night using a crude wooden club he fashions in secret while he worked on his boat. After several months, Bjorn felt at home and sufficiently acclimated to the Watchful One clan that he no longer became a noticeable disturbance. He even took part in caring for the children and managed to free himself from needing to express his chauvinistic Norse attitudes. One afternoon, just after the clan's huntresses had returned from hunting in the jungle all day, the Bloodless One chiefess visited the Watchful One's grounds along with 4 of her best warrioresses who acted as her escort. The chiefess came armed with a ceremonial battle club that made it clear she had intentions that were other than cordial. The arrogant woman ignored the Watchful One warriors's puzzled expressions as she approached Bjorn to confront him. He sat to the side where he learned from Zabu how to weave a basket. The beautiful chiefess demanded of Bjorn brusquely, "Who is your mistress?" In addition to the traditional authoritative golden lip plug, she also wore a golden ring through a pierced septum. Bjorn didn't want to embarrass his adopted clan by acting out and thereby making them seem as though they were incapable of maintaining the discipline of their men. He kept his eyes lowered and his voice politely submissive. "I don't have a mistress," he answered. "I am alone." "Not anymore," the chiefess declared assertively so that all could hear. "You belong to me now. You're a man of this village whether you like it or not. While you're here, our rules bind you to our ways. Until the time comes for you to leave, you will service me. My name is Zanaka. Come with me and I'll show you your new home." Her assertion stunned him. Bjorn had no desire to go anywhere. He was unsure of just what he could do to prevent it. His instincts urged him to turn to Kitsan to defend him. Kitsan hesitated to intervene because of the consequences, win or lose. Bjorn's pleading expression was enough to goad her into action. "I am his mistress," Kitsan told Zanaka as she stood up to confront the woman physically as well as verbally. "He belongs to my clan, and so therefore he belongs to me." "You already have a man," Zanaka pointed out to detach Kitsan from her claim. "You can't have 2. Tiatsana tossed Kitsan a non-serrated war club suitable for answering a formal challenge. Kitsan spun the weapon with a flourishing of her supple wrist as she tested the club's weight. She was gallantly confident as she advanced toward her interloping opponent. "I'll have 10 men, and make nightly use of every one of them if it so suits me." The Bloodless One chiefess moved out into the center of the yard as she tapped her club on an open palm. Her smile was cold and carried deep emotion that went beyond the ownership of Bjorn. This has been a long time coming. Hanats has considered more than once that maybe she should give the first house to another clan, one more capable of defending the bridge and securing the village. "My clan belongs here, not yours." Kitsan questioned with all seriousness, "You think if you can beat me that Hanats will grant your request? It doesn't matter, you won't win." Zanaka made a fighter's sneer. "I am more than a match for you. You can't hurt me, and I know all of your tricks. If I am patient and persistent, I cannot lose." The assorted huntresses moved around to form a wide circle, then watched the battle ensue. Bjorn moved off to sit with the other men outside the circle of the women. They had the children with them, and the 12 special guardians maintained their faultless vigil. Those warrioresses ignored the battle, no matter how interested they might have been to watch. Faithful lieutenants provided both chieftesses with shields before they began their duel. The fight commenced after nothing more than a mutual nod between them to signify that they were both ready. Kitsan chose aggressiveness as her principal tactic as she pressed the attack against her rival. Zanaka was true to her stated plan and fought defensively. Their shields were too light to withstand the solid strike of a club, so they had to be especially skillful when properly deflecting attacks. Kitsan was first to find an advantage as she managed to duck under a swing and then backhand strike Zanaka to her hip. The powerful blow landed solid enough to shift the Bloodless One chieftess from her wide stance, and yet it failed to cause her any injury. Zanaka laughed wickedly after her clan's gift of invulnerability successfully saved her from harm, proving its worth. "It's only a matter of time," she shouted heatedly as she sent another stroke whistling over Kitsan's head. "Here within the village my strength reserve is enormous. 20 such blows cannot lay me low." The agility and talent of Kitsan allowed her to evade and deflect and counter many successful strikes that came from Zanaka, and then answer them with hammering blows that contacted flesh. Each time Kitsan's club hit her adversary, the invisible invulnerability of the Bloodless One clan allowed their champion Zanaka to shunt the impacts without harm. Zanaka's mounting failure as she unsuccessfully attempted to strike Kitsan began to fill her with rage. Out of anger, she flung aside her shield and abandoned any pretense of fighting defensively. The Bloodless One chiefess used her war club in both hands as she pursued Kitsan with imprudent ferocity. Kitsan gave ground as she used her club to parry several blows while she waited for some perfect moment that her clan's mental gift would allow her to sense and exploit. When Zanaka overextended her reach in an overpowered downward swing, Kitsan sidestepped the attack, then swept her opponent's legs with a magnificent use of a low-spinning kick. Zanaka remained uninjured, but she still toppled to the ground as the kick took advantage of her imbalance. Kitsan was far from finished with her. The Watchful One chiefess sprang onto Zanaka, then grappled with her, even while she still maintained her hold on her club with one hand. With the speed and cunning of a constrictor snake, Kitsan forced her way onto Zanaka's back, wrapped her legs into a scissors around her opponent's waist, and then wedged her club underneath the rival chieftess's chin. Once Kitsan had a hand on either end of her club, she leaned back and pulled so that she could use the weapon to put pressure on Zanaka's throat and strangle her. Zanaka struggled fiercely to free herself. She kicked, scratched, and exerted all of her might to pull the club from her throat. It was all to no avail. The end did not come quickly. Both women rolled about and battled desperately until Zanaka finally ran out of breath and fell limp. Kitsan released her vanquished adversary, then stood over her. Long moments passed before Zanaka struggled back to consciousness. As she tried to sit up and gaze about in a daze, Kitsan grabbed a fistful of the woman's hair, held up her chin, and then backhanded her in the face. The blow knocked Zanaka back down to the paving stones and made blood leak from a cut on her mouth. "Pick her up and get her out of here," Kitsan derisively commanded Zanaka's lieutenants. "Tell the rest of your clan to clean up their house because they won't be moving into mine anytime soon." 3 of the Bloodless One huntresses helped their chiefess to stand while the 4th gathered her equipment. Zabu stood up from among the men, then pointed out the blood that Zanaka had left on the paving stones. "Since they're so bloodless," he jeered them, "they should have to clean up that mess before they leave. I don't want to have to do it." The Watchful One women all laughed at the cunning humor of Zabu and relished the mocking of their defeated rivals. The Bloodless One huntresses made no effort to clean up the blood. They simply stiffened up to conserve what remained of their pride, and then they marched off with their chiefess supported amongst them. As soon as they were gone, the Watchful One huntresses surrounded Kitsan to celebrate her victory and bond their pride over her clan's safeguarded preeminence. While the women rejoiced, the men began the arrangement of the evening meal. They added vases of flowers and set out the best serving dishes. The ceramics had colorful glazes in all colors from the rainbow and also darker hues of wondrous turquoise and aquamarines. All the shades looked wet and glistening even when dry. Bjorn worked with the others until Kitsan had the opportunity to be alone. She went over to a garden basin that a small bird statuary fountain had filled. While she washed off the dirt she had accumulated during her scuffling and tended to her many small scratches, Bjorn moved up behind her. He pressed himself close to her back and then reached around her to raise water in his hands that he gently rubbed along her forearms. "It would seem that I am no longer without a mistress," he said suggestively while he enjoyed the floral scent of her long dark hair. "You need to find somewhere to leave Zabu tonight." Ha! She laughed as she thrust her hips back and knocked him away. Zabu will be where he belongs. I do own you, but nothing has changed. I'm a chiefess, so what I do sets precedents. If I were to have more than one man, it would upset the traditions of the village. Then let him go to another woman, Bjorn complained with his voice ringing disappointment. I know that you want me as badly as I want you. I've seen how you watch me. She surprised him by turning around to show pity for his spurned emotions. Kitsan lived the role of being the dominant sex and so felt compassionate for his heartfelt words. I do care for you, she told him softly as she put a hand to his cheek. That does not matter so much. The world cannot bend to our selfish physical passions. I must be a leader first and then a woman. If you ask it of me, I will find you a suitable mistress. There are others who have taken an interest in you, and they have told me as much. Bjorn shook his head no while he took pleasure from the pressure of her hand. He met her gaze, then held it. It wasn't an aggressive gesture. It was the intimacy shared by mated couples in the community. I would never ask, and you would never allow anyone to take me away. His words made her smile, but then she turned away to return to washing herself. You can sit on my right at supper, she offered as a small concession. It would be best if I had you where I could keep an eye on you. From that moment, Fistilian had no doubt that he saw his parents. Had he not witnessed the truth with his own eyes, he could never have believed that his Norse father could have reduced himself to the role of a woman, or that his imposing mother could have been a great fighting huntress and warrioress chiefess. Chapter 6. The Fountain of Souls. Time sped forward once again as Fistilian watched. Weeks blurred past him until months had gone by. Kitsan continued to practice with Bjorn's sword as she sought to master the fighting arts of the Norsemen. Bjorn would help her most of the time, and she proved that she was more than just an able student. Kitsan was a true warrioress of rare distinction. Her fluid practice carried over into the drills that she led for the rest of her clan at the daily rehearsals. Kitsan moved beyond the stiff ceremonial interpretations of their clan's ancient traditional techniques. She adapted them into more visceral versions that were closer to natural, graceful combat. Bjorn's wooden sailboat neared completion. The conclusion of its construction would signal the time for him to return home. The seasons changed only in the form of torrential rains that began to batter the jungle community on a daily basis. As the river swelled, the canals flowed with swift, dangerous currents. The simple life of the community remained otherwise unchanged from the fixed routine that was the village of warriors that rarely altered. They celebrated with a few feasts and had some elaborate rituals on their ziggurat. The high priestess ritually bathed the newborn at one ceremony to present a new infant warrioress to their god Kukulkan. A great change approached with the coming of the Festival of Torches. As that ominous ceremony drew nearer, a deep solemnity settled over the thoughts of all the villagers. Joy became more distant. The training for war became more intense and even brutal. The warrioresses exercised until their hands bled and it left their bodies spotted with bruises. The high priestess was busy much of each day mending broken bones and tending the severest of the practicing combatants' frequent injuries. No mere herbalism or science of medicine explained how she rapidly mended her patients. The tension finally erupted one mid-afternoon just 18 days before the dreaded festival when the bridge guardians began to shout an alarm. All of the village's guard dogs started barking loudly to spread the alert. Everyone swiftly prepared to repel invaders. Fierce bands of female fighters coalesced from the various clans according to a pattern of organization they had developed during their many peacetime drills. The war bands took up assigned positions all over the village's perimeter. They made a strong presence at the interior bridges and especially at the main bridge which led out of the community. The women kept their men confined indoors along with all the children and their requisite teams of specially plumed guardians. The old crow took Fistilian to the main bridge to witness the reason for all of the commotion. A war party of more than 40 Moshe warriors lurked just beyond the lush jungle at the top of the cliff. They made for a horrific menagerie as they mixed impatiently in their strange battle guises. Though they didn't act enraged or especially motivated for waging battle, they were always staring toward the village and the forward guardians who remained clearly visible to them. Fistilian recognized a hand's count of the bizarre Moshe warriors, including the one they called Maggot Feast. He had hoped that Moshe had died from the wounds he sustained while he fought with his father. The Moshe warriors did not form into militant ranks, nor did they make any taunting postures. They all carried their elaborately carved war clubs. Once all the village's warriors had fully arrayed themselves into their defensive posts, they fell silent to watch what transpired. Despite the fact that they clearly outnumbered the Moshe many times over, they showed no intention of rushing out to attack their hated trespassing enemies. After a long moment of an uneasy mutual silence, the Moshe parted their company in half to allow three figures to step forward from the rear of their group. Three warrioresses who were much like the stately huntresses of the village, aside from their slumped shoulders and reticent natures, came out from behind the Moshe. The hapless women had neither weapons nor clothes. They had disheveled hair and numerous bruises that attested to regular abuse. Their skins were pale, as though they had spent many long months indoors out of the blistering equatorial sun. The warrioresses of the village made an audible gasp in unison as they first caught sight of the Moshe's disconsolate prisoners. Everyone knew the names of the three miserable women, and some of the warrioresses even murmured those names aloud out of shock and acknowledgement. Fistilian soon realized that the three unfortunate women were actually clan huntresses who had somehow fallen into the grasp of the Moshe and then evidently lived among them for some time, certainly since before Bjorn had arrived and joined the village. To his surprise, the Moshe warriors shoved the women in their backs to dismiss them from the war party and send them home. The monstrous warrior simply watched as the three women downheartedly walked back toward their village. One of the returning huntresses broke down into tears and fell to the ground while she was still a bowshot's distance away from the bridge. She did not make it clear if she was overjoyed to be back home or crippled with the shame of her former captivity. Her two companions picked her up by the arms and supported her between them as they pressed on. As the three drew close to the bridge, Fistilian saw that lack of exercise and prolonged stress had softened their bodies and wilted their once lovely complexions. Their battered appearances alone made it obvious to him that their lives had been hard and unpleasant while in the care of the Moshe. Fistilian imagined the abuses that the brutal Moshe warriors would have inflicted upon such proud and lovely females that they considered enemies. Hanat stepped to the forefront of her warrioresses, then crossed over the gap in the bridge to be the first to greet the returning women. The three huntresses stopped just before the high priestess, and then as one they fell to their knees to bow their heads low. "Your year of captivity is finally done," Hanat told them as she reached out to put a nurturing hand on the center woman's shuddering shoulder. "Put the past out of your minds and let it be as though it never happened. What they have done to you can be forgotten, just as your wounds will soon heal. Be strong and take comfort in knowing that we were all proud of your courageous endurance of a noble sacrifice on behalf of our village." The middle woman continued to sob pitifully, and then she collapsed to the ground to hide her face in the grass. "They took my baby," she wailed in misery. "My beautiful boy is still among them even now. Please tell me that we can do something to save him." Hanat removed her hand, stepped back, and then grew harsh. "You have no child. The offspring of a Moshe is a Moshe, and nothing can ever change that. The child's irreversible indoctrination took place in a polluted parody of her own pool on the very day they weaned him by stripping him away from your breast. No girl child has ever been born of their seed, and none ever shall." The emotionally broken woman shrieked in unfathomable emotional pain. "He is my son. Now you say he must become one of those who prey upon us. No child of mine is beyond redemption. We must fight them and set him free. I will go on my own if I must." The high priestess and the entire village felt outrage for the crimes of the Moshe and also pity for her suffering, but none of them offered her any solace. Hanat remained distant and her voice scornful. "That which you loved in your son is already dead," she stated bluntly. "The Moshe baptized him in the tainted waters of their misguided pool, and in so doing they cast out what purity of yours was in him, so that his spirit is entirely vile. In only months he will grow the sum of years, so that soon enough he shall come here seeking a bride of his own. That is the way of things." The two stronger women understood the truth of their high priestess's explanation and made no argument. Their heartbroken expressions demonstrated that they too had suffered rape at the hands of some Moshe master and had subsequently given birth to a Moshe child as well. The two more stable women gathered themselves up and fortified their wills for their return to a normal life. The third woman was still distraught beyond words and could do nothing except sob on the ground. When the two women with their modicum of composure tried to help the third to get back to her feet, Hanat intervened. "Leave her be. If she doesn't have the strength to get up on her own, then she has no business being here among us. We are a race of warrioresses, not groveling cowards. There is no pain that we cannot endure." The two obedient women stepped back, then waited as the third huntress struggled to master her shattered feelings. Long moments passed while the crestfallen huntress tried to pull herself together. Just as it seemed that her will was gone and she was prepared to embrace suicide or some other self-destruction, one of the huntresses beyond the bridge began to intone a somber song without any beat or music. "Valiant sisters fall in the melee about me," the song went, "as we guard shoulder to shoulder in our line." Several other huntresses joined the singing. "I endure unbowed by my burdens, for this day's honor shall be won as mine." More of the huntresses joined in until they formed a great chorus of passionate voices. Though a cruel curtain of evil surrounds us, our weapons do not falter as we stand. This conflict ends with rest beside my sisters. Our labor is beyond all courage of man. All the huntresses of the community raise their voices to help complete the next portion of the motivational hymn. Their combined voices filled the whole village with a potent display of their courage and feminine-voiced beauty. Our history is one of battles unbroken. Let our enemies hear us proudly sing. Without tears we carry sorrows until returns our sleeping king. The emotionally stricken huntress climbed back onto her feet as the last to join in as the whole village sang several more verses. She cast her eyes skyward with the passion of a religious zealot and found some needed euphoria in her ideology with the help of the hymn. The singing finished in perfect unison, and afterward there was a long silence that revealed the immense feeling of solidarity that permeated the proud community. The formerly dumbstruck huntress met the high priestess's gaze while she did her best to seem in complete control of her torn emotions. "I am a mountain heart huntress," she declared in a slightly broken yet confident tone. "Even though I have lost my son, the courage of my sisterhood still courses through my veins. I am prepared to return to my duties." Hanats opened her arms, then moved forward to embrace the homecoming huntress. "Welcome home, Tilalacho. We have missed you. Your place was set at every meal and function awaiting your return." The four women headed back to the bridge together in a mood of renewed sisterhood. Before they reached the safety of the village's interior grounds and their fellow huntresses who waited just across the bridge, a shimmering heat wave of humanoid proportions appeared moving toward them from out on the open ground. The wavering haze stopped its advance just a few paces behind the rearmost of the four and then quickly solidified to form a ghastly figure. The miasma coalesced into a sickening woman whose general appearance revealed that she obviously had some close relation to the statuesque warrioresses of the village. The most noticeable difference was how the woman's muscular flesh was starkly white, as though she were a walking bloodless cadaver. A wide, ragged fissure split the flesh of her skull behind the left temple, exposing shattered bone and a smattering of swollen brain. Fresh blood smeared the wound, matted the hair, and discolored the flesh down the cheek, neck, and shoulder. A red shot of blood completely discolored the left eye due to the same mortal injury that mutilated her skull. The gruesome huntress had a quirky smile, despite being a corporeal wraith that had somehow risen from an untimely grave. A simple loincloth concealed her full nudity by hanging loosely from a braided cord about her hips. In her hands was an ornate wooden club that bore intricate carvings typical of the weapons the Moshe favored. A single gold ring hung in a piercing through the lobe of her right ear. It was the only prettification that offset the woman's uninviting demeanor. A score of warrioresses broke from the front rank of the defenses to dash across the bridge and attack the grisly intruder. Hanats brought them to a halt with a sharp shout and an outstretched hand. The high priestess interposed herself between the undead huntress and the three mistreated warrioresses returned by the Moshe. "I don't know you," Hanats declared condescendingly to the unnatural creature. "You had better have some good reason for coming so close to my village, for if you don't, you will soon be deader than you look." "I have my reasons," the foreboding woman declared proudly. "First, I should make my introduction. My name is Vulgar Trophy. I have chosen this form and title so I can be a living tribute to the valor of those warrioresses from your village that were so fierce that only death could still their ardent rage when faced in ceremonial combat. Such is the sort of woman I seek to claim for myself." "Never in all our histories has one of your kind ever taken female form," the high priestess commented with an attitude of disgust and abhorrence for the blatant insult to her kind. "You seem ill-prepared to play the part of the rapist fledgling Moshe. Perhaps you should have paid more attention to your tutors. Your battle guise is the most ill-conceived of any I have ever encountered." The disguised Moshe adjusted the weight through his sultry feminine hips and then used his free hand to reach beneath his loincloth and fondle something substantial. "For the one that I shall claim in ceremonial battle, the ampleness of my vulgarity shall become all too plain." The assembled army of huntresses all gasped in a unified expression of revulsion and outrage. The sight of a fictitious jungle huntress bearing a massive specimen of male genitalia was more than they could bear without having to kill it. Most of them shouted out to Hanats to give them permission to act. The high priestess waved for them to stand down. The undead warrioress guised Moshe puffed up with pride, knowing he had succeeded in offending the women just as he had intended. "The others of my tribe told me not to come here like this and tease you. I have done so anyway. They do not want you frightened unduly. I do not care if you whimper a bit. That is the way of women, and it excites me." Hanats replied, "If you were of any consequence, you would already be known to us. As it is, you are unwedded, unproven, and unsung. You may not know me yet, the grotesque Moshe offered in his own defense. I am sure that you know both of my parents. He turned his head to show them the small golden ring that hung from his comely ear. My father is Black Tamer, and he tore this ring from the decoratively pierced passion flower of Kimalata before he raped her right here in this very field. I want my mother to know that I have come of age and I have won the right to take a mate this season. Call her forward so she may rejoice and tremble at what her womb has wrought. Hanatz approached the Moshe with long strides, and even though she was unarmed, she was not in the least afraid. Kimalata will not have to suffer laying eyes on you, she told the evil huntress-appearing Moshe categorically. Even now she defends one of the inner bridges as a war captain. I will not summon her for the likes of you. She may have given birth to the flesh you hide beneath that farcical appearance, but you are not her son. I remember that day 6 years ago when she lost that hard-fought duel with Black Tamer and he brutally raped her before taking her away with him. Kimalata was the only warrior to lose her bout that season, and as I recall, we killed 4 Moshe whose names, spirits, and likenesses shall never again return to this world. For us that was a good year, much better than for your kind. Such is the fickleness of fate, the gruesome Moshe dismissed the issue. Before I leave you, I have a friendly warning I want to relate. My people take great offense at the continued presence of the foreign man that you have chosen to give sanctuary in your village. In truth, I'm surprised that he is not out here right now, standing at the forefront of your lines and giving the commands. You are in need of a man to inspire you into showing courage. He is only a temporary guest, the high priestess said unperturbed, though he is rather large for a man and also well trained in the fighting arts, as I'm sure Maggot Feast can attest. He has no place in our official affairs. Right now I am keeping him safely indoors with the other men and the children, as is our way. She paused to consider the implications of the topic. What makes the Moshe so concerned about this one man? Perhaps there's good reason for you to be afraid. Is he actually more than he appears to be? Vulgar Trophy seemed outwardly pleased to hear that Bjorn remained indoors and did not pursue any sort of assertive role. Just remember that we are watching you closely, he threatened. It is not at every moment, but more than often enough that nothing you do is unknown to us. If that man is still here when our festival begins, we are going to remove him by force. If at any time you try and take him to the sacred pool of our blessed ancestors, we will storm your village and take him. If his mongrel seed pollutes any of your warriors, we will enter your village and kill him along with the abominable fetus he created. You have been properly warned, so do not dare stray from these edicts. Hanatz openly laughed from her belly to scorn her adversary. You warn me? She scoffed. I will have him service me thrice daily if it so pleases me. I will bathe him in the pool each afternoon and take his seat on each occasion if it so amuses me. The sarcastic retort made Vulgar Trophy infuriated. If that is your attitude, he growled with a threatening swipe of his club. I shall summon my fellows and we shall just take him now. Then we shall see how amusing you find this matter to be. Just calm yourself, the high priestess demanded with only slightly diminished insolence. The truth is that no one here feels any lust for a man with such bizarre features as his. I shall send him on his way home within the fortnight. We have provided him with no more than the minimal hospitality required for remaining in accordance with all the precepts appropriate for any visiting merchant. Thus we honor our great god Kukulkan. Your threats would still be empty and pathetic even if they were warranted, which they are not. The high priestess's scornful attitude and fearless pride offended the young Moshe to the point of his explosive rage. You will lower your eyes when addressing me, he ordered with flecking spittle. He drew back his hand as though to strike Hanatz down with a slap. I am Moshe, woman. That means I am your master and you are my bitch slave to mount as it amuses me. Hanatz offered no appeasing compliance, so the Moshe responded by lashing out to slap her down in reprisal. The high priestess was by far the quicker and struck first. Hanatz's speed was so great that her motion was a blur to the eye. She possessed such superhuman dispatch that it had to be a product of one of her people's many phenomenal powers. Hanatz executed a technically perfect wrestling hold as she grabbed Vulgar Trophy's incoming arm and then applied the inhuman strength of the Mountain Heart clanswoman to snap the bone above the elbow. The Moshe became greatly surprised and severely injured since he was so totally overmatched. Still, he tried to bring his club into play and smash Hanatz on the head. Stop, she commanded in the enslaving vocalization used by the Holy Whisper clan. The swing in the Moshe's club froze in mid-flight because of only a single word shouted by the high priestess. Hanatz's hastened motion made her blur once again as she used unbelievable celerity to grapple with the momentarily paralyzed Moshe. Before Vulgar Trophy could effectively react, she hefted him up over her head, spun him about once, and then threw him 5 paces away to land face first into the hard-packed ground. The many huntresses cheered with delight and screamed for their high priestess to kill the hated foe for blaspheming their honor with his profane appearance. The Moshe remained in his feminine form and still possessed resilience enough to use his one good arm to try and get up off the ground and back on his feet. Hanat's was quicker yet again, and she took several long strides and sprang onto the Moshe's back like a panther killing a fawn. She enmeshed her long, delicate fingers into an unbreakable, interlaced grip under the Moshe's chin. By sitting on his back and pulling upward with her surging mountain heart strength, she made Vulgar Trophy's spine snap with a sickening and grossly audible pop. All the assembled huntresses gave out a great shout of savage, bloodthirsty glee as they relished witnessing their high priestess administering a crippling injury to such a deserving enemy. They found the spectacle especially satisfying, coming just after enduring the painful scenario of having the Moshe war party return their 3 mistreated comrades. Hanat's got off her crippled adversary and then gestured for one of her followers to throw her a spear so she could put the Moshe to his final end. Kitsan was on hand, and she tossed Hanat's her spear. No sooner had the high priestess caught the weapon from the air and wheeled about to bury it into Vulgar Trophy's torso and slay him, one of the nearby Blood Panther huntresses shouted out an urgent warning. "There are more Moshe coming." The ultra-perceptive huntress pointed at nothing that was apparent to anyone else. "Watch out." Hanat's wisely retreated to the end of the bridge. She reached its safety just before 20 more battle-guised Moshe warriors took shape from shimmering wavers in the air. The score of massive warriors had not cloaked themselves in actual invisibility. Their indefinable powers of illusion to assume any appearance had so adaptively mimicked the surrounding environment that no other huntresses had been able to see them until they were so close that proximity exposed the subtle discrepancies in their disguises. The force of Moshe surrounded the crippled Vulgar Trophy in a defensive perimeter while they also watched the dangerous huntresses cautiously. The original war party of Moshe that waited near the cliff had not diminished in numbers, which demonstrated that many more Moshe were in the area than had openly revealed themselves. Vulgar Trophy should not have broken with our traditions, a beautifully feathered Moshe warrior stated to Hanat's in a tone that bordered on an apology. He deserved to be disciplined. The malicious appearance of the Moshe's talon-equipped avian feet and its raptor's head with its wickedly hooked flesh-tearing beak sadistically offset the disarmingly alluring rainbow hues of the plumes that covered his body. The ancient customs of this season were laid down by our distant ancestors, and they must always be solemnly observed. Now is not the time to break from tradition. I think you know this, and that is why you will do what is right concerning that outsider you have taken in. Hanat's had no choice but to stay back from her crippled prey rather than risk facing so many capable foes at once and on her own. She was also not inclined to order her warrioresses to charge out and engage in a mass melee. Fistolian assumed from reading her expression that she was in part feeling swayed by the words of the plumed Moshe. "You were obliged to return my people that were taken last year," Hanat's commented with confident diplomacy. "Coming here like this, Eagle Wrath, is an outrage that begs that we respond in kind. All of you must leave immediately or we shall kill you to the last. Tradition or not, the Festival of Torches can be damned." 2 Moshe callously lifted up the crippled Vulgar Trophy and then headed off with him while the others merely waited as a deterrent against any sudden assault from the many militant huntresses. None of the Moshe behaved as though they were in any way angry about Vulgar Trophy's critical injuries, nor were they hostile toward the women of the village. "We're leaving," Eagle Wrath waved for his companions to depart. "When the next 3 days of the new moon come, our festival will begin once more. We shall each test our worth against the strength of the other. The gods and the spirits of our ancestors shall judge us. Together we each purify the blood of the other, preparing for the time of the next age when we shall once again be as one people and rule the world. Our festival is nearly as ancient as the ruins in the jungle in the valley below. We have settled upon this concession to prevent the final annihilation of our race that would come from unchecked open warfare. Always remember that while you worship the mighty Kukulkan, we in turn worship you." He bowed to Hanat's in a show of respect for her station, and as he did so, his resplendent plumage shimmered magnificently in further tribute. As all the Moshe started off, Kitsan broke from her passive silence to yell at them in a sudden explosion of pent-up rage. "We will never be one people!" She cried out vehemently. "The Sleeping King will come and lead us in the final battle of this holy war that will destroy you all." The unexpected outburst outraged Hanats more than it did anyone else. Be silent, whelp. It may very well be centuries before a worthy king arises. Until then, we shall do what we have always done, fight, endure, and survive. The way that Kitsan mentioned the sleeping king noticeably disturbed the Moshe. Eaglewrath calmed them with his laughter. If your magical king was at hand, he would be defending you now and not cowering in some dark corner with the children. Change may come, but it will not be this season, so respect our ancient treaty or there will be a great lamenting among your men. We need you to replenish our numbers and you need to live. That is our bargain. The Moshe warriors felt conscientious about not stirring the women up any more than necessary to maintain their imposing masculine reputation, so they all faded into their translucent illusionary concealments. Very soon they were all gone from sight. Festilian thought the silence of the monstrous warriors was wise to their cause. The huntresses already lived under conditions that were at the very extreme limit of endurable pressure and predation. If their situation became any worse, Festilian could imagine that they would just pack up their belongings and flee for better circumstances. He had to wonder why they had not done so already. The only reasoning he could believe was that they had already endured the situation for generations and took it as being the norm. Furthermore, they were loath to abandon their ziggurat with its ceremonial pool. Since the monument was a central feature of their community and their religion, Festilian suspected that it somehow directly related to the awesome powers that the women had at their disposals. It made sense to him that they wouldn't want to give up their gifts if they could avoid it in any way. The large host of Moshe that lurked at the cliff began to disappear from sight immediately after the first group had gone, so that very quickly they had all presumably departed. Hanats rejoined her warrioresses, then ordered Kitsan to use her special Watchful One clan power of precognition to determine if she needed to maintain the defenses or if the Moshe had actually gone away as they claimed was their intention. Kitsan spent a brief moment in concentration before she confirmed that the Moshe had truly departed from the vicinity of the village. Hanats promptly disbanded the guards by canceling the general state of alert. Those three clans that laid claim to the three returned huntresses had joyous reunions to celebrate and thereby positively distract them. The rest of the village was suitably grim over the prospect of the upcoming festival with the Moshe, and so they departed in dark moods. Festilian withdrew from the scene at the bridge as the old crow took him to see other things that God felt were important. They went to see that Bjorn and Zabu had watched everything from a window of Watchful One Manor, which provided them with a clear view of the bridge and also the surrounding area. Even though Bjorn failed to comprehend all that he saw happen, Zabu was fully versed in village customs and was willing to explain to Bjorn what was occurring in sufficient detail. Once the situation with the Moshe had fully dissolved, Bjorn moved away from the window. I don't understand why the women didn't kill those Moshe things when they had the chance. And why did the Moshe bring those other three women back? To me this all seems like madness. It has always been this way, Zabu explained. The alternative would be to return to all-out war with the Moshe, and that would surely destroy this village, which is all that remains of our once great empire. The Moshe are too strong and numerous to be defeated. They can withstand injury with the fortitude of 10 natural men, and even when grievously wounded, they have the means to quickly mend their warriors and send them right back into battle. So long as our women observe the rules of the Festival of Torches, the Moshe won't siege the village, kill all the men and male children, and then take the surviving women back to their stronghold as slaves. A true resolution can only come from the sleeping king. A high priestess many generations ago had a vision of the future. It was she who foretold how the sorrow would finally come to an end. The sleeping king will come and lead the warrioresses in a great holy war that will cleanse the Moshe from the land and restore the glory of the old empire. Until then, we must all endure with courage to preserve what we have as best we can until then. As the Watchful One huntresses filed back into the manor, the two men abandoned their conversation to undertake their regular duties. It was not until later that night that the issue of their discussion came up again. After cleaning up the dishes from the evening meal, Bjorn went to his room while the other men prepared themselves for recreational time with their mistresses. He practiced with his wooden sword in private until exhaustion made him collapse covered in sweat. The knowledge that he was not a physical match for even the smallest of the Moshe drove Bjorn to punishing himself to the extreme limits of his endurance. It was still not enough, and he knew it. Zabu entered Bjorn's room to find his friend sprawled on his pallet trying to catch his breath. The crude weapon was still lying out in plain sight, and it took only a moment for Zabu to comprehend what was going on. "You're supposed to be leaving soon," the small man stated conversationally. "The festival begins in 17 days. Kitsan told me that you need to be out of here by the end of 2 weeks at the latest." The idea of leaving was foremost in Bjorn's thoughts. He sat up and pulled back his hair into a tail that he secured with a thong. "Kitsan told you to come here and tell me that?" The thought disappointed him. "I was hoping to see her myself. I'm thinking that the boat may not be ready in time." "You are thinking about staying here permanently," Zabu bluntly revealed his understanding. "I don't need to read your mind to realize that." He glanced over at the club. "Do you really think you can be the first warrior since the fall of the old empire to stand up to the Moshe and live? Only the sleeping king can do something like that." He shook his head in a sympathetic rebuff. "You're a big, dangerous, effeminate man, even a great man, Bjorn, but you're no sleeping king." "I'm not the sleeping king," Bjorn agreed unreservedly, "at least not yet anyway. I have options remaining that I have yet to explore. Having lived here as I have and knowing what I know, I can't just leave if there is some chance that I may be able to do something." Zabu lamented. "What can you do to change how things are? The world is the way it is, and we are just humble men with simple lives. It is not our place to change the order of things. We are to merely support our brave women and be content with our lots in life." When Bjorn didn't readily agree with him, Zabu examined him closer to try and decipher the Norseman's expression. "You are thinking about the pool again, aren't you? If you go there, I fear that you will die." It was what Bjorn was thinking, too. "What if I go there and I don't die?" he asked seriously. "What might become of me then?" Zabu shook his head as he tried to sort his jumbled thoughts. "It affects men and women differently. Only the high priestess and her 3 apprentices know the secrets of the fountainhead. It is even a secret which of the chieftesses is in line to be the new high priestess if something should happen to Hanats. The waters help the women to find their true gifts. It makes them taller, stronger, and faster. Conversely, it keeps the men more supple and beautiful. We must always remain inoffensive. The Moshe invariably kill any man who upsets their sensibilities. Nothing enrages them more than an effeminate, warlike man." Bjorn didn't want to have his existing height and muscularity stripped away by the pool's rogue magic if it tried to make him less of a threat to the homicidal, sexually territorial Moshe. He wanted the effect it reputedly bestowed on the women, but without informed help he had no clue how he might bring that end about. Bjorn had no doubt that he could never lead the women against the Moshe so long as he was merely a powerless mortal man. "I don't know what to do," Bjorn finally admitted as he fell back on his pallet in frustration. "Maybe I should just finish my sailboat then leave. More likely than not I will die on the ocean anyway. Getting back home alone in that tub will be like one of the trials of Thor." Zabu picked up Bjorn's club, then hid it beneath a blanket. The wonderful thing about fate is that what it is meant to be always comes to pass. There's no use in worrying about it. Bjorn found some small comfort in the comment. Yes, he agreed. Worrying profits a man nothing. Time raced ahead as Fistilian watched Bjorn spend the next 2 weeks finishing the work on his sailboat and organizing the containers that would hold all the food and water that he would take with him. The women provided Bjorn with rubber they harvested from the jungle so he could use it as a sealant in the final proofing of his sailboat. He was totally unfamiliar with the amazing substance. After seeing its worth, he was wholly impressed with its water-repelling and adhesive properties. The huntresses spent their time stocking food and furiously training with increasing fervor as they prepared for the upcoming Festival of Torches. Any former atmosphere of joviality was absent from the community as the fateful day approached. A dark sense of militant seriousness consumed everyone's attitude, such that laughter and smiles were almost unknown. Even Bjorn became obsessive about his nightly training with his wooden club as he too sought to perfect his warrior skills. Even though he made every effort during the day to be sure he would be ready to leave on time, he continued to practice at night as though he actually planned to stay. Many times each day he gazed off at the towering ziggurat as he pondered the risk of exposing himself to the power of the women's sacred pool. At the end of the 2 weeks, his sailboat was finally complete and ready to sail. The combined effort of men from every clan had produced a magnificent sail for the boat. It was light but strong, water-repellent, and displayed a beautifully colored pattern showing a glowing sun and a blue sky directly over a representation of the ziggurat. The high priestess made an inspection of the assembled sailboat to be certain that all was in readiness for Bjorn to go his way the next morning. While the rest of the community was somber, Kitsan planned an elaborate feast for the Watchful One clan so that they could send off Bjorn with a cheerful celebration. The men prepared a splendid meal and also numerous bowls of strong drink. At sunset, the whole clan gathered at the tables to have one last meal with Bjorn in their company. Kitsan had Zabu provide Bjorn with a new decoratively patterned loincloth and also an equally splendid blue cape of the softest woven cotton like those that the women normally reserve for themselves alone. The warrioresses also wore their fringed capes of colorfully patterned woven cotton. The men wore their long cotton dress shirts that went down below their knees and had the colorful borders. All the women were silent and admired Bjorn as he made his way to the head table as the guest of honor. Kitsan stood up from her seat, then took Bjorn's hand to lead him to his place beside her. She adjusted his seat for him as he sat down. During a moment of adjusting his cape, she traced her fingers lightly across his upper chest and admired the crease between his pectorals that was not nearly so prominent on any other man in the community. Other men served the food and drinks while Bjorn stayed seated with the women. The bache and cacao flowed from pitchers, and the men served all sorts of tasty dishes. The men graced Bjorn with a special course of roasted poultry with a spicy sauce of peppers and cacao that ranked among their finest delicacies. No one offered to make flowery speeches or ask Bjorn to make any profound statements about his stay or about what he might do in the future. The feast was merely the final opportunity for them all to be together and enjoy themselves like the family they had been before the mounting fear of the Festival of Torches. The eating and drinking soon had everyone feeling jovial and vocal in their joyous fellowship. Hanats made an impromptu visit to the Watchful One's grounds, and after she made some weak explanation for her purpose, Kitsan invited her to join their festivities, which proved to be the High Priestess's actual intentions. The celebration continued until a late hour, then concluded with Hanats addressing Bjorn before calling for a toast to his honor. "It is my hope that you have a safe journey across the sea as you travel back to your home," she proclaimed. "In the morning we will transport your boat down to the coast and then see you on your way. It is my personal aspiration that you return here some day so that our peoples might engage in the trade that you had hoped to find." "By the grace of your Kukulkan," Bjorn replied, "I shall soon see my home again. If the long and dangerous journey ahead of me is successful, I will make arrangements to return here with a load of iron weapons, ivory, and furs from the north." He paused to be polite before adding, "That is assuming you have gold you are willing to part with." "You don't need to fret over that," Hanats responded pleasantly. "We have gold enough to trade for all the iron you could ever provide us." She raised her cup as a sign for everyone to do the same. "Let us have a final draught in honor of our departing guest." Hanats gave Bjorn a strange expression that revealed that she had deeper feelings than she chose to reveal openly. "May he return soon and bring us the gift capable of giving us the advantage in our ongoing struggle." All the Watchful One huntresses stood from their seats, then drank to Bjorn. The men didn't stand according to tradition. They still drank to his good health and genuinely wished him the best. Only Kitsan and Zabu seemed to lack any true joy over Bjorn finally going home. They did their best to conceal their disappointment. Bjorn knew them well and saw their hidden reservations. It was late by then and past the time for everyone to turn in for sleep. The women went off to wash up while their men cleared the tables and dinner service. Hanat spoke briefly with Kitsan in private before she went off to her own home. The women did not expect Bjorn to perform any chores on his last night in the village. Since he had much that weighed on his mind, he went off to his room to be alone. Out of old habit and anxiety over his indecision about leaving, Bjorn practiced intensely with his heavy wooden weapon. He did more than just rehearse his classical Viking training in the sword. Bjorn had also gotten into exploring the huntress's refined club fighting techniques that involved a great deal of dashing and leaping. His room was suitable for the living use of many men. Since he was alone, he had plenty of space to move about freely. Bjorn worked himself into lathered exhaustion, then kept training even though his arms felt sluggish and his breathing became labored. He was so dedicated that he didn't notice when Kitsan quietly slipped in through the curtain and stood watching him intently from across the room. When Bjorn finally noticed her, he actually felt ashamed that she had caught him practicing with a weapon. He'd grown accustomed to the ways of the community, and Kitsan was an authoritative combatant who made for a worthy critic. Bjorn tried discreetly tossing aside his club in a childish attempt to place distance between himself and his forbidden practice. When he turned back to make some excuse to Kitsan, he found she had already crossed the room to stand before him. He began to speak, but she put a finger to his lips to silence him. Her other hand wiped a long swathe through his sweat from his waist to his chest. "Come with me," she said seductively, as though Bjorn were timid and easily frightened by her. She took his hand and led him across the room to the wash basin. Her unexpected arrival and straightforward advances had Bjorn too stunned to question her intentions. Just as Kitsan began to strip him of his loincloth with the intention of bathing him, the old crow took Fistilian away from the scene. "Your parents are deserving of their privacy," the plumed deity told Fistilian in explanation. "The passion they share this night does not bring about your conception, but instead initiates the dawning of a legend." According to the will of the old crow, the two of them moved outside to see the monumental ziggurat. Lightning flashed in clouds high overhead, and thunder rolled ominously. Great Kukulkan walks the land this night, the immortal avian proclaimed. Behold, for he prepares the way. Lightning flashed in a mighty bolt that illuminated the night as it reached down to strike the pool at the top of the artificial mountain. The old crow flapped his black wings as though startled. The sleeping king shall be awakened. Time rushed ahead until much of the night was nearly over and the morning fast approached. Fistilion and the old crow were there to see Kitsan slip out from Bjorn's chamber, then quietly creep off to her own room. Inside, Bjorn lay awake on his pallet, staring at the ceiling and listening to the storm outside. There was no rain falling and only intermittent thunder. It wasn't long before Bjorn could no longer stand his indecision or continue waiting until his options closed by default. After having finally shared a bed with Kitsan and experiencing their mutual passion, his decision finally resolved. He got up from his bed and then left his room in only his loincloth as he headed outside. None of the huntresses were awake or moved about the manor, so no one saw him leave. The moon was a narrow crescent as it waned toward the new moon that was just a few days away. Storm clouds obscured most of the moon's limited light. With the aid of the countless stars, there was enough illumination for Bjorn to make his way outside. One of the village's many tawny dogs appeared before Bjorn had gone 30 paces. It approached to examine him and see if he belonged in the village. The four-legged guardian sniffed at Bjorn's hand, then moved on without raising any alarm. No warrioresses patrolled the open grounds as Bjorn cautiously made his way toward the bridge that led to the adjacent village sector. After skirting the fringe of that neighboring community, Bjorn closed on the stairs that led up the ziggurat toward the monument's summit. Once he was at the base of the stairs, Bjorn made one final pause to glance about for any guards. Upon seeing none, he began the long climb. After only a dozen stairs, a figure crept up out of the darkness down below. Bjorn heard the footsteps, then realized that someone had discovered him trespassing on the village's holy ground. He stopped, then turned back to see that Zabu had somehow realized he had come out and then followed him from the Watchful One manor. The small man came to a halt at the foot of the first stair, then gazed up after Bjorn. Bjorn whispered just loud enough for Zabu to hear, "What are you doing here?" He suspected that his friend was angry over the fact that he had made love to his mistress. With that in mind, he kept his mannerisms polite. "You need to go back home and don't let anyone see you. You'll get us both whipped if the women find out that I'm here." Zabu whispered back a bit too loudly while he extended his arm with a necklace in his fist. "I brought you something. You're going to need this if you want to test your fate in the mountain. This is a man's medallion. I was given this one by the high priestess when I underwent my manhood ceremony." He tossed the necklace to Bjorn, who caught it. "I want you to have it. It may protect you. It is said that such a talisman is essential for a good outcome." Bjorn gave the delicate golden chain with its golden disc-shaped amulet a brief appreciation before placing it over his head to hang around his neck. "All right," he said appreciatively. "You've given it to me. Now you can get out of here and be sure not to let anyone see you going back." Zabu waved that off nonchalantly. The women always dedicate themselves to their beds on nights of celebration. His smirk revealed that he knew about Bjorn and Kitsan. "My mistress always sleeps deeply after she's done with her lovemaking. Like you, I imagine. I always feel invigorated afterward and like going for walks. If anyone sees me, that's what I'll tell them, and they won't think it too unusual." "Thanks for all you've done," Bjorn told Zabu genuinely as he continued up to embrace his fate. His gratitude was as much for his openness about his relations with Kitsan as it was for everything else. "Go with Kukulkan," the small man offered Bjorn a blessing as he headed away for Watchful One Manor. "He shall protect you if anything can." Bjorn made his way up 160 steps before he reached the first of the 5 circular tiers at the summit. When he neared the top, he turned around to gaze out over the village. The incredible spectacle down below struck him full of awe, even in the dim light of a stormy night. Not only did the Warrioresses community possess amazing solid stone architecture and a beautiful symmetry that rivaled anything Bjorn had ever known, but also the sheer scale of their ziggurat was beyond his comprehension. The vast number of men, their technical skills, and the years of labor required to build such a monument overwhelmed his capacity to compute such an endeavor. He stood upon the quintessential roof of a civilization that was far more organized, intelligent, and socially advanced than anything from the barbaric world he knew of back home. Since the time left before dawn ran short, Bjorn felt pressed to hurry on. The sound of falling water summoned him as he climbed ever higher. He stepped up the remaining circular tiers until he reached the summit. The uppermost circular platform was roughly 10 paces in diameter. It had an outer beam that formed a walkway that was 2 paces wide and surrounded an interior area that was an inviting pool of fresh water. A stone pillar rose from the center of the pool so that its top was just above the surface in the shimmering water. A thick golden disc rested on edge atop the pillar like a balanced coin of the gods. Elaborate figures covered the disc in artistic raised relief. A male human face was in the center of the disc with water pouring out from his gaping mouth. Bjorn knew nothing about the pictographic language on the disc. He did not understand complex mathematics, calendars, or anything else that would have helped him to comprehend its complex message. Bjorn saw no indication of any drains that allowed the water to exhaust from the effervescent pool, even though the inward flow from the golden mouth was substantial. There was no overflow, and the pool's water level remained constant. The wind was much stronger at the top of the ziggurat than at ground level, where the jungle trees broke it up into only mild zephyrs. Bjorn's loose hair tossed in the breeze as he stepped to the edge of the pool. He sat down on the beam, then slowly eased his legs into the cold water. When he slipped off the edge of the walk, he sank to his waist before he reached a smooth, polished stone bottom. Bjorn waded across the pool to stand before the fountainhead. The narrow torrent spewed forth from the golden mouth to splash him with a low wake. He waited passively as he pondered the implications of drinking from the fountainhead. Bjorn found it hard to believe that any water might be capable of harming him, aside from how foul water could give a man some sickness. Foul water hardly correlated to the notion that the pool he stood in could devour his spirit or somehow grant him special powers. As ludicrous as the idea was, he had seen enough in the past months to take the danger seriously. He had no desire to die, and even less ambition to have the pool shrink him down into a body like those of the effeminate local men. Bjorn grasped the medallion that hung at his chest in the hope that it might lend him some protection. After he took a deep breath to focus his determination, he cupped his hands, filled them with water from the fountainhead, leaned his head back, and then drank deeply from the ceremonial waters. At first he felt nothing but the cool, clean water passing down his throat. After a few moments, a strange sensation began to affect him. The water around him started to feel warm and more comfortable, while at the same time a burning energy filled him from within as though he had just drank strong wine. Bjorn felt so good that he promptly refilled his hands from the fountain's flowing water, then guzzled it down a second time in the hope it would intensify the wonderful sensation. Even greater contentment filled Bjorn after the second dose. He paused to wallow in the unique rapture. The growing warmth in Bjorn's body began to unify with the comforting sensation that came from the soothing water around him, so that they approached becoming the same. He began to slip away into a dreamlike trance of the purest gratification. In an effort to become fully one with this euphoria, Bjorn reached out again, filled his hands with the clear water a third time, then greedily swallowed it down. The comfort it gave took him beyond his mortal capacity to maintain his equanimity. His arms fell down to his sides, then he stepped up into the stream of the fountainhead so that it impacted on his chest and splashed all over him. He drank the spray as it gathered in his mouth, and with each passing moment he became more committed to becoming one with the sensation that permeated him. The water was all the sustenance, shelter, and affirmation his life would ever require. Bjorn wanted to become the water itself, to mingle with its essence, and become a permanent part of the pool's invisible community of disembodied souls. Festine and the old crow remained intangible observers as Bjorn bent his knees to submerge himself beneath the surface of the pool before the great golden disc. From Bjorn's blissful expression, Festine saw that he intended to drown himself gladly in the water's loving embrace. Just as Festile's father disappeared beneath the surface, Tiatsina and 2 other watchful huntresses bounded up the steps to the edge of the pool. Tiatsina dropped her spear to the deck and then unhesitatingly dove into the water to rescue Bjorn, whom she saw beneath the surface. One of the other 2 huntresses cried out to Tiatsina, "Get out of there, he's dead already." Tiatsina came back to the surface, spurting water as she pulled up Bjorn by his hair. "Help me get him out," she called to her 2 companions. "If Hanats finds out we let him slip past us, or that we came up here after him, we're going to be on child watch every day for the next year. Worse still, our sisters don't need some ill omen with the festival only days away." The unspoken 3rd huntress grabbed one of Bjorn's arms, then helped drag him up onto the edge of the pool. She complained, 18 straight months of guard duty. To avoid that, I'll carry him down from here myself. Once the 3 women moved Bjorn onto the walkway, Tiatsina checked to see if he still breathed. "He's dead all right," she stated flatly. "Let's take him back to the manor before someone knows we were here. We can make up something to tell Hanats and no one will ever have to know. Maybe we can say that he fell in the river while doing the wash." "The fool," one of the huntresses said about Bjorn in disappointment. "I kind of liked him. It would have been fun to break on the mat." "You're gross," the other huntress countered. "He would have wanted to hold you down like he was some kind of woman. No man will ever be on top of me like that." "Hopefully," the woman joked dejectedly as she flipped Bjorn's displaced loincloth back down. "What a waste of a fine instrument of warfare. This one was equipped like a Moshe." The three women lifted his body, then carried him down the ziggurat. About halfway down, Tyatsuna noticed that Bjorn wore a familiar golden necklace. She asked her companions, "Where do you think he got a man's amulet from?" Once the other two noticed the ornament, they also became curious about its origins. "We just have to check all the men," a huntress explained her simple solution. "One of them must be missing theirs. Only Hanats has access to getting any more of them. I can't imagine that she gave it to him." "Maybe she did give him one," the huntress with the disappointed urges for Bjorn commented. "Maybe she wanted a thorough sexing and thought Bjorn might give it to her if he turned out to be the sleeping king. I noticed her giving him funny looks all evening at the party, like she wanted to tell him something." "He's not, though," Tyatsuna commented. "If he were the sleeping king, he wouldn't be dead. Now would he? He was just some strange foreigner. A few weeks from now we will have forgotten all about him." "A few days, you mean," another huntress said darkly. "We have a lot more to worry about than burying this overgrown crock-washer." The three women expended considerable effort as they carried Bjorn down from the ziggurat and then smuggled him back to their clan's manor. No one witnessed their activities, and once they were inside, the secrecy of the issue was secure for the moment. Fistilion and the Old Crow followed along, then watched the women go inside the manor. He asked the Old Crow, "What is going on? How can my father be dead before my mother has even conceived me? This doesn't make any sense to me at all." "Shut up, child," the Crow scolded him in his characteristically impatient demeanor. "You are no one, and yet you watch great truths from Odin's high throne. Show your respect by watching attentively and learning what you can, for not everything is what it appears to be. The final truth shall make itself plain to you soon enough. That is precisely why you are here at all." The remainder of the night passed in a moment, and then Fistilion was inside Watchful One Manor as Kitsan learned about Bjorn's untimely death in the ziggurat ceremonial pool. The huntresses had the Norseman's body stretched out on his sleeping pallet, appearing peaceful, almost still alive and only at rest. The huntresses gathered around to view him, then discuss the solution to their unfortunate situation. Tyatsuna told Kitsan the truth of what happened in as much as she knew of it. After she heard everything, Kitsan paused to consider what she should do. "Round up all the men," she ordered. "Find out which one of them is missing his ceremonial medallion." Despite the great sorrow she felt over Bjorn's death, she concealed it well. The huntresses searched the manor to determine that only Zabu was without his necklace, so they brought him before his mistress to explain why. Zabu was already crying before he even entered the room, and the sight of Bjorn lying dead made him feel even worse. He fell to his knees to beg at Kitsan's feet. "I lent him my medallion. I thought it might protect him. I only wanted to keep him safe." He sobbed over the death of a friend who had been an inspiring mentor into the ways of foreign masculinity. With Bjorn dead, so was any hope that he was the sleeping king would lead them to a complete victory over the Moshe and finally put an end to the evil ceremony. Kitsan did her best to conceal her own sense of loss. It was still obvious that she felt deeply sorrowed over Bjorn's death. She knew she had in part encouraged his failed attempt to find out if he was indeed the sleeping king of the village legend. Because she was a consummate leader, her first motivation was to protect the honor and interests of her clan. She pondered aloud. "We have to tell Hanat something. She'll know if we lie to her, and the truth will be just as damaging. I'm not sure just what we should tell her." Tyatsuna was a favored lieutenant, so she spoke up freely as a trusted advisor. "Hanat's already warned us once about keeping a proper eye on him. If she finds out that we let him sneak out alone and visit the pool, she will be so angry that there is no telling how she will punish us. We need to tell her something else." "If we try tricking her and then get caught," another huntress debated, "it will be far worse for us. We should have the courage to accept our failure with our chins up high. If we fill her head with deceptions, we might put the whole village at risk." "We will tell the truth," Kitsan decided. "This situation is my fault. I am prepared to fess up and take my punishment. I am sorry that all of you are going to have to suffer along with me. I never stipulated for any of you to take special care to keep him inside. Clearly I should have. The only issue now is what to do with his body." "I know what we should do," Zabo choked out through his tears. "He told me the way they honored their dead nobles. We should place his body in his sailboat, then set fire to it to cremate him." "That will be perfect under the circumstances," Kitsan accepted the notion. Such a spectacle will distract the others from the ill-fated conclusion to his stay and also get rid of the sailboat, which is an unnecessary reminder of him. We can dismiss the usual time for mourning and have the funeral tonight. With the festival at hand, we cannot afford to dwell on anything else. Everyone was in agreement as they waited silently for Kitsan's next words. I'm going to go and tell Hanats what has happened, she said in conclusion. The rest of you continue with your normal training regimen. We'll move the boat outside the village this afternoon and burn it just before sunset. With that said, she went off to her room to dress in her finest ceremonial loincloth and fix up her hair so that she would be at her best for the meeting with Hanats. Just after Kitsan had fully prepared and she checked herself with a silver hand mirror, Zabu entered her room carrying Bjorn's clumsy wooden weapon that he had used for his practicing. The small man wordlessly left it leaning just inside the door, then turned about and went away. Kitsan put down the mirror, then stared at the weapon for long moments of stupefaction before she succumbed to heartbroken tears. Chapter 7. The Prophecy of the Sleeping King. Eventually, Kitsan composed herself by sublimating her grief into an ardent determination that she would use to go out and tell Hanats about what had happened. She walked alone to the High Priestess's personal residence, which was near the base of the ziggurat on the side opposite the Watchful One's compound. The building was not nearly as large as one of the clan manors. It was still the most resplendent accommodations afforded to any single individual in the community. Hanats' male attendant met Kitsan at the front entry, then demurely welcomed her in. He was a young and comely fellow that was a worthy trophy of the High Priestess and her station. Hanats sat at a table in her garden where she ate her morning meal and studied a thin rectangular tablet of gold that bore the etched writings of her people. She smiled at Kitsan in welcome as the chiefess came in through the archway. "Join me," the High Priestess offered cordially. She added a gesture for her subordinate to take a seat with her at the table. "Your farewell feast last night was simply wonderful. I was planning on organizing Bjorn's final departure just as soon as I finished eating. Would you like for me to have Kinu set you a place?" Kitsan positioned herself before the table with no intention to sit down or eat. "Bjorn is dead," she stated bluntly as the actual reason for her visit, slaughtering Bjorn's unpronounceable name in the process. "He went up to the pool last night. By the time that we knew he had gone and then went up after him, he was already dead. Bjorn drowned before the fountainhead and is no more." The priestess's expression drained in a manner that was even grayer than Kitsan's own demeanor had fallen when she had learned the same tragic news. She asked rhetorically as though disbelieving, "He's dead?" Her disposition swiftly hardened into a scowl of such anger that she suddenly swept her meal off the table with a harsh slash of her arm. She raged amidst the crashing of decorative dishes. "You stupid puppy! I ordered you to watch him carefully and to make absolutely certain that he stayed out of trouble." Hanats lurched up from her seat, then reached out as though she wanted to seize Kitsan by her throat to rip it out. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" She lowered her hand in a wave of disgust and then shook her head in utter antipathy. "How could you understand anything? You're too damn ignorant to even follow simple instructions. If you had any intelligence at all, you would have done what you were told and kept him alive in the first place." She surged with anger again, grabbed a water pitcher off the table, and then threw it at Kitsan. The Watchful One chiefess ducked just in time for it to sail past her shoulder and then smash against a distant wall. If she had stood firm, it would have struck her in the face. Kitsan promptly straightened back up to full attention, then waited for further admonishment. "I'm sorry," she apologized genuinely. "I had no idea that this was going to happen." Hanats screamed, "It's your job to have an idea what's going to happen. That is what your clan is supposedly for. This could not have ended up any worse if you had tried to ruin everything deliberately." Kitsan had to swallow before she spoke, since there was still more to tell that was her fault, which she had done by choice and did make matters even worse. "I went to his bed last night," she confided regretfully. "I thought that since he was leaving this morning that it wouldn't matter. Now I fear that may be the reason he went up to the pool in the first place." Hanats froze upon hearing the words. Her knowing ways uncovered some deeper hidden revelations amidst the confession. "You most certainly had some idea that something was going to happen," she accused icily. "I hear the lie that you cleverly disguise within the truth of your additional stupidity. You were thinking about what might happen if he went to the pool long before you decided to go to his bed and seduce him. Did you tell him to try the pool directly, or did you just insinuate it? Did you openly suggest to him to try and become the Sleeping King by bathing himself in the water's sacred powers?" She shook her head in a clear denial. "I told him in no uncertain terms that he should not go there. I explained to him that you would be furious over any such attempt on his part. He also knew that I would be held equally accountable, and that he would surely face the direst of consequences assuming he was not just killed outright, which sadly he has been. The High Priestess felt that she got truthful answers, which calmed her somewhat. I won't tell you what I know about Bjorn because you're too stupid to keep your mouth shut. If the Festival of Torches were not only a few days away, I would publicly strip you of your command, replace you with one of your lieutenants, and then demote your entire clan for its incompetence. There are many other chiefesses who would enjoy the honor of occupying the first house. You may be a great fighter and war leader, but you are useless when it comes to following orders. Don't think that I don't realize that you had some hand in putting such notions into his head in the first place. Despite the savage rebuking, Kitsan felt relieved to hear that her list of punishments were not to be forthcoming. What is my punishment to be, then? She remained determined to endure whatever would come. Anat scowled as her eyes burned with smoldering anger. Assuming we are both still here at the end of the festival, and that is a great assumption considering the terrific damage that you have done to the village's morale, I will almost certainly implement those punishments anyway. In light of your gross failure that has led to this, I would rather have one of the dogs in charge of the Watchful Ones than you. As it is, repairing the damage you have caused and preserving my people is my foremost concern. Hanats turned her back on Kitsan, then shook her head again. Repair the damage. What hope is there of that? You may have just damned us all. She threw a contemptuous, dismissing wave without even facing her. Just get out and pray the Moshe don't ever find out that you took him to your bed. If he had survived the pool and they knew of it, they would be swarming through the village already. Before she left, Kitsan felt compelled to address another lingering issue. I was planning on burning his body in his sailing boat this afternoon. She mentioned the plan, feeling that Hanatz's permission was important. Do you have any problem with that? The High Priestess turned about to address her willful subordinate. I don't want you to do anything until I figure out some way to use this situation to our best advantage. Put his body in some cool place until I decide just what that is to be. My warrioresses need to be confident for the festival, not gossiping about bad luck and wondering if Kukulkan has abandoned us. Worse still, I don't need the Moshe jumping to any conclusions about what has happened. If you burn his boat, they may take that as an open statement that he will be staying permanently. The emotion that Hanats put into the words about Kukulkan abandoning them concerned Kitsan most of all. The High Priestess made it sound as though it were true. It linked in her mind with what Hanats had said about Bjorn and how she wouldn't tell her some secret that concerned the consequences of his death. Kitsan wanted to ask for further explanation, only she knew better than to be non-compliant. She made a respectful bow that emphatically demonstrated she clearly understood the High Priestess's instructions, and then she turned to walk out. The Watchful One huntresses were all training diligently when Kitsan returned to the clan's grounds. Kitsan summoned 6 of the men, then had them follow her inside the manor. Working together, they lifted up Bjorn's body, then moved him from his room down into a cool cellar beneath the manor. By that afternoon, word of Bjorn's death had spread throughout the whole community. Everyone had expected Bjorn to depart with his sailboat before midday amidst a ceremony of some fanfare, and when that event never came to pass, he became the topic of everyone's mind. Hanats had no choice but to convene an impromptu meeting with her chiefesses, then inform them that Bjorn had indeed died in the night when he went unescorted to the Ziggurats pool. She made no effort to disguise Kitsan's incompetence in preventing the matter. The story of the tragedy successfully reinforced the ominous reputation of the Sacred Water's legendary powers, but it did little for boosting their morale. Hanats ended the assembly by explaining that because the waters of the fountain had taken Bjorn's spirit in a meaningful way, he would always be a part of their community, which may have been Kukulkan's intention from the beginning. Kukulkan has claimed this stranger on the eve of his departure, the High Priestess said in closing. It is the will of our great God that this has come to pass. We must put aside our grief and our lingering concerns to concentrate on the trials at hand. We cannot have any doubt or hesitation when the Moshe come here to challenge us. The chiefesses understood the seriousness of their situation and the importance of having their warrioresses performing at their best. Each in turn pledged her readiness and the commitment of her followers. Zanaka of the Bloodless One clan gave Kitsan an evil smirk before she made her pledge. You know that my people are always ready to be the invincible mainstay of your will and judgment. She told Hanats, I would never waver from your commands or hesitate to think of this community before my own personal desires. It is unfortunate that she didn't put Bjorn into my custody when I recommended it. If he had been, none of this would ever have happened. Kitsan was the last to speak according to tradition as the chiefess of the first clan. My people knew Bjorn best, and we shall mourn him the most. She really meant herself. He taught me the fighting art for wielding his sword. Kitsan used the Norse word for the weapon. I intend to use it during this ceremony in honor of him. Hanats was not impressed with Kitsan's statements or her pledge to adopt the fighting arts of a foreign man. I don't think that now is the time for change from our traditional ways. I'm sure I can trust you to look ahead this time and be certain you are making the right decision. The women disbanded, and then the chiefesses returned to their respective manors to focus on their training and other preparations for the upcoming festival. Even after the high priestess's attempt to control the mood of her people, the gossiping continued. Many of the warrioresses had hoped that the time of the sleeping king was upon them and that Bjorn would somehow help them against the Moshe. Others had hoped that Bjorn would successfully return to his home and thereby defeat the designs of the domineering Moshe in a more mundane way. His unexpected death disappointed both sides and left them wondering what import his failure would mean for them. No one was pleased about having the huntresses pluck a dead foreigner from their sacred pool on the eve of his long-awaited departure. They could in no way construe the matter as any sort of good omen. Hanats let the matter rest until the afternoon when she arrived at the Watchful One subdivision, and she was not alone. Bukitsa, the Blood Panther chiefess, was in her company as an escort, as was the respected chiefess of the Mountain Heart clan, along with 10 of her finest Mountain Heart warrioresses. Kitsan was outside leading the fighting drills of her huntresses when she saw them approaching. Hanats was in a serious mood and immediately summoned Kitsan to come with her inside the manor. The Mountain Heart warrioresses remained outside while the 4 head women went in to speak privately. Once they were away from the others, Hanats addressed Kitsan. I want your word that you will keep all that you are about to learn a complete secret. I don't have time for games, and I cannot risk betrayal. Swear it now, or there will be the direst consequences. You have my solemn oath, Kitsan swore genuinely. I will tell no one, not even Zabu or my most trusted lieutenant. That's good, Hanats replied snidely. Otherwise I was going to erase your mind in the pool and then train you up again right. Her seriousness conveyed that she wasn't joking. Show me where you put Bjorn's body. I want to see him. Kitsan led them to the covered stairwell that gave access down into a dark cellar. She lit a small lamp while the Mountain Heart chiefess pulled open the huge wooden cover that concealed the stairs. Kitsan led the way down and lit other lamps and wall niches as she descended deeper. In the chamber at the bottom of the stairs was a long stone table with Bjorn's covered body lying atop it. Hanats walked up, then pulled back the sheet to examine him. Such a waste. If he had lived, he may have provided us with what we needed most to defeat the Moshe. The Mountain Heart chiefess asked, Iron weapons? No. Hanats shook her head as though iron were nothing. I speak of the sleeping king himself. I have gone back to study all the writings that my ancient predecessor made about his prophecy. The high priestess stared hard at Kitsan. She was a Watchful One chiefess before she became a high priestess, and she was one of the best ever on both counts. When the waters transformed her at her coronation, her powers grew until she could have lengthy visions about the distant future. She wrote down that in one of her visions she saw the sleeping king come to us, but only after one of our own awakened him from his slumber. I had secretly hoped that Bjorn was either the king or more likely our emissary who would go awaken him. She threw the cover completely off from Bjorn's body. All the Watchful Ones know that no prophecy is ever plain and easy to interpret. Now that he's dead, we must have faith that we are still waiting for some other. Remember that the Moshe insisted that Bjorn had to leave before the festival, the Mountain Heart woman reminded her fellows. They said they would attack the village if he didn't. They also said he was not to soil the sacred pool by coming into contact with it. Now that we have failed both clauses, surely they will come after us to find out why. They also said that he wasn't supposed to have any of our women, the Blood Panther chiefess added while eyeing Kitsan. I could smell his sweaty passion on her from outside, and it's even worse in here. She still reeks of their forbidden rutting. That is just one more reason for the Moshe to stage an assault. If they knew any of those things, they would be here already, Hanats responded smartly. They must already be wondering why he is yet to leave. Why would they want Bjorn to stay clear of the pool and out of our village unless they too knew that he might be the answer to our ancient conflict? They were wrong, though. He went to the pool and it slew him. I don't doubt that if Kukulkan meant him to be the herald of the sleeping king, that we were supposed to take him to the water ourselves. Sadly, that issue is now closed and we must address our uncertain future. We have to burn his body openly so that they know he is dead, and I want it done before sunset. Assuming his baby's not already in Kitsan's belly, all of our immediate danger can go up in flames together. Yukitsa inquired with additional scorn in her tone for Kitsan. What if she is pregnant? I know a way to put an end to that as well, the High Priestess answered distastefully before addressing Kitsan. Please tell me that it won't be necessary. The Blood Panther Chiefess leaned close to Kitsan, then sniffed her. It is still too early for me to tell if she carries a child. The change wouldn't be evident for a few days at least. Even if she was, we would need to know if it was Zabu's. She said the man's name with bitterness and that she had always coveted him herself and had lost duels to acquire him more than once. It sickens me that she would take the outsider to her bed when she already had one of the finest men in the village. I am not with child, Kitsan stated darkly. I already looked into it myself. I know with certainty that I am not pregnant. Then this can be solved after all, Hanats offered reassuringly. As soon as this mess is behind us, we can get back to concentrating on the demands of the festival. In case any of you are wondering, you're not to tell anyone anything about the prophecy or about anything we discussed. Now, she grabbed one of Bjorn's thick wrists. Let's get him outside. We'll carry him out onto the plain with his sailboat and then burn them. I'm sure the Moshe will be watching and they won't get a chance to know what has happened to him, just that he's dead. I see only one small problem, Yukitsa commented with a whimsical inflection to her tone. He's not dead. The other women froze in surprise. Hanats could not believe it could be true. What do you mean he's not dead? Are you certain? The Blood Panther Chiefess first answered with an expression that questioned if the High Priestess could genuinely possess such doubt even to ask. I can smell a dead bird from 5,000 paces downwind. As sure as Kukulkan is well hung, I can smell a dead man in a closed room. She stepped up to the table, pulled open Bjorn's mouth, and then leaned down to smell his non-existent exhalation. Yukitsa glanced up with the same whimsical expression. Like I said, he's not dead. Well, she retracted, he's not rotting anyway. I have to admit that he doesn't seem to be breathing. The three chiefesses waited on Hanats to offer some explanation. The High Priestess peeled open one of Bjorn's eyes and peered in before letting go with a sigh. He may not be rotting, but he is certainly in no shape to go home. I think the pool sucked out his mind and now he's little more than a garden tuber. Even if he is not dead already, he might as well be. Kitsan's voice cracked with emotion. What does that mean? You have to be able to do something to bring him back. Hanat shook her head with regret even before Kitsan finished. I have the village to think about. I can't do anything without taking him back to the pool, and even if I did, I have no idea what I would do there. I can't risk having the Moshe seeing such a thing. They might decide to raise the whole village. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to proceed with my plan anyway. The Mountain Heart Chiefess couldn't believe what Hanat said. He is still alive. Her tone demonstrated her intention for Hanat to hear her out no matter what. So long as there is some chance of the Sleeping King awakening, we are going to take it. This is about the village, the whole village. The Moshe can be damned. He is going to the pool if I have to carry him there alone. That's right, Yukitsa added in strong support. I don't want to fight the Moshe either. I have a baby daughter and a young son. The Sleeping King is the only hope my daughter has of never finding herself in the Moshe stronghold. I have been there. I'll do anything to spare her that humiliation and suffering. Please, take him back to the pool, Kitsan chimed in as the voice of reason. The prophecy is still alive so long as he is. You can't just give up on this chance to make things right. Hanats was resolute in her beliefs, but not beyond reason. We have the means at our disposal to know what the right thing to do is. She turned to Kitsan, seeking disclosure. Use your insight to answer me this. Will Bjorn become the Sleeping King, or deliver him to us if we take him to the pool as you desire? Kitsan focused her will to precognate on the future outcome of that presented question. After a moment she shook her head in confusion. It is uncertain. I feel that something important will come of it that won't be exactly in the way that you're asking. The question is confusing as to the nature of the truth. The Mountain Heart Chiefess had a better inquiry. If we take him to the pool, will the waters be able to get him back into a condition where he can leave as planned? That alone would solve our problems with the Moshe and leave him open to fulfill any prophecy. Kitsan concentrated again. She found herself in the same state of uncertainty. Something will happen, only not what you're asking. I can sense that we will get something close to that intention. If the answer was no, I would know it. We need to take him to the pool. I know we must. Kukulkan be praised. It was not an easy decision for Hanats. She agreed anyway. If the Moshe are watching the village, and I believe they are, it won't be long before they attack in force. If we can get him up there discreetly in any way, we need to try. To do less would be suicidal. I'll have my clan find their spies, the Blood Panther Chiefess offered. Once we are sure that the way is clear, he can be taken up there, and they won't need to be any the wiser. Kitsan eagerly agreed. It can work. I'll know when the time is right. The Mountain Heart Chiefess stepped up to Bjorn, then single-handedly hoisted the huge man over her shoulder to carry him out. I'll run him up the stairs myself. Keeping everyone in the village quiet will be the hard part, and not my problem. Hanats headed up the stairs while she spoke over her shoulder. I'll keep them calm. Just give me a moment and then follow. Bukitsa went up with the high priestess and then sprinted off to gather her people so that they could search for any nearby Moshe. Hanats immediately spread the word that everyone was to keep their attention on their business and take no notice of anything they saw. If their acting was not perfect, they might alert any Moshe sentries that something unusual was happening in the village. The Mountain Heart Chiefess and Kitsan exited the clan's manor last, and they headed directly for the ziggurat stairs. Kitsan bothered to drape Bjorn's shroud over him while her fellow chiefess carried him. Bjorn was much too large for any unwanted observer to confuse him for being anything else. The shroud was a harmless precaution. The inhumanly sharp eyes of the Blood Panther huntresses soon picked out the indistinct forms of 6 Moshe who hid beyond the village's perimeter. One of the ziggurat stairways had only one Moshe in position to watch over it. Hanats had already wisely enlisted the services of the other chiefesses so that she quickly had a proper plan ready to put into play. A team of 12 fighting women rapidly assembled from members of the Mountain Heart and Hummingbird clans. To disguise their intentions, they casually meandered in the direction of the lone concealed spy. With a Blood Panther huntress to guide them, the women got as near to the canal as they could without seeming suspicious, and then they suddenly rushed out to attack. The Mountain Heart warrioresses called upon their superhuman strength to leap over the wide canal, then go after the hidden Moshe sentry. The Hummingbird huntresses possessed the power of inhuman celerity, and they could call upon it just as Hanats had done when she crippled Vulgar Trophy. Their great sprinting speed allowed them to fly through the air with long jumps that cleared the broad span of the canal. The Moshe sentry realized that the women had spotted him as soon as they came bounding over the water. The Blood Panther huntress remained behind and kept yelling out directions so that the advancing warrioresses could find the nearly invisible watcher. Rather than face a battle against an unbeatable number of huntresses, the Moshe chose to flee with all haste. He had no chance of outrunning the Hummingbird warrioresses as he fled toward the distant jungle because they could run faster than sprinting deer. The Moshe maintained his translucent disguise as he tried to escape in the hope that he might get far enough from the Blood Panther huntress across the canal that even her extremely keen eyesight could no longer discern his exact location. The Mountain Heart women were gifted athletes and superlative runners, but still too natural to close the distance even half as swiftly as the Hummingbird warrioresses could. Once the Hummingbirds forced the Moshe to stop and fight them, the Mountain Hearts would then also be upon him to aid in his destruction. Kitsan used her clan's special gift to sense when it was the proper time to take Bjorn up the ziggurat. The Mountain Heart chiefess carried Bjorn up the steps 2 at a time as she ran straight to the top. Hanats and Kitsan followed after her so that the 4 of them were soon beside the sacred pool. Put him down, Kabela. Hanats pointed to where she wanted the Mountain Heart chiefess to put Bjorn on the deck. We don't have much time. Let's get this over with quickly. While Kabela carefully placed Bjorn down at the edge of the water, Hanats unceremoniously stripped off her meager loincloth and then slipped into the sacred pool. Kitsan just kept watch since she was too emotionally involved to do much else but stare. Hanats waded out to the fountainhead, then stood just aside of the gushing stream. She traced her hand along the edge of the golden disc as though caressing it affectionately. By taking hold of the edge, she pulled down to turn it easily like a greased wheel on an axle. The massive golden edifice spun in place effortlessly despite its awesome weight. The central face remained stationary as a hub, and the flow of water from its mouth remained uninterrupted as the disc went a little more than 1/2 of its complete revolution. Once Hanats became satisfied with its new alignment, she cupped her hands, filled them with the incoming flow, and then carried the water to Bjorn. In the hope she would be helpful and potentially improve Bjorn's odds of survival, Kitsan asked, "Doesn't he need one of the men's amulets? I can run down and get one." "No help can come from one of those," Hanats explained while she waded over to Bjorn. "They were made by the first high priestess of our village, and though she was fully versed in all the arts of the old empire, their purpose was to help keep the men in forms that are inoffensive to the Moshe." She used the heel of one of her cupped hands to press open Bjorn's mouth, and then she poured the water down his throat. "I'm trying to give Bjorn strength that is normally reserved for only a woman." Bjorn didn't gag or cough the water from his throat. The fluid drained down successfully without any noticeable effect on him. While the 3 women waited in eager silence for some noticeable change to take place in Bjorn, loud shouts rose up from the combat that took place outside the village down below. The group of Hummingbird huntresses had caught up with the fleeing Moshe observer, then started to fight with him. The Moshe put up a vicious defense. The warrioresses had him sorely pressed from the onset and would soon defeat him. More than a dozen more Moshe warriors charged out of the jungle to aid their beleaguered comrade. Even with the help of the Mountain Heart warrioresses who could soon enter the fray, The additional Moshe warriors would make for a battle not to the Huntress's advantage. The hummingbirds stabbed the first Moshe many times with their spears. They were unable to kill him before they had to abandon the assault and retreat. The Moshe warriors had charged out from the jungle were in their fully flamboyant battle guises. They howled with ecstatic aggression as they chased after the warrioresses. Hanat said only moments before the Moshe fighters would be just outside the canal. They would be close enough that they might perhaps notice that something was amiss on the ziggurat. She abandoned the hope of bringing Bjorn back from his stupor, grabbed him by a wrist, and then used her mountain heart strength to drag him into the water. Kitsan wailed in horror. "What are you doing? He'll drown." "He's not breathing anyway," the High Priestess explained as she pulled him in all the way. "If they find out he is up here, we're all doomed. So long as he is in the water, they have no chance of learning anything. None of their powers are effectual here." By pushing down on Bjorn's chest, she sank his lean muscle mass to the bottom and then left him there. "I want the two of you down there now," she ordered. "The Moshe must be kept out of the village. My fighters need their officers." Kabela and Kitsan obeyed without question. They rushed down the ziggurat to command the defense. The retreating huntresses outside the village leaped the canal a second time to get back in. The pursuing Moshe stopped a short distance from the canal. One of their members stepped forward to speak as their representative. The towering fighter wielded a pair of carved clubs, which were all he had besides a simple loincloth. The Moshe had no freakish battle guise to make him seem horrifying. Instead, there were countless ragged scars that marred his heavily muscled body as though he had previously survived 100 savage battles. The frighteningly powerful Moshe flexed his muscles as he twirled his clubs expertly to appear even more intimidating. The Moshe demanded harshly, "Where is the foreigner? He was to have gone by now, and still we have seen nothing of him. Send him out now to die, or we will come in, then find him ourselves." "Leave now, Signor," Kitsan answered him with fearless defiance. She had a long fighting spear in hand while she stood at the head of 60 of the village's huntresses. "If you do not depart immediately, we will pour from this village like a swarm of angry ants to slaughter you all where you stand. This is your one warning, and I only give it because the ceremony is close enough for us to settle our differences in the traditional manner." The Moshe took a moment while he honestly considered the weight of her warning, and then he disregarded it. "You have brought us to this impasse," he riled. "Where is the man? If you act now, we will let you take him in his boat to the coast and send him on his way unharmed." By mentioning the boat, he proved that they had specific knowledge about the activities that went on deep inside the village. Kitsan was at a loss for words, and she couldn't tell him Bjorn was dead without being asked to produce his body, and neither could she offer to send him on his way. She finally settled on a plausible lie. "Our guest is bedridden with the flowing river sickness. It has already progressed to a high fever. He cannot be moved or sent home until he recovers. He may even die," Kabela added from nearby in a sudden stroke of inspiration. "He was weak and sickly to begin with. I'll be glad to have him gone either way. He's ugly and stupid." The Moshe chieftain seemed pleased to hear that Bjorn was sickly, weak, and ugly. "Just be certain he goes nowhere near the pool." Signor's tone was patient. "We will be watching closely to be certain that he does not." "Be gone or die," Kitsan yelled with a rude hand gesture besides. "We will defend our guest at any cost. That is the law of Kukulkan's hospitality." "Very well." The Moshe gave in, then motioned for his allies to depart. "Just remember that we will be watching. The man must be gone by the beginning of the festival, or he will be the first taken. You shall watch us butcher him before your bridge as an example to what happens to any man who so much as raises his eyes against us." The scarred warrior was the last to change into the translucent blur of near invisibility. After they had walked a short distance, the Moshe were all gone from sight. When Hanats came down from the ziggurat, Kitsan approached her for some explanation about Bjorn. "How are we going to get him down from there? The Moshe are searching for him. We have to do something." Hanats remained calm. "The healing powers of the waters are keeping him safe for now. He is safer where he is than anywhere else I can think of at the moment. Kukulkan watches over him. You shall have to be patient while I consult the lore and try to figure out what to do next." It was not what Kitsan wanted to hear, and Hanats knew it. "You have duties to attend to. You let me worry about Bjorn." With nothing more she could do, Kitsan went off to organize the village defenses along with the other chieftesses. The Blood Panthers confirmed that numerous Moshe slunk about outside the village to closely monitor all the women's activities. The warrioresses maintained their readiness with mixed patrols and guards at all the bridges and archways. Nightfall brought more problems as the women had to add Atsaman demons to their list of concerns. Even though the frightening creatures never crossed the water to enter the community, they still had other fell powers that made them worthy of respectful consideration. Since it was necessary for a large number of the warrioresses to commit themselves to guarding the men and children within the clan houses, it meant that nearly everyone else had to occupy the exterior security positions. Hanaats made sure that a few of the huntresses had the opportunity to sleep in short shifts so that her forces would not all diminish through exhaustion even before the Festival of Torches tested them to their fullest. The next day brought no meaningful change. The Moshe continued to gather in the nearby jungle, and they maintained strong patrols outside the village perimeter. The huntresses made no effort to leave the community to hunt or to gather any sort of food. The gardens were ripe, and they had stocked up on meat during prior days so that they had plenty to sustain them until their lives could once again return to normal. The men labored in silence under close guard as they prepared meals, tended to the children, and fed the vigilant warrioresses at their guard posts. Hanaats had scaled the ziggurat 3 times during the day to check on Bjorn and determine if his condition had changed in any way. Each time, Kitsan waited at the foot of the steps when the High Priestess came back down. Bjorn's condition always remained unchanged. He was lost in an inert state somewhere between being alive and dead. The tension continued to rise steadily as the Festival of Torches drew nearer. Just after sunrise the next morning, Eagle Wrath and 40 other battle-guised Moshe approached the main bridge to demand a parley. The warrioresses who guarded the bridge summoned Hanaats and a host of the chieftesses to talk to the emissaries. Eagle Wrath spoke for the Moshe. "Where is the man? You promised us that this would be resolved days ago, and still we wait. The treaty between us is ancient. We have shown admirable patience that you could only perceive as all due respect. You are forcing us to take action." Hanaat spoke for her people. "He is still deathly ill. He is too weak for me to send home alone. The man will most likely die despite our best efforts. Kukulkan has tied our hands in this matter. The edicts of Kukulkan are paramount. We cannot set them aside even for your threat of total war. You waste your time coming here because nothing has changed for all of your manly complaining." Eagle Wrath understood that manly meant an insult as she applied it to him. He told her the truth. "This is your final warning, Hanaats. Tonight is the last sliver of the moon before it dies. Tomorrow night the light will not be from the stars alone, since our torches will seem just as numerous. The first act of our festival will be to cleanse your village of all impurities. Send the Golden Foreigner away, or kill him yourself if need be. He cannot stay." The High Priestess knew the severity of the situation. Hanaat submitted to the inevitable course that she had to follow. "Before sunset tomorrow, the fate of the man shall be resolved. You have my word on that as a High Priestess. Because of your effrontery, you shall die this festival by my hand. If you come before this bridge ever again, Eagle Wrath, I shall pluck your feathers and set your head on a spear outside my door." Eagle Wrath took no offense and even grinned evilly as much as his avian face could do. "I accept your challenge. When my time comes, we shall each test the other's worth. Between us shall be a contest that symbolizes the great revolution that freed my people from your emperor's cruel oppression. We annihilated his finest warriors, toppled his corrupt empire, and that act of retribution has forever set us at odds." The Moshe bristled in a shimmering of his splendid plumage. "Our son shall be a Moshe worthy of his own legend." "Stare intently at the moon tonight, Eagle Wrath." Hanaat's tone was dismissive. "It will be the last time you shall ever see it. When we meet again, you shall die." The company of Moshe moved off together without ever lowering their guard, since they were wary of a sudden attack by their dangerous adversaries. They did not fade from their battle guises into their evasive illusionary cloaks. The Moshe returned to the jungle while still in their extravagant battle forms. Hanaats doubled the number of guards at the main bridge, then assembled the chieftesses to discuss the details of the village's readiness for the upcoming festival. Throughout the whole of the day, the women and men worked together as they prepared the village for the upcoming battle. Everything movable that they wouldn't use, either offensively or defensively, they took inside the clan houses. The men prepared the manors by moving all the readily flammable materials like the baskets, textiles, and wall hangings into the cellars and inner chambers. They next outfitted other especially secure inner chambers for a prolonged stay with the children. The rooms had massive stone doors that the men could seal with huge beams that would make them impenetrable against anything besides a prolonged siege by unbeleaguered aggressors. While the men readied the building interiors, the women assembled their assorted war equipment. Besides their many spears, shields, and obsidian-edged war clubs, they also organized great bundles of javelins with the ladles they used to cast them. The Mountain Heart women stacked pyramids of ballast-sized stones at key locations. They would use their superhuman physical prowess to hurl the missiles as defensive artillery. By sunset, the village was ready for war. The trepidations of days past were gone, and a fierce determination replaced it, so that the men were confident of their women, and the warrioresses did not dare show any face of fear or doubt toward one another. The moon was a thin sliver that would be totally dark by the following night. Millions of stars cast their light over the village and gave the only additional illumination. The women refused to light any torches or lanterns, as such artificial forms of illumination was too reminiscent of the violent festival that would soon assault them. Every perimeter had a strong presence of guards, complete with Blood Panther huntresses who had senses sharp enough to detect even the slyest intruder. The old crow took Fistilian to the far end of the village where the river entered the community, and then they floated further beyond the perimeter to move upstream toward the jungle. Once they were beneath the canopy of the jungle and within the thick undergrowth out of sight of the Blood Panther warrioresses who watched from the village, they came upon a war party of Moshe. The fully battle-guised warriors lurked at the edge of the river where they discussed some scheme that they concocted. Fistilian asked his guide, "What are they up to? Is there some reason for you to be showing me this? My father lies all but dead in their sacred fountain, and my mother has been disgraced for allowing him to end up there. The Moshe are preparing to siege the village and perhaps destroy everything. This began with you telling me that Odin considered my father a hero worthy of his direct attention. Your patience is about to be rewarded," the old crow explained, with only a hint of patience for Fistilian's annoying comments. "The Moshe also have seers, and they know that your father is the only true threat they have faced in generations. Even though their fate is already sealed, they have no choice but to try and unseat the encroaching storm that is the wrath of the sleeping king." Fistilian flushed with pride because the noble ancestry of his mother impressed him as much as the impending heroism old crow attributed to his father. "So I am the son of the sleeping king," he mused. "I knew there had to be some reason that all of you were treating me as being so special." "Just shut your mouth, young fool," the avian deity finally snapped in disgust he could no longer restrain. "The more you speak, the more you prove that you perceive little and understand even less, all despite this great effort to have you do otherwise." The Moshe remained huddled beside the water as they debated a growing scheme in hushed tones. Even though the jungle interior was too dark for human eyes to see, the Moshe kept careful watch as though they had the eyes of cats. It was only by the magic of Odin's high seat that Fistilian was able to see all things as they transpired. The wild and menacing appearances of the Moshe were enough to keep Fistilian enthralled for a time. Soon the appearance of yet another uncanny figure distracted him. A handsome and proportionate man lurked on the branch of a tree high over the heads of the Moshe. He was no small man like those from the village, rather he had some muscularity and stature. Though he was brown-skinned like the other local peoples, he was not nearly so large as the Moshe, and so was of a more traditional homogeny. The weightless way the man perched on his limb and the maniacal expression he wore with his gleaming dark eyes told Fistilian that the figure was no mere man but another of the Atsaman demons that stalked the jungle at night. Fistilian and the demon shared equal amusement that the Moshe were unaware that they were under observation. Just as the Moshe used their powers to haunt the village, the Atsaman stalked them with equal impunity. The forest demon's boldness proved to be an expensive boast when the Moshe revealed that they were not the fools he mistook them to be. The smallest Moshe stayed battle-guised in the form of a tusked humanoid with heavy black bristles that poked from his coarse brown coat of hair. Two of the largest Moshe crouched to either side of the bristled warrior. One of them had the likeness of a humongous wet-skinned toad with vibrant colors in orange, yellow, and blue. The other was in the likeness of a long-haired sloth man that was green with mold and had claws as long as swords and horrific fangs as would some monster from a nightmare. The two huge Moshe slyly grasped the smaller warrior, then exerted a tremendous unified heave as they tossed him straight up into the air. The Atsaman had no reason to suspect that his adversaries had even seen him prior to their sudden action. They caught him unprepared as the tusked warrior sailed upward, then reached out to grasp him. One of the flying Moshe's powerful hands seized the demon's flowing black hair, while his other hand took a hold of a magnificent belt of exquisitely engraved interlinked coin-like silver discs that the Atsaman wore. The forest demon shrieked in unaccustomed, fearful surprise as the weight of the Moshe plucked him from his branch, then drug him back downward into the slavering pack. In a desperate effort to preserve his unnatural life, the Atsaman exerted his full power of supernatural levitation to prevent his descent as he used wickedly clawed fingers to rip long wounds into the bristled Moshe's back. The demon did manage to slow his fall and eventually halted altogether. By then he was already low enough for other Moshe to leap up, then grasp the legs of their comrade to drag them both all the way back to the ground. The demon then fully realized the severity of his circumstance and struggled wildly to get free so he could escape into the jungle. The Moshe were in a frenzy of bloodlust as they seized the Atziman from all sides and held him to the ground. With an entire host of hulking Moshe to restrain him, the forest demon had no chance to get loose or inflict any more injuries. The Moshe had their clubs ready. They proceeded to gleefully break all the forest demon's bones. They shattered his limbs both upper and lower, then did the same to his pelvis, skull, and spine. The perverse energies that sustained the Atziman were too strong for even such hideous injuries to snuff out. The Moshe had already realized that such would be the case. They wanted the forest demon alive so they could savor hurting the hated foe under more leisurely circumstances. While most of the Moshe teased the mangled forest demon they had captured, one separated from the others to undertake the group's original purpose. The warrior had a battle guise in the form of a crustacean man that had the hard carapace, pincers, and eye-stalked head of an enormous crimson crab. Moshe slipped into the river, then submerged himself to begin the long swim to the women's village. The accommodating flow of the current aided the warrior on his journey. Festilian and the Old Crow followed along the bank as they watched the Moshe swim steadily toward his objective. Many of the village's warrioresses kept careful watch. Not even the Blood Panther huntresses were aware as the Moshe entered the community by the river. One of the many guard dogs might have spotted the intruder if he ever neared the surface. The crab-like Moshe cautiously remained deep underwater. No mortal man could have held his breath for so long as the Moshe proved capable. It was proof that he had some special gift that sustained him without air. The Moshe swam all the way to the great ziggurat, and even then he patiently lurked beneath the surface. Using some supernatural sense, he perceived what happened above the surface of the river. Even though a sweeping pressure of water current blasted into the airless channel that ancient geniuses had crafted to pass the river beneath the ziggurat monument, the Moshe clung to the edge of the stonework as he waited for his opportunity to emerge undetected. His moment came in the form of 50 Moshe warriors that advanced against two sides of the village. The warriors were in their translucent stalking guises and moved quietly. The Blood Panther huntresses smelled them coming from a long way off. Once the warriors were just beyond the canals, the perceptive huntresses saw them as well, even in the poor light. Shouts of alarm spread through the village. The calls lured the ready defenders away from their interior posts to positions closer to the perimeter. The crab-guised Moshe crawled from the river, then scaled the stairless side of the ziggurat with the impetuous speed of a giant spider. None of the vigilant dogs or huntresses had been close enough to notice the warrior's cunning intrusion onto their most sacred shrine. The scent of the many other Moshe obscured the passing of one soaking wet warrior who would soon be high up into the unobstructed wind. The large force of Moshe who created the distraction abandoned their advance just as soon as their compatriot was well on his way. They didn't want an actual battle or even to disturb the women any more than required for furthering their original plan. The Moshe intruder soon reached the top of the ziggurat unnoticed and stayed low to the deck as he crept toward the fountain-fed pool. He had no direct interest in the water and never bothered to peer closely down into its turbulent depths. Even if he had, he would not have noticed Bjorn lying at the bottom of the pool, since for some strange reason the water was unnaturally murkier than the poor light accounted for. The crab warrior already knew in intimate detail what he would find atop the ziggurat aside from Bjorn. The interloping warrior went down onto his knees at the edge of the pool directly across from the face of the fountain and then felt along the interior of the wall just below the waterline. Even though his hands had the appearance of massive crab's pincers, his finely formed fingers quickly located a small secret catch that clicked audibly when he pressed it. A faint grating of stone rose up from within the ziggurat's platform, and as it spread, the Moshe slipped back on all fours, acting like the crab his form imitated. A large square of finished stone beneath where the Moshe kneeled slowly flipped upward like a trap door. At the same time, several more large stones that surrounded the raised cap folded downward with that same slow efficiency. They sank into the deck so that a narrow set of perfectly carved stairs revealed themselves leading down into the heart of the ziggurat. The edge of the opening was equal to the level of the pool's water, so that the agitation caused by the fountain sent a thin waterfall that cascaded down the stairs. Once the stairs fully opened, the Moshe crept to the access and started down inside. He was such a massive brute that he had to turn sideways, then wiggle his way into the cavity. Festilian wanted to follow the Moshe inside the monument. The Old Crow did not share his interest. When they had waited a long moment in silence, Festilian had to speak up. "What is down there?" he asked impatiently. "This can only mean serious trouble." "You know nothing," the bird replied without moving their perspective in the slightest. "Soon enough your curiosity will be satisfied, then you will have seen too much, and you will long to be returned to your own home. Do not forget that these trials are not your own. You have your own fate to endure. Shut up, watch, and learn. You're about to see how a man proves himself worthy of Odin's admiration." Chapter 8. Legacy of the Ancients. Fistilian found time slipping fluidly ahead, so that before long the crustacean-guised Moshe crept back up the stairs to exit the ziggurat. Grasped in his pincers was a war club of incredible qualities. Some master craftsman had cast the weapon in a dull, golden-hued bronze that was like no metal Fistilian had ever seen before. Dozens of leering faces similar to the fountainhead covered the club in relief. The weapon was obviously a treasured relic left over from the glory days of the women's fallen empire, and the Moshe was stealing it. Fistilian found himself admiring the Moshe's courage and audacity in making the bold attempt. It was the sort of bloodless statement a Micmac warrior would sometimes make against an enemy to prove his bravery. As the Moshe emerged from the stairwell, he paused to consider something strange. Fistilian followed the crab warrior's stalked gaze to notice that the great solid gold fountainhead wheel slowly turned. The massive edifice silently rotated as though some invisible hand imparted power to it. The Moshe had no idea what to make of the display, and he seemed almost entranced by the wheel's serene motion. The surface of the water was still dark, and since the Moshe was only half out of the stairwell, he was close enough to the surface that he easily gazed down into the pool. The inflow of the water disturbed the surface in a roughly uniform manner, so that when another force agitated the pattern, the Moshe realized it. The warrior leaned forward to gaze deliberately down into the pool as though he suspected that something lurked just beneath the surface. Bjorn's hand burst out of the water, then seized the Moshe by his throat. Rippling cords of muscle bulged in Bjorn's forearm as he tightened his crushing grip. The Moshe instinctively pulled away, and the struggle made his feet slip on the wet stairs. As the Moshe scrambled to regain his footing, he fell down several steps. Bjorn held on doggedly, and water exploded as he came lurching up from beneath its surface. More intimidating than Bjorn's burning eyes or his homicidal expression was his astounding physical form. The potent waters of the pool had transformed him in the same way it must have crafted the imposing warrioresses of the village and also the Moshe at their own ceremonial pool. Bjorn had gained at least 2 hands in height and an equally hefty proportion in lean muscular weight, while enchanted waters had amplified the warrioresses and the Moshe from a physically modest equatorial stock. Bjorn was from one of the most powerfully framed races of humans on the world. The waters had not only enlarged him into a man that even a Moshe would envy, but it had also perfected his body in less revealing ways. The fountain's power had healed all of Bjorn's scars so that his skin was as unflawed as any newborn. He radiated a visceral healthiness as would only a young adult, and the most perfect vitality and conditioning might. The waters had made Bjorn into the most fearsome Viking the world had ever seen. The crab-guised Moshe recognized that Bjorn was no man for him to trifle with. The warrior continued to struggle with great desperation, and his chaotic flailing only caused him to slip further down into the stairwell. His lack of firm footing and the tight confines totally prevented him from bringing the club into play. Bjorn was too obsessed with strangling the Moshe to either hesitate or consider the consequences of his aggression. The crazed Norseman shot out of the pool like a leaping dolphin to plunge down the stairwell after his prey. Even before Bjorn was waist-deep headfirst into the stairwell, he had his second hand on the Moshe's throat and throttled the life out of him. The Moshe had already proven himself to have a gift for going without air. He had no such prowess for surviving without blood flowing into his head. The 2 warriors continued to slide down the stone stairway as they struggled. The interior of the ziggurat was as dark as any place could be. That didn't matter to Bjorn as he rode the Moshe down the stairs like a toboggan. Fistilian followed with the old crow. The high seat of Odin allowed them to see clearly even through the truest darkness. The struggling warriors stopped at a landing at the base of the first stretch of stairs. More steps continued down from the platform at a right angle. That area was large enough to let them fight without falling again. The Moshe discarded the ornate metal club so he could grasp a hold of Bjorn's wrist and try to pull away the hands that were stifling his life. Bjorn couldn't see what he was doing as he held on tight. He didn't realize that the pool had made him grow, so he assumed that the Moshe was a small specimen and just especially feisty. The Moshe was still amazingly strong. Bjorn found he had to roar with exertion as he focused himself to keep his grip. The raging Norseman lifted the Moshe off of his feet, swung him to the side, and then smashed him into the wall. Bjorn couldn't see that a spike of the lackluster golden metal protruded from the stonework where he slammed the Moshe. The metallic spine punched through the back of the Moshe's skull. It killed him at once and hung him in place as would a wall tapestry. Bjorn knew that his foe was dead from a lack of movement and the scent of blood. He assumed the Moshe had fractured his skull when he impacted with the wall. When he let the slain warrior go, the corpse sagged yet remained hanging on the wall like a piece of garish artwork. Bjorn poked him several times out of curiosity as to why he still hung. He finally let the matter go as being of no consequence. The Moshe's hung weight slowly pulled down on the wall spike until it finally tripped the mechanical lever. When it settled fully into the downward position, it set off a course of events that began with a faint grinding of stone that finally led to the access to the stairs above ceiling closed. Once Bjorn gathered his senses and considered his circumstances, he felt his way back up the stairs to get out. He didn't need to see to find his way to the top of the stairs. The exit had tightly sealed in solid stone. He felt no handle or lever to make it otherwise. Bjorn did not realize that the Moshe's body was on the activating lever that caused his confinement. He made a last attempt to use all his might to push his way out and even yelled as loud as he could in the hope it would summon some sort of aid. Neither effort availed him in the slightest, so Bjorn abandoned the exit. He decided to explore downward instead. It was an easy matter for Bjorn to make his way down the narrow staircase, even in complete darkness. He passed by the dead Moshe without realizing that the lever that would offer him his freedom was there on the wall and held up the body. His foot bumped into the metallic club that lay on the landing, all wet with water and Moshe blood. Bjorn picked the weapon up, then took it with him as he made the turn to proceed down the next stairway. The narrow stairwell led deep into the very heart of the ziggurat. Bjorn could not see. He felt the imposing weight of the stonework mountain that surrounded him. At the final landing was one of the signature pyramidal arched doorways. A cool metal door blocked Bjorn's advance. As he carefully felt around its edges, he found it had hinges on its right side. He set his shoulder against the uneven embossed surface and pressed, only to find how easily it moved in unexpected surprise. Stranger than the door itself, there was an unnatural blue illumination that filled the chamber beyond it. No light of the sun, moon, stars, or burning fuel had such an enchanting hue. After spending so much time in total darkness, it seemed almost brilliant to Bjorn's night-struck eyes. The chamber was barely tall enough to let Bjorn step inside without scraping his head on the ceiling. What he saw in the glorious blue glow struck him with awe. The wide rectangular room had walls lined with items of war that were all made of the same dull, golden, untarnishing metal. Beautiful open-faced helmets with graceful organic lines rested in niches of the seamless stonework. Each was worthy of the head of some Grecian king. Greaves for guarding legs and polished bracers for protecting arms lay about in pairs, and each was an artwork with its fanciful engraving and silver filigree. Their only flaw was that the leather straps that held them in place had long since rotted away to mere tatters. There were many shields done up entirely in the strange metal of the women's ancestors. Each of them had a shape similar, like the unique local stepped arches. Some ancient smith had embossed them with the images like the faces of men, the forms of animals, or scenes of some metropolis's geometric skyline. Bjorn saw many ornamental breastplates that were light yet fully trustworthy even in battle against wrought iron swords. Though each was splendid in its design, the unknown smiths had not crafted them to accommodate breasts, and thus they were for use by men and not the warrioresses of the village outside. Armored skirts formed of metallic shingles were also abundant. There were bracelets, anklets, and collars. He saw armored girdles of many sorts. Other complex pieces of armor were shoulder guards, segmented mantles for the hips, and protection for the upper arms. There were even fingered gauntlets. The room held enough armor to dress 200 men better than Centurion generals, and that did not even account for the weaponry. Many metal-shafted spears, poled swords, and strange thrusting crescent axes lined the walls. There were war clubs, both large and small. He saw strangely curved swords, smaller versions of the unique axes, and many knives waiting for war. Hundreds of beautiful javelins stood in ceramic vases of greater artistry than even the splendid works the women used in their daily lives. It was clear to Bjorn that the ceramic masterpieces of the ancient ancestors inspired the current craftsmen to attempting works of flattering imitation. Bjorn quickly took in the sight of all the war equipment before the source of the blue illumination distracted him with its superior spectacle. A trough of perfectly fitted stonework cut across the floor, dividing the chamber in half. The trench was not so wide that Bjorn could not have stepped across it, nor was it so deep as to be above his knees if he were to stand in the water. Clever engineers had redirected a portion of the river that flowed under their ziggurat to fill the trough with a rushing stream. A section of the trough in the center of the room was different as it widened and curved to form a circular pool. The dull golden bronze metal fully lined the large basin, and as the rushing water passed through the round sump, its shape forced the flow into a whirling spiral before it escaped out the opposite side. The spiraling water formed a sinking whirlpool. Instead of draining to somewhere, the core formed a waterspout that rose upward as would some elemental snake. It was as though a shimmering pillar reached all the way up to the ceiling to exit through a hole that was just large enough to accommodate it. It was the waterspout that glowed with the blue radiant energy that illuminated the entire chamber with its enchanted power. The phenomenon was like a mystical aquatic spark that was somehow reminiscent of all life's inherent power. It was as if the river was an effervescent artery of the mountains, jungle, and the world as a whole, and the ziggurat somehow focused all that power into a concentrated elixir that ended up in the pool at the top of the monument. The grandeur of the magic held Bjorn enthralled for a long while as he considered that he had drank deeply of that power. Even then, he did not comprehend that it had transformed him. Bjorn finally grew tired of admiring the glowing pillar of twisting water, then considered how he would escape from the ziggurat that entombed him. A careful inspection of the room revealed that it had no other exits and no lamps or other devices that would allow him to take light back into the stairwells behind him. He considered swimming out with the water in the trough to reach the river. He found that the water escaped through slotted stonework where he could never hope to fit. With no other obvious option, Bjorn searched about for the largest, heaviest metal club, which he intended to use for either breaking out through the stonework at the top of the stairs or rapping out a signal that one of the women might hear. Bjorn assumed that one of the Blood Panther huntresses would hear his hammering even if no one came up onto the ziggurat. The old crow took Fistilion out of the ziggurat by passing directly out through the walls as would incorporeal spirits. Once outside, they saw that the village was just as they had left it. The women were still ready to defend their village. At the moment, all was quiet. The old crow let time race ahead until the dawn came and the day of the festival arrived with it. The ritual of the day was ancient tradition, so everyone knew his or her proper role. The men stayed indoors with the children, ready to barricade all the entries at the first sound of alarm. The women took turns bathing and then dressing in ceremonial garb and armor. They each wore feathers through their pierced ears and donned their glorious feathered headdresses. By using hot beeswax, they fixed colorful, downy feathers into cuffs around their wrists and ankles. They painted their eyes with brilliant green makeup they made from crushed jade, and they also lightened their skins with a yellowing powder. Their armor was jaguar skin that they reinforced with the thick, scaly hides of river reptiles to give strength to their greaves, bracers, and breastplates. They fixed feathers to their weapons, put flowers into their braided hair, and then returned to their posts or slept sitting in some shaded corner. Hanat spent the morning on the terrace in front of her home, where she cooked over a great copper cauldron to make a ceremonial beverage. She boiled a combination of barks, vines, and leaves. At times she strained the broth, ground the pulp, and then recombined the mixture. It was midday before she ventured up onto the ziggurat, and when she discovered that Bjorn was gone, the revelation stunned her. She couldn't imagine any way that he could have woken up, then gone down the stairs without anyone noticing him. Just as she was about to leave to get Bukitsa, the Blood Panther chiefess, so that she could sniff around for some useful clue, Bjorn began knocking on the stone cap over the stairs using his metal club. The High Priestess knew all about the secret stairs. She immediately reached down to activate the catch that opened the stairwell. Hanats repeatedly struck the trigger, but the stonework didn't move. The complex opening mechanism refused to function so long as the dead Moshe held the interior lever in the downward closed position. Hanats had no understanding of just why the trigger would not work. She guessed that since Bjorn was a man, he had done something stupid while he bungled around inside the ziggurat. Hanats had her fighting spear with her. She used the butt end to hammer on the capstone to let him know she knew he was there. A brief exchange of thumping confirmed that both of them were aware of the other. Hanats knew she was not going to be able to open the stairwell without some additional help, so she went down the ziggurat, then summoned the Blood Panther chiefess as well as Zakawa of the Holy Whisper Clan. The three women returned together, then a few knocks upon the stone summoned Bjorn's attention. Bukitsa had no trouble hearing Bjorn speak from behind the stone, even with the turbulent sound of the fountain. Zakawa was able to use her commanding power of voice to speak through the stonework so that Bjorn could easily understand her. All three women were amazed that Bjorn was not only alive but in good health and inside the ziggurat. Zakawa asked with her thrown siren's voice, "How did you get in there?" Even though she spoke softly, he heard it more clearly than if a normal voice spoke from lips beside his ear. Its supernatural vibrations were unmistakable as being unnatural. "I awoke to find a Moshe climbing out from the open stairs," Bjorn explained with some relief that he would soon be back out in the open air. "We fell down the stairs as we fought. After I killed him, the stairs closed for no reason. I found the room with the glowing water. There's no way out from there." After she heard Bukitsa speak Bjorn's words aloud, Zakawa asked Hanats, "What glowing water? What is down there? I never knew there was a way inside the ziggurat." "It matters not," the High Priestess said in a warning tone. "Insider secrets for the High Priestess alone. I don't know how the Moshe learned of the stairs. Perhaps they forced the information from some High Priestess they captured during some past festival. Regardless, it does not change our traditions. My interest now is in getting him out of there and not letting the Moshe know that he has been anywhere near the pool." After a moment of consideration, she offered words for Zakawa to send to him. "Tell him that there is a peg high up on the right wall at the base of the first flight of stairs. Tell him to find the peg and press it upward, and that should open the stairwell." The chiefess transmitted the message. Bjorn promptly realized why the Moshe remained hanging on the wall. He carefully made his way down the steps, pulled the corpse from the wall, and then moved the lever as instructed. Just as Hanats had surmised, the stones moved as before. The stairs opened once again. "Say nothing about any of this," Hanats commanded her two subordinates. "It is not your place to tell the others of these things." She waited for them both to offer their unreserved agreement before she called down to Bjorn. "Bring up the warrior that you killed. You must stop at the top of the stairs before you reveal yourself. The Moshe outside the village must not see you. If they do, an assault will begin before we even have time enough to walk down the ziggurat to the ground." The dead Moshe was a massive specimen. Even so, Bjorn had no trouble dragging him up the stairs. While he moved the body, Zakawa saw the metal club that rested on the top stair where Bjorn had left it. The weapon was so magnificent that she had to pick it up and admire it. She was a club fighter by trade and desperately longed to make the magnificent weapon her own. She gave the club a flourish to test its balance. "I could use this for fighting during the festival. Are there more weapons down there like this one? I know the others will ask if they see me with this one." Hanat snatched it away. "No one is going to see you with anything. I have many treasures of the ancient stored down below. They are not for use in battle. This club is going back, and you are not to speak of this to anyone." "If there is armament of the ancestors down there," Bukitsa asked, "why are we not using it? If we must fight the Moshe, we should use every tool at our disposal." The High Priestess became impatient with their questioning of matters they should have never known about. "I will tell you why they must stay hidden. The Moshe rashly plunder the powers of their pool rather than conserve them. To keep their waters strong, they have drained every tool of our ancestors they've ever found. If we use what relics are stored below in battle, we would win more often but still lose some bouts anyway. Slowly but surely, the relics would be taken, drained by the Moshe, and nothing would have changed for the better. Only the sleeping king will end our state of affairs. As High Priestess, it is my duty to preserve what is left, and should one of you one day have my post, you must do the same." Zakawa remained unconvinced. How can their pool profit from a metal club? While it is a truism that I cannot properly appreciate a tool I could not make, I know I could crack some Moshe skulls with so fine a club. I have faith that the ancestors knew their business when they made something of such beauty. Hanats pointed the club towards the Holy Whisper chiefess. The head of the weapon burst into purple flame like an enchanted torch. The eerie fire made Zakawa take a step back as she feared having it leap onto her then consume her. Such was her respect for powers she did not comprehend. "Great powers in the crafts of our ancestors," Hanats explained. "Always remember that. We can always give birth to more huntresses. It is the tools of the old empire that are in permanently short supply." The High Priestess made the fire extinguish as she lowered the weapon. The secrets hidden below must be defended at all costs. Zakawa was glad not to have the club after she heard the explanation. She was about to say something to that effect when Bjorn distracted her as he reached the top of the stairs. He forced the Moshe's body ahead of him, then tossed it onto the uppermost step. The tropical noonday sun clearly illuminated Bjorn as well as his dead victim. Bjorn had to shield his eyes from the bright sunlight. From what he could see, he thought that their astonished expressions were from gawking at the dead Moshe. In fact, they stared at him. His amazing increase in height, muscularity, and maximized physical potential were unmistakable. The women had not forgotten about the legend of the Sleeping King, and he had gained the sort of appearance that they thought was appropriate for such an important figure from their legends. Hanats and the two chiefesses gazed on him with slack-jawed disbelief. Considering how their relative sizes had noticeably diminished, Bjorn asked, "What happened to you three? You've all shrunk. Is it some new tactic to trick the Moshe into a false sense of security?" He had no idea that he had grown, and so assumed that it was everyone else who had gotten smaller. Hanats was vain about her size and physical fitness, as was any Norseman. She didn't appreciate his accusation that she had shrunk. The High Priestess quickly regained her composure, and her voice conveyed that she felt no loss of authority. "Leave the body at the top of the stairs. I want you to stay low, crawl out of there, and then lay down on the deck. Be quick about it. I have a plan that will keep us from having to turn you over to the Moshe." While Bjorn carried out her orders, Hanats walked to the edge of the platform, then called down to the village in her loudest, holy whisper, disciplined voice that carried to all her huntresses and the Moshe spies alike. "A Moshe snuck into our village last night. He tried to avail himself of our sacred pool. By the glory of great Kukulkan, the waters have slain him instead. All praise to the mighty Kukulkan. This is his sign that the festival will be to our faultless victory." News that an intruding Moshe had not only made it into the village but also to the top of the ziggurat completely undetected shocked the women of the village. They had thought the security was too tight to let in so much as a bird without them noticing. The fact that the Moshe had died was a meaningful consolation. Having Hanats tell them it was a sign of a forthcoming victory was worthy of them cheering aloud. Hanats turned back to Bukitsa, then spoke in her normal tone. "Get the loincloth from that filthy Moshe swine, then put it on Bjorn. We can use blood to darken his skin and hair. That should work well enough to fool the Moshe from a distance." In an odd tone, Zakawa inquired, "Are we sending Bjorn home today?" Part of her wondered if the Moshe would let them take the sailboat to the coast, and another part of her wanted Bjorn to stay and prove he was indeed the Sleeping King. Zakawa understood that no matter what, the Moshe should never learn that Bjorn had been to the pool. They could certainly never discover that he had changed because of it. That knowledge would mean an immediate assault on the village. "It's too late to send him home now," Hanats answered as though she complained and felt annoyed with the way Bjorn had caused her so many difficulties. "The Moshe would try killing him on sight. We will hide him with the other men, then burn the Moshe body in his stead. By pretending that the body is Bjorn's, we can make them believe that he died of a fever. After the festival, we can send Bjorn home, and that will be the end of him causing us problems." Bukitsa made a rude gesture toward the stiffening corpse. "How will we get that filthy dung heap down? We can't carry down two bodies." "I will use the power of the pool for that." The High Priestess loathed the necessity of putting a dead Moshe into the sacred waters. With equal revulsion for the prospect, the Blood Panther chiefess inquired, "Why? Why not send Bjorn through the water, then carry down the Moshe as they are expecting?" "I have two reasons," Hanats explained. "For one thing, the shorter the distance traveled, the greater the difficulty controlling the passage. Moving someone from here down into the village is as short as any trip could be. I won't be surprised if something bad comes of it. I don't want Bjorn killed unnecessarily." She gave Bjorn a glance that suggested that her choice had been a close call. "My other reason is that the Moshe looks as though he was used for club practice by the Mountain Heart clan. The pool doesn't kill that way." The two chiefesses understood the details of the plan. They worked swiftly to carry it out. By rubbing the Moshe's darkened blood over Bjorn's body and hair, they disguised his normally pale appearance. He was larger than the dead Moshe, but he was also larger than the unaltered Bjorn was supposed to be, so Hanats felt willing to risk carrying him down. While the two chiefesses worked, Hanats removed her loincloth as was proper for wading out into the pool. She put it down along with the metal club and then slipped into the water. The High Priestess waded out to the fountainhead wheel, then turned it by hand to a new setting. Once she had it properly tuned to her satisfaction, she exited the water, redressed, and then faced the fountainhead with her hands held high as though in religious praise of Kukulkan. To the amazement of Bjorn and the two chiefesses, a whirlpool formed in the water in front of where the inflow splashed the surface. The twisting water accelerated swiftly, and then the energizing blue radiance illuminated the sunken center. "Drag that garbage over here, then throw it in." Hanats meant the dead Moshe. "Be swift about it and make sure that no one below sees what you're doing." The women left Bjorn lying on the deck. They stayed low as they dragged the corpse from the stairwell, then pushed it into the sacred ceremonial pool. The body began to spin as the whirling water dragged it under into its depressed center. The Moshe's blood discolored the water around the body, then the vortex sucked that down too. The body spun rapidly, sank even deeper, and then the shimmering blue light swallowed it into itself. The blue glow pulsed to fill the whole pool, and then the light, the body, and the blood all disappeared. Hanaats lowered her arms. The whirlpool faded as the pool returned to normal without any trace of what had taken place. Bukitsa gawked in amazement. Did it work? It looked like it worked to me. Hanaats chuckled sarcastically and shook her head with some contempt. For all I know, the Moshe is stuck waist deep and head first into the floor of Kitsan's manor, with his legs sticking up in the air like two posts. The description made Bukitsa smile. I bet that Moshe is going to get the men's loincloths all in a knot. Either way, they just got a big surprise. Bjorn complained to Hanaats from where he laid on the ground. What about me? The 3 golden rings that were ornamental piercing in Hanaats's flower hood and her labia petals ceased to be a distraction after she redressed. He didn't like having congealed Moshe's blood smeared all over his body, and that was the only thing he had left to occupy his attention. This is closer to a Moshe than I ever wanted to be. Are you sure all this is necessary? Shut up, Hanaats told him tersely. You're dead. If you think this is too close to the Moshe, we can always throw you out of the village and let them have you for real. Bjorn relaxed on the deck. No thanks. One was bad enough. I don't want to tangle with 20. Pick him up, Hanaats instructed her 2 chiefesses. We'll take him down quickly, then hide him in Kitsan's manor. The 2 women moved to either side of Bjorn to pick him up, but then they hesitated to do so. The high priestess questioned their delay. What's the matter? Zakawa could only shrug dumbly. I'm no mountain heart. The 2 of us are never going to get him down the steps without dropping him or falling. Hanaats considered the reasoning and then agreed. We need some of Cabela's people to handle this. He's much too big for us to get down otherwise. She stepped over the edge of the ziggurat to find that a crowd of huntresses had gathered about the base of the steps. Hanaats heard the voices of a similar group that had formed at the base of the opposite staircase in case they came down that side. All the women of the village were anxious to see the dead Moshe for themselves. Hanaats called up a pair of Mountain Heart warrioresses by name so they could carry Bjorn down the monument. The 2 women she chose hurried up the stairs as requested. It wasn't long before Bjorn hung limp in the inhumanly strong grip of the 2 Mountain Heart women as they carried him down the ziggurat. It was obvious to them and anyone else that got near to Bjorn that he was not dead or a Moshe. They plainly saw that he was the familiar Norseman that the pool had impressively transformed in a manner they were all familiar with. All the huntresses who were too far away to examine him just assumed that Bjorn was an oddly colored Moshe, but still one of maximum proportions. The high priestess gave a demanding glance toward those women who understood the deception. Everyone, the knowing and deceived alike, cheered and celebrated the death of a Moshe. The Blood Panther huntresses maintained their posts along the village's perimeter since they alone could make out the sly Moshe and give proper warning of a sneak attack. Most everyone else had abandoned their positions to join the crowds at the base of the ziggurat. The Moshe had no desire or intention to attack the village at that time, so they made no aggressive advance even though they had something of an advantageous opportunity. Even so, there were many Moshe who slinked about on the open ground outside the village. They saw just enough to make them assume that the body the women carried down was their dead comrade who had failed to return from his clandestine intrusion into the ziggurat the night before. Hanaats ordered most of the warrioresses back to their posts just as soon as she had made it down off the ziggurat. She then commanded the other chiefesses to go around the village instructing their respective followers to maintain the pretense that a dead Moshe had come down from the pool. They were to say nothing aloud that concerned Bjorn because such words might fall upon some Moshe spying ears. The high priestess then invited Kitsan to come along with her and the 2 Mountain Heart huntresses who carried Bjorn. Hanaats led the way to Hummingbird Manor, which was in an adjacent compound to the Watchful One's property. Once the party was safely inside Hummingbird Manor, the 2 Mountain Heart warrioresses set Bjorn back on his feet. Hanaats did not procrastinate with small talk. She sent Kitsan and the 2 Mountain Heart women back outside while they led Bjorn further indoors. They went directly to a wooden trap door that the residents kept concealed beneath an intricately patterned rug in the center of the largest common room. The high priestess moved the rug and then opened the hatch to reveal a descending staircase. She lit a small lamp and then led Bjorn down to a narrow passage that ran underground all the way to the Watchful One Manor across the way. A similar staircase was at the other end of the passage. It went up to another trapdoor that delivered them into the matching common room of the Watchful One's residence. Hanaats led Bjorn up out of the trapdoor to find that the resident men were already milling about the chamber in a severe state of agitation. The wet, bleeding corpse of the Moshe that Hanaats had sent through the pool had fallen right out of thin air to crash to the floor of the room a moment after she had sent it. Bjorn was about to question Hanaats about how the bloody body had gotten to the room and just what exactly was going on, but the joyful cry of Kitsan's clan husband distracted him. "My friend," Zabu shouted with emotional elation as he rushed forward to embrace his resurrected comrade. "I thought the pool had slain you." Instead, you have returned and everyone can see how you have grown. The small man decided not to touch Bjorn since Moshe blood still covered him. Instead, he danced about the Norseman in sheer glee. It's true, oh it's true, you are alive and we shall be free. Bjorn gave little concern to Zabu's effeminate emotional antics as he gazed about the chamber dumbly, still trying to figure out how everyone had gotten so much smaller since the last time he saw them. Even though Zabu had just told him that he had grown from his exposure to the pool, Bjorn still couldn't believe that such an amazing thing had happened to him. As Bjorn turned about, his eyes finally settled on Kitsan. She came through the front entry along with the two Mountain Heart warrioresses. Like Hanats, the Mountain Heart women watched the antics of Zabu with a strong measure of distaste for his childishness. Kitsan had only fondness for the gentle man, and she shared his sense of joy that Bjorn was alive. To Bjorn's eyes, Kitsan seemed more feminine in her comparatively smaller size. When their gazes met, her expression proved to be far more enthralling than her stature. Kitsan was a pillar of personal strength. Beneath her general's composure was a roaring gamut of softer emotions that she could not conceal from the man who was so in love with her. She desired him too, with equal fervor. Kitsan felt overjoyed that he was not only alive and well, but also better than ever because the powers of the sacred pool had amplified him to heroic proportions. Like Zabu, she too clung to the aspirations that Bjorn was a sleeping king who would lead them to a final victory over the Moshe menace. Just when Bjorn thought Kitsan was going to lose control and then burst into womanly tears as she leaped into his arms to show her love for him, she sublimated her emotions into the iron will appropriate for a champion among heroines and a war captain with warrioresses who followed the battle plan she orchestrated. "Get him cleaned up," Kitsan ordered her clan's capering men, referring to Bjorn. She next turned to Hanats to detail her plans and get the High Priestess's approval. "I'm thinking that we should tell the Moshe that we're feeding their dead warrior to our dogs. That will hopefully insult them sufficiently to distract any of them who might have the powers of reasoning to see past our ruse. It will also remove our need to come up with two bodies. Since Bjorn will still need his sailboat to get home after the festival, we need to burn his Moshe proxy on a regular pyre." She gestured to the battered Moshe corpse. "If we use a funeral shroud, the Moshe won't have a chance to get a close look at the body. It will pass for Bjorn long enough to be engulfed in the flames. After that, it will just be a large burning corpse. Since we are telling them he died of fever, it will make perfect sense that we are burning him along with his clothes and bedding." "An excellent plan," Hanats agreed. "I want you to get everything ready personally. My festival potion has been brewing unattended for far too long already. I can't afford to neglect it any longer. Bjorn can stay in here with your men until the festival is over. After that, we can send him on his way as planned." The exchange of conversation confused the two Mountain Heart warrioresses. One of them asked in a disturbed tone, "What do you mean he is leaving? Look at him, he's huge. This is a sign that he is the one who will lead us against the Moshe to the final victory spoken of in legend." Hanat scowled at the woman, and her expression stifled the enthusiasm of the Watchful One men as well. "I knew that when I exposed him to the unfettered powers of the pool that there was a great chance that he would end up empowered, and so he has been. Aside from his size and enhanced prowess, look at him." She made a contemptuous gesture at Bjorn to indicate that he was nothing special. "He is still the same fool he always was. Nothing has changed about that. I have a duty to this village as the High Priestess. If I neglect my responsibility to chase after childish stories, we may all perish." As though she struck upon some obviously overlooked wisdom, the Mountain Heart woman questioned, "What if you're wrong?" Hanats retorted sharply to demonstrate she had overlooked nothing. "What if I am? Are you saying that your legendary sleeping king will fail in his sacred duty born of destiny because of one woman doing what she needs to do? That which Kukulkan decrees shall be. The Watchful One chiefess stands before you. Question her as to the nature of destiny if you have doubts. I will not shirk my duty in the name of any hope, true or false." The Mountain Heart warriors did turn to Kitsan for the truth of fate. "Is he the sleeping king or not? If he is, then you should know." Kitsan just coldly avoided meeting the woman's gaze. "I have work to do, and so do you. Get back to your posts." She briefly shot her attention towards Zabu and the other men. "Get Bjorn cleaned up and then wash that corpse. Wrap it up in some old bedding. We are going to burn it before sunset. Whatever happens, Bjorn is not to go outdoors. If he is seen by the Moshe who watch the village, the entire Moshe nation will kick in these doors before you have enough time to cook me supper." She spun about to leave, but then paused for a final instruction. Kitsan pointed to the bloody gore that had leaked all over the stone floor from the hole in the Moshe's head. "Clean up that mess before it stinks up the place." The three women walked out, leaving the men to carry out their assigned duties. Bjorn struggled to grasp fully what had happened and would happen next. He had no special insight, inspiration, or motive to help him become the sleeping king. Bjorn knew he wanted to be with Kitsan and to stay in the village. Beyond that, he was not certain of anything. The way Kitsan had refused to demonstrate her affections openly and the way she seemed to reject the notion that he was a sleeping king did affect him adversely. It left him with the feeling he had disappointed her in some important way. Much as with the other men, Bjorn loathed the feeling that he had failed to meet the expectations of his mistress. It was well into the afternoon before Kitsan returned to the clan manor with some of the other warrioresses so they could collect the Moshe body. The men had washed Bjorn, provided him with some clean garb, then fed him an elaborate meal. Even if the women doubted that Bjorn was the sleeping king, Zabu and the other men were all the more certain of it. The dutiful men had properly cleaned and wrapped the corpse to take Bjorn's place at his funeral. They had also cleaned the floors as Kitsan had commanded. Bjorn stayed away from the doors and windows to make sure that none of the Moshe spies had any chance of spotting him. He felt determined not to call down any harm upon the women. Since he had no idea what the Festival of Torches would entail and only understood that an all-out assault by the Moshe would be much worse, he felt confident that he could best serve their interests by hiding indoors. Bjorn was in his room when the women came in for the body. A score of huntresses entered the manor with Kitsan and Hanats. Zakawa was with them, as were a dozen of her Holy Whisper warrioresses. The rest were climbing flowers women. Several of the women carried large covered jars. They moved the body into a side chamber where they unceremoniously unwrapped it to give the corpse some preparatory treatment. One of the jars contained red ochre paint like the Beathuk used. The women painted the corpse completely, which included matting all of the hair. When the men had cleaned the corpse, they had stuffed a wad of rag into the hole at the back of the head to keep blood and brains from leaking out. That precaution kept the body from oozing like it had done before. Once the body was entirely red with the ochre pigment, the women prepared to rewrap it in the same bedding. Before they rolled on the cotton shroud, the climbing flowers huntresses focused their clan's special power onto the Holy Whisper huntresses. They linked them together as well as to the central power source that was the village's pool. Fistilian was on the far side of the room where he had a hard time seeing what happened next. The Holy Whisper huntresses took the two untapped jars, opened them, and then poured their contents over the Moshe's body. So prepared, they fit the shroud tightly around the corpse to seal all the peppercorn-like contents inside. Once they had the body complete, the women lifted the Moshe, then headed out as a silent and seemingly respectful entourage. It would make a suitable impression on the Moshe spies that the women wanted believing that the body was Bjorn. Fistilian and the Old Crow followed after the women to observe as they put their plan into action. Hanats led a huge procession of huntresses to the main bridge and then out onto the open ground. The Mountain Heart warrioresses carried large bundles of firewood, which they carefully arranged upright in a rectangular shape about 80 paces from the end of the bridge. They had prepared each of the bundles by tying them together with dry grass among the kindling. Once they had the substantial pyre prepared, Watchful One warrioresses ceremoniously brought up the shrouded body, then placed it on the table of wood. 100 fully armored, heavily armed, and feather-festooned women made up the funeral detail. They were a fearsome force. Their parade of militant strength impressed Fistilian until the Moshe arrived. 200 of their deadliest warriors emerged from the distant jungle wearing their terrifying battle guises. They carried clubs, and many had colorfully painted round shields. The Moshe army advanced at a jog. Hanats ordered her women to form into a square as a defensive reaction. The maneuver was not a haphazard affair. The women of different clans arrayed themselves to best mutual advantage in a carefully choreographed and meticulously rehearsed battle formation. The honor of forming the outer edge went to the Bloodless One and Mahogany Root clans. The latter women lived on the opposite side of the village from Kitsan's people, so Fistilian had seen little of them and knew nothing of their ways. The fact that tradition gave them such auspicious positions made Fistilian feel certain that their clan's power had to be potent. The invulnerability of the Bloodless Ones made their presence understandable. A towering black Moshe of ominous physical perfection ordered the host to stop opposite the pyre. The many aggressive warriors milled anxiously in a loose and agitated configuration, but they obeyed their commander. Moshe fighters were not the kind of warriors who formed into well-disciplined regimental ranks. In deportment, they were akin to Vikings who fought as individuals with only common purpose and the authority of powerful leaders to unite them. They were nothing like the warrioresses of the village who expounded flawless teamwork and unified battle tactics. Eagle Wrath was one of the numerous elite veterans who were at the head of the Moshe army. The black-skinned champion gestured for him to step forward to be the army's spokesperson. Even though Eagle Wrath was a deadly warrior of notoriety and respect, he was not nearly the most powerful of his kind. "You're showing great honors for the remains of a fallen enemy," Eagle Wrath told Hanats seriously in his penetrating baritone voice. "However, we have our own traditions for dealing with our dead. Give us the body and we shall not have to harm anyone taking it away from you." The High Priestess's position of command kept her safe in the center of the square where she could issue battle orders. She chose to push her way out to the forward edge instead so that her courage might have some useful impact on her enemy's state of mind. She said, "Your stupidity can still surprise even me, Eaglewrath. I know well how your people value the remains of your fallen brethren, especially if that Moshe was a respected veteran. Knowing that, we hacked your friend into pieces and fed him to our dogs. Even now they snarl and raise their hackles as they fight over the bones. This worthy funeral is for the foreign man Bjorn. He died last night after a long and courageous bout with his pox. We must burn him and all his things to be certain that the illness has no chance to spread. Thankfully, such a funeral is also in line with his native traditions." The Black Moshe general advanced to stand beside Eaglewrath. Even with his physical perfection, he seemed almost human. It was his strange skin, gleaming red eyes, and unnaturally white teeth that were small, slightly pointed, and too numerous for a normal human mouth that really set him apart. The supreme definition in the Moshe's excessive muscles marked him as a rarity of athletic perfection even for his own kind. The Moshe as a race easily outmatched any other people in the world. No one in the whole region aside from Bjorn could stand as a comparative equal to the arrogant black-skinned villain. "She is lying," the Black Moshe declared in a deep baritone. "I can see it in her eyes and hear it in her voice. They are hiding a man in their village, and that is the body of Shellclaw. She wants to protect the man in her village." "If you think that this is one of your warriors," Hanats answered the accusation while pointing to the body with her spear, "I suggest you try and take him. The man asked me from his deathbed that we cremate his body and so send him to his god. I swore an oath that I would carry out his final wish. If you try to interfere with our ceremony, we will be settling the matter by force of arms. I am the High Priestess, and my oaths will be enforced." The Black Moshe sneered with respect for Hanats. "I see through your game, woman. Sadly for you, I too am capable of weighing matters. They don't follow me just because of my beautiful appearance. Neither of us wishes to ruin the traditions of the festival with an act of hasty aggression. We can both be satisfied easily enough so that none of our people needs to die over this. Show us the face of the man that you're about to burn so that we may know that you speak the truth. If things are as you say, we will leave you to your business and you need not see us again until after sunset." Hanats broke into nervous jitters with her composure shattered due to the Moshe's insistence on checking the body's identity. At first, Fistilian thought that the Moshe had beaten her scheme and that a great battle was about to ensue. There was no way that Bjorn could be under the wrapping, so the inevitable outcome was that the Black Moshe was about to find the warrior Shellclaw and then have full provocation to order an all-out attack to recover the real Bjorn by force. Fistilian's preliminary belief changed only a moment later once his wits got the better of the situation. He had seen enough of the women to know that Hanats was not capable of displaying such weakness or making such an obvious blunder when the consequences would be so dire. He was equally certain that Kitsan would have looked ahead into the future to make sure that their plan was something that could work out to the village's best advantage. "I don't have to show you anything," Hanats finally answered the Black Moshe. She tried to sound dangerous. Her voice came out nervous and desperate, almost too much to be believable. "We'll fight to preserve the sanctity of our reputations and our ceremonies. You can be certain of that." "Hush now, beautiful," the Black Moshe said smoothly as he casually advanced towards the wrapped corpse. "If you were going to do anything, you would have done it already. Like I said, I already know this is Shellclaw. It was a good game and you played it, but you lost. If that foreigner could be of any help to you, he would be out here already. I respect your desire to protect your guest and your traditions, but your desire to protect your village and the lives of your people is a much stronger motivation. You have tried to do all that was within your power. Now is the time for you to bend to reality, my reality. First I will prove that you have lied, and then you will turn them both over to us." Hanat stood mired in confusion and hesitation while the Black Moshe stepped up to the body, then reached out to open the shroud and examine the face. A moment before his glossy black hand touched the cotton covering, then pulled it aside, another of the Moshe called out a warning for him to stop. The warrior was one of the dozen or so champions like Eaglewrath who stood at the forefront of the horde. His unusual battle guise gave him the appearance of a dry white skeleton with organs and flesh loosely simulated by twisted masses of intertwined vines that slowly writhed like worms or serpents. The green leafy creepers bristled with long thorns and more than a few blossoming flowers. The warrior was a surreal apparition of death itself. The frightening Moshe warned his commander, "Hold off, Black Tamer. She wants you to touch the body." His deep voice came from yammering, fleshless jaws. "Did you not hear how her story has changed? The foreigner did not die of a river fever as they first suggested. Her words slipped and she said he died of a contagious pox. The man must have brought some insidious disease with him from his homeland, and that is why they kept him so carefully quarantined. Now she wants to make us all sick so that we must waste the powers of our pool to get the epidemic under control. Black Tamer held back from touching the body as he considered the worth of the warning and the risk of being wrong if he decided to proceed. When he shifted his gaze back to the assembled huntresses, Black Tamer first paused on Hanaaz to assess her reaction. He realized that her apparent weakness and lack of composure had to be a ruse to manipulate him. His eyes next settled on Kitsan, who watched events from a few rows back. She was like most of the huntresses in that she seemed to be on edge and waiting with bated breath for him to open the shroud and examine the corpse. Black Tamer could not tell for sure, but he suspected that touching the body might be a signal for the women to suddenly attack with a storm of hurled missiles. His other thought was that they wanted him to open the shroud and expose himself to some contagious pox that might then spread through the entire Moshe nation. Black Tamer decided that he would trust his instincts and check the body regardless. He taunted the women. "You think you can make me your fool?" Like Hanaaz, he was also a leader of fighters and needed his followers to respect him if he wanted to remain in power. If he turned away, he knew they would think him a coward for retreating and a fool for being in error. Both were unacceptable. He snarled as he grabbed the shroud to tear it aside. "This is Shellclaw, I know it." The assembled warrioresses gasped in unison as the Black Moshe ripped open the shroud with a forceful yank. They had rolled the corpse into the cotton bedding by several layers so that even after Black Tamer tore the outer covering aside, there was another one underneath. He used his other hand with its long, sharp fingernails to grip the next layer of fabric and tear it asunder. As the shroud ripped open again, it exposed the body from head to sternum. Blood loss and head trauma and the rigors of death had deformed the features of the corpse, just as the red ochre concealed them. Black Tamer needed a moment to study the face to make some determination. He had never seen Bjorn up close. Black Tamer had counted on the Northman's pale skin and blonde hair to make the identification simple. It was only a moment after the shroud fully opened that the Holy Whisper warrioresses unleashed the tiny creatures their power had kept in check with the aid of the Climbing Flowers huntresses who unified and fueled their strenuous efforts. The Bird Dance women also reached out with their gifts so that all of the huntresses cooperated to spring their trap. Thousands upon thousands of boring assassin beetles boiled out of the folds of the shroud, then sprayed off the body onto Black Tamer like a swarm of enraged bees leaving their hive. The Spirit Caller women wielded their unique gift of animating inert objects to make sturdy vines spray out from where the Mountain Heart women had hidden them among the bundles for the pyre. The bindings were like angry constrictor snakes that struck like vipers and coiled about Black Tamer to bind him in place. The insects immediately began tunneling into Black Tamer's flesh according to their voracious natures and the mighty assertion of will that the Holy Whisper Clan women imposed upon them. The strange nature of the illusion that made up Black Tamer's battle guise completely cloaked all the insects just as thoroughly as when they burrowed beneath his real skin. The bloodthirsty insects were not visible, but it was obvious to the observers that they had a potent effect on Black Tamer. The beetles used their slicing bites to cut through his skin, and then they began to tunnel deep into his flesh with artificially enhanced ravenousness. The Moshe howled and writhed in misery as they did their insidious feasting upon him. The strong vines constricted ever tighter as many of them also disappeared under the Moshe's deceptive mantle. Black Tamer flexed his potent muscles to burst his bonds. The action only caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The women cheered and howled with glee as the leader of their hated enemy succumbed to their clever trap. Many of them wanted to break from their formation, then dispatch the helpless Black Tamer. Hanaaz held them in check, and they had the discipline to obey. If they had charged, it was certain that the Moshe army would have responded in kind, and then a general melee would have ensued. Black Tamer suffered terribly from the agonizing infestation. Panic gripped him even as his sharp instincts for surviving danger told him to flee from the proximity of the trapped corpse before it did him further harm. He knew he needed to get back among his allies before the women slew him. Under the present circumstances, he was not able to defend himself properly or otherwise. While he was on his back, the Moshe pulled up his legs and then let the vines draw up the added slack. Once the creepers were snug, he kicked out with all of his might, which generated sufficient force to shred the vines that bound his legs below the hips. A second thrusting kick allowed Black Tamer to flip up from his back onto his feet with the agility of a spry cat. He then dashed away with his arms still snugly bound around his torso. As Black Tamer neared his allies, the other Moshe became horrified by the notion that they might share in Black Tamer's infestation, which might reach them through one of the many beetles springing onto them from him. The army turned about, then fled to escape the potential danger. All the local people knew of the boring assassin beetle and how even one could kill if left untreated. Only one of the Moshe veterans held his ground unintimidated. That Moshe was Stingbeard, who had led the party of hunters who had stalked Tiatsuna and her huntresses when they first took Bjorn back to the women's village. The fearsome Moshe extended an empty bee-covered hand as he focused his special power onto Black Tamer, just as he had used it before to free Bone Rays from the net of vines Tiatsuna had used to capture him. The energy he cast was invisible, but it surrounded Black Tamer in a grip of entropy just the same. At first, it only aged the vines that bound him so that they weakened with rapid decay. That was not enough to satisfy Stingbeard. With a savage growl, he greatly increased the dosage of his intangible death radiation. Agony racked Black Tamer for a moment as the entropy snuffed out the feeble lives of the insects that plagued him. The power even began to gnaw on Black Tamer's life as well. It drove him to his knees and made him howl. Stingbeard knew the nature of his power well. He called it away once it had thoroughly cleansed Black Tamer of his infestation. The Moshe army promptly came back once they realized that the danger to them had passed. The women laughed at them and hurled curses about their cowardice since they had run away so fearfully and Black Tamer had cried out so pathetically. The ridicule scalded all the Moshe, and since they had justly earned it, they had no way of refuting it. The skeletal Moshe with the creeping innards returned to the forefront of his comrades. He stood over Black Tamer, then glowered at him with a fleshless face and eyeless sockets. "I told you it was a trap, you fool." The skeleton no longer recognized Black Tamer's prior authority. "You should have listened to me when you had the chance." While Black Tamer collected his composure and then got back on his feet, the skeleton made a hand gesture to summon Bone Rays, who was also nearby. "Take care of that," he commanded the flaming Moshe, referring to the pyre with the insect-infested body. "We have no more business here, and I want to get away from Black Tamer's shame. The women are feeling confident enough already. It will make the festival all the sweeter come nightfall." Bone Rays only had to orient his gaze in the direction of the pyre, then concentrate to make the first tendrils of smoke rise up from the woodpile. Within moments, a heat mirage formed above it, then more smoke appeared. Some of the wood on the edges began to blacken from the heat, and then the whole pile spontaneously ignited into tall flames. The women gasped, impressed with the display of pyrokinesis. Since none of them was capable of generating such an overtly deadly power, they had respect for such things. The Moshe army took some small pride in the women's reaction, then they slowly departed in small groups. The Moshe veterans lingered behind to leave last of all. Eagle Wrath pointed at Hanatz before he departed. "I have not forgotten your challenge, High Priestess. The weak are the first to challenge, so you shall have time to prepare for me. I want you smelling nice. When I take you, I want you to be as sweet as you are when I rape you in my dreams. I know you shall enjoy spending the next year as my woman. I will teach you humility. You will beg me please from your knees as you ask for my seed, and then you will tearfully cry thank you after I have given you its blessing. Then dream of me a final time, Eagle Wrath," Hanatz answered. "When next we meet, you shall end up dead, I promise you that. I will not be so kind as to let you be carried away to wallow in your shame." Black Tamer also took a turn to speak. He directed his words at Kitsan. "I know this was your handiwork." His expression showed his hatred for the Watchful One Chiefess. "You sought to humiliate me, and so you have. You have stolen my pride and my position. Now you shall find that I am not the forgiving sort. I have won the right to fight this season. When I come, I will be coming for you. Your suffering while you are in my care shall be legendary. Only one as strong as you will survive my daily attention and still be able to give birth to our healthy son." If the warrioresses genuinely feared any of the Moshe, Black Tamer was one of them. None of the women smirked, guffawed, or belittled the threat in any way. Not even Hanatz would face Black Tamer in personal combat without trepidation, and she was surely the most powerful woman in the village. Even at her best, Kitsan was in real danger of suffering defeat, followed by a year of constant rape and psychological torture. "I have been practicing," Kitsan retorted in a voice that remained confident despite her adversary's legendary combat ability and burning ambition for revenge. "In my visions you are already dead. You shall not live to see the moon ever again." Black Tamer had already suffered as the foolish victim of a clever trap. He did not take her prediction lightly. The Black Moshe was not the sort of man who retreated from threats or danger. "We shall see," was all he said before the skeletal Moshe, who had taken command, interrupted them. "Come along, Black Tamer," Death Creeper commanded. "We have disturbed their sensibilities enough already." The women waited for the Moshe to be gone before they broke ranks and milled about to watch the pyre burn. In truth, they cared nothing for the Moshe corpse that they incinerated. Their ceremonial vigilance was a good way for them to maintain the Moshe army's mistaken belief that Bjorn was no longer among them. Once a fire collapsed into a pile of hot coals and the body was no longer recognizable, the women marched back across the bridge into their village to make the final preparations for the Festival of Torches. Chapter 9. The Festival of Torches. As sunset approached, the villagers secured their community's defenses for the Festival of Torches. The assiduously dutiful men fed their women only a little grilled manioc and some venison jerky before they sealed themselves inside their manors along with all of the children. Bjorn never had an opportunity to see Kitsan again, to speak with her, or even to go outside. Since all the windows had their shutters securely fastened shut, there was no way for him even to see out to know what went on. When the rhythmic sound of Moshe drums carried up from the jungle below the cliffs, the women knew that the preliminaries of the festival had begun. From that moment on, they were no longer concerned about the Moshe making their preemptive assault on the village. All but a few of the warrioresses retired from their guard posts. Those that remained on duty did not watch out for Moshe. Instead, they concerned themselves with Atzmon forest demons or the sudden appearance of an eater of children. The old crow took Fistilian around the village so he could watch the women conduct their own pre-festival ceremony. Hanats remained on the front patio of her home where she attended to her copper kettle. She busily put the final touches to the ceremonial drink that she fastidiously brewed. The high priestess had already fully festooned herself in animal hide battle armor, glued on feather cuffs and anklets, and her huge colorful headdress. As a final adornment, she used crushed jade-tinted paint to draw huge wing-like eyebrows on her face. Hanats kept the village's 12 clans ranked in an order according to their preeminence in the community. The Watchful One warrioresses had the proud distinction of being the elite clan at the top of that hierarchy. It gave them the privilege of being the first to assemble in their full war raiment, then walk in a procession toward Hanats's home. Kitsan led the way of her band, followed by her finest officers, and then the other women in order of their personal victories and hunting accomplishments. Last of all was a young warrioress who was still in her mid-teens. It was her first season as an adult, and she had never even seen any real battle before, much less a festival of torches. The high priestess greeted Kitsan and her parade of proud warrioresses with an extended hand that held a rust-colored ceramic cup she had freshly dipped into her cauldron to fill it. A few red drops of her concoction dripped from the sides of the fired earthen vessel into Hanats's outstretched palm. "This is the shamaness's draft," she told the Watchful One huntresses ceremoniously. "The dream walks of the priesthood since the first days of the ancestors have contributed in perfecting the recipe of this visionary medicine. All humans are born blind and deaf to the true nature of the world. Those who drink of this will have their senses open to the hidden reality. You will see the spirits that are always around us and also hear their voices. If you are fortunate, they may teach you some of their knowledge. The spirits are the source of all true wisdom, and they can help you to know your life's purpose. Some who drink of this see into the past, and others have peered into the future. All who partake learn something about the true nature of themselves and the special unity that all life shares." Hanats drank the first cup herself in a single swallow and then licked a few grains of herbs from her lips. She explained, "These crushed seeds are not the dregs of the elixir. They are a sacred gift from great Kukulkan himself. Their crude bitterness is his reminder of the shortness of our individual lives. They are his whispered warning that we were born to live boldly, to love our men when we can, and to strike out against our enemies without any hint of fear or hesitation. During this age, we have become a race of hunters and fighters, not the scholars and stateswomen of old. Not until the day that our warring kind can once again secure the peace and finally end the war shall the glorious hierarchy of the old kingdom be restored." The high priestess refilled the cup and then offered it to Kitsan. "The ancestors have chosen you to bear the heavy mantle as chiefess of the Watchful Ones. It is a sacred duty. Your clan was born for waging war and was the society of generals back in the days of the old kingdom. The forgotten dreamers were peaceful teachers, scholars, and researchers back then. Such folk are poorly suited for this fighter's life, and so it falls upon the strong such as you to make up the difference. You are our best, and so we are counting on you to lead us to victory. Drink and find your path. May you deliver us by the grace of Kukulkan." Kitsan accepted the offered cup. "It is you who leads the way to victory, High Priestess," she answered while she held up the cup to make a pledge to Hanats. "Without your leadership and inspiration, we could not hope to survive through this age of many hardships. No matter what, as it has been since the first days of the downfall, To the last drop of Watchful One blood, we will defend the Empire until the Sleeping King comes to claim the throne and bring about the final destruction of the Moshe. Kitsan drained the cup and then returned it to Hanatz with a modest bowing of her head. The Watchful One lieutenants were the next to drink, and so it went down their order until they had all imbibed. After the last young warrioress finished her cup, the Watchful One huntresses reassembled, then returned to their clan's home grounds to await the darkness, the Moshe, and their annual festival. Fistolian and the Old Crow followed the Watchful One warrioresses while the other clans took their turn marching to Hanatz's home, then drinking from the ceremonial medicine. The Watchful One fighters were quiet and contemplative at first. A few of them practiced with their weapons, rechecked the straps that held their armor, or made final adjustments to their feathered adornments. The rest of the women took seats in quiet corners to wait for the potion to take effect. The first sign of the potion's power was when Kitsan and some of the others became nauseous and nearly retched. Their discomfort passed after a short while. After she felt better, Kitsan became slightly dazed and then euphoric. Fistolian wondered what went on in her head. The Old Crow used his divine powers of intervention to allow Fistolian to witness her experience firsthand. Fistolian did not feel any nausea or euphoria, but he did share in his mother's visual hallucinations. As the Watchful One chiefess shifted her gaze over her clan's compound, she saw everything as it normally was, except that a fabulously vibrant second layer of reality streamed out from underneath the veil of the first. Inanimate structures remained unchanged, and at the same time the potent medicine she drank caused her eyes to see strikingly delightful, scintillating colors radiate outward from all the living things within her field of vision. The glowing colors of life transcended the simple sensation of sight. The light of life was like a musical quartet of bountiful illumination with a score of subtler colors that created perplexing undertones to each of the greater notes, so that in total it was a wide-ranging symphony of unimaginable beauty and complexity. The slightly translucent physical forms of the living things that surrounded Kitsan were drab and pitifully languid compared to the luminous spiritual artistry that emanated from within them on the spiritual level. Life's harmonious illumination erupted from more than just the women, their animals, and various plants around the compound. It even came from passing insects, the pollen that floated on the breeze, and the lichen that grew on the stonework. All life without exception for size or form was an active participant in the orchestral display. Though each was unique in its personal composition, they all shared the same structurally chromatic language. Kitsan reverently stepped closer to one of her Watchful One lieutenants who stood nearby so that she might study the woman's inner luminous beauty more closely. The Watchful One chiefess stared deeply into the lucent flesh of her friend to admire the shining, ovoid mass of dazzling, incandescent living energy that was at her core. As she stared even more intently into the unnaturally potent colors, Kitsan saw that in the center of the light was its source, a pair of entwined serpents. The two wondrous snakes together were the divine resource that generated both the spiritual light and in turn the less impressive physical form of the huntress in question as they twisted together in a levitating helical dance. One of the snakes was a drearily colored water anaconda like the serpents from the river. It was of great size and obvious muscular power. Its partner was an equally massive land constrictor like those from the jungle. The second serpent's vibrant scales bore the woman's complex personal luminous song in a fourfold mosaic that incorporated the 20 spectacular colors of life's effervescent glow. As the serpents writhed and danced, their shimmering scales beamed their radiance in a breathtaking display. While his mother remained engrossed with her vision, Fistolian made his own inspection of his surroundings using the same spiritual sight she enjoyed. He marveled at how not only each of the women, including his mother, possessed a pair of serpents at their center, but at how all the life about him did as well. The lackluster anaconda always had the same general appearance, but its land snake partner was different each time, with its own unique signature pattern to its coloration. Kitsan turned away from the bizarre interior energies of her followers to stare at one of the village's dogs instead as it passed by. The animal also had a translucent body that was actually the projected image generated by a pair of the dancing serpents, just like those within the women. It was as though the physical bodies of living things were no more than Moshe battle guises that the visual music of the two serpents generated. Fistolian began to realize the awesome significance of Kukulkan. He was the god of the rainbow-hued serpents that were half of the hub that generated all life. He was the serpent of the water, moved to the land, taken flight on wings to soar into the heavens. He was the beauty at the heart of life. A notion that Odin might somehow be the drab counterpart to the rainbow serpent struck at Fistilion, but he swiftly came to a different conclusion. Odin was not a creator of life. He was its destroyer, conqueror, and enslaver. He and Kukulkan were not opposites like the two sides of the same coin. They were substance and its antithesis. Odin was a god of death. While Kitsan was engrossed with the discovery that she too derived her physical form from the interaction of two spiritual serpents, Fistilion realized that he was no exception to the phenomena. Since the potion-induced shamanistic vision was actually Kitsan's and Fistilion was just touring along with her, he had to wonder how it was that he admired the spiritual resource within himself. When he returned his attention to his mother, he became aware that she was no longer being introspective. She stared directly at him. She more than just viewed him as some strange spectral figure from her vision. Kitsan recognized Fistilion's features as being akin to her own as a blood relative. Furthermore, half of the multicolored pattern on Fistilion's spiritual jungle snake was identical to the whole pattern of his mother's snake. The similarity made their close relationship clearer still. Even though the complexity of the serpentine designs was mind-boggling, it was also like music in that the visual properties seemed to sing to the observer so that the similarities were too manifest not to be instantly obvious. Kitsan asked her grown son, "Where do you come from?" She could not yet realize just who he really was. "Are you the spirit of one of my ancestors?" Fistilion had grown accustomed to seeing his mother clandestinely. The prospect of speaking with her directly overwhelmed him with uncertainty and deep emotions. His knowledge that so many years separated them was nearly as disconcerting, since in her time she had yet to even conceive him. "I come from your future, yet unlived," he answered his mother in Micmac, though the words came out of his mouth in her native tongue. "Kukulkan brought me here for my ceremony of manhood, so that I might observe you and learn why I have such great reason to be proud of my heritage. I have seen so much of your daily life already. Now I realize that all of that was just to prepare me for witnessing this festival." "At first you seemed to me to be one of my ancestors," she responded in reverential awe. "I thought you might be the father of one of my mother's mothers. Now I understand that you're my son. You're my son and Bjorn is your father. Your features make that much plain." It pleased her to say the words knowing that she had given life to such a strong and handsome young man. "I don't understand what is so special about this festival and not one of the many others. Why would Kukulkan bring you to see me here and now? It must be because your father and I find one another this season." Having seen all that he had, Fistilion was hesitant to tell her he had also come to see the great deeds of his father the warrior. Kitsan had no knowledge that Bjorn was yet to play some important role in the ordeal to come. He felt it unwise to disturb her composure by suggesting that such a thing was destined to come to pass, considering that men were not supposed to fight. His solution was to say what he felt in his heart, which would also serve her best by bolstering her frame of mind, even if it were not true. "I am here to see this festival because it will be your crowning moment in the eyes of Kukulkan." He spoke with the convictions of believing his own words. "The high priestess and all the village shall rejoice in your name as you lead him to a magnificent victory over the Moshe. Kukulkan himself beams with pride, knowing that he has you, his brilliant general, to lead his people through their dark trials this season." Kitsan never dared hope that her vision would bring her such a clear promise of success and glory, even though it was her deepest desire. Thinking of her warrioresses as well, she asked hopefully, "What of my clan sisters? Will they also fight bravely and bring honor to the Watchful Ones?" "They shall," Fistilion boasted, not really knowing if it was true. "The Watchful Ones will lead the other clans by valorous example." She said, "Tell me more of the future. When does the Sleeping King come? What becomes of our village? What mistakes must we avoid?" The old crow broke his silence to speak from Fistilion's shoulder. "Like you, Kitsan," the bird told the chiefess, "your son has more willfulness and muscle than wit or wisdom. It is not his place to speak of such matters. It is enough for you to know that the prophecies come from great Kukulkan himself. You're his chosen people. One of his choosing shall awaken the Sleeping King, and he shall in turn destroy the Moshe and then restore the old kingdom. You, Kitsan, were chosen by Kukulkan to be instrumental in all these things." Kitsan abandoned her questions about the future, then returned to studying her son. She asked Fistilion with a touch of sadness in her voice, "Why do you stare at me so? You seem as though we are meeting for the very first time." Fistilion's emotional expression indicated that her words were true. "I went to live among my father's people at an early age. I knew you for only a short while, but I have forgotten those times. This is the first time we have ever spoken." She considered his explanation and set her face into solemn features that were at least somewhat satisfied. "I understand," she admitted purposefully. "This is my last season as a fighting chiefess. Sometime soon, perhaps after you are born, it will be time for me to pass on to the other side." The old crow flapped his wings in overt frustration. "Stop making such foolish talk. One day you shall serve under the beneficial rule of the sleeping king. As mother and son you will be reunited and stand together in the shadows of the sacred mountains that surround the golden capital. Persevere in your duty and Kukulkan shall give you all this and so much more." Fistolian didn't realize it, but he faded from his mother's vision. "Don't go," she pleaded as she tried to step up and embrace her grown son. "I'm not finished yet. I want you to know that I will do all in my power to care for you. I would never neglect or abandon my first and only child." "You have other business before nightfall," the old crow told her. "Savor this taste of your future as you mind the present." Two strange beings appeared out of nothingness to give poignancy to the avian deity's words. Both were androgynous people with inhuman features. One had the bald head of a mountain vulture and the other had the head of a river alligator. Most strange of all was that neither possessed the inner serpentine resource. They were born of some other energy entirely, perhaps energy of the two serpents themselves. "Not all commentaries are for your ears," the old crow informed Fistolian as he made them retreat from the scene. "They have a message from Kukulkan that is for her alone. Do not forget that you have your own destiny in all this." While Kitsan had a private discussion with the two spirits, Fistolian and the old crow flew up from the village to then soar off toward the sound of the distant Moshe drums. They dove over the edge of the cliff to find the Moshe formed into a long procession of battle-guised warriors who advanced up the narrow trail that ascended from the lower jungle. Each of the warriors carried a blazing torch, so that together their hundreds made for a flaming serpentine ribbon that stretched from the mount of the cliff to deep jungles below. Fistolian quickly estimated the total number of Moshe warriors in the procession and realized that there were more of them than there were warrioresses in the village. It was only the amazing prowess of the huntresses that made the Moshe seem at all mortal or vulnerable to force of arms. In comparison to warriors of any other land or nation, the least capable Moshe was worth 10 elite soldiers in conventional battle. That same Moshe could kill 100 such adversaries if they tried to face him in the jungle, where the Moshe could bring his cunning, mind arts, and illusionary deceptions into play. Having seen them in force, Fistolian understood that the Moshe nation could storm the women's village, then kill everyone there any time they chose. Certainly their side would experience serious loss of life, and many others would suffer terrible injuries, but in the end, they could not help but conquer the village. Knowing the weight of the true situation robbed Fistolian of all inner peace. He couldn't bear knowing that his mother lived in the lurking shadow of such danger. He asked the old crow, "How can Kukulkan allow this to be? What happened to bring this nightmarish conflict into being?" "It was not Kukulkan or any other true god of creation that brought this about," the bird answered as though insulted. "It was foolish mortals like yourself that created this mockery of what was intended. In the early days of your mother's people, very long ago, Kukulkan sent nature spirits to teach their shamans how to brew the spirit ladder vine potion so they could see the nature of life for themselves. In time, those shamans deciphered the serpentine patterns so as to be able to read and comprehend the intrinsic nature of all living things. They compiled a lexicon of life, and it freed them from having to seek the timely advice of the nature spirits for more knowledge as they had done in the times prior. It was then that they abandoned the gods and all restraint to openly harvest the potent tonics of nature." Fistolian didn't understand. Tonics of nature? The old crow scolded him. "Have you not been watching or listening at all, you young fool? To those who can read the symbols of the serpentine pattern, the nature of a thing is immediately knowable. The poison in a tree's bark or on a frog's skin is as easily discernible as their antidote concealed in some vine sap or the nectar of a certain flower. The composition and potency of all living things is plainly obvious to one who can see the twin serpents and interpret their emanations." "I thought that such powers were meant for gods alone," Fistolian responded in genuine awe. "Ha!" the bird exclaimed as though Fistolian had only touched upon some much greater truth. "What I have told you is but the tale of their first age. Using the very tools of the creation gods which they had discovered during their explorations, they built their many sacred pools so that they might go beyond merely reading the serpents and begin actively reshaping them to suit their own needs and sensibilities." Fistolian thought he understood. "What do you mean by reshape them? You mean to create life?" The old crow shook his head no. Not even they could create life from lifelessness. They did learn to change the nature of things already living about them. At first they limited their infringement to enhancing some of the plants in their gardens so that they would be hardier, produce greater yields, or contain medicines useful to them. Then they learned to do the same to the animals and all forms of life in its vast abundance. The dogs that guard their village are one such product of their tinkering. Though they outwardly seem normal, the animals are in fact far more intelligent and resourceful than they appear to be. So that is the secret, Fistilian said when he finally understood the whole of the truth. Since all life is the same in essence, they began to change themselves as well. They made themselves more perfect and instilled in themselves the wondrous powers they have at their disposal. The bird continued his explanation without insult in that Fistilian did understand. At first they were content to use their knowledge only to undo the flaws of misfortunate births and cure inherited imperfections. Once they had rid themselves of those sorrows, they labored further to harness the inner powers of the mind, perfect their bodies, and attain intrinsic enlightenment by ingraining wisdom directly into their flesh. It was when they played with inspiration and ambition that they opened the floodgates of disaster. So it is true, Fistilian revealed his suspicion. The clans of the village and the Moshe were once the same people. Yes and no, the old crow corrected him. The last emperor's high priest was a wise and noble man until the seductive power of the pools eventually corrupted him. He succumbed to his craving, then delved ever deeper into the waters of life until in time he had gone much further than any other before him had dared. So great did his arrogance and ambition become after so many self-imposed changes that he felt that the emperor was no longer worthy of his service. The high priest decided to betray the emperor, usurp the throne, and then use the resources of the whole empire to conquer all the nations of the world. It was a watchful one from among the emperor's most trusted bodyguards who exposed the devious plot before it could reach fruition. The emperor acted swiftly to quash the fledgling revolution. Before long, his army had surrounded the high priest and trapped him within the walls of the great temple complex of Nachu Dao. In a final bid for survival, the high priest drained the powers of the empire's greatest pool to make his remaining loyal warriors strong enough to reverse his defeat, slay the emperor, and then make him the undisputed ruler of the whole world. Fistilian realized the truth. The high priest made Moshe to win him the empire. He did, the old crow confirmed. The high priest's personal explorations had taught him secrets known only to him and the gods. He filled the bodies of his warriors with traits copied from all manner of creatures both high and low. He altered their minds to wield potent and deadly arts as well as be ruthlessly cunning and merciless killers. Fistilian guessed at the rest. The Moshe proved to be too much for even the high priest to control. They broke out of Nachu Dao, destroyed the imperial army, and then kept on killing until nothing of the old civilization remained. Not nothing, you half-wit Skraeling, the old crow harshly reminded his burdensome pupil. Your mother's village still remains. To make his Moshe eager to fight, the high priest greatly amplified their latent instinct for showing aggression toward rival males. The Moshe possess an irresistible urge to slay any man that defies them. Women do not trigger that same response. Chalachitse, the last high priestess of the old empire, gathered and changed the last of the survivors. She crafted the 12 clans of warrioresses and then pacified their men in a final desperate effort to save her people from the Moshe. She succeeded in at least as much as you have been brought here to see. So, Fistilian entered into the final question on the matter. What is the Festival of Torches? And why did the Moshe not finish the last of the old empire's defenders? The high priest was anything but a fool, the old crow answered him. He knew the nature of unbridled personal power and the ambition that came along with it. The danger of making such invincible servants did not elude his thoughts. His solution was to make his Moshe unable to father children so that they would never be able to create a lasting empire of their own. After the Moshe had slain the last emperor, then carried his severed head back to the high priest, their master tried to return them to the pool from whence they came to strip them of their grandeur. The Moshe refused to allow their master to diminish them into the very forms of the lesser men whom they so passionately despised. They turned upon the high priest, forced him to reverse his reproductive limitation, and then they severed his head as well. It is rumored among the villagers, and I can tell you that it is true, the skulls of the high priest and the last emperor rest side by side to this very day upon the high altar of Nachu Dao. Fistilian asked, "What of the Festival of Torches?" The old crow warned him, "I'm getting to that, you impetuous whelp. Respect your betters, or I will see that your visions tour the deepest demonic pits of hell before sending you home." After a moment, the old crow's hostility subsided. The Moshe needed children to survive the ages, but their arrogance demanded that their blood not mix with those folk whom they so loathed. The only women they felt worthy of their seed were the last defenders that Chalachitsa had preserved. At first, the Moshe assaulted the village in force each year, and they would carry off those women they could capture. Many women died in the fighting, and others perished in the brutal conditions of prolonged captivity. It was not long before the Moshe realized that their race of brides would be extinct long before their numbers could grow sufficiently to build something so large as an empire. One season, a clever high priestess began the first festival of torches by making a formal challenge of honor to shame the Moshe by having one of their champions defeated by a woman in personal combat. It was a terrible pact for the women to enter into, but it spared the lives of warrioresses nevertheless. The festival grew from that moment to what you shall witness over these next moonless nights. Festilian saw a hole in the explanation. What of the Moshe daughters? Do they not have a growing population of wives from within their own? The Moshe can have no daughters, the old crow explained. The high priest knew better than any mortal that the Moshe would diminish in strength if they mingled their blood with that of any people devoid of such special enhancements. Though the Moshe forced him to restore their power of procreation, he slyly ensured that all their offspring would be male. They would have no choice but to take the women of outsiders, so that in the time of a few generations they would revert back into lesser men. Perhaps in his final moments the high priest realized that his egotistical vanity had all but destroyed the empire he loved, and he sought to undo the monstrous evil that he had unleashed upon the world. The long procession of Moshe and their torches slithered up the cliff trail onto the high uplands at the head of the valley where the village awaited them in total darkness. Their blazing fires were like a single serpentine monster when viewed from afar. Festilian and the old crow flew overhead to watch the advance, then they plunged back down to re-enter the village. The women were no longer engrossed with their meditative visions which had subsided. The potion they had drunk was still potent enough. It latently released additional effects as their bodies absorbed the rare herbal ingredients. Strong, aggressive urges coursed through the women's veins so that they felt unnaturally self-confident, agile, and hyperactive. Many of the women restlessly adjusted their postures or paced anxiously to expel excess energy. They were armed, armored, and arrayed at defensive posts, fully prepared for battle. The clans dispersed themselves to maximum advantage so that each position had equal representation for the collaboration of their special powers. The village's exterior bridge had the largest group of defenders that included all of the chieftesses, the high priestess, and all their principal lieutenants. They watched in grim silence as the Moshe carried their torches directly towards them. The Moshe army still carried drums. Their rhythm became more complex and menacing. The army accelerated to a jog as a rumbling roar built from their voices. Moshe spread out from their narrow line to form a broad-based wedge that moved straight for the bridge like a giant angry arrow. That Moshe who called himself Vulgar Trophy was at the forefront of the wedge. He had fully healed and once again masqueraded as the animated corpse of a village huntress. Hanats turned away from the advancing enemy to address her warrioresses. The time for introspection is at an end, my sisters. We cannot guarantee victory, but we can ensure that we face battle with valor. The warrioresses remained silent as their eyes burned with the rush of impending combat. The high priestess signaled to Kitsan, her commanding general, to take charge of their village's defenses. Kitsan gave Vulgar Trophy a momentary inspection to measure the Moshe's worth. Then she glanced back to the Forgotten Dreamers chiefess. "Send out one of yours," she ordered. "This petulant fool is their weakest. He is unproven, and Hanats has humiliated him once already. Your people need experience, and this is a match even a scholar should be able to win. If you should fall, endure with steadfast courage. Time will see you return to us." The chief disagreed without even a hint of protest. She whispered hurried instructions to one of her lieutenants, which sent that huntress on her way back into the community. While the runner was away, the Moshe army advanced to within a short bowshot of the bridge and then drew to a halt. Their drums continued to hammer from their rear ranks as their voices reached a challenging baritone crescendo. All at once they fell quiet. The sound of their silence was even more dreadful still. "We come here without courtesy or compliment," Vulgar Trophy shouted to the village. "Send out your men, your finest warriors, so that we might slay them. When we are done with them, we shall plunder their dwellings, rape their women, and take what we like." The women made no move and remained silent. A long moment passed before the Forgotten Dreamer's lieutenant returned with one of that clan's youngest huntresses in tow. The woman was obviously inexperienced, and the fear of losing showed in her eyes, only not so strongly as her determination to do her part. Kitsan gazed upon her, focused her concentration as she did when using her clan's power, and then nodded with sly satisfaction. "You're just the one for this, Anaquana. If your courage holds and you remember your training, you've already won. Vulgar Trophy is a young fool and ripe for vanquishing." The young huntress adjusted her shield on her arm, shook her fighting spear to be sure of its weight, and then jogged out onto the bridge. "We have no warriors or any men of valor," she told Vulgar Trophy boldly. "Even so, we do not submit, nor are we afraid. You and yours are cowards, dogs, and slinking thieves. I am a woman, recently a child among my folk, and still I have the courage to stand here in defiance of you all. My people laugh and grow bold, seeing all of you cower before one such as me. Since not one of you is man enough to force my submission, I am prepared to stand against you all." Even in light of the dire consequences she would suffer in defeat, Anaquana genuinely didn't waver in her gallantry, and it struck the Moshe's pride like a poisoned dart, just as intended. Though their hatred for any man who stood against them bordered on the berserk, having a woman show them the same defiance was a soporific humiliation. The Moshe abhorred fighting against any woman, since they thought to do so was a cowardly act beneath warriors of their elite quality. Their dignity could not allow them to attack just one woman in force, or to even attack with lethal means when acting alone. Vulgar Trophy closed half the distance separating him from Anaquana. "Your village has not a single man of courage left, so they send you instead." He pointed his ceremonial club at her threateningly. "You are foolish, but you are also brave. I need a woman such as you to bear my son. I, Vulgar Trophy, shall take you as my own. And when no one is left to defend this place, my brethren shall despoil as they please." "Come at me then," she howled with unfettered emotion as she fell back into an agile stance behind her shield and spear. "Come to me and die." The Moshe musicians returned to beating their drums in a steady rhythm to timbre the ensuing ritualistic combat. Vulgar Trophy did not wear any armor, and his weapon was a type for subduing a foe, while the hunters facing him had excellent armor and a spear she had crafted to kill. Despite his obvious disadvantages, the Moshe still smiled and remained lusty for both battle and the pleasures that would be his reward after his victory. His torch had a long handle that he speared into the ground before the bridge to leave the light freestanding. Vulgar Trophy dashed in aggressively, then wisely came up short before her spear plunged into his gullet. He taunted her from the threshold of her effective range by leaning forward and then back, trying to draw an attack that might allow him to pull her spear away, break it, or dive inside its killing reach. The huntress was cautious, but aggressive enough not to lose the advantage of being threatening. With a clever shuffling of her feet, she closed enough distance to make a determined thrust with her long weapon. Vulgar Trophy bent, twisted, and then sidestepped to let the spear pass harmlessly by him. His free hand snatched the shaft behind the spear's obsidian blade, then he used a sharp blow from his club to sever the pole near its center. The young huntress did not retreat or become unnerved. Instead, she continued her forward momentum while she dropped the shield from her arm. By tossing the back haft of her spear towards Vulgar Trophy's face, she distracted him enough to allow her to crash into the Moshe with a feet-first drop-kicking tackle. Vulgar Trophy had not prepared himself for her unadulterated aggression. Before he could properly clear his hands and fight her off, she had her legs wrapped about his waist in a scissoring hold. Anaquana hugged him with her arms to hold on tight with their chests pressed together. She kept her face sheltered close into his neck as cover from any retaliatory blows. The force of her flying impact rocked Vulgar Trophy off his feet so that they crashed together to the ground where they wrestled. Vulgar Trophy was on the bottom for only a moment. Even though his adversary was a skilled ground fighter, his superior size and strength was more than enough of an advantage for him to twist his way to the top. Before he could free his arms, then pry her off so he could leverage himself up to rain blows onto her face, the huntress drew back her lips to reveal a thin flint blade she kept clenching her teeth by the rubber grip that encased its rear half. She made a savage snarling through clenched teeth as she buried her face into Vulgar Trophy's throat, then slashed the blade back and forth like a wild dog shaking a carcass. As the blood began to spray from Vulgar Trophy's lacerated jugular, he let out a horrific wailing that rapidly degenerated into a sick liquid gurgle. The Moshe lost all meaningful technique as he struggled. He began to thrash madly as he made a desperate last attempt to get free. A moment later, he fell limply into death. With the final beat of Vulgar Trophy's heart, his battle guise failed, thus revealing his true form. The Moshe had been a handsome and exquisitely muscled young man of Markland ancestry. The Moshe's blood drenched the huntress when she rolled his corpse off to the side. Then she sprang back to her feet with the agility of a cat. She spit her mouth blade into her hand, threw her arms high over her head, and then screamed with the elation of her first real victory. Kukulkan be praised. She rejoiced. I am victorious. A great cheer rose from the village like the rumble of a storm. The Moshe army hearkened to the sound with grim determination. No matter their losses, they were not about to lose heart, then turn aside from their intentions. For 3 nights they would make their challenges regardless of how many were to die in the endeavor. The triumphal huntress gathered up her shield and the pieces of her broken spear. She then turned to scratch dirt onto the corpse of her slain enemy using her feet as if she was a cat that buried its spoor. With that final insult administered, she proudly marched back over the bridge into her village. As the cheering in the village dwindled, Bone Rays and several other Moshe warriors advanced to retrieve Vulgar Trophy's body. Bone Rays was in his flaming battle guise as he approached the slain Moshe's torch. While the other Moshe lifted the bloody body, he showed no concern about the flame as he grasped the torch's blazing head, then snuffed it out as though a monk extinguishing a candle between the tips of 2 fingers. The drum stayed silent while the Moshe solemnly removed the remains of Vulgar Trophy from the area. In the time that a man could walk a league, the Moshe reconvened to send their next emissary toward the bridge at the head of their fighting wedge. The new champion guised himself as an anthropomorphic being of bloody water that had dozens of frenzied piranhas dashing about within the confines of his body. The ambulatory water planted his torch out in front of the village. Vulgar Trophy was a weakling and a fool, he shouted. He deserved to die, and he bettered our people by sparing us his deficient offspring. I am Blood Froth, and I have come to demand your submission. Welcome us as the obedient slaves you are. Gladly receive your rightful masters. Refuse me and you shall know suffering worse than my casting you into schools of rapacious piranha. Show the wisdom inherent in a woman and submit to the mates who have chosen you as their own. If you do this, we shall take only that which we require and no more. Do it not, and the wailing of your pathetic men will be legendary in the annals of your priestesses. Kitsan had sent for the next woman to meet the challenge against the village even before Bloodfroth began his speech. The chosen huntress was one of the low-ranked women from the Climbing Flowers clan. As was true for the young huntress from the Forgotten Dreamers clan, the chosen huntress's special gift would be useless for her own use in battle against a Moshe. Even so, she was a supreme physical specimen, and the village had trained her from birth to be a truly deadly Amazonian warrioress. The village fighters at the bridge saluted their champion with gazes of solemn pride and claps to her shoulder. Her thick armor of alligator hide protected her shoulders from feeling the hands as anything more than remote pressure. Kitsan punched the woman in her chest plate to test the worth of the armor's protection. I have chosen you, Malinche, because you have already won this match. It will be a victory you can earn only with great determination and some painful lessons, but earn it you shall. Keep the faith, and you will have a new Quetzal feather for your headdress. Succumb to doubt or fear, and you shall join the village of the lost for the next year. The warrioress offered a slight bow to her general, then crossed the bridge in broad strides. She carried a leaf-shaped shield and a one-handed mace that had a long spike of fire-hardened bone she had honed to a needle-sharp point. Once she came to a halt at the end of the bridge, Malinche challenged her opponent. Our village knows no master save for great Kukulkan himself. You are thieves and interlopers of the lowest order. Your whole army only demands the presence of a single woman. You should name yourselves those who are kept at bay by a single woman, so men of other lands would know to have pity for you. The Moshe army groaned at the indignity of her words. Their intense sense of honor forbade them from attacking any woman with their full wrath as they would do to any man who stood against them. To them, attacking a woman en masse was the most unthinkable act of true cowardice. Bloodfroth closed some of the distance to his adversary. "Kneel, bitch, and call me master," he told her rudely. "Do it now and I shall show you leniency." He held 2 identical fighting clubs that were perfect for battering a woman into obedience and flourished them expertly. Besides his weapons, the Moshe had nothing but a loincloth under his aquatic battle guise. "I would rather take you while you still look beautiful. If I must, I will have you with both arms broken." Malinche closed a few strides and posed with her spiked mace and shield, prepared to fight to the death. "Enough pillow talk, you walking cesspool. Let's fight." Some of the Moshe audibly snickered at her insult despite the seriousness of the situation. Their mirth burned Bloodfroth all the more. He blasted out a ferocious battle cry, then dashed straight for Malinche. She anchored herself behind her shield and waited unwearyingly for him to enter her striking distance. The Moshe leaped at her from 4 strides out to use his fully airborne weight behind a kick that would land on her shield like a battering ram. The huntress ducked low at the last moment so that the Moshe passed right over her head. As he landed back on his feet with feline agility, she immediately knocked his legs out from under him with a sweeping kick. Bloodfroth landed on his back, but then flipped up onto his feet before she could do him any serious harm. When she swiped at him with her spiked war club, he deftly parried her blow. Within a moment, they exchanged many strikes in furious combat. Bloodfroth landed a cunning bash to the huntress's knee that forced her to retreat at a limp. When he pursued to capitalize on his advantage, she put the handle of her mace to her mouth as she would a blowpipe. By wafting a forced breath through the hollow handle, she sent a devious cloud of fine powder into Bloodfroth's face. The Moshe was too late, realizing the mistake of his improper action. With nothing for him to gain by delay, he tried to remedy his situation with a swift victory. He plunged after her in a state of reckless fury, slashing madly with his 2 clubs. He rained blows onto her shield, her weapon, and when achievable onto her body, all in an effort to batter her into a state of helplessness. The huntress remained obdurately determined not to submit in the least way, even if it meant her painful death. She retreated while fending off blows as best she could. Malinche waited for the caustic powdered lime she administered finally to take effect. Bloodfroth's hammering savagery finally forced a gap in her defenses. In that brief moment that she turned aside, he struck her in the neck with one of his clubs. The sharp blow stunned her so severely that she staggered, tripped, and then fell to the ground in a muzzy daze. Before Bloodfroth could step up and finish her insubordination with a decisive blow to her head, the lime in his eyes became too agonizing for him to ignore. A burning pain accompanied his blindness, so the disorientation robbed him of which direction he faced to pursue her. The Moshe rubbed at his eyes to remove the irritant, which only worsened his condition. Malinche recovered her wits quickly. The climbing flower's disciplined power specialized in the drawing of strength from others for her own use or to transfer that energy further to some distant ally. She had used her gift to bolster her capacity for recuperation. Her inhuman rate of recovery allowed her to spring back onto her feet faster than Bloodfroth ever expected. While the powdered lime still had him too blind and disoriented to mount any defense, she hastened over, then buried the long spike of her mace into his skull with a single decisive whack. Everyone from the huntresses to the Moshe remained deathly silent as they watched Bloodfroth and the warrioress with stricken amazement. Both fighters momentarily stood frozen in their action poses as everyone waited for the final outcome of her deadly strike. When the mortally wounded Moshe realized that he was not already dead, he broke the odd silence with a horrific shriek. Even with the spike buried deep in his pate, he remained animate and fully aware. Many of the Moshe shouted in amazement that Bloodfroth was able to endure such a terrible injury. The sound of their astonished voices told the blind, crazed warrior in what direction potential sanctuary lay. Bloodfroth madly dashed in the direction of his allies to escape further harm, and in so doing he bowled over the amazed huntress who had struck him so officiously. Bloodfroth's unexpected resilience to his assumedly fatal injury had her too baffled to prevent his fervent rush to escape. The forefront of the Moshe army parted to allow Bloodfroth to charge into their midst. The lime powder in his eyes and the head wound robbed him of all sensibility, such that he continued to howl and flail about until several of his fellows seized him. One of the Moshe grasped the weapon still embedded in Bloodfroth's skull in order to pull it out, but the skeletal Moshe leader intervened. "Leave it be," the deathly figure ordered. "If you pull that out, you'll be dead within moments." The Moshe general gestured for the warriors that held Bloodfroth to take him away. "See that no one tries to extract it until he is already in the pool being healed. Moshe warriors have recovered from worse injuries than that." The attending Moshe hurried Bloodfroth away to return him to their village, where the ziggurat pool already in their possession would heal him back to fighting condition. Another of the warriors extinguished Bloodfroth's torch and took it away as a final verification of the challenge's defeat. Malinche got to her feet, then limped back over the bridge into her village. Her knee already swelled and discolored from the blow it took from one of the Moshe's clubs. She had numerous other bruises dispersed over her upper body to attest to the beating he had given her. Malinche's fellow warrioresses welcomed her return with great pride for her and her kind. The chiefess of her Climbing Flowers clan was most pleased of all, since Malinche was her daughter. The Moshe army backed off like they had after their previous losses. After around the same prior interval of time for reorganization, they returned, then sent their next emissary to challenge the women. Kizan had already sent for the village's next defender even before the latest Moshe approached with his ceremonial torch planted at the end of the bridge. The selected huntress was another of the village's youngest warrioresses. It would be her first ceremonial duel against a Moshe aggressor. While there were many superior fighters for Kizan to choose from, her responsibility to prepare the next generation for the burden of defending the village demanded that she make hard choices. The interloper's battle illusion disguised him as a hulking man made entirely of burnished wood. Long wicked thorns bristled from his skin, and his hair was vibrantly green lichen. In his hands was a long two-handed club with a bulbous knotty head that seemed more natural than crafted. Kizan was the last to strike her village's champion on her brassard of thick hide before sending her out to do battle on their behalf. "I have chosen you for good reason, Nayatse," she told her young comrade. "No one is better suited than you to carry the honor of the Blood Panther clan." The expression of the watchful one chiefess carried a conspiratorial air that told more than her words alone. Nayatse made a sly grin that almost disguised her trepidations. "I understand." She turned back to face her people, then shouted, "For the honor!" All the women answered the pledge in unison. "For the honor!" The Moshe drums beat once again as the warrioress crossed the bridge to fight courageously and so shame her enemies, who were no less proud in spirit. The wooden warrior saluted her with his club and a stiff grin. "I am Thorn Splinter. All year I have been slaying the finest warriors the waning Toltec kings could throw against us. I had to kill more than 70 of their champions just to earn the privilege of taking a mate this holiday season. After all of that," he scorned in a loathing tone, "your village sends me a mere girl child of little worth and less reputation." He shrugged and gestured for her to come on. "Since this is your first battle, you will be an easy victory for me. You're unknown to us, but that doesn't matter. We have all year to get to know one another. Your fame shall be that you lived after I beat and raped you thrice a day. I am Nayatse," she identified herself at a shout. "I am the newest woman of the mighty Blood Panther clan. After I skin you like a snake, your folk will remember me with fear and respect." She had a small round shield strapped to her left arm. Both of her hands were free to wield a two-handed dual flint-edged war club. She expertly posed in a fighter stance and flourished her archaic form of sword. The Moshe warrior scoffed with amusement. "Ha! No Blood Panther is a match for me, or even worthy of my seed. What good are your keen senses in an honest duel? There is no need for eagle's eyes to find me. Even blind, you will have no trouble finding my massive manhood that will be your only war club for the whole of a year." "Nor do I need a dog's nose to smell your stench of manly fear," she retorted. "Its reek is overwhelming. I offer you the chance to go wash yourself so that you do not have to die while you stink of a coward's urine." Many warriors among the Moshe laughed at the cutting words, but their tone was not mocking. Courageous women aroused them, and they coveted them since they would provide the most powerful sons. Their approval for her at his expense enraged Thorn Splinter beyond restraint. He sprinted toward Nayatse to lay her low with his club. "How I will make you scream!" Thorn Splinter raged as he swiped at the huntress with his massive club. "You Blood Panther bitch!" Despite his fury, he still had to restrain himself to avoid splitting her skull by mistake, since he wanted her alive. Nayatse surprised her adversary by holding her ungainly weapon in only one hand, as though it were as light as a javelin. With the free hand of her shield arm, she caught the haft of his club at mid-swing. She seized it from the air as though taking a toy from a child rather than disarming a mighty Moshe killer. At the same time that she plucked the weapon from his grasp, she snapped out a kick into Thorn Splinter's abdomen. The force of the connection sent the Moshe flying back through the air 10 paces as though a giant had kicked him instead. Thorn Splinter was still on the ground when Nayatse flung the huge captured club at him as if she tossed something in the weight of a pebble. Unbeknownst to the Moshe, the bird dance chiefess secretly aided her sister in arms by using her clan's gift to guide the weapon on its way. The club flew with the speed of an arrow to smash the Moshe in his ribs, snapping several of them with audible cracks and forcing an agonized exhalation from the outwitted warrior. "You're no blood panther," Thorn Splinter croaked with foaming blood that bubbled from his lips. Nyatse laughed with the commanding pride of an unvanquishable soldier as she stood over a subjugated foe. "You gullible fool, I'm a mountain heart. None of you shall ever forget the name of Nyatse." With that said, she took a firm two-handed grip on her serrated club, then dashed over after the fallen Moshe to put a permanent end to him. She had sorely wounded Thorn Splinter. It was only his incredible Moshe robustness that allowed him to not only be alive but also be able to flee under his own power. A Mountain Heart woman had the strength of a giant, not the swiftness of a deer. The Moshe scrambled to his feet, then loped away. He cradled his broken ribs with one arm while he swung the other to balance his wild gait. The vanguard of the Moshe army was close enough to give shelter to the defeated champion, who reached their lines a moment before Nyatse removed his head with a whistling swipe that the fleeing warrior nearly dove underneath at the last moment. The triumphant huntress had no choice other than to let her prey escape, since she would not be able to remove him forcibly from the security of his allies. Her small concession was to kick dirt at them and then spit at their feet. "Look at how the finest of the Moshe nation cower before the majesty of a woman. We are no mere Maya. We are the daughters of the empire of old. Though it has slept these many long centuries, it lives on in us, and with the new king it shall reawaken more powerful and splendid than ever before." The Moshe withdrew to hold their regular council before they would approach with their newest contender. One of the departing warriors collected Thorn Splinter's torch, extinguished it, and then took it away. Nyatse strode valiantly back over the bridge into her village to the rejoicing and congratulations of her fighting sisterhood. A third of the evening had already passed. Time enough remained for perhaps 6 more battles before dawn would put an end to the night and the blood sport. The women needed encouragement, and the celebrating did much to ease their consternation. Chapter 10. Blood for Honor. During the intermission, the Old Crow took Vestalion away from the bridge to fly to the Watchful One Manor. They passed right through the thick block walls to witness what transpired within. Bjorn browbeat Zabu, and the small man buckled under the pressure. "We've all watched on occasion, but it's totally forbidden," Zabu whined. "If they catch you watching, Kitsan will have us all beaten. If the Moshe learn you are here, they would try and destroy the whole village. You can imagine how serious an offense that is for you to endanger everyone." "Just show me where I can see from," Bjorn insisted. "You have my word that I will not expose anything more than one eye. I will not be seen by the Moshe, and if the women find out, I will tell them I discovered the vantage on my own." Zabu gave in, as was already evident in his rapidly lessening opposition. "I will show you the place where you can watch the bridge, but in return you must tell us everything you see." Bjorn readily agreed to the conditions, so Zabu reluctantly showed him the way to a secret place in the manor. They skirted out onto a narrow ledge after they climbed over the railing of an upper interior balcony. A recess in the wall received the end of a main ceiling beam. There was just enough room for a small man to wedge himself along either side. Bjorn was so large that he could drape his arm over the top of the joist, lean inside the niche, and then see out through a narrow gap around the beam that pierced completely through the wall. By adjusting his position, he managed to get a decent view of the front bridge, the women who defended it, and the Moshe army that lurked on the grounds beyond. Unable to get any view himself because Bjorn's hulking frame filled the entire cavity, Zabu asked, "What can you see?" Bjorn described the arrangement of the warrioresses and the Moshe as Vestalion already knew them to be, and then he detailed something more. A warrior is approaching the bridge. Kitsan is sending out one of the Holy Whispers to confront him. "They have the voice." Zabu mentioned the Holy Whisper power with respect. "The Moshe are not so easily swayed as we are. I wonder if it will be of any avail to her." The Old Crow flapped his wings to take Vestalion away through the wall so that they could return to the bridge. "It is not necessary that you witness all of their trials," the god explained, "so long as you understand their struggle. I can tell that you're anxious to witness the valor of your people and share in the pride of their defiance, so I will indulge you a bit more." Vestalion watched the next Moshe who sought to claim a mate as the warrior planted his torch before the bridge. The man's battle guise concealed him in the form of a tall, long-limbed figure of mythical features. A golden, segmented armor covered his body as though it was part of his flesh. In the gaps and at the joints he was suppler, black and leathery. His head was reminiscent of a leopard's, only it was hard and faceted like his body instead of having fur. In total, the Moshe was a fearsome adversary for even a seasoned warrior to fight. As the opponent of a young woman, he was nothing short of a Herculean labor. "They call me Golden Jaguar," the Moshe declared. "Mine shall be the first of many victories. Those were but children who have lost thus far. We did not expect them to win. Now that you see a true Moshe soldier, you all tremble as women should." The warrior was so bold that he did not even carry a club. He would fight unarmed. The Holy Whisper warrioress marched across the bridge to confront her opponent. She countered, "You do not see me trembling except with laughter. Know that I, Hecate, rejoice in having such an incompetent foe as you." She carried a long obsidian-tipped spear and a shield of brightly colored geometric patterns. Once she was at the end of the bridge, she halted and spoke again, only using her siren's voice that was unmistakable for its unnatural timbre. "Offer me your throat," she commanded. "Your death will be swift and painless." He hesitated as the Holy Whisper seized his mind. Everyone was silent with interest as they waited to see what would become of it. Golden Jaguar's laughter broke the pause. "Your mind tricks have no power over me, bitch. If that is your only ploy, this is going to be even easier than I expected." "There is more to me than words," Hecate riled. "This bitch not only barks." She sprinted toward Golden Jaguar to drive the point of her spear into his heart. "She also bites." The Moshe fell into an expert fighter's stance, then waited for her to strike. When she thrust her spear, he batted it away with one hand while he thrust out the palm of his other hand toward her. She was not close enough for him to reach, only for him that didn't matter. When Hecate stabbed him, the obsidian point skidded off Golden Jaguar's battle guy's armor. Her failure to harm him demonstrated that some discipline of power made him as resilient as his appearance portrayed. By then, his extended palm glowed bluish-white with some charge of energy that he released in a ball of lightning that shot from his hand to smash into Hecate's chest. The mote exploded in a crackling web of energy that blew her off her feet to hurl her 5 paces back to land on her rump. A cheer came up among the Moshe warriors as they sensed their first victory over the women. Similarly, the warrioresses stifled groans as they too foresaw Hecate's inevitable defeat. Hecate and Kitsam were both resolute that the fight was far from lost. The Holy Whisper woman flipped back to her feet without losing hold of her spear or shield. Golden Jaguar waited patiently for her to try again. "This is the least of my power," he boasted. "If I did not need to take you for a mate, I would have turned your blood to steam and blown you apart." She advanced more cautiously than before. "Is that so? Clearly you're violently opposed to offering me your throat." Her voice shifted to the Holy Whisper tone. "Take the time to ponder what you should do next." With that said, she sprang forward to spear him in the throat. Golden Jaguar did hesitate, as her potent suggestion made him consider his situation. His brief lapse of control was time enough for her to drive her spear into his neck with all her momentum and might. Even under such perfect conditions, his resilient hide prevented her spear from penetrating deeply enough to draw blood. Knowing her attack would have slain him if there had been the slightest flaw in his defenses, the Moshe howled in rage. "You silver-tongued witch!" He promptly shot her with another quick charge of his luminous power, and it blasted her back as before. He was not content with doing her so mild an injury. Without further delay or risk of mishap, he began to charge his hand with a much larger blast that would be able to put an end to her ability to resist. Hecate leaped back onto her feet as before, only she made no effort to advance or evade. She saw Golden Jaguar's respect for her capabilities and his eagerness to defeat her as a window of opportunity. She demanded in the Holy Whisper voice, "Let everyone see how great your power truly is. Do not hold back, reveal your unbridled strength, and force me to submit through awe alone." The command appealed to the Moshe's intentions and secret desires. He had the strength to resist her powers where they conflicted with his will. When she applied her voice with guile to encourage his existing intentions, it bent his will to her wishes. Golden Jaguar charged ever more power into his hand until it glowed like the fist of Prometheus clenching a piece of the sun. "You can control much more power," she voiced to him. "Your unconcealed might is the envy of all. Were I to see the full extent of your true manliness, I would obediently yield to your hand. Your ultimate power would make me beg to take your seed. Show it to me." Golden Jaguar garnered ever more power into his glowing hand until it illuminated the area about him like a great bonfire. He shouted with pride as he held up his hand to be a beacon for all to see. "Behold the might of a true Moshe Lord. Now you shall witness the full extent of my destructive powers." He leveled his charged hand toward Hecate to blast her into bits if she refused to submit. "Bow to me, woman, and willingly become a Moshe bride." Hecate dropped her shield and spear, then fell to her knees to placate her new lord. "Transcend your self-imposed limitations," she motivated his pride with her siren's voice. "Show them that yours is the ultimate power. You're the greatest Moshe of them all." The Moshe warrior hesitated as his ambition battled with the wisdom that shielded him from her influence. Her manipulation fed off his latent lust for power and desire for respect so that it easily overcame his caution and proper reasoning. Golden Jaguar called upon all of his will to push the charge in his hand further than he had ever done before. For a moment he overflowed with joy that he was indeed a Moshe who was destined for the pinnacle of greatness, but all that tumbled into disaster when his power proved to be beyond his ability to master. In a brilliant white flash and crackling explosion, the energy he had collected shot free in a detonation that removed his arm nearly to the shoulder as it blackened the rest of his body. The blast knocked him unconscious, terminated his battle guise, and flung his burnt body back among the milling warriors of his people. Hecate got back to her feet, took a few steps forward, and then picked up a charred bone from Golden Jaguar's forearm. She held it up so that the other Moshe could see what she had. "For my dog," she told them mordantly. "I told him I would bring him back something for dinner." The Moshe were too engrossed with determining whether Golden Jaguar was still alive to worry about Hecate's insulting comments. Even seriously burned and missing an arm, Golden Jaguar regained enough of his strength to walk off under his own power. Several other Moshe warriors escorted their wounded comrade in case he collapsed and needed them to carry him. Though defeated, Golden Jaguar would live. The Moshe pool would heal all his wounds, and one day he would return to fight again, only wiser. The usual interval passed as the Moshe and the warriors had prepared their next fighters for dueling. Hostilities renewed with the approach of the newest Moshe challenger. His battle guise showed him to be a squat, heavily muscled warrior with the merged features of man and forest monkey. He had bristling fur, long claws, and protruding canine teeth. Apart from a bestial simian form that conveyed a foul and carnivorous temperament, he also had a long prehensile tail that was thickly muscled and ended with a fully formed hand, complete with an imposable thumb. The Moshe carried a round shield that was amazingly intricate and patrician for such an animalistic figure. A talented artisan had carved it from a single piece of mahogany. It had a long-nosed, leering face with an open mouth with pointed teeth. A golden ring looped through the nose's septum. The shield was a magnificent piece of functional artwork that, while sturdy, would not survive combat unmarred. The monstrous rainforest monkey Moshe had his ceremonial torch in his second hand. His third hand on the end of his tail held an ornate battle club typical of the Moshe. As the warrior advanced to the end of the bridge, the club lazily swung back and forth to the wagging of his tail. He firmly stabbed the torch into the ground, as had those who had tried to win a mate before him. "Come forth," the Moshe monkey shouted in a deep, blasting voice. "What woman thinks she can defy my strength?" Kitsan had sent for 3 warrioresses who she thought might be right for defending their village in the duel. Once she had all 3 of them in a line, the watchful one chiefess examined each while she used her clan's power to determine which of them had the most promising destiny to attain victory. Kitsan quickly determined the one she would send out to fight. It was a bird dance huntress with some prior experience. The chosen woman dressed distinctively in the fashion of her clan. She had an exceptional number of colorful feathers adorning her body, as was customary of bird dance women. In addition to her feathers, she wore shaped pieces of reptile hide that a cement of natural rubber adhered to her naked skin to give her additional protection from scrapes and lacerations. She was a beautiful and imposing warrioress of grim determination and proud countenance. While she looped her fighting whip in her hand, the woman asked Kitsan, "Do you have any advice?" The tip of the long braid of buckskin had an arrowhead blade as a deadly ornament. Kitsan said, "The power of Drowning Monkey is not so different from your own clan's discipline, Hawatsi, except that his influence extends no further than to what he is touching. Your whip will put you on equal terms with the reach of his tail. Since he prefers to ambush his prey from concealment underwater, you will have advantage in an open fight on land." "I'll be right back," Hawatsi said with confidence of a quick victory. "This will be one tongue lashing from a woman that he shall not soon forget." She walked out onto the bridge and advanced across toward her adversary. About halfway, she uncoiled her whip with an expert flick of her wrist. The long, sinewy weapon writhed like a living thing. It slithered as a serpent with the bladed tip rising off the bridge, poised to strike as the head of a venomous viper. "Come to me, drowned monkey," she called. "This time it is you who is the prey." The monkey Moshe threw back his head to make simian hooting laughter. "The Maya make sacrifices in my name to dissuade my wrath as they would to one of their gods of darkness. They call me Hawatzadal. Now you, a mere woman, think I should have fear?" He licked his lips and long canines with a hideous red tongue. The gesture was not to savor the thought of eating her flesh, but of brutally raping it. "There is no way on earth or under heaven that you could ever defeat me." She raised back her whip, and the sinuous weapon rose up over her head to writhe in the air like a ribbon in the wind. "You are wrong about that, flea picker. While I have my whip, there's most certainly a way." Hawatsi spun her body as she dropped into a crouch, as though she performed a low kick to sweep an attacker's legs. The arrowhead at the tip of her whip shot out from down low behind her back to cut through the air faster than the speed of sound. Hawatzadal did not have reactions quick enough to get out of the way. The whip struck with pinpoint accuracy as it snapped a slash across his forehead. The sharp cracking sound it made as it laid open his flesh was clearly audible to all. As proof of his rage, the Moshe let out a saliva-flinging howl that was worthy of a demon from the darkest abyss. "You will scream for me," he bellowed as he sprang forward. His strength was so great that it let him bound his bulk over the ground with the ease of a hare. When he was just out of reach where he might seize her with his clawed hands, Drowning Monkey came up short in a backward flip. The somersault propelled the swing of his tail as he brought the club forward from underneath him. The rounded head of the club speared Hawatsi in the stomach, and the blow knocked the wind from her as it bowled her over backwards. She hit on her back and then slid in the dirt. The simian Moshe landed back on his feet after his completed flip. While she was down and he had her stunned, he sprang up again with the intention of landing right on top of her. As he flew, the Moshe boasted, "I have you now." Hawatsi crossed her arms in front of her, then spread them apart to pull handfuls of feathered darts from her wrist bracers. The small missiles had appeared to be nothing more than a part of her flamboyant costume. She flung them all, using her bird dance gift to propel them on their way. The swarm of darts peppered Drowning Monkey across his face and upper body. It gave her the opportunity she needed to roll aside from his landing. The Moshe shifted his club from his tail hand to his right hand as he pursued her. The darts bristled from him, but he did not pause to pluck any of them out. He swung the club down to crash the ground between her splayed legs. As she tumbled and somersaulted to keep clear of his attacks, Drowning Monkey's hand at the tip of his tail seized her by the ankle. Hawatsi screamed in distress as he jerked her from the ground, then swung her through the air. "That armor will serve you well as I rape you," he gloated. "I am in no mood to be gentle." "Nor am I," she riposted. "You're first." As her lash raced along the ground, it whipped up dust with its blinding speed. The razor-edged tip sniped into the Moshe from behind by plunging into his anal region with the speed of a shot arrow from a longbow. His tortured wailing made it clear that her point had struck deep as a poignant similitude to her words. Drowning Monkey dropped her from the grip of his tail as he dedicated himself to the task of extracting the barb she had engrafted in him. Hawatsi had unfolded the copper blade from the handle of her whip by the time she had rolled back onto her feet. The metal edge made the handle into a sort of scythe. First she gave a ferocious yank to the lash as though she set her hook into a great fish. The barb at the tip of her whip tore into the Moshe's bowels and refreshed his howling to a higher intensity. She followed up on her taut line as she dashed in for the kill. The Moshe ripped the whip's arrowhead from his body without concern for further injury or pain. He returned his attention to his foe just in time to realize she was already upon him. She swung her scythe in a two-handed upward stroke that he thought would castrate or disembowel him. Instead of cutting flesh, the bird dance huntress hooked the bill of her copper blade under some unseen vesture that the Moshe wore. With a prying yank, she severed it clean through. The Moshe had on a leather girdle that his battle guise had concealed until it fell away after Hawatsi had cut it apart. Attached at the belt's rear was a section of chain that was the same length as his illusory tail. At the chain's tip were 5 shorter sections of copper links that spread out like the fingers of the tail's hand. His battle guise gave the apparatus the appearance of being a furred monkey's tail with an actual hand. By cutting the whole contraption free from his body, she made its actual nature plain and Drowning Monkey tailless. The Moshe felt more determined than ever to secure himself a bride. He backhanded a fist into her face, only she artfully ducked under it. During the same twisting of his torso, he tried to slam her with a broad sweep of his wooden shield. Hawatsi leaned back just far enough to be beyond the board's reach. Still flowing with his agile momentum, Drowning Monkey leaped into the air with a spin to lash out at her with a kick. She was already retreated as far as balance would allow, so she had nowhere to go. The kick landed solidly on her sternum to send Hawatsi flying. Bruises covered the battered huntress. She used her bird dance influence to summon the handle of her whip to her hand. The Moshe thought he was too close for her to use the long-reaching weapon against him. He was wrong. She cracked the lash off behind him. Her ability to propel objects redirected the point to slash across his back. The jolt of pain she inflicted allowed her to get back on her feet. Another lashing opened a wound on his thigh. She backpedaled while she kept him at bay with a furious outpouring of lashes. Each blow opened another bloody wound on the determined Moshe warrior. She rapidly wore him down as she whipped him to death. Drowning Monkey knew he had already lost the duel. He didn't feel that his death would save him any face. As he broke away from the fight, then fled for the safety of his comrades, Hawatsi stayed right behind him. She flayed the skin from his back with her whip. With flawless expertise, she snared the Moshe about one of his ankles, then timed her yank perfectly so that it dumped him headlong into the dirt. Without any delay, she sprinted up to him. As she advanced, she let the handle fly from her hand while she twirled it on an ever-lengthening line of lash. By the time she was right behind him, the scythe was twirling at maximum speed, with her full bird dance power impelling and guiding it. As the monkey guy's Moshe struggled to get up, she flailed the scythe into the back of his head. The copper blade punched through his skull to stick out from the inside of his mouth. The wound was instantly fatal. Drowning Monkey's battle guise disappeared. Apart from the many lash marks and blood, his true appearance still conveyed that he had been a resplendently handsome Markland man of heroic proportions. The bird dance huntress put her foot in the middle of the dead Moshe's back as she pried the blade from the back of his skull. It did not come out easily. She needed to twist and jerk it with all her might. As she craned the corpse's head back, a torrent of blood drained from the nostrils and mouth to pool on the ground. It finally popped free with a slurp and a crunch. Hawatsi held her weapon in her fist high overhead as though she shouted at the sky, "See me, great Kukulkan. This Moshe is my tribute to you." The huntresses of the village exploded into loud cheers of celebration, and a grim sobriety settled over the Moshe army. Drowning Monkey had been a respected warrior. His death undoubtedly weakened their nation, as did the loss of all his future progeny. The Moshe extinguished his torch, then carried away his body. The dueling had only just begun, and already the Festival of Torches went badly for the Moshe. Instead of increasing their numbers, as was their objective, they only succeeded in diminishing them. As with each time before, the Moshe eventually returned. A new warrior led them to the bridge to offer their challenge for the defenders to come forth and face them. Like all those who had come before him, he was a garish spectacle. The Moshe was completely devoid of skin. His whole naked body was a glistening topography of exposed muscle, veins, and other myriad subcutaneous tissues. For a weapon, he carried a staff that was about his equal in height. Each end was a rounded knob that he had dutifully carved so that each bulbous end was in the form of a skull. The warrior planted his torch before the bridge. "I am Skin Taker. Send forth one of your whores. I will rape from her body all that your village owes me." Kitsan stood before a group of warrioresses as she tried to decide which of them she should send out. They were all from the least battle-capable clans. The Forgotten Dreamer fighters were best suited to their role as scholars. The talent of the Climbing Flower huntresses was in replenishing the reserve of strength in others. The Holy Whisper women were powerful because of their voice, but the Elder Moshe were all but immune to the influence. The Bird Dance and Blood Panther huntresses had slightly more applicable powers, but even they were weak compared to the other clans of the village. The first night of the festival was for the weakest of the Moshe. Kitsan needed to give everyone in the village battle experience and also conserve the strength of her best fighters for use against the deadliest of the Moshe who would come later on. She paused to examine each woman and then search within herself for that secret insight as to whether or not the woman would come back across the bridge if Kitsan ordered her to go out. When Kitsan finished her divination, she had only determined that none of them would get a satisfactory outcome. Time was short as she gazed about for a suitable alternative. A nearby mahogany root huntress twirled her fighting staff with a graceful ease that was testament to her lifetime of daily practice. Kitsan asked the young woman, "Do you think you could take him, Bosachin?" "I will not only beat him," she answered, "I will kill him." She was one of the youngest warrioresses in the village and yet serene beyond her years and experience. "I have never had a man that I did not hold down when I took him. Skin Taker will be no different. He sure won't be doing anything like that to me. Kitsan agreed. Then do it. Skin Taker was impatient to begin. If you have no one who can face me, I will have to come in there, then drag one of you out by your hair. Bosichin strode out to meet him. I will fight with you, foreskin grabber. Let's see if you can use that stick any better than you hurl taunts. To show her his skill and perhaps intimidate her, the Moshe spun his staff into a blur of speed horizontally over his head, then changed it to his other hand behind his back. The florist finished with him extending his free hand and inviting her forward with a gesture of his fingers. Very flowery, she derided him, unimpressed. I bet you have pretty kicks, too. He replied, I doubt you will be so impertinent once I have you down on your back. Perhaps I should take you while you are trying to crawl away on your belly. That seems more fitting for a bed-wandering bitch such as you. Bosichin had heard enough taunting. She dashed at him to start their fight. Her high-pitched battle cry cut through the night. Once she was in range, she jabbed at his face with her staff. Skin Taker easily parried her, and from there they bombarded each other with a hail of strikes. Both were experts with the staff. They countered one another move for move until Bosichin finally overcame his rhythm and smashed him one in the face. The Moshe soaked the impact with hardly a sign of discomfort aside from his pride. I will show you what makes me the perfect killing machine. Oily black slime oozed from his veins and arteries to spread over his body like the skin he was missing. It took only a moment, and then once the covering was total, it hardened into a carapace of glossy obsidian armor. The way he gloated made it clear that it was no mere expression of his illusionary battle guise. It was an actual enhancement to his already nearly impervious durability. She whapped him several more times with blows that had minimal effect. They didn't make him laugh over her inability to injure him at all. Skin Taker seized one end of his weapon with both hands just above the skull knob, and then he swung low at her legs. The huntress nimbly hopped over his attack while simultaneously snapping a straight kick up under his chin. His head recoiled, otherwise he weathered the impact with no difficulty. After he recovered from the massive follow-through of his last sweeping swing, Skin Taker brought the weapon around for an overhead smash. Though he wanted to take her alive, his cunning fell short of necessity, so he counted on brutality to get him through her clever defenses. His power would be enough to kill her outright if he struck her solidly in the head. The mahogany root huntress did not parry with her staff or even try to evade the oncoming blow. She confronted his attack with proactive aggression. Using the edge of her hand, she slashed at his incoming staff as though her arm was not only going to withstand the impact, it was also going to damage his weapon instead. An instant before the staff contacted, Bosichin revealed her clan's power. Her whole being, weapon, armor, hair, and body turned to a lusterless shade of gray. At the same instant, she stood motionless as though actually frozen in time and space. When Skin Taker's staff struck her hand, she could not have been any more solid if she had been a steel statue with its feet set on solid granite. The weapon couldn't absorb the sudden stop with such great force driving it onward. The staff cracked in half on the edge of her adamant hand. The reverberating shock was so great that it stunned the Moshe's hands and forearms, which caused him to hesitate. The huntress came out of her suspended animation as though she had used the timelessness to focus her concentration and plan her next action. Bosichin planted her staff into the ground and used it to pole vault up into the air. In a sort of assisted drop kick, she used her amazingly toned legs to put a scissoring hold around Skin Taker's black-armored neck. A moment after she had locked her ankles and was exerting her maximum crushing pressure, she re-entered her immovable stasis. The Moshe hopelessly struggled to pry her loose. Her weight had too much leverage for him to support with his neck with the way she stretched out horizontally. As she tilted off her staff and fell towards the ground, it exerted another twisting force to her attack. Skin Taker went to the ground with her. When he tried to use the strength in his legs to pry her off, it only put that much additional strain on his neck to strangle him all that more efficiently. A host of climbing flowers huntresses on the other side of the bridge pumped Bosichin with all the energy she would ever need to maintain her invincible rigidity until her opponent succumbed to his inevitable demise. The host of Moshe howled in their outrage. Despite their best efforts to inspire Skin Taker to take some form of effective action, the warrior was doomed. His allies were loath to lend him any aid since they had great reverence for the ceremonial nature of the bout he had entered. If they as men could not handle pathetic women honestly, they were not men at all. In a final effort to survive, Skin Taker began bashing on Bosichin with every means at his disposal. He bloodied his fists on her indestructible frame. Even the subtle hairs on her head were like diamond-hard needles that ripped through his armor and flesh. Skin Taker lost all reason, went into wild convulsions, and then finally ceased to move altogether. Bosichin maintained her static strangulation for a while longer until there was no chance that the Moshe only feigned asphyxiation. Skin-Taker's armor faded away along with his battle guise. His true form was typical for a Moshe, that being tall, superbly muscular, and undeniably handsome. The Mahogany Root Huntress paused for a moment to admire her victim before she hopped back up onto her feet. She gave the assembled host of Moshe a cruel grimace. "I am Bosachine of the Mahogany Root Clan," she cried out with pride. "I have beaten your warrior and stolen his honor. Not even one of you is man enough to put me on my back." Skin-Taker groaned as he began to come back around. The huntress noticed him stirring, so she walked over to stand by him. "Perhaps I should let him live," she told the Moshe army. "It would be a harsher fate to make him live with the shame of his incompetence." After brief and disarmingly casual consideration on the matter, she suddenly tensed and sprang into the air. She formed the extended fingers of her right hand into a spear point as she came down upon him in her frozen, immobilized state. Her fingernails were long, and she had carefully filed them into sharp points. With her hand indestructibly hard and rigid, her falling weight punched it through the Moshe's chest like a blade. She then lowered her stasis power to dig her hand around in his chest cavity. The Moshe awoke as he howled in horrendous agony. She grabbed his heart and then squeezed it in her fist. With no chance of pulling it free from his body, Bosachine settled for pulling her hand back out drenched in his blood. She held the bloody fist up high as a symbol of her resistance to any Moshe dominion. "That is what happens to those who come before my door intending violence." She spit on the body, picked up her staff, and then strode over the bridge back into her village. The Moshe army removed Skin-Taker's torch and body, then withdrew as they had done after previous battles. Before long, they were back again with a new challenger at the forefront of their forces. The warrior was most notable for his immense size. Unlike the typical Moshe affinity for physical fitness, the new contender was grossly obese to the point of being ridiculous. He stood tall as any other warrior in the army, but his width was nearly half his height. Dirty grease and stretch marks covered the great rolling heaps of blubber that sagged from his immense frame. Curly black hair spread over him in patches. The growth was everywhere, but especially thick on his arms, chest, and back. He fought naked and carried no sort of weapon. His thighs were so huge that it gave him a waddling gait. Every movement conveyed his loathsome lack of agility and immobility in general. The Moshe appeared better suited for being the glutton who cleared the table at an imperial banquet than for winning a battle against a warrioress of the village. Kitsan watched him approach. Bukitsa noticed the trepidation on her face. "He is back again this year." "Well, he didn't win last time. I don't think this year is going to be any different." "Gormand is a potent natural endowment," Kitsan remarked. She thought of his supernatural Moshe power. "It will only have gotten stronger since he has matured." "Not only is it strong," the Blood Panther chiefess joked crudely, "but his urge to rape one of us will make it that much harder. Who are you going to send out there? Whoever it is, she will have to take care of him one way or another." "By all rights, it should be one of your people," Kitsan told her. "Your clan is supposed to defend on the first night at least once. I'm not sure you have anyone who can handle this one." Bukitsa fancied herself a warrioress worthy of distinction. It bothered her that Kitsan ranked her Blood Panthers among the least combatant of the clans. "Send me, I will fight him. My people have pride. We can be more than just the eyes and ears of the village. We're fighters, not guard dogs." Kitsan made a prognosticating pause to ask her gift if Bukitsa would come back if she went out to fight Gormand. The answer felt favorable, though inconclusive. "I foresee considerable risk for you," she admitted. "The outcome remains uncertain." "Uncertain means that I can win if I give him my best," Bukitsa replied. "That is all the odds I would ask of any battle. Send me out there, for the honor of the Blood Panthers and us all." After a moment of further reflection, Kitsan nodded in agreement. "All right, I leave the choice to you. You're as much a chiefess as I am. If you want to, have at him." Bukitsa retrieved her weapons from where she had laid them down nearby. She had a short but sturdy spear with a large obsidian blade. Her other armament was her knife and the hide gauntlets she wore. They sported rows of small shark's teeth across the knuckles and down the backs of both of her hands. On her way out to the bridge, she asked, "So, how was he?" "Most likely he was more than you could handle." Kitsan wasn't sure what Bukitsa meant, and her expression showed it. "Bjorn, dummy," Bukitsa smirked. "How is he in bed?" "I bet he held you down and made you squeal like a little man." It was Kitsan's turn to make an assertive grin. "I wrestled him like he was an alligator. He has a surly attitude and the biggest tail I've ever seen, but I managed to stay on top the whole time." Bukitsa said, "Just keep your eyes on me as I kick the crap out of Gormand. I'm going to send him home with his balls in his mouth and my spear pizzazz." The lumbering behemoth of a Moshe planted his torch off the end of the bridge and then waited expectantly. After the unbroken string of victories, he had no doubt that one of the women would come out and try to add him to their list of vanquished enemies. His first sign of impatience was shifting his weight to release a trumpeting blast of flatulence. An equally loud belch followed right after it. When he saw the beautiful and fiercely capable Bukitsa coming towards him, he had to smile and that fate was being kind to him. "My new bride is to be a chiefess," he observed with pleasure. "That is quite fitting for one of my up-and-coming greatness." He reached back to scratch under one of the many repulsive folds of fat that slopped over his hips. "I will do you the honor of allowing you to seem fierce and defiant before I make my first use of you. It would not do me any good if everyone thought you weak and cowardly." "Is that so?" she guffawed. "Well, let me tell you something, fat man. I'm going to skin your flabby ass, then use your brains to tan the hide." He put his index finger to one nostril, then cleared the other by blowing. "Anytime you're ready." She adjusted her spear into both hands and advanced. Bukitsa remained cautious yet still aggressive as she closed on Gourmand. He was anything but concerned. With all the gaucheness of his intentions, he asked, "Do you like tongue?" His rolled out of his mouth and stretched until it was a serpentine tentacle that flicked and wagged at her. "We're going to find out. I think you'll be delicious." His commentary revolted Bukitsa. "Keep sticking it out like that and I'll cut it off for you." She charged the last 10 paces to ram her spear into her enemy's grotesquely distended belly. Gourmand stood waiting as he slapped both his hands on the thick blubber to either side of his cavernous navel. "Let them see that I cannot be harmed," he shouted merrily. "I want you all dirty and sweaty when I taste you. In time you will learn to take pleasure from my ministrations." With a grunt of exertion, she plunged her spear into the sweet spot between his groin and navel. Her spearhead sliced easily through the thick outer layer of fat. The muscle underneath was as hard as seasoned mahogany that stopped the spear cold. The Moshe laughed amusedly at her dumbfounded expression. Bukitsa had laid into him with everything she had to offer, and it had amounted to nothing. She had no trouble pulling the spear back out. Before she could stab him again, Gourmand's tongue shot out from his mouth to wrap around the shaft of her weapon. They wrestled for control over the spear. She pulled with all her might as he leaned back to reel in his tongue. When Bukitsa's sandaled feet slid over the ground as he dragged her forward along with the spear, she realized she was going to have to let it go since she lacked the physical power to get it away from him. Instead of relinquishing her weapon, she moved both hands toward the butt of the shaft and then leveraged the spear so that the blade pointed toward Gourmand's mouth. A quick series of spiraling flourishes curled the tongue around the point of her spear. One final twist followed by a hard jerk put the edge of the blade against his tongue, then severed it cleanly. The accompanying spray of Moshe blood was proof that the appendage was living tissue and not some battle-guised accessory. Gourmand sucked in what remained of his tongue, and it was obvious by his change in demeanor that she had inflicted him terrible pain. He could no longer speak intelligibly and was too enraged to even try banter any further. Bukitsa slung the tendril of tongue from her spear, then thrust her weapon toward the Moshe's throat. That was the proof to one of my boasts. Before she could plant the tip of her spear in his neck, Gourmand's huge splayed hand swiped down to slap her upside the head. The blow had the force of a warhammer and sent her tumbling across the field. If she had not rolled with the impact with such perfect adroitness, it may have snapped her neck. The Moshe warrior spit out a thick glob of blood, then licked his blubbery lips with his freshly regenerated tongue. My control over my body approaches levels almost unheard of even in our own legends. In time I will be the most powerful Moshe who ever lived. He threw his arms wide. Behold! Gourmand rapidly grew larger until he was half again in height and all other proportions. As he expanded into an ogre, his laughter became even more baritone and increased in volume until it filled the night across the upland. As Bukitsa shook the fog from her head and got back to her feet, she couldn't believe how much worse her situation had become. His former bulk and resilience had her hard-pressed. She had little confidence that she had any chance of defeating him after his transformation. The Moshe army cheered because they sensed that Gourmand was about to clinch their first conquest of the festival. The huntresses of the village remained deathly silent, since it was all they could do not to groan audibly in their consternation. Bukitsa spun her spear with the twirling flourish of a staff and seized it in a firm two-handed grip. "I am chiefess of the Blood Panthers. I smell the strain oozing from your pores. You're powerful, Gourmand, that is for certain. I don't think you can keep it up for very long, though. You don't have the climbing flowers to fortify your strength. I have strength enough to put an end to you, he boasted as he took a step toward her. His foot came down with such a thump that Bukitsa felt the very ground shake with her greatly enhanced sense of touch and inner balance that came with her other improved perceptions. The supremely sensitive senses of the Blood Panther chiefess told her beyond any doubt that her opponent was as large and heavy as he seemed. It was no battle guy's illusion. She knew it from the vibrations his steps sent through the ground, the faint nuances of his breathing, even the sonar echoes that reflected off his body then came back to her ultra-acute ears. The giant Moshe lumbered toward her with his arms spread wide in preparation of snatching her up. His unarmed reach rivaled the range of her spear. She slyly slipped the flint dagger from the sheath on her hip, gripped it by the blade, and then threw it at Gormon's face just as he tried to grasp her. The knife unerringly flew on its course to impact into the Moshe's nostril. It sank deep into his sinus to inflict an extremely painful but far from mortal wound. The injury was enough to allow her to dive under his hands as they clapped together on empty air. She tumbled in a forward roll that delivered her into a crouch right in front of him between his knees. The spear never left Bukitsa's control. Once she was in her new position, she jammed the butt of her weapon into the ground to brace it and then hoisted the blade up into Gormon's crotch. As the giant Moshe's cumbersome weight carried him forward, it impaled his scrotum on the spearhead. Bukitsa drove the spear in deeper by pulling back on it with all of her might. Blood gushed from the wound to splatter across her hair, face, and armored breasts. Gormon plucked the dagger from his face, then flung it away. At the same time, he reached down to grab Bukitsa and remove that affliction as well. She scrambled away from his groping hand. As she scurried between his legs, she raked her gauntlets down the insides of his thighs, shredding wide strips of flesh with the rows of serrated shark's teeth. The Moshe seized her spear, pulled it out of his groin, and then hurled it away into the darkness. "You little bitch," he howled. "Don't you understand that I can heal any wounds that you inflict on me?" To prove his words, he focused his will. His flesh responded by mending his injuries. The knife wound in his face, his punctured loins, and lacerated thighs all healed within moments. The Blood Panther chiefess was not idle while her enemy initiated his near-spontaneous recovery. Her path between his legs delivered her behind him. She spun about and then leaped onto his back. Gormont had long, unkempt hair, which she clung to as she climbed. Soon enough, Gormont had fully healed himself, then returned to the task of subjugating his prospective mate. "Come here, you little scamp," he said playfully while reaching around to pull her off his back. His former anger had melted away along with his injuries. "It's time for us to consummate this relationship." Bukitsa punched her shark-toothed gauntlet into the side of his neck, then twisted her fist to worsen the injury. As she drew back to strike again, Gormon grabbed a hold of her long hair where it streamed out from under the back of her alligator hide helmet. Bukitsa screamed in distress as he yanked her off his back to hold her out in front of him to struggle like she was no more than a child. "Our game is over," he crowed. "You belong to me now." "Never," Bukitsa raged as she kicked up her legs to wrap them around his arm as she would the bough of a tree. Her hair supported the weight of her upper body as she crossed her arms to put the backs of her gauntlets to either side of his wrist and then rip them down to slash his forearm into ground meat. The serrated shark's teeth cleanly sliced through flesh, artery, and tendon like a battery of scalpels. Gormon dropped her as much out of necessity as intention. His hand barely functioned at all, and blood squirted from it in jets because of a severed vein. As the huntress fell through the air, he lashed out with a kick to punt her across the field. At his size, it would most certainly break bones. He had lost his temper, so was beyond caring. The Blood Panther chiefess maintained her grip with her legs for just long enough to delay her fall and avoid his foot striking her. Her aerobatic descent landed her on her feet, ready for action. As Gormon's leg came back down, she took it on her shoulder. He had overextended himself with the overzealous kick and was already off balance. Bukitsa used every fiber of her muscle to shove up and back on his leg. The Moshe's cumbersome size made him even less stable. He lost his balance and toppled over backwards to shake the ground with his impact. Bukitsa was quick to capitalize on her advantage. She sprang forward in a full flip that used all of her weight and momentum to drive her heel into his groin. By continuing her roll, she dived up onto his chest and began hammering her gauntlets into his torso with furious repetition. Bloody, shredded meat caked her fists and made a wet spatter that flew up all about her. The Moshe used his arms to shield his face and neck from her ravenous assault. She worked her way up his body, raking gashes all the while. While he thrashed back and forth, trying to buck her off, he wailed, "Away from me, you she-devil!" He finally managed to catch her across the chest with a swing of an arm to send her flying off to crash into the dirt. Gourmand rolled over onto all fours and focused his will to begin healing himself once again. It was not so rapid as before because his strength reserves waned. Bukitsu was back on her feet before she had even finished skidding across the ground. Her tenacious aggression and will to survive allowed her to ignore her fractured ribs and various contusions. Gourmand's ceremonial torch was near her. She dashed over, uprooted it, and then carried it like a spear as she went back after him again. The Moshe gripped his slashed wrist to staunch the flow of blood as he lumbered back to his feet with mounting exhaustion. Before he had recovered sufficiently to be suitably on the defensive, Bukitsa sprang upon him, then jammed the flaming head of the torch into his face. Not only did the fire sear his flesh and burn away his hair, the torch's fuel was a waxy compound that adhered to his skin in a scalding mask of flaming gunk. Gourmand was blind and in excruciating pain. It turned him into a mad, insensate beast whose only purpose was to escape from his misery. "I'm just trying to help," she mocked him before she buried the head of the torch into his neck right under his chin. "Let me put this out for you." The warrior rolled across the ground as he tried to wipe the burning wax from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Only if he lived long enough to regenerate would he ever have use of his eyes again. His own thunderous bellowing and tortured state of mind prevented him from listening for which direction his allies were in. When Gourmand began crawling frantically, it was toward the bridge in the opposite direction. It gave Bukitsa the time she needed to run over to recover her spear. "Help me, my brothers," the Moshe cried. "I cannot see. She has taken my eyes." The Moshe army despised weakness in all its forms, and cries for help were especially vile to their ears. They made no effort to alert their fallen comrade to what direction his salvation awaited. Bukitsa hurriedly moved around her crippled prey, found the right position, and then plunged her spear into the intersection of his neck and shoulder. Without foreknowledge of the attack to know where it would land, Gourmand was unable to fortify his body to turn the spearhead away. Her weapon sank deep into his body to inflict a severe wound. The warrior's strength finally foundered. First, his great size diminished so that he shrank down to his natural proportions. Next, his control over his bleeding slipped so that his blood fountained out from all of his many wounds. As Bukitsa dug her spear in deeper, his battle guise faded as well. Gourmand's true form was all Moshe. He was unbelievably handsome, athletic, and possessed a flawless masculinity that made him a model for manly splendor. For all of his athletic and metaphysical power, Gourmand made a few final convulsions before he died with blood bubbling from his lips in a last sickening gurgle. When Bukitsa pulled out her spear, she held it up over her head and shouted for all to hear, "I am the greatest. Did you see that? Behold, Bukitsa, chiefess of the Blood Panthers and queen of battle." She laughed as though on the verge of becoming hysterical from the rush of victory and the relief that it was finally over. The Moshe army waited patiently for her to cross the bridge and return to her own people before they sent a few of their warriors forward to collect the body of Gourmand. They carried him away along with his extinguished torch. The huntresses celebrated their 7th consecutive victory with cheers and singing. Their unprecedented self-confidence and fervor was enough to trigger an insurrection among the Moshe. Their fierce pride and growing resentment drove them to abandoning the established succession of challenges. Black Tamer knocked aside the young warrior who was supposed to lead their next advance against the village. "I'm next," declared the ebony champion. His tone conveyed that his assertion was unconditional. "I've had enough of this failure. I can put an end to this string of victories, rob them of their commanding general, and break their spirits all in one decisive fight." The displaced Moshe was not nearly strong enough to uphold himself against the will of a seasoned veteran like Black Tamer. Even so, he was not going to lose his place without making some sort of formal protest. "Your challenge is not supposed to be for another 2 nights, Black Tamer. What is to become of me? Am I supposed to take your place against their best?" Black Tamer's icy scowl silenced the warrior's complaints. "There are larger issues at stake here than your needs. So long as Kitsan is directing them into battle, they're going to keep winning and killing our warriors. Are you so eager to join them? No woman has ever had foreknowledge as accurate as hers. Perhaps you would prefer seeing Kitsan become their next high priestess." None of them liked the idea of that. They had enough problems already. The Moshe leader, whose battle guise was a skeleton with vine innards, addressed Black Tamer. You don't have my permission to be next. I agree that you are onto something. This has been coming to a head for years. It is high time that this festival became something that was to our advantage again and not to our detriment. We can ill afford another defeat. Black Tamer had other unspoken motivations. He wanted to regain his lost honor and his former position of leadership. He had lost a son when Vulgar Trophy died. Through Kitsan, he could have a new son of the most epic potential and lineage. By defeating Kitsan, he would right many misfortunes that afflicted him already. Black Tamer argued, Dawn is coming, Death Creeper. Who do you think is better suited than me to reverse our misfortunes? I will send Sinuer, Death Creeper replied. I think him no less capable than you. After him, there will be time for one more challenger. He will take one of their women, then you will take their fortitude. I want them to have an entire day to let the loss of their premier general demoralize them. When we return tomorrow night, we shall harvest them at our leisure. Maybe Eagle Wrath will even make good on his challenge and take Hanats away as well. Deprived of their best leaders, their training and dedication will decay. Sinuer overheard everything, so he walked forward with his 2 clubs in hand. I thought I was going to have to wait until the 3rd night to finally get a huntress on her back. He smiled wickedly, and it made his scarred face into an even more hideous mask. Death Creeper waved over a warrior with a ready torch. Once he had the flaming pole, he handed it to Sinuer. Do not fail us. Remind them of why they fear the Moshe. The scarred warrior headed for the bridge. Let's get on with this. He clutched his pair of clubs in one hand so that he could also carry his torch. My woman awaits her new master. Chapter 11. A General's Burden. Bjorn observed from his secret vantage point as Sinuer planted his torch near the end of the bridge. The Moshe waited for one of the women to come out and defend the sovereignty of her people. Zabu asked Bjorn anxiously, What's happening? Is it time for a Watchful One to go out and fight? All the other Watchful One clan's men gathered with eager anticipation to hear details about the festival combats. Bjorn kept a careful watch and did his best to make sense of what he saw. Some huge scar-covered thug is challenging them. No one has come out to face him yet. I think they are still trying to decide who it should be. His attention never left the action. It's Kitsan's duty to determine who goes out to fight, Zabu explained. She is the general who orchestrates the battles. My mistress is both capable and important. The small man spoke with pride about the woman who claimed him. Bjorn had not known that she was so important. Upon consideration, it made sense to him. Like Zabu, he was proud to serve in the bed of so noble a military officer. Something is happening, he told Zabu in a harsh whisper. His excitement made the oration seem appropriate. The Moshe is approaching the bridge. Sinuer advanced because he was impatient to begin. The women's delay did not surprise him. He understood that they tried to figure out why a veteran like him was taking his challenge on the opening night. Likewise, he had no doubt that they would figure it out quickly enough. It was a rare thing for a Moshe to die during the Festival of Torches, and the night thus far had been a massacre. The warriors were having such a hard time claiming brides that the only other applicable change would be keeping the warrioresses indefinitely after their capture. The Moshe had tried that before. The women invariably died after delivering a second child at most. The abusive living conditions and unwavering rule of denying them the healing powers of the pools under Moshe control made it a better solution to let them go after weaning a single Moshe infant so that their own people could nurse them back to childbearing health. I am Sinuer, the son of Kim La, the warriors shouted at them to lend some motivation to their haste. My mother is a huntress in the Spirit Caller clan even now. I come here to claim my rightful place in creation and receive my proper tribute. Give me a woman to give birth to my child, or I will take one myself. Kitsan had felt confident and zealous as the other warrioresses did until she precognated on the outcome of the next duel. Her grim revelation made her mood much more somber. She walked her gaze over her prospective ambassadors of battle, trying to find a woman that could reverse the defeat she sensed coming. Even with the power of an entourage of climbing flowers huntresses to draw from, her foresight failed to find anyone that could assuredly clinch them an 8th victory. When the other warrioresses saw that Kitsan behaved indecisively, they realized that no clear path to victory presented itself to her. It was a sobering verdict that brought them back from their incongruous joviality. A high-ranking Spirit Caller warrioress approached her perturbed general. I want to face Sinuer. If one of my clan brought him into this world, then it should fall to one of us to take him out of it. I know it does not have a favorable portent." An uncomfortable silence hung between them while Kitsan prognosticated on the woman's near future. "You have as good a chance of beating him as anyone else I have read," Kitsan predicted grimly. "But I won't lie to you. Whoever goes out there most likely won't be coming back for a year, if at all." Hanats listened to them talk, then said, "What if we send out one of the chieftesses? Couldn't Kabela beat Sinuer? If our strongest mountain heart cannot handle him, then surely our spirit mist chieftess can." Kitsan shook her head no. "I don't agree. The stronger the fighter we send out, the more cautious he will be and the more aggressively he will fight. Even if one of those two could win this match, who will fight in their place tomorrow night or the night after that? We cannot risk injuring our greatest defenders on the first night of the festival." "Very well," Hanats affirmed her approval for the Spirit Caller Huntress to go out and fight. "If you wish to defend the honor of your clan and our village, then do so." "I am not afraid," the volunteering Huntress insisted. "Even if I cannot win, the others will see that courage is the way of the walk. Each of us must be ready to give her life at any time if we are all to survive this age of so many horrors. Have no doubt I, Yahtzee, will return, either in victory or after my captivity. Regardless, I will endure." Instead of a weapon, she picked up a heavy wicker basket, then jogged out to face Sinuer and her destiny. Once she was beyond the bridge, she put the basket on the ground to make her formal response to his challenge before they fought. She said, "I know you, Sinuer, as do we all. You are infamous as a warrior and hated by all, from the lowliest crawling thing to all the assembled gods of the other world. So know now that all of creation is about to rejoice, for soon you shall be dead. Only Midnight Jaguar, god of the underworld, will ever have to know the revulsion of your presence after this night." He threw back his head to laugh with genuine amusement. It pleased him to know that his new bride was so fierce and confident. "Very well, my beauty. We shall first have the dance of blood, and then we shall dance in the dirt with you on your back." She kicked the lid off her basket and then held her hands over it as though warming them in a column of rising heat. "You will find that I am much harder to bed than the Moshe whelps you've grown accustomed to buggering each night." Sinuer chuckled at her attempt of being threatening. "You didn't even bring a weapon, and you still think you have a chance against me? I like that, but I will find a better use for your pretty mouth than the manufacture of idle threats." The basket shuddered, and then a black serpentine form rose up out of it like a dancing cobra. It was not a living creature. The serpent was a manifestation of her Spirit Caller power. She had filled the basket with ragged shards of obsidian, the spore collected from the napping process of the village at large. Her invisible influence gathered them together into a glossy animation that moved according to her will. As she extended her hands toward the formation, it split in half at the head. The section stretched to her hands so that she grasped them. The serpent then fully divided down its length so that each half began to split again from the tail until moments later she held a writhing cat o' nine tails in each hand. Both weapons were light and sinewy, even though they were razor-sharp shards of volcanic stone. "Well then," Sinuer commented offhandedly, "I guess you're ready to settle this." She whirled like an impassioned dervish so that her razor whip spun around her like a flesh-shredding dust devil. Sinuer backflipped away using his easy athletic grace, then continued to retreat just beyond the reach of her whips until her maneuver played itself out. As Yahtzee came out of her spin, she focused her momentum into her right-hand whip. The 9 strands merged into one so that the additional mass allowed that one whip to lengthen as it reached out to snare Sinuer. Just before it wrapped about his ankle, the Moshe warrior planted one of his clubs in its path. While he balanced on his tip, he pressed his whole body into the air with a handstand. The whip encircled the head of his club, then whined as it tightened in a rapid sawing constriction. Sawdust flew, and then a moment later the whip had cut the head from the club's handle. Her intent had been to do the same thing to Sinuer's foot. Sinuer had no problem dropping back onto his intact feet. Without any pause to collect his balance or strength, he flipped again in a cartwheel that carried him toward her. While inverted in the air, he threw the remains of his club toward her face. Her second whip casually seized it like a squid that snatched a darting fish. In the moment it took her whip to grind the handle into tiny shreds, Sinuer passed her defenses and clipped her on the brow with the heel of his foot, which came down on the end of his somersault. The blow connected so solidly that Yahtzee lost her concentration and nearly her consciousness as well. She staggered back as she tried to collect herself. For her whips, it was already too late. Both weapons rained to the ground as loose shards of crushed volcanic glass. Her power that gave them their cohesion and animus had lost its connection. Yahtzee was resilient for a spirit caller. She promptly regained her focus and then reached out to recover her armament. As the first whip assembled and then flew to her hand, Sinuer landed a snapping forward kick to her forearm that prevented her from catching it. In response, she spun to backhand him in the jaw. Sinuer ducked under her swing, continued his turn, and then came out of it with a kick to her midriff. The hit lifted the warrioress off her feet with its impact. Sinuer sprang into the air like a pouncing panther in preparation of landing on her. He was on his way even before she had reached the ground. Yahtzee went down hard, then an instant later, Sinuer landed his knee drop into her sternum. The crushing impact cracked her ribs. Yahtzee scratched his face as she dug her thumb into his eye. Sinuer managed to avoid serious injury, then rewarded her determination by grabbing her by the wrist and elbow. A forceful twist broke her arm through hyperextension. In a final bid to slay Sinuer, Yahtzee used her spirit caller gift to reassemble the obsidian serpent. She directed it to slither up behind Sinuer, wrap around his neck, and then saw off his head. The obsidian constrictor shot over the ground, reared like a cobra, and then snapped forward to do her bidding. Sinuer put an end to her tactic by slamming his palm into the tip of her chin. It drove her jaw back into her skull, and the accompanying assault on her nerves knocked her into a delirium. As her thoughts lapsed into unconsciousness, the serpent disassembled to splash over the ground in a glossy black hail. Sinuer grabbed her hair and then lifted her by it as he stood up. With the strength of one extended arm, he supported her entire weight. "Do you see?" he shouted at her village. "Where are your cheers and boasting now? You thought to make a game of this. I am here to show you what you have forgotten. You are our slaves. You live only to service us. If it were not for the need we have for you, we would have already destroyed you centuries ago. Watch closely so that you might never forget again. Let this one example be enough for you." With his other hand, he grabbed the back plate of her armor and then pulled. The seams burst apart along one side, and then he tossed away both halves that still clung together. It was the Moshe army's turn to rejoice. They began to shout with lust and fury. It became deafening as Sinuer ripped away Yahtzee's armored skirt, greaves, and bracers. She struggled back to consciousness by the time he dropped her onto the dirt, then stood over her to admire her feminine flesh. Yahtzee stared up, trying to focus as it dawned on her what had happened. Horrified, she scrambled back away from Sinuer. Her broken arm, cracked ribs, and other injuries made her efforts at escape utterly futile. He flexed his magnificent musculature. "Now we shall see the true measure of your master, spirit caller woman." His masculine beauty was perfect aside from the hundreds of thick raised scars that marred it. Yahtzee was too courageous to show any further signs of weakness. She became determined to face her captivity with dignity. "Do your worst, you heap of slime." The damage he did to her swollen jaw distorted her words. "You shall not get so much as a whimper out of me." He had to chuckle at that. "Is that so? Well, before you make up your mind, you better have a look at this." Sinuer gripped his loincloth and pulled it away to reveal that his excitement was on a scale that dwarfed the capabilities of the tiny men of the women's village. Her eyes grew wide as she took in the horrific splendor of his enraged manhood. Despite her revulsion and great distress, she withheld any exclamation that he might construe as fear. "Let's get this over with," she hissed through clenched teeth. "It won't take long." "Oh, on the contrary," he gloated. "I won't be satisfied until I have used them all." Sinuer flung back his shoulders, then flexed his huge pectorals. His veins bulged, but his scars protruded even more before they burst open like so many pairs of thin lips. Each ridge of tissue was actually a mouth. As the lips opened, they revealed that each mouth was complete with teeth and a tongue. 100 of the lapping tongues slid from the holes to wipe over his body and cover it with slimy saliva. Yahtzee took it all in, but still restrained her fear. She used mental discipline to separate her mind from her body. With meditation, she would become oblivious to what happened around her. Her mental shields crumbled when Sinuer's tongues protruded even further and then swelled into tentacle-like shafts that were more phallus than lingual. The power of illusion that formed his battle guise had great capacity for inflicting psychological torture, and he was only getting started. Sinuer had a whole year to make her worst nightmares into vivid reality. Sinuer grabbed her ankles, pulled her toward him, and then fell upon her. His hands pinned Yatse's arms over her head as his prehensile appendages slithered over her naked skin, seeking any sort of opening or crevice where they could insert themselves. Those tentacled mouths that had no chance of finding a cavity to violate had to content themselves with licking her skin, sucking bruises onto her flesh, or inflicting painful nibbles. The emotionally shattered Spearcaller warrioress tried to scream, but the pair of phallic tongues that fought for dominant occupancy of her throat choked off her sounds. The demented spectacle of her rape was grand entertainment for the Moshe. The women of the village knew only outrage to the limits of their self-restraint. Kitsan had foreseen what was happening. She felt responsible for allowing Yatse to go out and fight Sinuer in the first place. While she knew it had been the proper course of action, she couldn't reconcile her overwhelming sense of guilt and personal failure. The only thing she could think of to relieve her anguish was to charge out onto the field, then slay Sinuer even while he still forcibly consummated his victory. Hanat saw Kitsan tense as she reached for her weapon. "Stay where you are," she screamed at her subordinate. Even though they were within arm's reach, the volume was still necessary to reach so watchful one general. "Counsel yourself, knowing that Yatse will return to us after Sinuer's seed has done its work." Having the High Priestess deny her a vent for her emotions forced Kitsan to howl in a mad expression of her frustration. "Let us finish this then, and not live as their trophies any longer." She spoke to everyone as much as to the gods themselves. "If our fate is to die, then let us die like our ancestors. Let's go out with pride in the thick of battle." "There is no pride in giving up," Hanats countered. "Our people have never done that. We will do whatever we must. The suffering and humiliation of a few of our soldiers is a small thing. The Moshe throw themselves upon our weapons without the aid of armor to show their courage. Have we become so much less than they that our greatest general speaks of cowardice?" The scolding from the High Priestess and her unforgiving insinuation of cowardice helped Kitsan find her resolve to endure anything. To prove it, she walked to the end of the bridge to witness every detail of Yatse's abuse. She would not allow herself the luxury of trying to escape the horror of their circumstances. Sinuer saw her standing there, so he made a point of defiling Yatse in every grievous way available to him, short of injuring her too severely to live out her duty as the mother of his offspring. Like everyone else, he too felt constrained by time and necessity. One more duel remained and dawn approached. Sinuer did not have the luxury of using the remaining darkness to play his cruel game. Yatse was unconscious by the time the Moshe had finished with her. He scooped her up in his arms and carried his bride away. If she survived her captivity and the birth of their child, she would return just before the following year's festival. The ceremonial way he supported her as opposed to dragging her away by her hair made it seem as though he almost cared for her. Black Tamer wasted no time in assembling the Moshe forces, and then he returned at the head of them. Dawn was near, and the first pink glow would likely be on the horizon before his duel had even concluded. As he marched at the point of the wedge that was his amassed soldiers, the women of the village discerned his identity from a long way off. "Another veteran," Hanats commented to her general. "What do you make of this? It is too soon for all their veterans to come against us." "They realize that there is something very special about this festival," Kitsan revealed her thoughts. "They're prepared to do whatever they must to keep us subjugated." The High Priestess did not like to define their village as under enemy control, but that was true enough from the Moshe point of view. She guessed. "He's coming for you, isn't he? Are you going to go out there and meet him?" Kitsan asked. "What would you have me do?" He challenged me, and everyone heard it. After Yatse demonstrated such self-sacrificing courage, what woman would dare decline taking revenge because she feared also losing? "Send out one of the Spirit Mist fighters, or perhaps Zanaka," Hanats advised. "I need you here doing your job. If you are lost, many more will fall after you. Your personal honor is a sacrifice I am willing to make." "He is not going to lose no matter who I send out there," Kitsan stated with flat certainty. "I have already searched the matter, and the answer is clear. A great wind of destiny carries Black Tamer toward victory. Of that I am totally certain." The revelation unsettled Hanats. "In that case, you certainly cannot go out there and fight him. Send someone expendable. It can be one of your people if that makes you feel any better. We need you here doing your job." "I have to go," Kitsan replied, as though she too had an inescapable destiny. "If I don't, a great disaster will befall us. I have sensed that too. This is my fight, so I must bear the burden of it. Sometimes it is hard to be a woman." Hanats argued, "If they take you, we will all bear the burden of it." Kitsan shrugged in that she was powerless to change the portent of her visions. "We must all answer to our destinies. As much as I hate the idea, losing the Black Tamer is still the safest course for us all. Anything else will only make matters worse." Black Tamer planted his torch as had the others before him. "It's time, Kitsan," he called to the village. "Come out here and face me. Let our assembled people see just who shall be the light that leads the way to the new empire." Kitsan picked up her twin-edged battle club, then headed for the bridge. Her foreknowledge that Black Tamer was going to defeat her was a great emotional burden. She bore it well enough that she walked with her head held high. Kitsan felt determined that he would have to earn his conquest of her. The feelings she could not subdue were her love of her clan, Zabu and Bjorn. Knowing that she was walking out of the village and not coming back for a year without even having a chance to say goodbye filled her with the most poisonous brokenheartedness. Back in the Watchful One manor, Bjorn thought that Kitsan saw him when she paused on the bridge, then gazed back toward her home. Even from so great a distance, Bjorn knew her well enough to read her posture and expression. Her face was that of an indomitable warrioress who already knew she was doomed to failure. Zabu questioned his gigantic friend. "What is happening? If that is Black Tamer, he challenged our mistress. Is she going out to fight him?" "She is," Bjorn confirmed. "But something is wrong. She faces this way and something troubles her besides the battle. It's very strange to see her so sentimental." Zabu realized the truth better than Bjorn did. He understood Kitsan's power of precognition and her foundational emotions. What Bjorn described could only mean that she was certain that Black Tamer was about to defeat her and take her away for a year. The small man had to choke back his tears. His worst fear was about to come true, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. In his desperation, he hatched an impulsive scheme, then ran off to implement it. Bjorn didn't have time to worry about Zabu, so he turned his attention back to Kitsan and her duel. The village's general crossed the bridge with no more thought for the world she was leaving behind. Kitsan was all business, and her steely gaze was nearly enough to slash out Black Tamer's heart all on its own. "At last our time has come, my love," Black Tamer told her in a philanthropic tone as he offered her his hand. "Put aside your weapon and come to me willingly. Kneel before the warrior you already know to be your master. Discard your armor, lie on your back, and offer yourself to me without any struggle. If you do, I will show you mercy and treat you with a gentle hand for all of your stay. No one here needs to see you prove yourself. Everyone knows you are a queen without peer. Submit to me and we shall leave here as husband and wife. No other warrior will so much as dare meet your gaze, knowing that I will crush the life from anyone who dares disrespect my property." "No man has the strength to make Kitsan submit," she refused. "You will have to kill me to defeat me. I will not be taken alive." "You're wrong," he said without offense over her refusal of his generosity. "I understand that you need to appear brave and defiant because your village expects that of you. Think of all the suffering you could spare yourself and others by setting a better example. Think of the courage you require for accepting my offer. To let go of the past and embrace the future takes exceptional bravery. You can birth just as well with 4 broken limbs and no teeth as you could while whole. Trust me, I would know." She posed in the new stance that Bjorn had tutored her in when Kitsan had adapted his Norse fighting techniques for use with her archaic native sword. "I see the future like the clouds foretell a coming storm," she prophesied. Black Tamer also posed, but his easy stance bespoke of athletic grace befitting a Herculean demigod. "And what do the clouds tell you, my bride?" "The wind says I cannot win." Kitsan seemed to become lighter as the excitement of battle coursed through her every fiber. The toe of her lead foot subtly twisted in the dirt as she took final focus. Then the storm cried out that you shall soon be dead. "Both these things shall come to pass. Here are your last moments of life, Black Tamer. Perhaps we die together in a moment we shall see for ourselves." The great Moshe champion had many gifts, and one of them was seeing past subterfuge. Her words confused him because he found no hint of any lie coming from her. He could not comprehend how she could not win and yet kill him at the same time. His moment of contemplation was an instant where his attention was not wholly on the duel. Kitsan took advantage of his lapse in concentration. She closed the long distance between them with a perfectly executed shuffling of her feet that left her fully balanced for administering a power strike. She began with a two-handed overhand hack that flowed into a long series of slashes that explored every angle as she sought out further weakness. Black Tamer was unawares only long enough for her to close on him. He used his club to deflect her sword each time she struck. When she mixed in cutting kicks to trip up his legs or smash in his skull, he countered those as well. Her offense was nothing short of the brilliance he had boasted of, and yet wasn't enough to overcome his superior abilities. Kitsan used the sword thrust that Bjorn had taught her. Her native sword had no obsidian blades at its point, since the locals had no appreciation for the jousting technique. It was new to Black Tamer all the same, so the tip of the battle club caught him under the chin hard enough that it snapped his head back. In that brief window of opportunity, Kitsan executed a revolving leap that ended with a wicked blow to the side of the Moshe's neck. Black Tamer was unable to reorient himself in time to fend off that death blow. The obsidian teeth shattered like over-tempered glass when they came into contact with Black Tamer's throat, and then her club split in two. Its center exploded into 10,000 splinters. The fourth section spun off into the night. The useless handle remained in Kitsan's impact-numbed fingers. Before she even had time to consider what had happened, Black Tamer's free hand shot out to grab her by the face. His thumb pressed one of her temples while his middle finger completed the vice pressure at the other. With a grip that could shatter stone like an overripe melon, he lifted her off her feet with the might in one extended arm. His hold more than just restrained her. He exerted a compressing pressure that sapped her strength, paralyzed her nerves, and blinded her senses with unimaginable pain. Kitsan defied all limitations, summoned her strength, and then kicked at Black Tamer's face. He easily stifled her last pitiful act of rebellion by shaking her as though she was rags filled with straw. "You see now," he called to the village while he waved Kitsan like a flag of victory. "I have defeated your greatest general and made her my whore. After you have watched me rape her until blood soaks the dirt, you will know what awaits the rest of you when we return these next 2 nights." He flung Kitsan down to the ground where she landed on her back. Black Tamer easily ripped her armor apart with his bare hands and cast the ruined pieces away. By the time he had her fully exposed for his next act of villainy, Kitsan trudged back to consciousness. She opened her eyes to gaze up at him standing over her. Black Tamer admired her luscious figure and contemplated the delicious pleasure he would have plowing her furrow and planting his seed. Kitsan still held the broken handle of her weapon in her hand. As she weakly held it out between them, Kitsan gasped, "How?" The Moshe champion beamed a satisfied smile. Having her marvel dumbfounded at his capabilities pleased him nearly as much as the idea of brutally raping her. "Like your forgotten dreamers, I can feel the nature of an object by handling it. More than that, I can also allow its essence to mingle with my own. That is what I have done with every dangerous thing in this land. I have made it a part of me, and now it can do me no harm. No wood, no stone, no weapon of any kind can pierce my skin or break my bones. I am utterly invincible." She tossed aside the useless handle. "You are not finished with me yet. Because you have never sampled me, you will find my teeth and fingernails ready to greet you. I would rather chew off that shriveled worm of yours and spit it into your face and submit to your filthy touch." He used his foot to kick one of her knees and spread her legs for a better view. "You have already lost. Your time has passed. Now you are the temple, and the high priest comes to sanctify your high altar." Black Tamer pulled off his loincloth to expose his ready instrument for her subjugation. It was as massive and glistening black as the rest of his extraordinary body. Kitsan could not escape, nor could she win, but she would continue to fight. Despite all her courage, she lacked the strength to tear her eyes from his depraved engorgement as he fell upon her. When Bjorn watched the woman he loved fall under the power of a Moshe rapist, he clenched the beam that supported him as if it were the victorious warrior's throat. His grip was so tight that his fingers ripped out a handful of wood as though the aged timber was no more solid than crumbly goat cheese. Seeing the woman he loved fall in battle was not even as bad as seeing her adversary crawl over her to rape her. It was more than he could stand. He leaped down from his upper floor perch as though he stepped off something no higher than a footstool. His legs absorbed his landing without any strain or even so much as a loud impact or exhalation. Bjorn was at a loss for ideas. He swept his gaze across the faces of the watchful one men, hoping to find some point of focus or inspiration. Last of all, his eyes locked on Zabu as he ran in from the wing of the manor where the senior women had their quarters. The small man clutched a blanket to his chest. The colorful weaving was in a long, narrow shape because it wrapped around something. From the way that Zabu held it, the object was also very heavy. As Zabu skidded to a halt before Bjorn, he yanked open the upper end of the blanket to reveal the hilt of Bjorn's great iron broadsword. Zabu did not speak. It was his eyes that screamed one clear message. Bjorn gripped the handle as the blanket fell away. He held out his sword in one hand. To him it weighed no more than a slender willow wand. "Open the door," he told them. You were needed to say nothing more. Everyone knew what it was he had in mind. Zabu led the way as the diminutive men removed the heavy bar from the main entry, then flung the portal wide. A breeze blew through the men's hair as Bjorn sprinted out, wearing only his loincloth and an expression that could frighten a polar bear from the carcass of a seal. Kitsan crossed her legs and locked her ankles to keep Black Tamer from raping her. She scratched, bit, and pounded him with her fists in her effort to preserve her virtue. It was successful in that it delayed Black Tamer, but his laughter proved that to him it was just a wonderful appetizer before his main course. Bjorn's body rested as he dashed toward the bridge. Exercise as meager as running at full speed was incapable of testing the capacity of his superhuman heart, lungs, and muscles. He leaped barricades like a buck, crossed over hedges. His approach was so swift and silent that no one had reason to look away from Kitsan and her ordeal. Black Tamer finally seized Kitsan by the hair at the back of her head, lifted her into the air, and with another hand on her hip he intended to impale her from behind while keeping her fully suspended. She futilely thrashed and even screamed as she felt the first touch of his outsized member. The head of every warrioress turned at once and their jaws dropped open as Bjorn dashed past them onto the bridge. An instant later, Black Tamer saw the imposing Northman rushing toward him like an enraged bull. The Moshe was not stupid enough to ignore a man who could very well be the sleeping king that destiny had decreed would bring an end to his kind. That didn't even take into account Kitsan's prophecy that she would lose their duel, but it would be Black Tamer who died at the end of it. The warrior dropped Kitsan at his feet. "Come on," he snarled at Bjorn without fear. "All things on earth have forsworn injuring me." Bjorn closed on the black warrior with the fleetness of Thor's servant Thialfi, who was a Hermes among mortals. "If ye be Balder," was his battle cry, "then taste my mistletoe." Black Tamer crossed his arms to make a crook to catch the blade that descended upon him. The polished iron cut off both of his limbs near to the elbows. The Moshe willed his blood not to flow, but he had no way to catch his severed arms as they tumbled to the ground. Black Tamer howled, "How can this be?" Kitsan scrambled away to give Bjorn room to kill. "This is iron," she told her would-be rapist. "It's no weapon of our world. Like him, it's a marvel from the north. You defeated me, but now you shall die." Bjorn cocked his blade, then administered another mighty stroke. It cleaved Black Tamer in half from shoulder to hip. Blood exploded from the corpse like Bjorn had used a sledgehammer to shatter a barrel of wine. Despite their conflicting natures, Bjorn's unexpected arrival affected both the Moshe and the warrioresses of the village in much the same way. They were in total agreement that Bjorn's brazen display of assertive masculinity was the most offensive thing that they had ever witnessed. The entire Moshe army degenerated at the instant into a mass of berserkers. Their only desire was to fall upon the offensive outsider, then rip him into tiny pieces. Bjorn's bold rescue of Kitsan also incensed the women into a fervent lust for battle. While their motives differed from the Moshe, the warrioresses also began to scream with a fury that their people had not known in millennia. Some of them felt they witnessed the sleeping king awaken. Others were merely tired of running, hiding, and defending when they should be the hunting aggressors. As the Moshe made a mad charge for Bjorn to kill him without any pretense of challenge or regulations, the Norseman grasped Kitsan by the shoulder, then shoved her back toward the bridge. He shouted at her, "Go home, woman. I'm finished playing table, wench. Now you shall see what it means to be a Norseman." Kitsan got to her feet, feeling confused about what she should do. It was against her nature to fall back while a man defended her. She had neither armor nor weapon, and yet she was still a fighter. Kabela, the Mountain Heart chiefess, was the first woman to put her feelings into words. A moment she had dreamed of for her entire life had finally manifested before her. At last she had the chance to be free and proud. She screamed, "No man shall ever stand in battle defending me." Kabela took an obsidian-bladed battle club in each hand, then charged out to war. "Let's kill them all." The village verily detonated from its pent-up rage. Like a bursting dam, the warrioresses stormed out of their village. They surged from every post to gather before the bridge and slaughter their Moshe enemies in true unfettered battle. Hanats tried to bring some order to her people, but they had lost all sense of leadership. They did not care if they followed the sleeping king, their defeated general, or no one at all. Their only desire was to kill Moshe and thereby purge themselves of the self-loathing that came from catering to their vile festival. When Kitsan saw her people filled fully with pride and righteousness for the first time in their lives, she too knew her place. Even while bruised, bloody, and naked, she was still the general of a race of professional soldiers. She commanded porcupine formation. Her voice cut through the roar of screams so that her people obeyed without even thinking. Kitsan pointed to Kabela to secure her attention. "Hail of stone." She ran to join them with no concerns for arms or armament. Her words were the only tools she would need to do her duty. "You all know your places, now move." A pack of mahogany root warrioresses swarmed over Bjorn, then formed a phalanx before him. Their line was a broad crescent with just enough distance separating each of them to allow one fighter to pass through their formation from the rear. In unison, they fell to one knee, fixed their spears to receive the Moshe charge, and then froze into their clan's impervious cocoon of inertia. Not even charging elephants could break their formation once they had set themselves in place. Bloodless one warrioresses filled the intervals in the phalanx. Their mobile imperviousness was the perfect complement for the defensive formation. The rest of the women gathered in behind them in a general mix. The climbing flowers drew fuel from the least combative to supplement the reserves of the greatest fighters. It was the spirit mist women who were the deadliest of them all. The time had yet to come when they needed to reveal their dreadful means of administering death to their foes. The Mountain Heart clan fell back to the rear. They went so far as to return to the interior of the village where their stockpiles of artillery stones waited. The bird dance huntresses went with them. They would use their special gift to guide the missiles onto their targets with even greater accuracy. The Hummingbird clan did not join the assembling army. They instead swept off at a sprint as if they were a flock of birds. Even though they were on foot, their incredible speed gave them all the advantages of light cavalry. With the Moshe totally focused on taking Bjorn, the Hummingbird huntresses had the freedom to sweep in and rip at their flanks. Holy Whisper women used their powers beneficially. They made reassuring commands for their fighting sisters to stand together fearlessly, fighting as one, and to be confident in their abilities. Because the women actually wanted those things, the Holy Whisper voice was a hypnosis that made those aspirations an unfailing reality. Spirit callers prepared their whips, lariats, and grappling lines which best complemented their powers of animation. Only the Forgotten Dreamers seemed out of place. They were the weakest of the fighters, though not in spirit. They carried satchels that they had loaded with bandages and ointments. While they were prepared to fight with their weapons, they would first act as medics to the others who were more capable. The Moshe had not been far from where Kitsan and Black Tamer had dueled. It was only that Bjorn was one man, and they were so many that more of them could not reach him more quickly. The warriors had no armor and only clubs. Their boundless aggression carried them forward, only it did nothing to spare them the wrath of Bjorn's iron sword. From the onset, the Northman moved to the front of the mahogany root spears to have room to fight. The first Moshe to reach him battled guised as an anthropomorphic heap of slimy soil that squirmed with countless earthworms. Bjorn's agility and dexterity so exceeded those of his rival that his sword opened the warrior from sternum to navel to spill its guts before the Moshe even made his first swing. Of all the Mountain Hearts, only Cabela refused to heed Kitsan's directives. She was too proud and enraged to hang back and offer missile support when she had able lieutenants to mind that chore in her place. As another three Moshe maneuvered to take out Bjorn, Cabela came up behind the Norseman. She stabbed the blunt head of one of her primitive swords into the hard soil, used that free hand to grab Bjorn by the scruff of his neck, and then she tossed him back as though he was no more than a kitten. "You should be minding your mistress's house," she told him gruffly while she retrieved her sword, then laid it into the Moshe with a vengeance. "Get back to the crockery. This is woman's work." The formation of the warrioresses solidified just as the bulk of the Moshe army crashed into them. The Hummingbird huntresses dashed in to slash at the enemy rear, while the rest of their sisterhood ripped into Moshe flesh like the warriors that dived into a pit of razors. The Moshe wanted Bjorn not to kill women. While the women held him back amidst the center of their forces, the warriors had no choice other than to restrain their lethal aggression. The women held no such compulsion, so they exacted such punishment that the Moshe had not known so brutal a repulse in all their living memories. Bjorn struggled to make his way back to the front. The harder he tried, the more savage the women became. They would have no man defending their honor, and so they sought to prove that their fairer sex was not second in the cause of battle. Even Hanats plunged to the forefront to have her taste of the slaughter. She hated the Moshe as much as anyone and availed herself of the chance to purge that animosity. The High Priestess drove off several warriors because the severity of their injuries demanded that they retreat. Ego Wrath stepped into their place, for he had not forgotten his personal vendetta against the village's ruler. As his club came down on her and nearly shattered the bones in her arms when she parried it, Ego Wrath snarled, "You have forgotten me." Hanats called upon the powers of Mountain Heart and Hummingbird simultaneously. Even then it was only enough to keep the Moshe veteran at bay. She answered with unwavering nerve and teeming pride. "You no longer face a lone woman as you would prefer, Ego Wrath. We stand as one, ankle deep in Moshe blood." The Moshe's wing feathers spread out in a baffling and hypnotic display of color. It confounded Hanats' concentration to make an opening for the warrior to strike. First his club clipped her under the chin, and then his other hand seized seized her wrist to yank her away from her people to be spirited away as his captive. 2 chieftesses were on hand as their high priestess's bodyguards. One was Cha-Ni of the Spirit Callers. She sent her whip to spiral around Hanatz's waist so that she could pull back and keep Eagle Wrath from taking her away. The other was Zul'Pain of the Spirit Mist clan. She did not try to protect the High Priestess directly. Instead, she sought to eliminate the threat to her at its source. As Zul'Pain pushed her way forward, she carried no weapon since her deadly clan art was all the offense she would ever need. When she reached out with her left hand, her whole arm became transparent and insubstantial all the way to her shoulder. No solid substance was a suitable barrier against her incorporeal body. The other women commonly referred to her as the chiefess of the deadliest clan for good reason. Zul'Pain reached her hand into Eagle Wrath's face as though it were no more solid than smoke. Once her hand was well inside his head, she assigned her arm enough cohesion that when she pulled her limb back out, she brought part of his brain and face along with it. In some uncanny opposite consequence to her intrusion, the areas of Eagle Wrath's face she had touched were no longer able to remain solid. The infused incoherence turned the solid flesh of his face into a liquid soup that blew outward under the pressure of the warrior's fiercely pumping heart. The Moshe's head burst like a great bloody pimple that splattered Hanatz with runny brain and bone that had melted into snot. Then the mountain heart storm broke and their stone hail fell. They threw heavy stones with all their superhuman strength. The bird dance huntresses guided them onto targets with pinpoint accuracy. The boulders smashed into Moshe, who were too distracted with their hand-to-hand combat to see them coming out of the dark sky. The fighting raged until dawn broke over the horizon, and the light of a new day made the sky a glorious collage of blue and pink. The Moshe were no closer to taking Bjorn, even though they had given their best effort and suffered heinous injuries in the attempt. Death Creeper put an end to the assault with his shouted command, "Withdraw! Day has come, and so this night of festival is at an end." The man changes nothing. He hides behind the women because he is no sleeping king. When night comes here again, so shall we, and this time we will come prepared to take him from them. Once we have done that, they will know that nothing has changed. They are now and always shall be nothing more than a commune of slaves who live only to serve their masters as breeding stock. The women had been effectively slaughtering the Moshe, so the warriors did not need to have Death Creeper ask them twice to withdraw. 4 of them were dead from the brief conflict, and another dozen had injuries that would have slain lesser warriors. The Moshe gathered their dead and wounded, then departed. They did not leave any of their torches, weapons, or anything else besides tracks and spilt blood. The warrioresses remained silent and waited with their weapons ready until the last of the Moshe had gone over the cliff, then were gone. Only then did they begin to rejoice. They danced about, whooped and hollered with a sense of joy and relief that they had never known before. Bjorn had taken away their uncertainty and their shame. They were no longer prisoners. They had once again rejoined the ancient war. They were enemies of the Moshe and were ready to stand against them toe to toe. Kitzan went to Bjorn, then examined him critically. He was a giant of a man, rippling with muscle, and his eyes sparkled with the fire of masculine pride worthy of a Norseman. Bjorn no longer showed any submissiveness to her as a woman or general. Never again would he put on the guise of humility. She felt uncertain about what to say. He had saved her from Black Tamer, that much was certain. In her heart, she wanted to think he was the sleeping king. Due to her powers of foresight, she secretly had doubts. Those reservations were strong enough that she lacked the fortitude to test the matter, since to discover he was only a mortal visitor would tear the very dreams of a brighter future from her heart. All that came out of her mouth was, "What will you do now?" It surprised her that her tone was inquisitive rather than demanding, as was her norm. He swiped the gore from the blade of his sword with a thumb and forefinger, then flicked the tissue to the ground. "I am not captain of this venture. You are. I am a warrior. The Moshe will be coming back in force for 2 more nights. From now on, they will come in armor and bearing weapons worthy of war. If you are asking me, then I say we need to make ready. The village needs defenses, not a perimeter. The time for duels is at an end. It shall be war, and that is something you have never known." Hanatz came over to speak with them. She asked Bjorn, not her general Kitzan, "How will you destroy the Moshe? If the time has come to make things right, then tell us where Kukulkan would have us begin." Bjorn slapped her face by turning his back on her as though she was some common serving wench in a Norse feasting hall. "I know nothing of your god or your destiny. I pledge my sword and my life gift to your people. All I ask for in return is my woman. We don't have time for games. Come next dawn, we will be digging graves for some of your sisters." The high priestess grabbed his shoulder to spin him around. Despite her exertion of mountain heart strength, Bjorn used his own to shrug her off. As though she had tapped his shoulder instead, he calmly turned around and glared down on her as a social equal, but also with the additional authority of being a Norseman addressing a woman. She snarled with thin patience, "Are you the sleeping king or not? You must be to have slain Black Tamer as you did." "Damn your sleeping king," Bjorn answered. "Think to your lives, woman. King or no king, this cannot go on. You must fight to make yourselves free or die trying." Anats had her doubts, but she did not hide them as did Kitsan. She told her general as much. "We must prepare whether this fool can help us or not. It's too late to turn back now. Get us ready for war. Do whatever you must and be quick about it. Our fighters need healing, food, and rest. I want everyone at their best." Kitsan bowed respectfully. "It will be done." As she stepped off to set the preparations in motion, Bjorn grabbed her at the bicep to stop her cold. "You belong to me now, woman," he informed her. "You will go when I am done with you." She shot him a deadly glance and promised wrath like no Moshe would ever bear. "My people come first. Let go of my arm or I'll feed that hand to my dog." He let go but wasn't finished. "You lost a Black Tamer and became his. I killed him, which makes you belong to me. Don't forget that. I owe you something," was her concession. "When I have time, we will settle this as our kind does. You are welcome to anything you are Moshe enough to take. Remember this. If you're not the sleeping king, you're a crock washer. I hope you didn't save me just to kill us all." She stalked off to rouse her fighters and get all things ready for the next night of battle. Bjorn just stood looking off toward the cliff and the jungle. For the first time, his eyes and his thoughts were not seeking his faraway village. He had found a new home and had no intentions of going anywhere. Chapter 12. Obsidian Women and an Iron Man. Aside from the restocking of the artillery stones, Kitsan ordered the manufacture of impromptu spears and javelins as additional ammunition. Hanat saw to the mending of injuries. She treated the small wounds with bandages and unguents. The high priestess took the seriously wounded warrioresses to the top of the ziggurat where the preciously finite powers of their sacred waters miraculously healed them fully. Bjorn spent his time sharpening his sword. When he had made it as keen as iron could be, he put it aside, then sought out his woman. Kitsan was assigning shifts for sleeping so everyone got enough rest. Her foresight told her that not all the Moshe would be content to wait till nightfall. She left enough guards on duty that they could repel a sneak attack if necessary. When Bjorn came ambling up, she examined him closely, but not to appreciate his figure. "We need to make you some armor," she told him. "If you're going to help us fight the Moshe, you can't do it like that." He agreed with her wisdom. "Where do we begin?" Kitsan summoned over some of the forgotten dreamers who were experts in the craft of making armor. The women were not even finished measuring him when Hanats came by to inspect the progress and notice what they were trying to do. "Reptile hide will not be enough," she commented thoughtfully. "Even if he could never lead a troop of boys to the latrine, he can still inspire everyone with the legend. If we want the Moshe to fear that we have found our sleeping king, then he needs to look the part." She gestured for Bjorn and Kitsan. "You two come with me." They walked into the center of the village and then climbed the ziggurat. Once they reached the top, the high priestess activated the secret catch that opened the stairs that led down inside. Hanats made no pretense of going down. "Bjorn knows the way," she sent Kitsan ahead. "Dress him in whatever armor and weapons appeal to him. When you're finished, come and find me." Hanats started back down the external stairs. "I want to see at least one sleeping king before I get killed. The way things are going, I may not have long to wait." Having the key to the armory made Bjorn grin broadly. He had already held aspirations to make a few choice selections. Since Kitsan hadn't even known the access existed, he led the way down. "Come on, woman. You can help dress me." The chiefess did not feel demure. "You will find it hard to keep smiling at me like that without any teeth." He ignored her threat as he kept going, so she followed. Her curiosity alone demanded that she see what awaited them below. It did not escape her that Hanats had left them on the ziggurat alone. It was an unexpected privilege that Kitsan suspected had deeper meaning than she yet understood. Bjorn showed her the subterranean chamber with the blue life spark of the river, while Kitsan marveled at the magical power that the ziggurat harnessed from the natural world. Bjorn examined the equipment to decide what he wanted. Before long, he stacked a load of ancient metal relics that he would take back with them to the surface. His selection included a breastplate and the accompanying back, a pleated metallic skirt, a helmet, greaves, bracers, pauldrons, shoulder guards, and a crescent-headed axe of the uniquely ancient style. Last of all, he claimed a shield. It needed new leather straps, but one of the women would easily remedy that. By the time that he was ready to leave, so was Kitsan. She never did anything more than just admire the force at the heart of her people. Having seen it, she felt unworthy of the privilege and that her very presence was sacrilegious. It was a shrine to her sacred ancestors, so she felt that their proximity was a form of desecration. They gathered up Bjorn's selection of gear, then returned to the surface. Once they were there, Kitsan put down the shield and axe she carried. She crouched down by the pool to trip the trigger that closed the access to the stairs. Kitsan had to fumble with the catch to decipher the activation of the mechanism until she finally figured it out. Bjorn began buckling on the armored skirt, then paused when Kitsan stood up to give him a disapproving glare. She said, "If you're going to wear the raiment of our warrior kings of old, you could at least wash yourself first. You are filthy." He considered her words. Being in agreement, Bjorn dropped the skirt, then approached her. It was a hard fight. He wiped at the dried blood on his body. "But this is from my enemies." Dirt and Moshe blood streaked her body as well. The grime could not obscure her many large bruises, raw abrasions, and the lumps of tender swelling from her fighting with Black Tamer. In Bjorn's estimations, it did not disguise her pride or her beauty. "I may be filthy," he said as he reached out to put his hand behind her neck and pull her close to kiss her lips, "but I'm still in better shape than you are." She slapped his hand away. "I don't have time for soft-hearted man games. There is much work still to be done before the Moshe return." Bjorn surprised her when he snatched her wrist with the speed of catching a fly from the air. "You can't assign women to beds for rest while you stay on your feet." Only a few of them did any real fighting. The Moshe won't have to knock you down. You're gonna fall down all by yourself. She tried to yank her hand away from his grip. "I can handle it." He easily held on to her as she pulled, and the struggle amused him, like you handled Black Tamer. She grabbed his thumb with her other hand to pry his fist open, then break his grip on her wrist. "If you couldn't handle him," he told her without losing any surety in his grip, "what makes you think you can stop me from doing anything? You're a great general, a respected and much-needed leader of your people, and a shield maiden worthy of legend, but you're still only a woman. Now my woman, you're not indestructible." She dismissed such things for being masculine weaknesses. "I don't have the luxury or the time to worry about myself. My every thought and emotion must remain dedicated to my duties." It was pride in her that motivated him rather than some sort of pity. He nodded slowly in sympathetic understanding. "That is why your well-being is my duty. You have spent your whole life having a man to take care of your every need. I will be no different." He unexpectedly jerked her forward so that their chests pressed together when he wrapped his arms around her. Well, perhaps a little different. While he held her in an inescapable embrace, he kissed her passionately. Kitsan struggled powerless within his arms. Bjorn lifted her off her feet, then stepped to the edge of the pool. "You can't lead your fighters if you can barely get around yourself." Even while he supported her weight, he easily lowered himself by sitting at the edge of the water and then slid them both in. "This is wrong," she complained. "These waters are not for bathing." "This is where I died and then became reborn," Bjorn explained serenely. "I was one with the thoughts of your ancestors. I know what they desire better than you, so hush now." He put a finger to her lips. "In me you have found the one place where you can set aside your armor for a while. In my arms you are no fighter or general." She calmed somewhat as his words coaxed forth the desires that hid in the deepest recesses of her mind and body. Her tongue remained defiant. "What am I then, your dog?" Bjorn wiped the soothingly cool waters up her belly and over her breast. Where his wet hand passed, all her injuries regenerated to the pinnacle of health. "Just a woman," he answered. "Bjorn's woman." After a lifetime of living in the way of her people, Kitsan was not willing or prepared to accept any role reversal in her life. The potential scorn of her fellow warrioresses was enough to make her rebel. She tried to push him away. "I belong to no one." Her resistance was an appetizer to Bjorn. He maintained his hold on her as he dunked them both beneath the surface of the water. They emerged completely free of any soil or injury. The powers of the pool had bestowed upon them pristine physical states that the harshly taxing natural world had never harmed. The enrichment went beyond mere rejuvenation into outright augmentation. Any fatigue they felt from lack of sufficient rest or nourishment was gone from them along with all their other ailments. Bjorn pinned Kitsan's back against the wall of the pool. His lust for her put an end to his tolerance for verbal jousting or any other games. She struggled, but he was beyond caring. His strength totally thwarted her ability to resist his advances. She did not need her precognition to know that her capitulation to his desires was inevitable and not pending her consent. Kitsan ardently struggled to free herself from his embrace, only it was futile. The magical waters of the pool worked both for and against her. While it continuously fortified her endurance and made her muscles incapable of exhaustion, it did her no good, since Bjorn enjoyed that same advantage. Another mixed blessing was the pool's capacity for healing. It soothed away all forms of physical discomfort, such that Kitsan assumed that it would at least make it less painful for her to accommodate Bjorn's forceful domination. Soon enough, she came to realize that the same regenerative powers had fully restored the virtue of her maidenhead. Bjorn realized it too, but that in no way motivated him to be gentle about removing it. Kitsan's pain was as short-lived as her cries. She had previously donned the psychological armor of her commitment to endure the foul abuses of the Moshe warrior that fate had decreed was to be her conqueror. That was her mindset as Bjorn pinned her in place and then forced her submission. Without her even knowing it, her struggling gradually became more tokenish and her utterances more impassioned than anguished. She began to relish his hold on her as much as she was supposed to pretend she hated it. When Kitsan's body finally took dominion over her mind and she gave herself to the role of the vanquished, Bjorn unexpectedly eased his hold on her, then spun them about in the water so that it was his back that was against the wall. He threw his arms back onto the beam to support them and then floated beneath her, giving her the freedom to stay or to go. She had resigned herself to the fact that he could win. It was accepting that she liked being there that Kitsan found difficult. Her mere hesitation to withdraw was immediate proof that she didn't want to go. It was like he had taken away her blanket on a cold night to leave her naked and shivering. He had stripped her of her pride, and then he provided her the stage where she could prove she still had it, and had found even more. She fell over him, intent on proving that while her feminine muscles could not pin his body, they could certainly liquefy his soul and drink it from him. Also, like some Otse man, he would shiver in ecstasy as she drained him dry. Word spread around the village that Hanats had taken Bjorn and Kitsan to the top of the ziggurat, then left them there. They also knew that Bjorn was going to come back with armor that befitted the sleeping king. More than a few of the chiefesses waited at the base of the stairs closest to the Watchful One grounds. They were curious to see the results of the venture and had the authority to take position where they could observe. The women felt disappointment to see Bjorn come down carrying Kitsan instead of any armor worthy of a demigod. The way she clung to him and draped herself languidly in his arms made their parade that much more of a letdown. Kitsan was not the kind of warrioress who made public displays of tender indulgence toward a man. Whatever had happened at the summit of the monument, it had obviously changed her demeanor as well as overwhelmed her with contentment. Zolpain, the spirit mist chiefess, found the scene more than a little amusing. Well, isn't that cute? Our mighty general doesn't seem to be able to control her men. Bjorn shot her a harsh glance. That the village would be better off with you in charge. She wouldn't be. Since none of you are doing anything useful, why don't you go up there and get my armor? He brushed past to take Kitsan to sleep in a shaded garden near her home. Another thought made him take pause and turn back. Oh yeah, get someone to fix the straps. All the leather is rotten. A masculine strength backed his bold and confident nature in a way that was wholly alien to the women. They were too speechless to make any complaints as he walked away. Since Hanats did not allow just anyone to climb the ziggurat, it was not unfitting that a chiefess go up there to collect the equipment. Bjorn took Kitsan back to the Watchful One grounds and put her to rest in a shaded grove surrounded by fragrant flowers. It would take time for them to come to terms with events and make a fresh start of their lives when they awoke. It was not until mid-afternoon that they roused to the sound of 4 forgotten dreamer huntresses as they sat down Bjorn's repaired armor. Kitsan realized the time from the shadow, then hopped to her feet. The Moshe are already on the march. It's time to arm ourselves. The forgotten dreamers choked back a motion that was not out of fear because their faces smiled. They were the weakest of the warring clans, but even they were eager to prove themselves. No longer would they face their fears alone. Standing as one people, they would defy the Moshe. If Kukulkan and the Sleeping King were with them, perhaps they would destroy them for all time. They had trained and prayed their whole lives for just such a moment. They were ready. Kitsan felt it too. She grabbed the nearest woman by the shoulders and shook her as though waking her from a dream. Their pride drives them into a slaughter. The new empire begins today. The ancestors told me in my dreams. I know it to be true. Bjorn picked through his armor, then began to put it on. When Kitsan stepped close to help, he held out his hand for her to wait. Go. Your fighters need their general among them. Let them see you. I too must consult with the ancestors. I must be alone. Go on, I'll be fine. The women headed off to leave Bjorn alone in the grove. He dressed in his new armor, took up the crescent axe, and then posed on one knee with a bowed head to commune with his fate. Bjorn prayed for guidance from his ancestors or his gods. His only certainty was that he was determined to stay with Kitsan no matter the consequences. He knew he was not strong enough to destroy the Moshe himself, and he doubted that even the women were fierce enough to help him accomplish so daunting a task. If they held out for 2 more nights, the festival would be over and the Moshe would lose their motivation to plunge into ceremonial battle. Bjorn believed the Moshe were too rebellious and volatile to stay together without so strong an impetus to unify them. He had no way of knowing that spirits did watch over him. His unborn son that he and Kitsan had just conceived in the pool atop the ziggurat was clandestinely observing him at that very moment. Festilian was close by with the old crow perched on his shoulder. He had no more idea how to resolve the conflict than his father did. Even though more than a decade and a half had passed since the actual events took place, Festilian still felt all the emotions of the living moment. The arrival of another spirit caught Festilian's attention. A beautiful golden-haired Valkyrie riding upon a winged charger descended from the sky to alight in the clearing. Her shining helm and mail were like liquid silver that poured over toned flesh the color of honeyed milk. She dismounted, then knelt beside Bjorn. The Valkyrie cupped her hand to whisper into his ear. Bjorn could not detect the unearthly shield maiden. As with the guidance from any muse, her whispered inspirations took root in his mind so that he felt inspired and could draw upon them. "The gods brought you here to do a deed that you have already done," she whispered. "What time that is left is your own. You cannot teach these women to be more of what they are. Show them the ways of your forefathers instead. Odin Allfather watches and calls you his son astray. Even now the wenches set your place at the long table. These shield maidens have never seen a true man. Show these jungle dwellers what it means to be born in the land of ice and snow. Many times men have trembled at the sight of the rage that lurks in Norse blood. Crush the Moshe to let them know you are but the messenger. He who comes after you shall be vengeance unbound." Bjorn did not consciously acknowledge that he had listened and understood, but he had. The Valkyrie returned to her mount and then launched into the sky to disappear amongst the clouds. With his contemplations at an end, Bjorn stood up, then headed across the Watchful One grounds. He retrieved his sword from where he had left it resting against a tree, and then proceeded to the main bridge where he would await the arrival of the Moshe. Kitsan assembled all the chiefesses and their principal lieutenants. After she had instructed them on the importance of making certain that their respective warrioresses had properly attired themselves in their armor and had inspected all their weapons, she went on to detail their battle plan. "Our goal is not to kill the Moshe," she explained to everyone's surprise. "They will do all they can to avoid killing us. What they want is to kill our sleeping king. So long as we control their objective, we control them. We defend the village and him. All we need to do is hold out for 2 more nights. After that, the festival will be over. Once the Moshe have disbanded back into their usual raiding detachments and are suffering from a lack of direction, we will systematically hunt them down until not a single one of them remains." No one dared ask for confirmation if Bjorn was indeed the sleeping king. If he was, they were ready to support him. If he wasn't, it was too late to change their minds since the Moshe were coming regardless. "I will take a position on the ziggurat where I can see all fronts of the battle," Kitsan continued. "I will need 4 of the younger Blood Panthers on post at the base of the ziggurat to hear my commands, then issue them as needed using the dogs as couriers. I suspect the Moshe will attempt to overwhelm us by attacking on all fronts in maximum numbers. They tried a focused penetration last night and we inflicted heavy casualties. You must be ready to relocate at a moment's notice. I cannot afford to concentrate our forces in any more than a few places at any one time." The chiefesses saluted her with their raised weapons to show that they would faithfully carry out her orders. Only Kabela of the Mountain Hearts had a lingering issue. What of Bjorn? Where will he be? Kitsan had to consider her answer. She had not included his action into her plans aside from being the bait that would lure in the Moshe. In retrospect, she realized that he would not stand back and watch while they women did all the fighting. Her first duty was that of a general. Bjorn was just one more tool that she had to put to work in the most effective way. "We spoke at length on the matter," Kitsan lied to them. "He said that after he had to rescue me from Black Tamer, he realized it was his duty as a man to protect all the women here. He said that he could not in good conscience let women play warrior while he held back. Bjorn intends to lead the way into the thickest of battle to teach my chiefesses how fighting is supposed to be done." Every one of the warrioresses scowled when they thought of a man defending them. Whether Bjorn was a sleeping king or not, they were not going to let any man protect them. Their pride would not allow them ever to do such a thing since it robbed them of their dignity. No matter where Bjorn chose to fight, they would be there to do it with him, only better. Bjorn had already rescued Kitsan from her lost duel and then ravished her himself. It was no further embarrassment to her that the deviant experience of submission to a dominating male had been to Kitsan's intense satisfaction. She had no pride left on that matter of men, but Kitsan did understand how she could use his machismo to motivate her friends. Go and ready your clans was Kitsan's final order. Darkness comes and the Moshe come with it. Bjorn kept his vigil at the bridge. His amplified musculature was incapable of feeling fatigue from just standing motionless even if he did it for days. The women ate some dry rations, then deployed to their posts. Kitsan orchestrated the war from the top of the ziggurat where she could keep track of everything as it happened. A Blood Panther hunter stood beside her to act as her eyes and ears. 4 more of them waited, one at each face of the base, to hear her shouted commands, then relay them onward. Hanats commanded the large force that defended the bridge. After she witnessed Bjorn dispatch Black Tamer with minimal effort, even she hesitated to question his intentions. As the sun began to fall below the horizon and its glorious light diffused among the clouds into hues of orange and yellow, the drums of the Moshe sounded from the valley to signal their approach. All the women fell silent as they searched inward for their courage and listened for the reactions of the others. Bjorn set the mood by stamping the butt of his axe onto a bridge plank. He matched the rhythm of the Moshe drums. Though his motion was subtle, the force of his impacts made the structure reverberate with a potent sound. Kabela was the first to join him. She struck the base of her club against a massive foundation stone. Others began to do the same until the whole village beat like an angry heart. When every warrioress was striking, stomping, or clapping to add to the thunder, it was as though they called in the Moshe to embrace their destruction. Darkness came on by the time that the first Moshe torch appeared over the edge of the cliff. Their army advanced in full force. Only those warriors that Bjorn and the women had killed on the previous evening were absent. All of those that they had grievously injured were fully healed and ready for battle once again. All the Moshe warriors were in perfect health and ready to renew the hostilities. Their one noticeable change was that they all wore armor suitable for battle. The Moshe made a lifestyle out of scouring the land searching for the ruins of their ancestors. Their unrestrained consumption of power from the sacred pools under their control meant that they needed to plunder every ancient artifact and feed them to the waters just to keep them alive. Because of that, they had no metal armor or weapons of their ancestors left to carry. The Moshe had to use natural materials just like the warrioresses did for their own defenses. That was good news for Bjorn. Alligator hide and pelts were no protection from his iron broadsword. The skeletal death creeper led the Moshe toward the bridge. They were not going to abandon their traditional ceremony while they still held some hope that they might restore the old balance of power which had traditionally been in their favor. Death Creeper stopped 50 paces from the end of the bridge. "We have come to claim our brides." His fleshless jaws yammered through straight white teeth. "Are you the one who is going to stop us? For the sleeping king, it would be easy to slay us all single-handed." "There is only one way into this village," Bjorn answered in his provincial grasp of the women's language. "You want them, you have to come through me." The strange crescent axe was in the hand of his arm that held the shield. His sword was in his other hand. Bjorn eased into an agile stance suitable for fighting and then waved them forward with his iron blade. "Are you first? Come on then." There was no greater shame in the Moshe culture than for one of their warriors to decline a challenge to fight. If Death Creeper backed down, the rest of the warriors would cease to follow his tentative leadership. As he charged, Death Creeper howled, "You're no sleeping king." His flint-bladed spear had a heavy bludgeoning knob on its butt end. "I'll prove it." Bjorn held his ground, ready to move in any direction that gave him the best advantage. Death Creeper was a leader among the Moshe because he was both skilled and powerful. Just before he was in range with his spear, he released an innate power that was invisible until its effects. The wooden plank under Bjorn's feet detonated into flinders with an accompanying noise like a clap of thunder. The splinters riddled into his exposed flesh, and the hole it made was more than large enough to swallow up Bjorn. Burdened as he was with all his armor, shield, and weapons, Bjorn could not evade falling until his broad chest wedged him in place while his legs dangled over the river water. It was all the advantage Death Creeper needed to end their fight before it had hardly begun. He dashed the remaining distance and thrust his spear into Bjorn's face. Bjorn managed to swing his shield around to cover himself so that the spear skidded aside. It did nothing to free Bjorn from the hole that trapped him or to stop Death Creeper from just trying again until he got it right. All too easy, Death Creeper boasted as he drew back his spear to slay Bjorn. I want your blood. Kabela bounded down the bridge, then used her mountain heart strength to make a long jump of the most incredible distance. She landed with her kick, taking Death Creeper solidly under his chin. The blow struck him like the slap from a titan. It sent the Moshe spinning off through the air as if a stick she had thrown for her dog to fetch. The chiefess landed on her feet like the agile predator she was. If you want blood, Death Creeper, you got it. She reached down, grabbed Bjorn at the neck of his breastplate, and then plucked him from the hole to set him back on his feet. She asked, "What's the matter, Northman? I thought you were good at this sort of thing." He just smirked at her. "I'm glad I fell for a watchful one. What if you mountain arts would have seriously broken my balls?" She chuckled with obvious kinship for the warrior she once hated. "You got that right." Death Creeper landed hard in the dirt and then righted himself to recover his spear. "You cheated!" He screamed at Kabela in disbelief. "Have you forgotten the rules of the festival?" She shot him a rude gesture. "Why don't you come over here and do something about it?" Kabela reached behind her back to a special harness she wore. Her hands came back holding two huge knives. Each had come from single blocks of flint. Her hands gripped the weapons at the center of their symmetrical bodies. They were akin to wicked black staples that she could punch into flesh to shred it apart. Death Creeper met her gaze. He saw utter fearlessness and an actual glee that only the zealously suicidal should ever possess. For all his lifetime, the Moshe had kept the women subdued, and they had only resisted out of sheer strength of will. He saw that their hold had broken. The women no longer had any respect or desire to avoid open confrontation. It gave him a sensation that was as close to fear as his deliberately warped mind was capable of feeling. The simple breakdown of order was enough to free the Moshe army from their tentative military discipline. Death Creeper only had to hesitate with uncertainty about how to deal with the situation for the rest of the Moshe to just explode with raids and charge the village to take the brides they so desperately craved. The festival was about them getting mates. They would have them no matter what measure of force they required to secure them. The roar and dust of the charging army was not enough to break the warrioresses from their assigned posts. It took the shouted command from Kit Zahn, then a combination of Blood Panther and Holy Whisper women who dispersed the message across the village in a moment. Nominal forces remained around the village perimeter while all the best fighters charged to the main bridge to repel the Moshe assault. The Mountain Heart women already stationed near the bridge began to hurl missiles into the onrushing Moshe from a ready stockpile of stones and spears. The Moshe had come prepared to receive incoming projectiles. Only Romanesque machines could have equaled the force that the athletic Mountain Heart bodies imparted to the barrage. The Moshe power to repel injury allowed them to withstand the initial impacts. As often as not, the rocks burst into gravel or merely ricocheted off their bodies. The barrage was unrelenting while the special energies that fueled the Moshe invincibility were finite. Their defenses soon began to crumple. Within moments, the air filled with the sickening sound of heavy missiles mutilating Moshe flesh and bone. One charging Moshe, whose battle guise was a cloud of stinging flies, suddenly materialized in his natural form when a stone the size of his head caught him full in the face. The rock shattered into fragments as it peeled back the skin along the edge of his jaw and removed all the teeth from one side of his torn mouth. Not a single Moshe so much as gave the fallen warrior a glance of concern as they stormed on through the lethal barrage. Other Moshe went down as well. Those warriors that came up behind the wounded just leaped over their sprawled comrades to charge forward through the heavy storm without hesitation. When the first of the Moshe reached the bridge, Bjorn and Kabela were there to greet them. She used her exotic knives with the strength of a giantess and the precision born of countless hours in practice. The hide armor the Moshe wore was no protection from her fury. Bjorn, too, served out vicious wounds from both hands. His metal blades hewed off limbs, spilled entrails, and slopped blood onto the bridge like each Moshe carried it to him in buckets. Other women quickly joined the defensive line. Warrioresses from every clan positioned themselves shoulder to shoulder. They called out to each other to unify their efforts, and some even singled out the foe they wanted to mark for their personal attention. Their numbers easily sealed off the narrow bridge to prevent the Moshe from attacking them in strong numbers. The disadvantageous position squandered most of the Moshe, who were not only too far out to attack, but also held in check while more missiles poured down onto their heads. Once the village's mainline combatants had made their way to the front, they formed an impenetrable column that blocked the only access across the water. Those warrioresses behind them began launching slender feathered javelins from atlatls. Their missiles flew over the heads of the forward defenders to tear into the onrushing host of Moshe. The Moshe immunity from harm was short-lived. Once the women began to cripple them in numbers, they dispersed from the bridge. While the Moshe stayed in groups, the women found it too easy to target them with their missile barrages. Only a few of the Moshe were dead. Many more had terrible injuries that made them incapable of continuing on into the village. Most of them had at least some minor wound. Because of their phenomenal resilience, some of them pressed on despite having javelins stuck deep in their bodies or other grievous ailments. Some of the wounded Moshe who might have otherwise endured their injuries defeated themselves by pulling out the javelins that afflicted them. The shafts of the missiles had sharp barbs that ripped them open all the more seriously. As the Moshe scattered to run along the outside of the canals in search of a weak point where they might penetrate inside, the warrioresses pursued them with their withering missile fire. The bird dance huntresses guided in as many of the missiles as they could. The projectiles that they influenced would change course in flight to seek out exposed flesh with the accuracy of bats as they snatched flitting maws from the passing breeze. Those courageous Moshe who continued to press the fight at the bridge had a strategy of their own. They intended to fight a war of attrition. They would endure injuries they could easily heal later in order to grab women from the forward edge of the battle, then pass them back to their companions who waited behind them. The stratagem proved ill-conceived when the Moshe discovered that Mahogany Root clan women heavily populated the front rank, with bloodless ones filling in the remaining spaces. The Mahogany Roots would anchor themselves in position when any Moshe grappled them after token displays of resistance. During that critical moment that the offending Moshe discovered that no force of theirs was going to dislodge those frozen huntresses, the Mountain Heart women lurking in the second rank hacked off their grasping arms as though they were cornstalks. Most of the warrioresses spread out along the waterfront to repel the Moshe that tried to swim or leap over the canals. The rest fought at the pitched battle to control the bridge. Only the Spirit Mist clan fighters chose to take the battle out to their enemies. They did not know fear, for their clan power was so supremely deadly. They made their whole bodies and all their possessions insubstantial at will. Like ghosts, they ran right through the battle on the bridge to pursue those Moshe who were as yet unengaged. The Spirit Mist huntresses reformed their solidity at will to harvest their prey in the most horrible fashion. Their weapons were mere sticks and rocks that they picked up off the ground wherever they happened to find them. They would hold out their rudimentary armaments while intangible, place them inside the bodies of their foes, and then leave them to reform. Then just as quickly they would dissolve back into untouchable phantoms. The afflicted Moshe would find branches transfixing their torsos or stones crowding the organs in their chests. One huntress left a thick vine protruding from the back of one Moshe's skull, with the other end emerging from above his left eyebrow. It came out easily enough when the afflicted Moshe pulled from the front to extract it. A gush of brains and blood spurted from the breach once the vine cleared. After a brief display of screeching and floundering, his life came to an end. It was a dark night without any moon. Sufficient cloud cover obscured the starlight. The village's perimeter was too large for the warrioresses to guard all in force. The Moshe cloaked themselves in their nearly invisible battle guises as they swam across the canal or just jumped it outright. Kitsan's Blood Panther aides were ever vigilant as they kept their general abreast of all Moshe movements. She in turn shouted orders for the relocation of her troops to counter the various threats. More Blood Panthers at the base of the ziggurat heard her orders over the din of battle. They in turn commanded the village's fierce tawny dogs of war to carry the dispatches. The animals were of no common breed. The dogs were a selectively bred product of the mystical pools. They not only comprehended spoken words, they also had a human intelligence with which they could apply those directives by locating the appropriate fighters and leading them directly to where Kitsan needed them most. Never in their history had that generation of women fought so fiercely. The cruel destiny of their lives that they had long needed to endure no longer disillusioned them. Through their sleeping king, they had a new hope that warlike savagery could finally break the cycle of the ages and secure a new era where they were the uncontested rulers of their lands. The battle raged on until late in the night. The Moshe were capable of withstanding the most horrific of wounds and still keep fighting unperturbed. They continuously collected their fallen comrades, then moved them back to safety. The Moshe were determined not to withdraw until they could no longer gather in sufficient numbers for doing the actual physical battle. It was the conflict at the bridge that remained the fiercest. The Moshe veterans wanted to kill Bjorn, and they were willing to go to any length to accomplish that. That single-minded ambition included maiming warrioresses or even the risk of killing them if that was the price for finally eliminating their sleeping king. Bjorn did his best to stay at the forefront of the fighting. Wherever he went, the women made him the center of their lines, as they always fought to surround him in a defensive buffer. While a violent ring of raging chiefesses encircled Bjorn, the Moshe found it impossible to slay him. When a squat, hulking Moshe with the battle guise of a scarlet poison dart frog managed to grab Bukitsa, then hurl her off into the grasp of other Moshe warriors, it was Bjorn who plunged into the enemy ranks to rescue her. The Blood Panther chiefess was helpless as Moshe trussed her with cords and then ran off with her. Bjorn cut his way through the Moshe as wheat before his scythe. The leather straps of his shield burst apart as grasping Moshe hands ripped the safeguard away. Bjorn reeked blood and lies with broadsword and axe until he brought down the warrior who carried Bukitsa by severing the Moshe's spine. The other warrioresses came up in time to beat back the counterattacking Moshe. They gathered up the fallen Bukitsa and then made a guarded withdrawal to the bridge. It was not even dawn yet, but Death Creeper sounded the retreat of the Moshe. The women had no way of knowing how many of their enemies they had killed, but not one of the interlopers fled unwounded. As the Moshe pulled out, they took their fallen comrades and their severed limbs with them. The women had won the battle, and none of them had died in the process. Most of them carried wounds as badges of their valor. Some of the injuries were serious enough that those women sat resting against buildings or in gardens with heavy bandages to staunch their blood loss. Death Creeper and other veteran Moshe remained behind as their mangled comrades slipped away into the darkness. Once the retreat was complete and they too could pull out, Death Creeper called out to the women in their village. "The festival is not over yet," he shouted in warning. "Our people chose these warriors to come this year as our special emissaries who had earned the privilege of acquiring mates. Do you think we represent the bulk of the Moshe nation? A third night remains and we are coming back. But know this, I called for my brothers yesterday. When we return tomorrow, you shall face the entirety of our horde. The next time we meet, I will hear you weep and see you tremble. Never forget you are only women." Bjorn listened from the end of the bridge, then he answered when Death Creeper was finished. "We do not fight with our mouths here. I still stand. Come here and finish what you started." "The Festival of Torches is sacred," the Moshe chieftain replied. "I will not disgrace our traditions over the likes of you. By this time tomorrow your body will be lonely for your head." Death Creeper turned and stalked off with the last of the Moshe departing with him. The battle was over, but not the work. Kitsan continued to administer orders from her post on the ziggurat. She instituted a roll call to account for everyone, then commanded the triage of the many wounded. The healthier warrioresses carried the seriously hurt to the ziggurat for treatment in the healing waters of the sacred pool. The rest received healing unguents, fresh bandages, and an opportunity to rest. Bjorn had numerous minor wounds. His armor had protected him against any of the Moshe significantly harming him. He considered helping the women transport the grievously injured to the sacred pool, then came up with a better idea. Bjorn marched off to the front door of the Watchful One Manor, then beat on it. "Open up," he yelled. "The fighting is over. Women are hurt. You have work to do." Tiatsana happened to be close by, so she came over to make him stop. As the sub-chiefess of the clan, she had the authority to enforce their policies. "What do you think you're doing? The men are not coming out of doors during the festival. They stay shut in until this is all over." Bjorn moved her aside. "We're all in this together now. They're men. Their place is out here taking care of their women." He punched the door and it brought dust down from the wall as he shook the whole manor. "We need bandages, hot water, and food. Get moving." Zabu unbarred the door, cast it open, and then the men started to pour out. They already carried kettles, blankets, and all manner of things they needed to help with the aftermath of the battle. Like everyone else in the village, they had pride and purpose to drive off the gloom of the next impending Moshe siege. Chapter 13. Attrition of Traditions. By noon, Bjorn had gone around the whole village to call out all the men of the clans to help tend to their women. Some of them dutifully remained indoors to care for the children while the rest came out to contribute to the war effort. Hanats used the magic of the ziggurat's pool to heal all those women who would be unable to fight the next night without such costly intervention. For the rest of the wounded, she prescribed rest and the finest traditional medicinal treatments the village had to offer. Bjorn was a warrior, not a practitioner of the healing arts. He left the domestic affairs to the men while he stayed by Kitsan's side as one of her military advisors. If the Moshe were going to return in even greater numbers, the village needed a plan to survive the third and final night of their siege. All of the chieftesses and Hanats assembled in a garden near the bridge to discuss their situation. Most of the chieftesses were determined to fight it out to the bitter end, even if that meant their destruction. Kabela was the most outspoken on that issue. This is our chance to change our lives. I don't care if 10,000 Moshe come tonight. We will show them that they cannot control us. If we die fast and they die slowly because we are gone, as far as I see things, we have already won. Bunatsu was on the other side of the issue when she spoke for her forgotten dreamers. They were the weakest warriors and the wisest scholars. She asked how many of our ancestors gave their lives and their dignity to keep us alive for this long. Do we have the right to give up the struggle for something so selfish as pride? Kitsan asked her comrades, what choice do we have anyway? They are coming tonight no matter what we do. Yes, Hanats agreed. They are coming. Remember that we are the last of our people, and more importantly, those of us here are leaders with dependents who are counting on us. We should not buy our personal pride with the lives of our warrioresses or the lives of our men and children. If we give them Bjorn, things could go back to the way they were. That is what they are hoping for. He is not one of us. We don't owe him anything. The chieftesses considered the opinion of their high priestess. The advice was true, but they were loath to relinquish their aspirations to destroy the Moshe. Returning to their former lives of living in fear and making concessions to the Moshe was worse than the prospect of death in battle or internment. Kitsan finally shook her head in rejection of the notion. If we willingly hand him over to the Moshe, we are telling them that we accept their mastery of our lives. We will sell ourselves and our children into eternal bondage. The time to compromise has long passed. Our lives are their future, so they dare not destroy us. If we must lose, then let's go down fighting. At least the Moshe will call us fearless fighters and not sensible slaves. Kabela thumped herself twice high on the chest in an expression of militant pride. She half chuckled and half wept as her emotions fountained out from within her. The first of my clan did not choose our Mountain Heart name because of our strength. She faced Hanats. My people will follow their orders to the death if need be, but do not rely upon me if you choose to give them Bjorn. I will die alone fighting upon that field before I ever bow my head again. With that said, she turned and walked off. Her posture was as unburdened and dignified as anyone in the village had ever been. Where do you think you're going? Hanats called after her. The Mountain Heart chiefess paused to turn and answer. I'll most likely be dead by this time tomorrow. Her voice and posture portrayed no fear of that fact, only her distant, sorrowful realization that joy was not eternal but fleeting. I am going to my man. I'm sure he's scared, and I want to feel his touch one more time. I want to let him know how much I adore him. Kitsan waved for the chiefess to go ahead and go. She understood the feeling, and Kabela was no strategist to any degree that the council needed her advice. The watchful one chiefess returned her attention to the assembly. If we decide to fight, we're going to need some new surprises for the Moshe. After last night, they will know what to expect from us and come prepared to deal with it. The women already used every defense they knew. One by one, they faced Bjorn to see if he knew some secret stratagem from the north that would help them repel the Moshe one more time. Bjorn felt the pressure of their expectation. If he proved useless, he could very well end up waiting alone for the Moshe to destroy him. It did not escape him that they would most likely be better off if they sacrificed him to purchase their own safety. What we did last night is not going to work for us again, he began. If they know what to expect and come in greater numbers, we're going to be overrun. Bjorn shifted his gaze to Hanats. You need to break out the weapons and armor that you have been hoarding. Your women also need unlimited access to healing from the pool. Hanats remained skeptical, yet she remained willing to hear him out. Anything else? I have a few ideas, he continued. You don't have to win, only hold out till dawn. It doesn't matter how many warriors they have, only how many they can get into action. Don't try defending the bridge and the whole village where they have enough forces to engage the entire perimeter. Concentrate your people in just one of the districts and on the ziggurat. You should abandon the rest. The bulk of their fighters can stand behind their front rank where they will be no better than spectators. The Forgotten Dreamer chiefess sounded her interest in the plan. Even if most of them could not find enough room to fight, they would still be ready reserves each time we took one of them down. The Moshe could replace their losses indefinitely. Could we do the same? You have the pool, Bjorn reminded her. Hanats can heal wounded warrioresses and have them back fighting within moments. The Moshe can only replace theirs from their reserve. They will lose even more fighters when they have to move the wounded to the rear. When dawn comes and we are still standing, they will know they have failed and that their traditions have failed them too. I think it will work, Zanaka said. With a much smaller perimeter, my bloodless ones in the mahogany roots will form a line so strong that not even the gods could break through. So long as the climbing flowers are giving us energy, we need fear nothing. She chuckled with excitement. We could even rope ourselves together like climbers. That way they could not even pull one of us out of the formation. The climbing flowers chiefess spoke up. Like Hanats, I am attuned to the sacred pool. I feel the strength it contains like a beating heart in my hand. Healing just one critically wounded warrioress consumes enough energy that the waters need many weeks to replace it. The spiritual power it continuously absorbs from the earth, sky, and river make precious little gain each year. We use the vast majority of that power in our daily lives. Using the fountain to maintain our youth alone is enough to consume most of that. When we heal the seriously hurt, that accounts for the rest. Most of what is there comes from the spirits of our ancestors. To waste it selfishly is a sacrilege. So you see, Hanats agreed completely. We cannot belittle the cause in the name of ourselves. Generations have come and gone to ensure the survival of our race. We should do the same. Kitsan asked, "Is that your final decision?" The High Priestess shook her head. "No, you're the general. My duty is to the physical survival of our people. You're the one who must choose the path in battle. Choose wisely. Don't let your feelings for Bjorn destroy us all." Kitsan reached out across time with her clan's gift to discern the proper course. She immediately found a certain answer. We fight it out with everything we've got. I don't know that we win, only that we lose everything if we give up now. The ancestors gave of themselves so we would have the strength to fight, and fight we will. Everything that ever came before us was to make us ready for this moment. This is the time for us to fight back. Zanaka drew her knife and held it up toward the sky as she howled, "Long live the Empire." Unity was the way of the village. Apart from Cabela's earlier threat of making a personal statement of rebellion, they all forgot their differences of opinion to work together at fulfilling their general's plan of action. One and all, they drew their knives and made the same defiant pledging gesture. In one voice, the leaders cried out so that everyone in the village knew what was happening. "Death to the Moshe!" Kitsan sheathed her knife, then got back to business. "We're going to defend the ziggurat and the northeast quarter. We will tear down all the other defenses, then move them along with everything the Moshe might be able to use against us. All the men and children are going to move into those three manors. We will rip out the main bridge and the secondary bridges as well." She even gave orders to Hanats, "Get some help and bring out the equipment from under the pool." Everyone dispersed to get to work. Bjorn performed demolition duties along with the Mountain Hearts. They pulled up the main bridge, then transported those huge timbers to the new defensive zone. They left the smaller bridges until last, since they needed them for moving everyone into position. The workers did not dismantle any of the manors, as they relocated every other stone and timber to use them in building a defensive barrier all along the canals and the ziggurat stairways. The men swiftly and efficiently took up residence in the three manors of the secure quarter. They moved all manner of foodstuffs, blankets, and other valuables to keep the Moshe from being able to make any use of them. Mountain Heart women transported Bjorn's boat to keep their enemies from using it in some sort of bridging action. The many laborers were an enormous task. Even though the men were small, they were tireless, strong, and totally dedicated. Those women and men with the proper skills repaired the leather straps and other fasteners upon the ancient armor and shields. They fitted that gear onto the warrioresses best able to make use of them. The younger women or those with the smaller bosoms were comfortably able to wear the metallic breastplates. None of the pieces went unused. Every one of the warrioresses had at least one piece of equipment from the forges of their ancient ancestors. The women from the Forgotten Dreamers clan used their special gift as they handled the equipment. They saw back through time to learn the heroic deeds the items had been involved in many centuries past. By melding even deeper with the artifacts, they were able to decipher the hidden powers their ancient ancestors had embedded into their tools of war. They also discovered how the warrioresses could activate those secret augmentations. Few of the village's warrioresses found time to rest sufficiently since they were so busy working through the day. By sunset, they put the finishing touches on a low wall that surrounded their defensive zone. Bjorn led a team of Mountain Heart women to pull up the planks from the last remaining bridges. Kitsan moved among her fighters to position her officers so that no section was at a loss for immediate and decisive leadership. She set back a strong reserve of veteran warrioresses to be ready to deploy to wherever the Moshe might have the perimeter hard pressed. Kitsan made sure she had women who were dedicated battle surgeons and others to carry the critically wounded up to the Ziggurats pool. As the sun set, all was in readiness. The Blood Panthers heard the Moshe drums long before anyone else. When the women whose hearing was sharper than any bats or hares paused to stare off toward the cliffs, then listened to the marching beat of the approaching enemy, every warrioress knew that the time for battle was just about upon them. Bjorn set a ladder against one of the manors, then climbed to the roof for an elevated view of the battlefield. The women burned many lamps and torches, such that they brightly lit the defended area. Though there was no moon, the sky was free of clouds, which let the countless stars illuminate the land sufficiently that he could see. After the pool had remade him into the perfect maximization of his corporeal potential, his vision was like the rest of his body. It operated at an efficiency that was on the verge of preternatural. He could see to the cliff and the narrow trail that came up it. The sight gave him an inspiration. He turned about to seek out Kitsan among the sea of warrioresses, to find her standing just behind him. For an instant he wondered how she knew he needed her, then he chuckled, since precognition was her specialty. They can only come up the trail in single file, he said, expecting her to catch on to his plan. There would be no way to hold them there for long. Kitsan grasped the idea and saw the value in it. She ran to the edge of the roof, then shouted down to the hummingbird chiefess, "Zan Shui, assemble your clan. Hold the cliff at the top of the trail. Keep them back for as long as you can." The woman couldn't believe what she heard. "We could never hold back their whole army. They would trample right over us." Kitsan rebuked her with explosive rage and unwavering insistence. "Get trampled then." Zan Shui snapped to attention, steeled her will, and then saluted her general with a wave of her flanged mace, which was one of the ancient weapons. With a single call, she summoned her fleet-footed warrioresses, then together they leaped out from the fortifications to charge off across the field with the speed of spooked deer. Bjorn moved to the edge of the roof to watch. Kitsan had other plans for him. "They're going to be coming back in a big hurry. I want you to stay by Kabela to do what she tells you." She cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted down to her fighters, "The hummingbirds are coming back with the whole Moshe army on their heels. Get out there and give our guests a warm welcome." The general had skilled officers. Her words were sufficient to set them into action. Lieutenants in the Mountain Heart and Bird Dancer clans assembled a large force of their warrioresses, armed them with javelins and atlatls, and then led them out beyond the defensive perimeter to the edge of the village. Kabela went with them, with Bjorn running along beside her. The hummingbirds reached the head of the trail where it came up the cliff. They crouched down there to ambush the first Moshe as they came up. The invading army already slithered up the trail like a flaming serpent. Their torches blazed in an unbroken chain that stretched for a third of a league through the jungle. Maggot Feast was at the forefront of the vanguard. He climbed up to the high ground without realizing that they already had him surrounded. The light of his own torch foiled his night vision, and the sound of the warriors climbing behind him muffled all subtler sounds. There were no battle cries as the hummingbirds sprang at him from the front and both sides. Their superhuman speed carried them to him before Maggot Feast had enough time to raise his eyes. The wind plunged spears into his body and shattered his bones with blows from their maces. They savaged his body like a pack of dogs, trying to rip him to pieces. Those warrioresses who could not get at him moved to cover the path and repel the next Moshe that came up. The fighting escalated rapidly. The Moshe forced their way up the trail with shouts of rage and brandished weapons. Some of them ferociously pressed directly into the hummingbirds, while others leaped or climbed their way around to the sides. The women had no chance of holding the army back. They fought till it was hopeless because the Moshe broke through along their flanks. A dozen of the invaders were down and bleeding in the dirt. At a call from the hummingbird chiefess, they grabbed their own wounded and then sprinted away. As they retreated for the village, the Moshe poured up the trail, then pursued them in a mad horde of rampaging anger. Those few Moshe who possessed hummingbird-like powers were able to keep up with the women. They soon discovered that the warrioresses' rear guard were ready to repel any harassment. Some of the women turned back to ruthlessly hack the pursuers and pierce them with spears before they sprinted away again to rejoin the body of their clan. The women had lost no one in the skirmish. A few of their wounded needed some support to help them keep up. The Moshe howled zealously for hummingbird blood as they chased after them. Normally the women would have vaulted the canals with ease. Some of the wounded could not effectively jump, and the healthy could not make their own leaps while they assisted them. Most of the hummingbirds crossed over just to make room for those clanswomen who came up behind them. Those who could not make the leap hesitated at the canal as they tried to decide what they should do. If they plunged into the fast current of the canal, the water might sweep them away or drown them because of their heavy armor and weapons. If they stayed where they were, the Moshe would overtake them. Bjorn was the first of the 2nd Brigade to reveal his presence. Though he was as tall and muscular as the most impressive Moshe, he moved with the speed and grace of a jaguar. He leaped the canal in his full armor, broadsword in hand. Bjorn left his shield and crescent axe behind to leave one of his hands free. Kabela followed immediately behind him along with half a dozen of her finest fighters. They too sprang over the rushing water by utilizing the phenomenal Mountain Heart physical prowess. When Bjorn landed amongst the wounded hummingbirds, he grabbed the nearest one by her broad belt and then flung her over the canal as he would a game bag full of hares. One of the Mountain Heart women on the other side of the canal caught the woman he tossed and then set her back safely on her feet. Kabela imitated Bjorn's example by hurling another of the wounded women across the water to the waiting arms of one of her Mountain Heart clan sisters. 2 other Mountain Hearts who crossed over pitched a third of the wounded hummingbirds to safety. The fastest of the Moshe warriors arrived at the edge of the village, then attacked without any fanfare or ceremonial challenge. All of them were intent on being the one that slew Bjorn and rid their race of the only worthy nemesis they had ever seen. A moment before they were in range to strike him down, a torrential barrage of Atlatl-propelled javelins and hurled spears ripped into the Moshe with the unerring accuracy that only bird dancers could impart into them. Bjorn, Kabela, and her Mountain Heart lieutenants did not use the missile salvo as cover to escape. They counterattacked instead. Bjorn took his broadsword in both hands to begin hewing wounded Moshe to death. His massive muscles barely allowed him to get both of his hands upon the hilt of his weapon. So much force was behind his swings that the iron blade began to curve under the strain of impacting Moshe bone. Only by administering blows with the opposite edge during his backhand swings was he able to keep his weapon fairly straight. With the aid of the sustained hail of incoming javelins and spears, the small force of champions left the ground littered with mutilated Moshe corpses before the bulk of the approaching army forced them to withdraw. They sprang over the canal to rejoin the assembled battalion of warrioresses on the other side of the flowing water. Kabela spun about just in time to respond to one reptilian-guised Moshe as he sprang over the canal to land on her. His shark-toothed mace led his way with the intention of killing her unawares. The Mountain Heart chiefess let out a focusing shout as she snapped a kick into the Moshe's chest. Her foot impacted with the force of a whale's tail slap. The Moshe flew back as though she had launched him from a catapult. He landed into the milling horde of his kind. The blood that spewed from his agonized mouth was testament to his many shattered ribs. More Moshe began to leap over the canal in pursuit of Bjorn. Warrioresses waited with spears to catch them from the air as they landed. For a moment it seemed as though the defenders might be able to hold the canal. As the Moshe spread along the waterfront and began crossing at either flank, it became clear that the position was untenable. "Fall back," Bjorn shouted. "Get back to the battlements." The women pulled out and dashed away with the unity of flocking birds. Bjorn, Kabela, and other champions brought up the rear. They smote down any Moshe with the audacity to try overtaking the retreating fighters. The women had another canal to cross over for them to get back to the safety of their fortified village quarter. As before, the wounded lacked the means to make the crossing on their own. Mountain Heart women picked up then threw those who could not jump. Bird dance huntresses used their clan's power to guide and support the aerial travelers so that they landed with minimal difficulty. Even though the warrioresses had perfectly executed their withdrawal, the Moshe were still able to pursue them in sufficient numbers to be a real threat. Bjorn and the rest of the rear guard had no choice but to turn and fight them to avoid the Moshe striking them in their backs. Though they were already outnumbered 4-1, Bjorn and the women had no other option than to stand and deliver. Just as the Moshe were about to destroy Bjorn and those brave enough to help him hold the rear, an elite squad of warrioresses dashed in from both sides to bring the advantage back to the defenders' favor. The heavily armed women had hidden among the vegetation in the lush gardens that flanked the pathway. Bloodless ones, blood panthers, and spirit mist veterans ripped into the Moshe with a fury beyond restraint. The Moshe refused to retreat, and such was their own savagery that they did not hold back from unleashing lethal force against the warrioresses that they had once been so intent on capturing in good health. The skirmish was brutally fast and bloody. It was mostly Moshe blood that spilled over the ground. The metal weapons of the women's ancient ancestors proved to be far more effective against the Moshe than any of their traditional armaments had been during previous battles. Zanaka, the Bloodless One chiefess, was among those who had hidden in the gardens. She had carried along a metal spear from the ziggurat arsenal. "Go," she cried as she planted the butt of her weapon with a solid downward plunge. "I'll cover you." The slender blade of the spearhead glowed from within like molten gold, then lightning shot from it in a fan that raked over the advancing Moshe. It blew the nearest warriors back through the air. The intense current drove those that were further away down to their knees. By the time that the electrocuted Moshe had recovered and more of their warriors had caught up to replace the fallen who could not recover, Bjorn and the women had already escaped over the canal. During the fighting, spirit caller huntresses had come to the aid. They used their clan's gift to animate many ropes so that the line spanned the canals, then coiled about the trunks of 2 trees. Their rope supported a platform of wooden planks across the canal to form an impromptu bridge. Those warrioresses who could not leap the water used the bridge to make their way across. One of the Moshe, a warrior with the battle guise of a ferocious humanoid dog, sprang onto the bridge platform to continue the pursuit. The spirit callers withdrew the bridge's ropes to drop him into the rushing current. As the warrior tried to swim, the women made the ropes wrap around his arms and legs and drag him beneath the water to drown him. Through sheer physical strength, the Moshe shredded the ropes that restrained him, then he struggled back to the surface to swim for the edge. Just before he reached the far side, a huge stone hurled by a Mountain Heart fighter crushed in his skull to sink him for good. 100 Moshe poured through the village and then flung themselves at the defenses. Hundreds more swarmed around the other 3 sides of the barricades. The warriors cast away their torches and all pretenses of capturing women so that they could wage war unfettered. The women had strong battlements set at the inner brink of the canals. The Moshe had to cross the water and the walls to be able to get at their prey. The women smashed them back with everything they had. The shouts, screams, and dust sowed confusion everywhere. It was only the fierce command of the officers that kept the defenders from disintegrating into chaos. The Moshe could not easily circumvent the wide canals with their deep, fast-moving water. Many of them tried to leap across or swim to the other side. The barricade held them in check long enough to let the women drive them off with blows from their weapons. The canals began to turn red with spilled Moshe blood. Other Moshe went off to cut down trees or to ransack the village for other materials that they could use to make bridges for their siege. Those Moshe with volatile special powers that were capable of inflicting harm at a distance used their disciplines to drive the women off the battlements. Entropy fields, pyrokinesis, and remote detonations wore down the resistance as those powers swept the barricades with wrath. The Moshe had many forms of malevolence, and they held none of them in check. The ziggurats soon proved to be the weak link in the chain of defenses. Both stairways were free of any canal to act as a defensive moat. The tiered uphill nature of the structure had defensive advantages. The Moshe were still able to scale the monument at every point, so their warriors swarmed up the ziggurat in heavy numbers. Kitsan sent her reserves to reinforce the ziggurat. The women had built a hip-high defensive wall to defend their monument. They had constructed it from tightly stacked stones that the spirit callers had weaved together with wiry vines that prevented the Moshe from easily pulling the blocks down. Because the defenders had the advantage of the high ground, they punished their attackers with a hail of deadly missiles and merciless blows from the metal weapons of their ancient ancestors. The warrioresses used the interior 4th side of the ziggurat to ferry their wounded up to the sacred pool where Hanats healed them. The freshly rejuvenated fighters sprang from the waters to return immediately to the battle in perfect vitality and condition. The battle raged without pause or reprieve. The Moshe set bridges over the canals and stormed the battlements in several places. Both sides poured out their might without hesitation or conservation. Critically wounded and dead Moshe floated down the river's current to finally plunge over the falls. A few times, the Moshe managed to get a foothold within the defensive perimeter. On each occasion, the warrioresses managed to force them back before the Moshe managed to secure the beachhead, then pour warriors in through the opening. The steadily dwindling healing powers of the ziggurat pool kept the women fighting as they held their ground. The high priestess, the forgotten dreamers, and the climbing flowers women all felt how weak the waters became. Midnight passed, and then the morning was halfway to dawn when the Moshe made their final great push. Moshe entropy fields weakened the vines that knitted the walls, then the Moshe pulled down the stones at the main avenues of entry. Kitsan foresaw the danger when the Moshe came close to defeating them. Her precognition had assured her that the outcome of the battle had equal odds of ending either way. As a true general, she was far from above sacrificing a few to save the many. It was not easy for her to send the hand signal to Hanats that told her to execute their special contingency, but she did it anyway. Hanats, however, was all too eager to do what they had carefully planned as their act of last resort. The High Priestess quickly sought out Bjorn, who fought at the Ziggurat's southern staircase. She had a score of good fighters and 2 of the chieftesses with her, Hecate of the Holy Whispers and Mako of the Climbing Flowers. The warrioresses drove back the Moshe while the 3 leaders pulled Bjorn away from the battle. "Do it," Hanats ordered Hecate as she forced an uncorked bottle into Bjorn's hand. "It's now or never." When Bjorn hesitated, since he did not understand what was happening, the High Priestess punched him in his breastplate. "Drink it all right now." Mako reached out with her Climbing Flowers discipline to contact the energy reserve of the sacred pool. Once she acted as a pipeline for the energy of the metaphysical powers, she began feeding them into Hecate and Bjorn. Hecate grabbed Bjorn by his shoulders and stared up into his eyes. She was the strongest whisperer ever born to the village, and she had all the power of the entire pool to back it up. Using the voice, she spoke to Bjorn. Her words bypassed his mind to take root directly in his spirit. "Pain to you is pleasure that brings on laughter." She told him in the holy whisper, "Screams of death are music to your ears. Venting your hatred is like passionate love-making. You cannot die. You are an invincible king, a prince of hate, and a lord of destruction. Your gods and ancestors watch you now. Show them you are the greatest warrior this world has ever known." Bjorn threw back his head as he roared to the black heavens. He had just swallowed enough potent stimulants and battle and raging compounds that they would have killed any normal man by driving his heart beyond its beating limits. He laughed deep and loud until it trailed off to a maniacal glee as he asked rhetorically, "How could I have ever been so foolish? Only the weak need to defend. The strong must attack." Bjorn turned, then ran down the southern stairs. He leaped, landed on the remains of the wall, and then sprang again. As he flew down through the night air, Bjorn cried, "Odin!" He passed over the heads of the Moshe that stormed the monument to land in the canal with a tremendous splash. The Moshe fell into confusion at that moment. Entering the Fortress of the Women had been necessity for them to get at Bjorn. Since Bjorn was no longer inside, their goals fell apart. Those Moshe who were close to where Bjorn had entered the water jumped in after him. Dozens of the Battlegeist warriors plunged in without hesitation. Bjorn remained hidden underwater, but they knew he had to be in there somewhere. Bjorn held his breath while he let the current sweep him down to the first turn in the canal. He popped up there, then jammed the blade of his axe in the stonework at the corner. With the nimbleness of an acrobatic carnival performer, he tossed up his sword, caught the edge of the canal with his free hand, and then swung himself up to standing on the ground above. Only a few Moshe were close to Bjorn when he appeared, and they moved in straight away to kill him. One threw a spear, but Bjorn casually blocked it with the thrust of his crescent-headed axe. More amazingly, he caught the falling weapon in his free hand, then hurled it back. As the spear struck the Moshe in his shoulder, Bjorn picked up his broadsword, then charged for his next closest adversary. Much like the spear, Bjorn caught a swing from his enemy's club in the crook of his axe head. In matters of offense, the axe was somewhat awkward for a weapon. What it lacked in the attack, it more than made up for in its advantage as a proactive defense. A blow from Bjorn's broadsword took off the Moshe's leg at the knee. After that one fell, Bjorn used the crook of the axe to pin his head down like he would use a fork on a snake. Bjorn dropped his weight onto the large rounded butt of the axe's handle to make the blade slice through 3/4 of the Moshe's neck. The third Moshe threw one of his 2 clubs. As the heavy missile tumbled through the air, Bjorn's sword slapped it away. When they came together, Bjorn hammered away with his 2 weapons against his enemy's 1. Before the end of his first flurry, Bjorn had buried one crescent horn of the axe's blade into the Moshe's thigh. The club landed a glancing blow to Bjorn's helmet. The smooth, organic edges of the helm left no edge for a weapon to catch on to get a better bite. Bjorn thrust the broadsword into the Moshe's groin, pulled it out, and then took off his enemy's head with a full turning backhand swing. Many more Moshe surrounded Bjorn, then closed their circle. Everywhere he looked, he saw their Battlegeist forms. The whole scene filled Bjorn with pleasure. The blow to his head had only served to excite him. It was like a caress that had left him eager for more. Moshe dashed in to be the one to slay the false sleeping king, and Bjorn was ready for them. He was stronger, faster, and more fearless than any one of them could ever dream of being. Mako pumped power into him directly from the sacred pool. All mortal limitations had fled from him. He was the perfect Viking and thus the most fearsome killer imaginable. Bjorn slew them one by one. He was a master craftsman at butchering unwilling bodies using his crescent axe and broadsword. As the number of Moshe around Bjorn grew, his chances of survival diminished. The growing mound of dead around Bjorn's feet prevented him from freely maneuvering. The Moshe pressing in from every side were about to overwhelm him. In that moment before the Moshe finally accomplished their goal, the women attacked the ring of Moshe from their rear. They had all come from behind the barricades to carry the attack to their enemy. A great slaughter of Moshe then ensued. The warriors failed to control their violent need to kill Bjorn. Without rallying against the huntresses, they were doomed to losing the battle altogether. Holy Whisper huntresses compounded their problems by commanding them to slay Bjorn and prove themselves in battle against a real warrior. The challenge was irresistible to most of them. They could not break off from a man they hated to concern themselves about women. Bjorn also wanted the Moshe to ignore their real danger and think only about him. "Come for me," he shouted at them in the women's language. "I'm the only man for you to fight within 100 leagues in any direction. I stand here alone against an entire army. Can't even one of you shut my mouth? The Moshe I have killed are my slaves in the next world." The warrioresses were at their peak of confidence and savagery. They tore into Moshe flesh with their weapons and did not stop until they had eradicated the original Moshe army. It had begun as the assembled bulk of the whole adult Moshe population. It was a glorious height of power they would never see again. In the course of the battle, more than half of the fallen Moshe had escaped from the village seriously wounded. The river had carried away at least a score of their dead. Twice that many still laid scattered about in various grisly positions. The graphic panoramas only hinted at what heroic efforts had gone into defending the village and taking their lives. The Moshe had critically wounded many of the valiant women. Only one had not reached the Ziggurat's pool in time for it to save her life. The fountain could give youth, vitality, and even physical perfection, but the resurrection of the dead was beyond its abilities. Those Moshe who were still alive picked up any comrades who were too injured to escape on their own and then leaped into the canals to let the waters carry them away to safety. The women pursued them to the edge of the village, but no further. The Moshe retreated from the last battle of a lost war. Dawn was not far away, and when it came, the Festival of Torches would be over for good. The supremacy of the Moshe was a shattered memory. The death of so many of their veteran warriors was a loss the Moshe nation would never be able to replenish. Their remaining warriors fled disgracefully in full rout. They had become a scattered band of raiders with no cause to unify them. As dawn came, the Moshe were gone. The women gathered the enemy dead, beheaded the corpses, and then threw their bodies into the canal so the water could carry them away. The knots had already healed the final batch of wounded, then worked to clean the top of the ziggurat for a ceremonial thanks to Kukulkan. The one dead huntress had been from the Blood Panther clan. Like all of her people, she had been bolder in battle than was prudent. A blow from a flint axe had split her helmet as neatly as her skull. She had been dead before her body hit the ground. Her clanswomen carried her body home to wash and prepare it for a proper funeral. Bjorn was restless after all the fighting. His body was too efficient to feel strain or exhaustion. His enhanced constitution not only let him recuperate faster than he was capable of exerting himself, it even regenerated minor injuries. A hard day's work for Bjorn was like a week of bed rest for a lesser man. He sought out Kit Zahn so he could properly celebrate his heroic victory. Like any Norseman, he wanted to punctuate a night of killing with some hard drinking and the soft, affectionate body of a comely woman. Bjorn found her among the other chieftesses. They laughed over their miraculous defeat of the Moshe's eon-long tyranny. Amidst their rejoicing, they also discussed the many chores of cleaning up the village. They needed to rebuild the bridges, replant the trampled gardens, and perform 100 other repairs. Bjorn waited for a lull in their conversation, then marched up to snatch her off her feet and toss her over his shoulder. She struggled momentarily, but quit when she realized she would have a better chance of escaping the grasp of an anaconda. "Put me down," she complained. "I have duties to perform." "You do at that," he agreed amusedly with a sampling smack of her flawless backside. "You belong to me, and you're needed in bed. After I'm done with you, you can go back to tending to your own business and playing with your friends." The other chiefesses chuckled over their lover's antics. Bjorn had earned his right to be audacious with their general. He carried her back to the Watchful One manor, then straight to her private chamber. The clan's men already busily moved back home and were getting everything in order. Zabu took the time to wait dutifully on Kitsan and Bjorn. He brought them the finest cuisine like cacao, spiced bache, and fresh fruit, and dishes of hot food. Bjorn and Kitsan whiled away the day in her bed, basking in all the comforts of the village, making love and feasting on delicacies. By early afternoon, Hanats was ready to lead the village in a ceremony to thank Kukulkan for delivering them from the Moshe. Every woman, man, and child in the village gathered at the base of the ziggurat to join in paying homage to the village's patron god. They had dressed in their finest, most colorful garments. The mood was one of celebration. Hanats began with a long sermon of gratitude to Kukulkan. She made 12 prayers, one for each of the clans, and released a brightly plumed bird at the end of each. Afterwards, she summoned the chiefesses up the stairs so that they could join her at the summit of the monument. Once the 13 leaders with their lip plugs stood poised together overlooking all that remained of the once awesome empire of their ancestors, the high priestess began another address. She said, "We have finally broken the Moshe's grip upon our lives. In 3 days we will begin the great hunt to track down the survivors and destroy them." The people cheered Hanats's name, but she promptly quieted them down with patting hand gestures. "I have done nothing to merit your recognition," Hanats continued. "It was Bjorn and your chiefesses who won this victory. They called for courage when I urged cautious acquiescence. They chose pride over prudence, and in so doing they revealed to me that I have been acting like a coward. They defended Bjorn even when I was ready to abandon him. I have failed in my every duty. I tried to buy our survival at too high a price. That is why I am stepping down. In apology, I will give myself to the waters. My life will help to replenish its dwindling energy." Everyone in the village stood stunned and unable to make a sound. Only the murmurs and cries of young children broke the silence. Not even the dogs made an utterance. They too understood what she said and realized its grave import. The high priestess's commands were law when spoken from the ziggurat's summit. No one dared question her. Hanats removed her turquoise-hued headdress of high office. She faced her 12 chiefesses to select her replacement. "One of you must take my place. Each of you is worthy despite flaws I see in you." She took 2 steps to Kitsan. "You commanded the victory against the Moshe. No one is better suited than you to lead our people in hunting down those who remain and exterminating them. I choose you to replace me as High Priestess. My final order is that you use my life to replenish the pool. I shall be a guardian and advisor to this village from the other side." Kitsan removed her own headdress, then replaced it with the mantle of the High Priestess. "I pledge before Kukulkan that I shall always do what is best for our people." To complete the transfer of office, Hanat stepped to the pool, discarding her garments along the way. She slipped into the water and waded out toward the disc. After turning the wheel to the pictogram she required, Hanats waved for Kitsan to join her. "To be the new High Priestess, you must drink the tears of Kukulkan." Kitsan stripped, entered the pool, and then waded out to fill her cupped hands from the fountainhead. She guzzled down the water, and it filled her with physical strength and flashes of memory. Her mind raced through a century of contemplation in only moments. Kitsan suddenly realized the awesome beauty of nature, the intrigue and danger of their war against the Moshe, and the glorious ambition of restoring the empire to their ancestors. She came to her senses renewed, at peace, and ready to seize the reins of authority to drive her people with courage and confidence. Kitsan gazed down to find that her hand was over her abdomen. The tears of Kukulkan had changed her in profound ways, and she could feel that it had changed her unborn son as well. It made her smile. Even though fate demanded they have separate lives, she knew that she and her son would reunite one day. "So it is done," Hanats told her protege in a distant, emotionless voice. Without gazing around, saying goodbye, or any sort of fanfare, Hanats blew the air from her lungs and settled to the bottom of the pool to pass away into the next world. Kitsan stood and watched. She observed passively as the waters of the sacred pool began to drain away Hanats's life and experience. Time reversed as the layers of her life peeled away and the waters consumed them as sustenance. As the waters washed the years from Hanats, her physical body reversed its natural progression as well. The pool rapidly unwove the tapestry of her life. When it finished, Hanats would be one with the womb of the waters. That end never came to pass. Kitsan reached down and lifted Hanats back to the surface of the pool. The waters had rejuvenated the former high priestess to the body of her late teen years. She was young, totally fit, and amazingly beautiful. After a long gasp of air, Hanats asked her, "What are you doing?" Her voice was as youthful and full of new promise as was her body. "I cannot give you what you've asked for," Kitsan explained. "I cannot afford to lose you. Your greatest victories are ahead of you. I have seen the future as clearly as I see you now. You will rise through the ranks as before, and one day you shall wear the mantle of High Priestess again. I promise you that." Hanats pulled the jade plug from her lower lip and dunked her head. By the time she came back up, the waters had healed the hole for wearing it closed. She paused to look at the adornment for the ruling elite as it rested in her palm. Her memories were hazy, and she no longer felt the tremendous burden of the authority that had stolen her enthusiasm for life. Hanats handed the plug to Kitsan. "What is to become of me now? You're young, but you have many gifts." Kitsan put an arm around the girl's shoulders. "You have your choice of clans." Hanats already knew what she wanted. "I was raised a hummingbird. That is where I want to be. I want to go home." Zhan Shui stepped to the edge of the pool and offered her hand to Hanats. "Welcome home then, sister." She pulled her new clanswoman from the pool, embraced her, and then released her to gather her things. Kitsan redressed in her garments and jewelry that addressed the assembled village. "Hanats is reborn to the Hummingbird clan," she declared. "Tiatsana is now chiefess of the Watchful Ones. She should now come up and take her place among us." Hanats headed down the ziggurat and past Kitsan's chief lieutenant as she was climbing up. Kitsan gave Tiatsana the Watchful One headdress, lip plug, and a warm embrace. The change meant that Kitsan would be moving out of the Watchful One manor and into the residence of the High Priestess. The parting would be an emotional issue for the whole clan. "Tonight we feast," Kitsan shouted down over the villagers. "We have reason to celebrate. Make ready, everyone. We will drink the best bache and cacao, smoke our finest tobacco, and praise Kukulkan with our songs and laughter. Never again will we make bargains with the Moshe. From now on, we are the hunters and they are our prey." To end the ceremony, Kitsan made the traditional blessings of the village by taking a handful of water from the pool and casting it into the air while invoking Kukulkan. The villagers dispersed to their own manor grounds, then went to work. They gave top priority to rebuilding the bridges. Bjorn had become a skilled woodmaker. From building his boat, he joined in on the bridging detail. Kitsan arranged for men to take Hanats' personal possessions to Hummingbird Manor and then deliver her own to the High Priestess's dwelling. Chapter 14. The Sleepless King. As the day neared sunset, the workers completed the important chores. The Moshe had heavily damaged much of the village's scenic beauty, and ceremonial decorations were conspicuously absent for the evening celebration. Nothing could subdue the joyous mood. The promise of ample victuals and vintage maize beer improved everyone's disposition even further. By village tradition, each clan feasted separately on their home grounds. They were too proud to drink together without ending up in brawls. Bjorn and Kitsan were at Watchful One Manor as the sun set. The men had prepared the long tables and a glorious feast. Everyone had a drinking bowl of cacao or spiced bache. Kitsan stood so that she could officially bless the proceedings with a toast. "Kukulkan has delivered us from our enemies. Let us drink to Bjorn, our sleeping king." Everyone drank, and then the empty bowls clattered as they went to the table. Tiatsana already wore her new lip plug and chiefess's headdress. Her plug was a small rod of gold. It would be some time before she had stretched the opening sufficiently to wear a full-sized plug. The smaller ornament was a fitting testament to her novice status as a chiefess. "We have been searching the future," the new chiefess declared for everyone. "Moshe are broken and scattered. Never again will they gather in force to come against us. The worst is behind us." Kitsan reached across time with her superior precognition, then came back with the same conclusion. "All praise to Kukulkan. The time for rebuilding the empire has finally come." The barking of a dog interrupted the celebration, then the color drained from everyone but Bjorn. He alone was not able to communicate with the intelligent guard dogs. He asked, "What's going on?" "The Moshe," Tiatsana explained. "The dogs can hear their drums. They're coming." Bjorn sprang up from his seat, then reached for his sword. "How can that be? You said you were certain they weren't coming back." "If it's a fight they want," Kitsan growled, "they've come to the right place." She gestured to Zabu. "Get the children inside and seal the doors. It will take blood to get to the bottom of this mystery." Every dog in the village began barking the same warning. It was not long before every woman in the village had armed, dressed in her armor, and then taken her post at the defenses. Bjorn, Kitsan, and a large force of village champions gathered at the main bridge to see what was happening. Bukitsa sniffed the breeze with her superhuman sense of smell. "I don't smell any torches." She turned to Tiatsana. "How come you did not know they were coming back?" The new Watchful One chiefess didn't know why. "I saw clearly that they were not coming coming back. I've never been wrong before. I can't imagine how anything could confuse our predictions. Nothing is powerful enough to change fate, not even the gods. Bukitsa watched the cliff with her night vision that had an eagle's telescopic range. What she saw made her gasp. This has to be a trick to try and scare us. Kitsan demanded, "What can you see?" "The Moshe are coming back," she answered. "They're armed to fight and not bothering with any torches this time." Bukitsa tried to swallow, but her mouth was dry. The warrior leading them is one I have never seen before, but his battle guise is from the old stories. There is no way that Bloodskin the Firstborn could still be alive. Could he? Bjorn had little knowledge about stories from the old empire, so what if it is this Bloodskin? We beat them all before, and there were more of them to fight. Bunatsu knew the legends better than anyone. Bloodskin was the son of the high priest. He was the first Moshe born from the pool and supposedly by far the most powerful. His father realized he could never control an army of perfect warriors, so all that came after him were considerably weaker. Legends say that Bloodskin killed the last emperor and then his own father too. If it is him, he has to be more than 3,500 years old. Bloodskin led his Moshe army toward the main bridge. Behind him was every warrior left in his nation. The women had slain more than a fourth of the whole population over the last 3 days. What remained was still an imposing force. Kitsan used dogs to send an order for most of her warrioresses to shift into position for repelling a full frontal assault at the main bridge. Those forces relocated with all the swift efficiency that their hundreds of rehearsals had prepared them for. Bjorn waited at the inner end of the main bridge. He got a good view of Bloodskin as the Moshe came within extreme javelin range. Like his name implied, Bloodskin's battle guise was a thick running coat of glistening blood. Just climbing from a vat of blood would not have accounted for the volume of gore in his appearance. The garish liquid actually boiled out from his skin to pour down his body in sheets that drenched the ground in his passing. Bloodskin was a full 2 hands taller than Bjorn and considerably more muscular. The warrior was more of an ogre than a man. His features protruded and were brutish. All his bones and joints were thicker and stronger than was normal. He had neither weapon nor armor, not even so much as a breechcloth. Kitsan and all the chieftesses were with Bjorn at the bridge. Another 60 of the village's elite fighters waited close behind them. Their hail of javelins at the opening of hostilities would take a devastating toll on the Moshe. The Moshe lacked the manpower and reputation to win such a confrontation. Bloodskin halted his army about 60 paces from the end of the bridge. "You're surprised to see me, Kitsan." His voice was deep and ominous. A watchful one should never be surprised by anything. The diction bespoke the absolute self-control of a perfectionist. "We don't host Moshe festivals anymore," Kitsan replied. "When you come onto our ground, you're guaranteed a fight. I see it written now." Then on the 4th day, the prideful women butchered the remaining Moshe like they were just so many peccaries lying asleep in a field. The bloody Moshe leader reached for his nose, then removed a golden septum ornament from beneath the waterfall of fresh blood. "You did not know I was coming because I did not wish you to know." He tossed the ornament high into the air so that it came down in an arc to land between Bunatsu's breasts where she caught it. "Yes, I can control such things and so much more. You are my wayward daughters, so I blame myself for this whole fiasco. I trusted in incompetent lieutenants who have failed me miserably. Once you fully understand who I am, we will negotiate the terms for the new Festival of Torches." The Forgotten Dreamer chiefess gripped the nose ring in her left fist and then let her perceptions fly back with it through time. In a vision, she would experience the ring's entire history. Fistilian and the Old Crow watched in the form of intangible spirits. "Go and put your hand on her shoulder," the Old Crow instructed Fistilian. He walked over, then put his hand on the Forgotten Dreamer chiefess. The Old Crow had taught him to stop asking so many questions and just pay attention. "We are already in a forgotten dream," the avian god lectured. "It is a simple matter for us to join her on her journey." Bunatsu's forgotten dream began with a thin man of local complexion as he dug nuggets of gold from a high mountain stream. Next, an old goldsmith with a shop in a bustling city fashioned the perfectly filigreed septum ring. 42 centuries passed since he had finished the ornament. The ring had passed through the noses of many regal owners before it had finally ended up in the possession of the emperor's treasury. A lofty city of white stone rose above a lush jungle canopy. Several ziggurats and mighty tiered palaces reached the sunshine above the jungle. Dozens of emperors passed before one of them gave the nose ring to his high priest as but one of many lavish rewards. So pure was the gold and magnificent the craftsmanship that the ornament became a badge of the high priest's office. Many high priests wore it before it found its way to the nose of the fabled last high priest that toppled the empire. During late-night ceremonies, the priest poured the blood of animals into Nachu Dao's sacred pool. By capturing the serpentine spirits and then unraveling them, the high priest appropriated their traits so he could use them in his experiments. It was a secret too blasphemous for him to keep hidden. Merchants had brought him all manner of creatures from every corner of the known world, and he had paid them handsomely from the temple's coffers. An investigation ordered by the last emperor led to the high priest's disgrace. At his trial, the high priest brilliantly expounded on his plans to take the people to a higher level, to abandon man's natural gifts and imbue everyone with the best abilities to be found in all living things. The same artistry had made the dogs that were as intelligent as the average man and sometimes smarter than most. Some of the nobles realized that if a dog could rise up to such a noble state, then a man could become so much more as well. When the priest knew that his case was lost, he sent assassins to slay the emperor. They had failed to pass the royal guards. Loyal troops chased the priest to his stronghold of Nachu Dao, then trapped him inside with those still loyal to him. The small city stood poised high in the mountains among snow-covered peaks. The builders had set stone blocks the size of haystacks together like a puzzle to form seamless perfection. The high priest knew his situation was hopeless. He gave way to his last resort by taking his grown son and head of his personal guard to the great pool. In a monstrous baptism, the priest infused his son with the best traits of all the living things the water had sampled. His son screamed from the constant horrible pain. So many forces fought to take root in him, and many tried to kill him because they were so incompatible. The healing power of the waters would not allow him to die. He experienced a death 1,000 times without ever dying. When it was over, Bloodskin emerged in his grossly brutish form. One by one, the priest sent the rest of his warriors through the water. The priest had learned from the mistake he had made with his son, so that all those he crafted thereafter were not so radically changed. They were beautiful specimens of humanity, only not so powerful as Bloodskin. The priest was a vain man and wanted his servants to be in tune with his utopian dream. Bloodskin understood that his oafish ugliness repulsed his father. He still faithfully led the Moshe against the last emperor's besieging army, then crushed them. He could wield any of the gifts of all the village clans and all those of the Moshe as well. Bloodskin still had many more arts that only he could perform, and all of them were far more potent than anyone else could achieve with them. Hundreds of great warriors died at his hands. After bringing his father the severed head of the last emperor, Bloodskin cut off the high priest's head as well. He placed them facing each other upon the great altar with the statement, "So much for religion and diplomacy." Bloodskin plucked the nose ring from his father's head, then put it on. In the midst of the vision from the distant past, his former self turned to stare at Bunatsu, Fistilion, and the Old Crow because he saw them. "You know who I am," he said while he reached out toward them. A flick of his hand and a shooing gesture ended their forgotten dream. Like it was a bothersome fly, he waved away. The original Bloodskin extended his hand, then used the bird dance power to cause his nose ring to fly out from Bunatsu's hand, then end up in his own. "You have seen enough," he told her. "Tell your fledgling high priestess that I have come to speak with her. She would be wise to do so civilly." "It's him," the worried chiefess confirmed. "I have seen him in battle. We cannot beat him. No one here can. He is too powerful." Kitsan felt the burden of supreme responsibility for the first time, then understood how Hadnach could have endured making foul agreements with the Moshe. "You should hear me out," Bloodskin told Kitsan after he read her thoughts. "You have summoned me here by defying my plans. If the Sleeping King is here, send him out. I know him, and he will know me. If his name was true to his nature, you would call him the King of Apathy." Kitsan asked, "And if we refuse?" Bloodskin's voice became even deeper and more sinister. "I may become angry." He raised a hand toward the sky, and thunder rumbled in answer to it. When he raised his other hand, lightning flashed. As he pulled down both hands like ripping open the sky, storm clouds rolled in, rain began to fall, and the weather changed. Bjorn moved to Kitsan's side. "Can we kill him?" She shook her head no. Only the Sleeping King could kill him. Her dour attitude confirmed his suspicions, and I'm not the Sleeping King. Kitsan took his hand. "There's something you should know. I'm pregnant with our son. The three of us have to get through this together." Bjorn knew what he had to do. He should have died out at sea in the hurricane. Instead, gods or fate gave him a second chance at being alive again. He took off his wrought iron knife, then handed it to her. "I want our son to have this. You give it to him. Tell him what kind of man his father was." She was not so quick to comprehend. When she did understand what he planned, she rejected the idea entirely. You're not going out there. If you do, he will kill you. I already know what will happen. We must use cunning to find some other way. If I don't go, he will just kill someone else, Bjorn replied. There is not always another way. Someone from this village has to go out there. Everyone is waiting for that person to be me. He grabbed her at the shoulders, then stared into her eyes. You were wrong about him not coming here tonight, and you're wrong about me now. I can beat this fool. You don't even have to believe in me. Just get out of my way. She was not prepared to send him out to die on their behalf. You're not one of us anyway. You're only a guest here. I will make some bargain with him. You can take your boat and leave tomorrow. You know I can't do that. He pulled her close with a hand behind her neck, then kissed her. I'm not going to run away. I won't abandon my family. Being born in this village is not the only way to become a part of it. I'm going to show you another. Kitson did not agree with his plan, even as she foresaw that he would go through with it. She sent an order back toward her fighters. Bring up a long torch immediately. She next called over Zanaka. He needs your spear, so show him how to use it. The weapon had hurled lightning the night before, and Kitson thought it might give Bjorn some advantage. Other warrioresses came up, then added pieces to Bjorn's armor. They properly adjusted all the straps and buckles so that the suit of metal rode on him comfortably. The Bloodless One Chiefess gave her lightning spear to Bjorn. When you truly wish it to be so, the lightning will come forth. It knows what you want so long as you have faith. The Bird Dance Chiefess gave Bjorn a bandolier of obsidian throwing knives. My thoughts will be with you, she pledged. When you throw these, I will see to it that they strike your target. All of us will be aiding you as best we can. A woman came running up with a lit torch that had a handle as long as a spear. Bjorn fit the shield on his left arm, then carried the spear in that same hand. His sword hung sheathed from his belt. He took the torch in his right hand. Even though it was raining, the flammable resins in the head of the torch allowed it to burn steadily. Bjorn jogged to the center of the bridge, then cast his eyes up as thunder rumbled in the heavens. He shouted, I hear you, Thor. Can you hear me over the clatter of your chariot's iron rims? I am only one Norseman. See how many stand here against me. Tell our father Odin that the blood of these fools is my gift to him. The sky fell silent, then exploded with lightning and thunder that struck everyone like a blow to the chest. Bloodskin was not impressed. You're not the Sleeping King. I know him. You're right, Bjorn readily admitted. I'm not the Sleeping King, and to tell the truth, I don't know anything about him. All I really care about is that I found a city full of beautiful women, and the only real man within 200 leagues happens to be me. This isn't your pissing ground anymore. They now belong to me. Bloodskin paused to think, and it was proof that he had a moment of doubt. The nearest Moshe behind him was Death Creeper. Bloodskin summoned him forward. This is your failure. Redeem yourself by killing him. Bjorn moved out past the end of the bridge and planted the torch in the ground. Yeah, he taunted. Come here and get some redemption. I could use a little warming up. Death Creeper carried an axe he had made from a large block of flint. He closed on Bjorn at a jog. His offhand held a large rock that he tossed at Bjorn before breaking into a sprint. Death Creeper caused the stone to detonate when it was just out of Bjorn's reach. The metal shield on Bjorn's arm deflected most of the stone fragments, and his armor repelled the rest. It was enough of a distraction to allow the Moshe to get in close enough to swing the axe at him. Bjorn interposed the shaft of his spear to block the weapon, and then he smashed the bottom edge of his shield into the Moshe's teeth. Another stroke from Death Creeper's axe landed on the center of Bjorn's shield. The flint blade shattered while the shield went unmarked. Bjorn delivered a ramming swing with the shield that sent Death Creeper back 5 paces through the air. As the vine-stitched skeleton of a Moshe landed on his back in the dirt, Bjorn came down on top of him to pin him through the head with his spear. Death Creeper struggled until Bjorn twisted the spear so he could pull it out. Another Moshe dashed in to take the place of the first. His mouth stretched open as thousands of spiders crawled out like a living red and black vomit. They spread all over his body while biting him with their poisonous fangs. Bjorn shifted the spear to his shield hand, then used hummingbird speed to throw 3 of the Bird Dance knives. The whole Bird Dance clan worked together to guide the weapons on their way. The first knife struck Spider Plague in the stomach, the second lodged in his throat, and then the third went in his open mouth. Bjorn followed up with another of his overbearing shield slams. The impact hammered all 3 blades deeper in the Moshe's body while it hurled his corpse to crumple in the dirt. Are these your best? Bjorn mocked Bloodskin. Go ahead and feed me your whole army. Maggot Feast had miraculously survived his encounter with the Hummingbird clan on the previous night. It had been his second close call with death. His wounds had all healed, and he felt hot for glory, so he stepped up to take his turn. "I have killed 2 of your kind already," Maggot Feast boasted. "Now I will get to kill all 3 of you. I will be the new warlord emperor, and Kitsan shall be my mate." Maggot Feast committed himself by charging at Bjorn. He had a massive war club that he would use to beat Bjorn to death. Bjorn flung off his shield so that it flew with a discus's flight. The shield smashed into Maggot Feast at his knees, tripping him. The Moshe flipped himself back onto his feet just in time for his head to receive Bjorn's quick-drawn broadsword. Bjorn stomped Maggot Feast in the throat as he jerked his blade out of the dead Moshe's skull. The blood of 3 large men made for a horrific scene. It covered the grass and Bjorn's legs up to his knees. Everywhere he moved, it spread more of the blood around. Only Bloodskin could find the gore so familiar and soothing. "I have seen your best," Bloodskin stated categorically to mean that it was time for him to prove for Bjorn just who the real king of that land was. "You are more than a match for any one of my handsome brothers, but they are like rain while I am the storm-flooded river." To emphasize his words, he caused more rain to fall and the lightning storm to intensify. Bjorn reached out with his hand toward his shield. "You're going to find that I still have a few surprises." The bird dancers made his shield fly up to return to his arm. Bloodskin sprang at Bjorn with hummingbird speed and mountain heart muscle power. There was a loud metallic clang when the Moshe's hand struck Bjorn's shield, which protected his chest. The impact failed to move Bjorn back even half a step because he had used a mahogany root effect to remain in place. Bloodskin's hand left a deep impression of clenching fingers in the surface of Bjorn's shield. The damage impressed Bjorn since the metal was durable as steel. "It's a good thing that you're made out of blood," Bjorn joked. "I've got a thirst like Thor gone to Utgard." He jabbed Bloodskin with the spear only to find that he was unable to pierce the Moshe's impervious hide. The shield became searing hot as Bloodskin focused intense heat into the metal. Bjorn had no choice but to discard it. He whipped out his broadsword with that hand and then pressed his attack. Bloodskin had learned a lot about fighting in his 35 centuries of life as a warrior. Without the aid of any armor or weapons, he evaded Bjorn's best offense while methodically ripping off Bjorn's armor with his metal-crushing hands. Bjorn realized that there was no weapon on the field capable of doing Bloodskin any serious harm. He planted the spear upright in the soil and then swung his broadsword two-handed. The speed and ferocity of Bjorn's attack forced Bloodskin to concentrate on defending himself. Bjorn seized this small advantage by alternately freeing up one of his hands to hurl a stone knife into the other Moshe who had gathered around to watch the duel. The entire Bird Dance clan directed the missiles on their course. Each blade struck some warrior in a vulnerable spot to inflict a wicked wound. The last knife struck a warrior in the side of his head to kill him outright. "My sacrifices to Odin get more numerous by the moment," Bjorn proclaimed proudly. "Let us see if his favor is with me." Bloodskin counterattacked at hummingbird speed, but even so, Bjorn reacted quickly enough to fend him off. The Moshe's final swing intended to tear Bjorn's head clean off. The Norseman ducked under the grasping hand, then sprang back up in the Watchful One clan's strike to the rear. Such was the momentum at his accelerated pace that he rose out from the chaotic melee in a spiral leap, unfurled his iron broadsword from where it rode close along his body, and then smote the tip into Bloodskin's forehead. The sword shattered while the tip remained embedded in the Moshe's blood-drenched scalp. The rest of his blade fell to pieces. Bjorn held the hilt and a dagger's worth of blade as he celebrated with a howl. "Thor is with me. Only Achilles of Mariners' Tales had so famous a soft spot." The sight of the pitiful sword in his hand sent Bjorn's mind leaping away into the future. He wondered if Bloodskin carried some sort of weapon at his belt, something that would work against him. Bjorn somehow knew that if he took the chance, he would profit from it. While Bloodskin struggled to pull the spike of metal from his head, Bjorn threw down his broken sword, then tackled his Moshe adversary. Just as Bjorn had expected, Bloodskin refused to budge from where he stood, but it was Bjorn's chance to search him. When his hand found what he sought, Bjorn sprang away with a crystal dagger he had pulled from a sheath the fountain of blood had kept hidden. A golden hilt sported a rock crystal blade. While at first appearance it was fragile and purely ornamental, the dagger had a strange balance and inner illumination that bespoke a deadly instrument. After recovering his spear, Bjorn faced Bloodskin once again. The Supreme Moshe eyed the knife dubiously. "What do you think you're going to do with that?" Bjorn held it to admire it. "I'm betting that you were stupid enough to provide me with something that I can use to kill you with." Bloodskin became more serious. He was ready to evade or attack, leaving nothing to chance. "Do you think you have what it takes to stick that in me?" He made a low, dangerous gurgle that was a reminder of his bestial qualities. "I doubt it," Bjorn laughed, "but I know someone who does." He threw the knife at Bloodskin with all the force he could put into it. Bjorn gave no special consideration to his accuracy or to how the dagger would spin because he didn't care. The bird dancers had already locked their control onto the weapon. Working together, they would guide it more accurately than a hummingbird could steer its beak. Bloodskin falsely assumed that predictable principles guided the dagger. He set himself perfectly for just snatching the weapon right out of the air. The bird dancers had climbing flowers huntresses linking them into one action. They pulled the dagger on a lateral path at the last moment. It went around Bloodskin's hand to strike him in the neck, the blade buried to the hilt so that the crystalline point protruded out the other side. Bjorn knew it was his last chance to kill Bloodskin. He rushed in to ram the spear into the Moshe's heart to finish him. Bloodskin pulled out the dagger, then knocked away Bjorn's thrust at the same time. As Bjorn tried to stab him again, Bloodskin lunged up and grabbed him about the chest in a bear hug. The strength in Bloodskin's arms was greater than the largest anaconda. He began to crush Bjorn until his ribs were breaking and his spine was about to snap. The storm became oddly silent then as Bjorn gazed up, and he could see why. Mighty Thor himself had stopped his chariot so that he could watch from high above. Bjorn had caught his attention, and he seemed most entertained. Next, Bjorn saw his Valkyrie muse mounted on a winged horse as she circled down to transport him to the Warriors' Hall of Valhalla. He realized he had one foot in the next world, and even though he was already dead, because he had lived as a man, the gods granted him one last certain action. Bjorn gripped the spear with both hands just behind the head. Even though his chest was imploding, he still had the strength to make one final battle cry. As he plunged the spear into the open wound in Bloodskin's neck, he shouted, "Odin!" Bjorn had the spear's handle pointed skyward. He stared up one final time to see Thor winding back his battle hammer Mjolnir to throw it down and stamp out Bloodskin. Bjorn's final action was calling the lightning power of the spear. When planted in the ground, the butt of the spear gathered its energy from the earth. When pointed at the sky, it sent a long and eager reach for a resource to channel. The sky exploded into a spider's web of lightning that was all just the many forks of a single earthbound bolt. The stroke of lightning was the comet's tail of Thor's flying hammer. It struck the butt of the spear like it was a nail, and Bloodskin was a loose clinker board. The clap of thunder was so loud that it made everyone duck their heads. When the flash had cleared from their eyes, they saw that Bjorn was dead. His back had broken, but it was the lightning that had finished him. Bloodskin remained alive. The spear was clean through his body and exiting at the back of his left hip. The lightning had badly burned his whole body black with charred skin, and his bloody battle guise was gone. It was all he could do just to keep standing. Kitsan buried her feelings about losing Bjorn to focus on leading her people. "Javelin," she commanded. "Unleash the stones." The village's warrioresses poured their missiles into the densely clustered Moshe. Bloodskin's flesh melted away as he used his spirit mist art to rid himself of the spear. He fell to one knee because he was so weak from his injuries. Kitsan commanded, "Full attack." Bloodskin picked up his dagger and somehow drew some reserve of strength from it. As he caused the whole main bridge to detonate into tiny pieces of shrapnel, he shouted, "No more killing." Kitsan could not afford to send only a small force of her people beyond the canal, knowing she could not effectively support them or for them to retreat. "He was not the sleeping king, but he will still be my ruin," Bloodskin said about Bjorn. "He nearly slew me, and he was only a shadow of the true sleeping king." Kitsan told him, "The empire will live again. It will live and you will die. One day your sleeping king and I will settle this matter that stands between us," Bloodskin promised, because he had already seen that future. "For 3,000 years I have guided and shaped all the living remains of the old ones. I have seen so many lives come and go. No one has ever been as perfect as you are now. Not even my Moshe can tame you." Kitsan rejected the flattery. "We are never making another bargain with you. We are still children as you see us now. We have grown soft and decadent. We drink and celebrate too much when we have no need for any roof over our heads at all. In a decade's time you will think your darkest nightmares have come true." The great Moshe chortled. "So you know that your pool is dying. It has grown too weak with so many living so close who constantly keep suckling at the nipple of life itself. In time you will learn you can store 100 times more energy than you do now. You have become lazy. Each of you is a pool if you had only found the need to drink of the water in yourselves. I agree with all you say." Kitsan chuckled back as though she schooled a simple acolyte to her arts. "The Moshe have never had such a moment of vulnerability as they do now. I am not your only enemy. There are others who would like to kick you while you're down. I'm just glad my people are in here where we're safe. You have a ways to run if you want to get home, though." The storm had been gradually clearing since its final spurt of lightning. The calm air began to fill with many bats. It was an ominous image that brought the Aasimar forest demons to everyone's mind. Bloodskin realized he had overlooked his other adversaries. He had never imagined that Bjorn was capable of doing him so much harm. Bloodskin never expected to take so much as a scratch. Talat Zola walked up from the outer darkness. She was in the peak of health and of a merry mood. Her old kingdom metal armor fit her feminine curves perfectly. For a weapon, she carried a pole-handled sword of similar make. Kamat stepped up to stand by her side, while 20 of his Aasimar warriors flitted in the darkness behind him. Like his mate, he dressed in an intricate and ancient suit of metal armor. His weapon was a metal scepter that had a crystal skull at its head. In groups of 2s and 3s, 50 more Aasimar crept in until they completely surrounded the Moshe. Kamat called to Kitsan, "I offer you a truce. If you come out to get your king's body, none of us will harm you or try to stop you from getting back inside." The offer was genuine. Tiatsana used her watchful one foresight to know it for certain. She advised we should go for it. Kitsan sent the Hummingbird and Mountain Heart clans over the canal to bring back Bjorn's body. The Moshe were in a deadly quandary. The Aasimar were already all they could handle. If enough of them fought to keep the women back, the forest demons would attack. Bloodskin understood the trap he was in. More than anything, he wanted to preserve Moshe lives. "Everyone into the river," he ordered. "We will gather at the far side of the valley pool." The warriors feared Bloodskin, so they were swift to obey him. The Moshe hacked their way clear through the Aasimar that stood between them and the river. Once the army was all there, they began to leap into the water so that the current could carry them away to safety. Each of them was more than capable of safely going over the falls and then swimming afterward. No forest demon felt bold enough to attack Bloodskin directly. He waited at the edge of the river until he was the last Moshe. Bloodskin gave a final message to Kitsan. "I will be back for next year's Festival of Torches." She gave him a condescending gesture of dismissal. "Don't let me keep you from your route." 20 of the most powerful Aasimar were about to leap upon Bloodskin. The Moshe leader jumped into the rushing water, then it swept him away. The forest demons feared the water. They would not enter it or try and cross over it. The Moshe were far away from any safe haven. The Aasimar followed them from the bank to be ready when they finally came ashore somewhere down in the valley. As soon as the Moshe and the Aasimar had gone, Kitsan gave a string of orders. She had some of the Mountain Heart warrioresses carry Bjorn's boat and lay it across the exposed piers where the main bridge had been. They loaded it with Bjorn's body and also the body of the Blood Panther huntress who had died the night before. It was a rare thing for one of the women to die. Cremation was a sure protection for keeping the corpses out of the hands of the Aasimar. Women added additional firewood to the boat. They gathered the broken pieces of Bjorn's broadsword and ruined armor, then placed them inside as well. Kitsan adorned Bjorn's body with perfume, then dressed it in gold jewelry. Everyone who was not caring for the children attended the funeral. Kitsan performed a public prayer before she lit the fire. "The sleeping king has not yet come," she began, "but a message is being sent to him. Bjorn does not die alone. Our old way of life has died with him. Our mother pool will die if we remain unweaned. By the time of next year's Festival of Torches, we will already be gone in search of a new home." Bukitsa felt excited by the prospect. Her clan's women were the ultimate night predators. If the community nomadically roamed in the wild jungle, the enhanced senses of the Blood Panthers would make them one of the most important clans. "Stories say there are many other pools hidden in lost ruins," she offered inspirationally. "All we must do is find one of them." "So you see," Kitsan concluded, "this is not the end, but a beginning. We are all setting off on a new voyage. Bjorn was like the plumed serpent. He came from the sea. He moved upon land, and now he will rise into the sky in a glorious display of color." She tossed a torch into the boat. The fire spread quickly to engulf the whole of it. When it burned down through the hull, the charred pieces fell into the river. In the end, it was 4 small fires at the top of each of the bridge's columns. Kitsan did not cry in public. In private, she would be as teary-eyed as Zabu. Fistilian finally understood why Odin held his father in such high regard. The old crow did not take him away just yet. The black-feathered god made most of a year pass because he had something else that Fistilian needed to see. Kitsan gave birth to a son that was strong and healthy. His features carried enough of Bjorn's foreign influence that it silenced any doubts that perhaps Zabu could have been the father. It was only days before the next Festival of Torches, and Yatse wandered home alone from her harsh captivity among the Moshe. She arrived to find that the whole village was about to migrate off into the jungle. When the Moshe did arrive, they would find only an empty village. Kitsun knew that her son would grow up among his father's people. He was only a few months old, but she couldn't postpone the separation any longer. All the watchful ones were in agreement. If she took a newborn into the jungle, he would not survive. Between the Moshe, the Atsuma, and the Eaters of Children, Bjorn's son was too tempting a prize not to draw excessive attention. The High Priestess chose one woman from each clan to accompany her as a bodyguard. Everyone dressed in their most splendid feathered finery, then assembled at the top of the ziggurat. Kitsun created a portal in the pool like the one Hanats had used to transport the dead Moshe into Watchful One Manor. "I have too many enemies here," Kitsun confessed to her son. "You told me in my vision that you must grow up apart from me if we are to ever be reunited. I will take you to live among your father's people. Because I have never been there, I do not know how to find it. You know where I am supposed to take you. Guide me there now." Fistilion realized that she spoke to him as a spirit observer and not as the infant in her arms. He did not wait for the old crow's permission. While thrusting his hand down into the water, Fistilion focused his mind on the image of Twisted Feather's Micmac village. Like a swirling window, the pool showed the place. It was not at the time of Fistilion's present, but during his infant past. One by one, the warrioresses leaped into the portal, which instantly transported them to that very location. In addition to the 13 women and the baby, 2 of the village's clever dogs were in the party as well. The old crow saw to it that he and Fistilion accompanied them. The climate was much cooler in the north. It was roughly the same time of day, but the seasons were considerably different. Fistilion had delivered them into the forest on the inland side of the larger of the village's 2 halves. The location would take them past Twisted Feather's house on the edge of the community. It was a time of peace, so there were no guards waiting to ambush anyone. The Micmac dogs came around when they smelled foreign scents. The Holy Whisper clanswoman soothed them into friendship with only a few pleasant cooing sounds. Twisted Feathers was at home. His wife had died 6 months earlier while giving birth to their daughter, Raining Sunshine. He had found a nursemaid for their baby, and the woman lived with them. As Kitsun and her escort arrived, Twisted Feathers was outside teaching his young son how to use his first little bow. Father Alvido was also present. He lectured on the potential of him starting to make steel. Both men froze when they saw the heavily armed and gloriously festooned women step out of the forest. They were cautious not to inadvertently send some message that would be confrontational. Because Father Alvido was Caucasian, Kitsun rightly assumed he was the man she sought after. Her Norse was atrocious because it had too many unique sounds not from her own language, so she omitted those entirely. Alvido was a gifted linguist and so understood perfectly. "Do not be afraid," Kitsun opened the parley in gentle tones. "We are not going to harm you." In her world, they were 13 of the fiercest fighters in the world who had just surprised a servile pair of Warshingmen. Alvido showed the palms of both his hands so they could see he was unarmed. "Do you know the words of the Toltec traders? I am told it is known by a few in all the lands." Kitsun did know it and used it to bolster her Norse to make herself clear. 3 men of your tribe washed ashore on our land. We nursed them back to health, but enemies of our people killed them. One of those men was the father of my son. He brought new life to my dying people and was a great hero to us. No praise or honor would be too great when we speak of Bjorn. According to my visions, his clan must raise his son. If he stays with me, he will die before he ever has a chance to prepare himself. Her story enthralled Alvido. Of all those present, only he clearly comprehended the many things that had changed in the nearly 2 years since Bjorn had left. Both the trade fleet Rolf sent to Greenland and Bjorn's raiding flotilla disappeared without a trace. The twin disasters had robbed Bjorn of nearly all his ships, manpower, and wealth. The Valborgsons had leaped at the opportunity to attack Rolf while he was in a moment of weakness. They fell upon his clan with treacherous villainy. They stabbed most of Rolf's people in their backs or else cut them down unarmed. Rolf had already lost the war by the time first word of hostilities reached him. He and his remaining clan fled their hall, viciously blood-eagled Oric's elder brother as a parting pledge of revenge, and then they had sailed for Greenland in their last seaworthy longboat. By the end of the next year, the Valborgsons had become the most powerful clan in Leifsbuter. They had moved into Rolf's palatial hall. They had officially confiscated all of Rolf's abandoned property, possessions, and livestock. According to Norse common law, Bjorn's son had every right to take arms against the men who attacked his family clan. If he grew up to kill every Valborgson man and boy and sold every woman into slavery, no one would begrudge him with so much as a single word. That was why Alvido had no doubt that the Valborgsons would kill him preemptively to assure their undisputed claim. Kabela had joined the party in representation of her Mountain Heart clan. She carried a covered basket. When Kitsan signaled her to come forward, the chiefess brought the basket up, then placed it before Alvido. "My son is not coming home as a beggar," Kitsan assured Alvido. She assumed that was the issue that had put consternation on his face. "He is the son of a queen and a king. In that basket is a small sample of his legacy." Alvido dreaded checking the basket, and the contents confirmed his worries. It was full of gold and precious stones. It had all manner of small, valuable treasures that Norsemen would kill for. If the Valborgsons learned that their one remaining clan enemy also had enough treasure to make a man a baron back in Europe, they would be doubly certain to kill him. Deadly enemies surrounded the child on all sides, and he truly was in need of sanctuary. Alvido saw that Twisted Feathers was surviving as a single father, and that he could do the same. He was sure that only a man of noble character would be able to do the right thing. It was the kind of challenge that the Christian Alvido recognizes nothing less than heavenly providence. "Bjorn's people are still out at sea," Alvido prevaricated at the brink of outright lying. "I know them well, and you might say no man in the world cherishes their clan's well-being more than I. Leave the child with me. You have my word that I will more faithfully take charge of him than anyone else you could hope to meet here." Kitsan needed more than mere promises. "Do you swear that you are telling the truth, knowing that we will kill you if you are lying?" "Of course," he answered and meant it. The forgotten dreamer warrioress approached Alvido, then grabbed his wrist. It took her only a moment to read his recent feelings. "He's telling the truth," she confirmed. "There are deep political intrigues. Bjorn's family has enemies who might want to kidnap or assassinate his son. This man can safely take him into the community. We can trust him." Kitsan had to hand her infant son over to a stranger, then turn her back and walk away. She could see the future and had interacted with it. Bjorn was dead. She had to lead her people on a nomadic jungle march that could last for decades. Her one certainty was that she would get her son back if she only had the courage to leave him in the care of Norsemen. She took out Bjorn's knife and handed it to Alvido. "I am Kitsan, and this was Bjorn's knife. He wanted his son to have it. When he is old enough, you must give it to him." Alvido examined the blade and found Rolf's mark on it. Bjorn had carved his name into the ivory grip using Norse runes. It was proof that her story was true, and Alvido tucked it into his belt for safekeeping. "Let him know that a day will never pass when I do not think of him." Kitsan handed her baby to the priest. "His nursing name is Matzalan. Those who love him will have to give him a clan name." In a demonstration of her supreme will and dedication, she stepped back and prepared to return to the forest. Alvido inquired of her, "When he asks where you are, where should I tell him to seek you out?" She turned back only to see her child one more time. "We are a wandering people now. Everywhere we go will be in lands under the control of our enemies. Until my son can find me on his own, he has not grown powerful enough to survive the journey." Malinche called for Kitsan to hurry. "We have to get back before the doorway fades. There is not enough power left to open it again." "You're right," she conceded to the prudent advice. "We're going." The women shrank back toward the forest. Kitsan had to scold her dog to come along. The beast was greedily husbanding every village bitch that would let him get close enough. Twisted Feathers kept silent until the women were gone. "What are you going to do now?" Alvido entertained the baby with a dance of his finger. "First I'm going to get a shovel and bury that treasure, and then I'm going to find this hungry fellow a nursemaid. It should be a woman from the village he will live in," Twisted Feathers advised. "My wife told me that. It will protect him from getting sick." "He is going to need a new name," Alvido observed. "Matzalan is not a proper name for a Norseman. I think I will call him Festilian after my grandfather." Chapter 15. Dreams Remembered. The old crow had shown as much of the past as he was going to. Festilian lost his equilibrium, felt himself moving, and then collapsed in nausea. When he recovered his bearings, he was back in the forest clearing with the bonfire where his meeting with the old crow had begun. The fire had burned down to a low pile of gleaming coals. All the forest around him was dark and quiet. It was a grim realization that all he had seen had occurred 16 years earlier. He had no idea what had become of his mother or her people in all that time. Festilian only partially understood why his father's clan was gone from Lacebuter. The words of Lightning Frog and Smoking Jaguar were also fresh in his mind. Festilian had not forgotten that one day the Beathuk would do him grievous harm. He was going to make a point of getting them first. What he really needed was some sleep and time to think. "We are not finished yet," the voice of the old crow spoke to Festilian from out of the fire. A dull pain began to grow inside Festilian's head, and it gradually became worse. In time, that pain was so severe that Festilian felt his skull was actually going to split open. He squeezed his head with both hands to no avail. His head did burst open then. 2 lumps of bloody brain spilled out onto the ground. With the pressure removed, the agony faded. Fistilian scrambled about on his hands and knees, trying to gather up the pieces, then stuff them back inside his head. The 2 lumps of flesh bounced away from Fistilian and then transformed into 2 crows. One of the birds was sleek and beautiful, while the other was all crooked and haggard in appearance. "Allow reason to advise your actions and memory to counsel your heart," the old crow said. "The fruition of every alternative is now yours for the asking." The impact of so many traumatic experiences perturbed Fistilian beyond rational thought. "I don't understand," he groaned. The old crow's voice slowly faded off into the distance as the avian god departed. "Your father watches you from his Earl's table in Valhalla, and your mother still prays for you each day." "Wait," Fistilian called into the fire. "Is the ceremony over?" The uninviting crow fluttered in display of its wings and then made an ugly call. Fistilian instinctively understood that it was an answer to his question, and it was no. "Should I just stay here?" Fistilian asked further. "Could I just lie down and wait?" The handsome crow performed the same brief dance as had its ugly companion to answer that question yes. Fistilian relaxed beside the remains of the bonfire, then promptly passed out. When he awoke some indeterminate time later, it was still dark and his head was in the lap of Twisted Feather's daughter. She soothed him by running her fingers through his long, loose hair. "Your ceremony of manhood is just about over." Raining Sunshine picked up a pair of shears she had beside her. "This hair is all that remains of the boy you once were." She snipped off a long skein, then laid it aside. "When it is gone, you will be a new person." He relaxed as he let her clip off all his hair down to stubble. She had recently bathed and anointed herself with the fragrant herbal oils from her night with Silvertree. He indulged all his senses with her sensual scent, gentle touch, and soothing voice. While she pampered him, Fistilian had plenty of time to think about what the visions had taught him and what she meant to him. His spirit journey had ended all his carefree optimism. Nothing of his former life was unchanged. Fistilian understood that everything good needed hard work to make it blossom and spill blood to protect it from those who would take it. Raining Sunshine was a treasure both rare and beautiful. He was going to marry her and start a family. She was the hub of his life, and he would spare nothing to keep her safe and happy. When she had finished cutting, Raining Sunshine urged him to sit up so she could brush him off. He saw that she wore flowers in her hair and had on her best jewelry. Her buckskin jacket hung open down the front, and he saw the valley between her breasts down to her doeskin maiden's belt. Her eyes were huge and expressive about her eagerness to become his wife. There was no uncertainty or fear in her. Fistilian wanted her more than ever. He considered not taking her until after the wedding feast. The shamans would offer them blessings to favor their fertility and good health. He did want to honor all tradition and proper ceremony, but not badly enough to make him miss an opportunity to be with her in bliss. He carefully lifted the necklace of panther's claws from around her neck, then set it aside. Next he slipped the jacket back from her shoulders to bare her upper body. Raining Sunshine's demure bashfulness seized her, but she overcame it to bathe in his appreciative gaze. So long as she wore her maiden's belt, she felt safe to tease their temptations. Even after he untied her skirt then tugged that away, she still assumed it was all just a rehearsal for the wedding night. As much as she enjoyed the way his eyes played over her, she liked his hands doing it even better. She abandoned her thoughts to savor his caresses. Before she realized how far they had gone, his dexterous ministrations had stroked her to the threshold of ecstasy. The onrushing sensations alarmed her, so she shrank back from Fistilian since she feared he would not stop. She was right about Fistilian having no intention to stop after having gone so far. It took nothing more than the tender incentive of his fingers to drive her down onto her back, then keep her there until she came to the rapturous conclusion that ensured that she didn't want to go anywhere. Fistilian lovingly persisted with his attention. Before she could recover her wits, his hands took her to the heights of passion all over again. She abandoned all her qualms and just surrendered to his intimate caresses. He cautiously climbed over her when he had gotten her too excited to care. Fistilian worried she would be skittish. Raining Sunshine happily accepted his weight. His body was like a shelter that comforted her. She never noticed the transition as his hands laced into hers. Not until Raining Sunshine discerned the pain that marked the end of her virginity did she comprehend what was happening. For a long while he patiently kept her discomfort a distant haze that she could barely differentiate from the torrent of more splendid sensations that coursed through her. Somewhere amidst her many ecstatic burbles of bliss was one anguished cry. That moment of pain was a perfect memorial to commemorate the passing of her childhood and their first union as husband and wife. They fell asleep in each other's arms after satisfying their passions. Raining Sunshine awoke just before dawn, feeling radiantly happy. Their shared experience at the culmination of Fistillion's manhood ceremony could not have been better for her. She awoke him by brushing her nose against his, then stealing his breath with her soft kisses. Both of them felt famished and eager to return to her village. Fistilion wanted recognition that he was a man and the feathers that he had earned battling the Beathuk. She wanted to tell Silvertree everything and talk about her experience. The preemptive intimacy would have to remain a secret so as not to embarrass anyone or ruin the wedding. Only Silvertree would understand her feelings, share in her joy, and be trustworthy to keep the secret. Fistilion and Raining Sunshine walked together down to the river where they bathed in the water. Her small canoe was there on the bank. Once they felt refreshed, Fistilion paddled them downriver to return to her village. A mist was on the water with the dawn, birds were singing, fish were jumping, and deer lurked along the banks of the river as they got their morning drinks. Raining Sunshine didn't bother to help paddle. They were going with the current, and Fistilion was more than capable of controlling the canoe alone from his seat in the back. She sat at the front facing him. "So?" she asked casually. "What did you learn from your ceremony?" He did not have a ready answer, even though the visions were still fresh in his mind. Fistilion wanted to believe that he had journeyed to the past during some kind of forgotten dreamer's clairvoyance. The alternative was that he had experienced a delirium filled with fantasy. "I know who I am," he finally answered, "and I know what I have to do. The Beathuk are going to come after us. I am going to become a warrior and fight them. No matter how boldly I strike against them, it is my fate to survive. Even so, I will not see the end of them." His words unsettled her bliss. "Are you going to leave me to go do these things? I have a bow and I know how to use it. We should go together. Everyone must make sacrifices for the good of the tribe. That is the Micmac way." He knew she meant her offer to fight by his side, and it made him smile. "There is no need for that. I would never leave you. It will be some time before I will be ready to go after them. I have our home to build, and I need to train myself. A warrior must hone his skills like any other trade." His pledge to stay close soothed her worries. "Just so long as you are not going to run off without a good reason." Fistilion did not tell her that he also knew that in the end the Beathuk were going to drive him from the region. He was going to do everything in his power to delay that eventuality. "There is only one thing that can take me from your side." She asked, "What is that?" The thought of Beathuk warriors plotting to harm his new bride left him hard-hearted. Fistilion had one word to explain it all: war. This concludes Man of Many Waters. The saga of Fistilion Le Monde continues with Book 3, Man Among Myrmidons.